In the year 2049, when the eminent scientist Chen Feng of the 749 Bureau confronted the enigma of the Tardigrade's transdimensional escape, he was obliterated by a light gate. Upon reincarnation in 2024, the world is rife with clandestine currents. The forbidden organization Heavenly Court manipulates genetic evolution. Lunar relics unveil cosmic mysteries, and the spirit capture net loosens, giving rise to anomalies and prodigies. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic genetic disaster is on the brink of countdown. Armed with memories and technologies from the future, Chen Feng embarks on a path of evolution that could alter humanity's fate, facing the impending clash between technology and the supernatural in an epic battle for the future. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Good evening. Today is Friday, November 1st, 2024, the first day of the 10th lunar month. Welcome to the Huagua in News broadcast. First, we shall report the main content of today's news. Significant breakthroughs have been achieved in our nation's scientific research, as our scientists successfully deciphered the survival mechanisms of tardigrades. According to the military network of Huagua, on November 1st, our scientists have made substantial progress in the study of tardigrades' multiomics and radiation resistance mechanisms. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Chen Feng's closed eyes seemed to flutter open slightly, revealing the news broadcast playing on the projection screen in his bedroom. His body felt as if electrified, aching, and heavy. His mind buzzed with a cacophony of tinnitus, the news report echoing like a distant dream. According to academician Li, tardigrades are minuscule aquatic invertebrates capable of withstanding extreme radiation, high temperatures, high pressures, low temperatures, and desiccation. They can even survive in the vacuum of outer space. The broadcast featured an interview with academician Li Jing. Tardigrades. Chen Feng jolted awake from his paralyzed state, sitting up abruptly. His heart raced wildly, inducing a powerful sensation of suffocation, compelling him to gasp for air. Sweat streamed down his forehead, some of it clouding his vision. After a moment, once he regained his composure, Chen Feng lifted his gaze to the projection screen on the wall, where the time displayed was 6:55 p.m., merely 5 minutes before the news began. All that he had glimpsed in his half-conscious state stemmed from his extraordinary ability known as transdimensional vision, acquired prior to his rebirth. In his previous life, he began awakening this ability in 2029, and by 2049, it had evolved into an integral part of his six senses, deeply embedded within his psyche. Transdimensional visiona, fleeting elevation of consciousness, allowing one to observe the past and future trajectories of the three-dimensional world, akin to possessing a divine, omniscient perspective within a specific temporal and spatial framework. The transcendental elevation of the spirit. Is it a triumph or a failure? If it is indeed a failure, I ought to have perished entirely, yet here I remain. But if it is a success, then why does the being that transcended in 2049 find itself returned to this very day in 2024? Has my life been reset by the observer? Or did a spiritual anomaly arise at the moment of annihilation by the spirit capture net? Chen Feng pondered for a long time, his heart unsettled. The year 2024 was extraordinary, bizarre, and surreal. A multitude of incredulous events transpired, continuously subverting people's understanding and shattering their worldviews. In this year, traditional Chinese medicine began to see a resurgence. The government officially declared that Taoist magic is a legitimate practice, not mere sorcery or superstition. It was the year when scientists in Huagua captured ghostly particles known as neutrinos 700 meters underground, providing significant insights into the enigma of missing antimatter in the universe. This year also witnessed the mysterious and tabooed gates beneath the Antarctic icebergs swinging open. This year, remnants of the mythical dynasty of the Yu dynasty, predating the Xia dynasty, were unearthed at Singdui and Dadawan. A hidden world map was discovered within the Shanghai Jing. The nation announced the establishment of a lunar base and initiated archaeological endeavors within the solar system. To the populace, the boundaries between science fiction and fantasy appeared to dissolve into reality. Yet for Chen Feng, the truth remained simple. The spirit capture net had loosened, allowing certain powerful spiritual thoughts to escape and overflow. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Good evening. The voice of a news broadcast interrupted Chen Feng's contemplation. He turned to the projection screen, where the content displayed mirrored the indistinct images and sounds he had sensed in a state of transcendental vision. His thoughts scattered, his heart tranquil, he entered a meditative state. In the next moment, the news unfolded like a flat surface, akin to a predefined video that could be navigated at will. However, This state lasted but a brief moment before his vision began to darken, and his breath grew labored, evoking an overwhelming sensation of impending descent into an abyss. Indeed, my transcendental vision ability persists, yet it lacks the potency it once possessed prior to my rebirth, and the cost of its use is unimaginably steep, imposing an unbearable burden upon my spirit. Chen Feng abruptly ceased the use of his transcendental vision ability and fell silent once more. It was not until the news broadcast concluded that he extricated himself from this surreal, dreamlike state. If the transcendental vision ability exists, then, as long as I acquire the cryptobiosis ability of the Tardigrade, I can initiate the ultimate evolution of life under the scrutiny of the spirit capture net. Cryptobiosis is an exceedingly formidable ability. It originates from the tardigrade's capacity to create a shielded environment and form its own internal universe in the face of extreme conditions, such as intense radiation, extreme temperatures, and vacuum storms. What is even more terrifying is that if the tardigrade's genes can be fused, I could begin extracting the super genes of any other biological species, merging their innate capabilities for my own use. At that point, the prime candidate would undoubtedly be the lighthouse jellyfish. And should I also acquire the genetic abilities of the lighthouse jellyfish, thus, in this lifetime, transcending the limitations of the spirit capture net and unraveling the mysteries of quantum derivatives and parallel universes shall no longer be but a distant dream. Chen Feng murmured to himself, his gaze profound yet luminous. Resolutely, he turned off the projector and strode out of the room. As night fell, the winds of Jiangcheng carried a hint of chill. Chen Feng arrived at the Metrology Institute near South Li North Road, where he procured 2 microscopes and some experimental apparatus. Upon returning home, Chen Feng meticulously prepared the freshwater sediment, moss, and damp soil, capturing over 20 tardigrades in the process. Subsequently, he employed silicone culture dishes to conduct a simple blood infusion cultivation of these tardigrades. 3 hours later, Chen Feng placed the tardigrade samples under the microscope, scrutinizing their cellular structure with great care. The cytoplasm of the tardigrades exhibited an extraordinary resilience, a crucial factor in their ability to withstand extreme environmental assaults. Moreover, they contained a unique protein closely linked to their resistance to radiation. As he observed, Chen Feng compared his findings with the research results from 2049. Under harsh conditions, tardigrades can enter a special state, which scientists have termed cryptobiosis. In the face of various adverse environments, tardigrades possess 4 distinct cryptobiotic states: anhydrobiosis, cryobiosis, osmobiosis, and anoxia. These 4 abilities of the cryptobiotic state form the very foundation of the extraordinary capability known as cryptobiotic collapse, precisely the ability that Chen Feng requires. Once the mind unlocks the cryptobiotic collapse state, the evolution of the spirit will lay an immensely solid foundation. However, this method of grafted evolution will not be mastered until 2045 and will only be applicable on a large scale without side effects by 2049. At this moment, the tardigrades under the microscope appeared somewhat lethargic, their heads, bodies, and tails revealing distinct layers. Of them, for pale, blue tardigrades had begun to tremble at their 8 limbs, the suction cups at their tips rotating and contracting vigorously, swiftly consuming some red blood cells. 3 transparent tardigrades were rapidly dehydrating, their hard cuticles quickly enveloping their bodies entirely. 6 brown tardigrades incessantly wriggled, their small, dot-like eyes slightly squinting as if sensing something. The remaining tardigrades of various hues exhibited no unusual movements, behaving just as before. Chen Feng extracted the 4 pale blue tardigrades and 3 transparent ones, along with a sample of amino acids, placing them into a syringe. After sanitizing the area between his eyebrows, he injected the solution subcutaneously, 3 millimeters deep. Following this, Chen Feng swiftly assumed a meditative posture, endeavoring to enter a state of deep contemplation. However, the searing pain in the center of his brow, coupled with an inexplicable sense of agitation and nausea, rendered it impossible for him to maintain a tranquil mind. Chen Feng intoned softly, his throat vibrating as he recited the 6-character mantra in a deep voice to aid his mental focus. This mantra possesses a certain affinity for neutrinos, allowing them to linger longer between dendrites and axons. Neutrinos themselves can nourish the spiritual essence, fortifying one's vitality. In addition to the 6-character mantra, there exist the 9-character mantra and the 6-character grand name, all of which yield similar effects. In his previous life, while cultivating the spiritual inner cosmos. Chen Feng had undergone extensive testing of various methods, ultimately choosing the six-character mantra for its supportive qualities. At present, following the low murmuring of the mantra, his restless heart began to calm. Chen Feng halted his recitation and directed his attention to his breath, long and short, short and long, in a continuous cycle. Gradually, his mind became as tranquil as still water, achieving the ability to gaze inward. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things and remains tranquil, he murmured, exhaling a breath of stale air. He then extended his right hand, tapping his thumb against his middle finger, gently striking his brow 9 times with the knuckle of his thumb. After the 9th tap, his hands lay flat, and he began to sense a subtle flow of energy resonating at his brow, channeling all his mental focus into it, while imparting a benevolent thought of universal tranquility. A faint and ethereal stream of energy began to coalesce at his brow, swiftly dispersing with an almost weightless vibration. Chen Feng commenced his meditation, envisioning these energy flows forming a taiji diagram at his brow, evolving into a duality of scorching and frigid energies that began to whirl. As this meditation unfolded, the water bear at his brow naturally began to dissolve, transforming into wisps of mist that gradually merged deeper into his brow. As the meditation deepened, the rotation of the taiji diagram became increasingly distinct. Chen Feng felt the vibrations at his brow intensifying, while his inner self grew ever more ethereal. Gradually, he sensed his spirit being drawn by the taiji diagram, manifesting changes in the forms of taiji, the 2 principles, the 4 images, and 8 trigrams. His breathing slowed and deepened, his heartbeat steadying. The entire world around him fell into silence, and the passage of time seemed to stretch languidly. Chen Feng began to resonate with the rhythm of his breath and the vibrations at his brow, amplifying the alternating currents of hot and cold that surged forth. Gradually, the taiji diagram spun at an unimaginable velocity, and the visions he could conjure resembled the transformative imagery of the myriad beings arising. In this state, Chen Feng felt as though he could see the mystical halo of aurora-like light beginning to bloom from his brow. At this moment, his heart found complete serenity. He endeavored to maintain this state, gradually allowing his entire being to relax. As the night passed, sunlight streamed through the curtains, bathing Chen Feng's face in warmth. He quietly savored the lightness pulsating at his brow, feeling the pineal gland awakening gently with a hint of warmth, and his spirits lifted considerably. The process of gene fusion in tardigrades unfolded in a manner that far exceeded Chen Feng's expectations. The outcome directly activated the dormant pineal gland, rejuvenating it with newfound vitality. The communication efficiency between dendrites and axons in the neurons underwent profound optimization, resulting in Chen Feng possessing a spirit and essence comparable to that of a martial artist. The martial artist represents a classification of cultivation in the future. On June 7, 2022, the official Chinese Martial Arts Association formally announced the categorization of martial arts ranks, dividing the first stage into 10 levels using the characters the second stage comprises 9 realms, Yin Yuan Dong Ming Yao Guang Kai Yang Yu Heng Tianxian Tianji Tianxian Tiansu. After 2025, construction of underground bases on the moon progressed vigorously, with significant changes occurring on the lunar far side, leading to intensified tidal phenomena and frequent seawater backflow. Amidst the increasingly turbulent changes in the world, science and theology began to converge into a unified field of study. To prepare for the impending global nuclear conflict and various natural disasters, and to enhance the physical prowess of the populace, the Chinese government announced the initiation of universal cultivation. Subsequently, the realms of cultivation were redefined and simplified into 2 primary domains. The first domain is the martial soldier field, referred to as martial soldier level 10, which implements 10 years of compulsory martial education. The second domain is the martial artist field, termed 9 realms of the martial artist, representing an advanced study area for martial soldiers. Initially, the realms and abilities did not align perfectly, revealing much superficiality. However, as the world's upheavals intensified, those unworthy of their positions were gradually eliminated over time, and the realms transformed into tangible manifestations of capability. Presently, through a singular fusion, Chen Feng achieved a transcendental leap in mental clarity, akin to having surmounted the pivotal accumulations of a decade of compulsory education, marking a significant milestone. In his previous life, It was not until his specialized training at the Moon's Chang'e research base in 2032 that he reached this level of mental acuity. The gene fusion capability of tardigrades is indeed formidable, regrettably. Even though the nation has now elucidated the survival mechanisms of tardigrades and has extracted relevant genes and proteins for application, subsequent progress has been less than smooth. This only scratches the surface of the capabilities exhibited by tardigrades. The core ability of tardigrades lies in their capacity to extract DNA from their external environment, assimilating the collected DNA as their own. Over the past 500 million years, they have continually drawn DNA from an abundance of microorganisms in their surroundings, which has empowered them and will continue to do so in the future. The existence of the spirit capture net targets not merely humans, but also special life forms such as tardigrades and the luminous jellyfish. The implications behind all of this are indeed unfathomable and terrifying. Chen Feng recalled the moment he experienced his transcendental mental elevation, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. It felt as though countless eyes existed in the world, using the moon as a medium of amplification and light as their gaze, vigilantly observing every aspect of humanity. The sudden ring of the mobile phone interrupted Chen Feng's deep contemplation. He glanced at the caller ID displaying Su Yun's name. "Chen Feng, are you feeling any better?" came Su Yun's youthful voice from the other end. Upon hearing her, Chen Feng fell silent for a moment, and a slender figure of a girl materialized in his mind. With her long black hair, blue and white school uniform, light blue fitted jeans, and white sneakers, this image of Su Yun was etched in his memory, a reflection of her appearance before her mysterious disappearance 5 years ago. At that time, she was pursuing her graduate studies and had vanished one evening after sharing a late-night meal with Chen Feng in their rented apartment. Since then, there had been no trace of her, neither alive nor deceased. Even more chilling was the fact that, following this incident, everyone surrounding Su Yun, except for Chen Feng, seemed to suffer from a collective memory lapse. Some could not recall Su Yun at all, while others mistakenly referred to her as Su Ling, believing her resemblance to the star Su Yun had led to this confusion. Chen Feng had yet to uncover the truth, despite the passage of time until 2049. "Chen Feng, are you coming to school? I bought you your favorite red oil beef buns, and the owner even gifted you a cup of freshly ground soy milk. If you don't come, I'll take another day off to visit you after school and bring you my class notes." Su Yun's sweet voice chimed again from the phone. Chen Feng gazed at the clearly marked name Su Yun on his screen, drawing back his tumultuous thoughts, and replied slowly, "I'll meet you at the Baozi shop." Chapter 2. The Plan. At the Yimao Red Oil Baozi shop, when Chen Feng arrived, he found Su Yun frowning in concentration, her face serious as she scrolled through a video feed. The volume was low, barely audible to the nearby diners, yet it did not hinder Chen Feng's keen perception. In the summer of 2022, both sides mobilized a total of. Even senior researchers from the 749 Bureau were involved. That day, Chen Feng momentarily paused, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Yet in an instant, he regained his composure and entered the Baozi shop with an air of naturalness. The 17-year-old Su Yun mirrored perfectly the image he held in his memory. She still wore that classic blue and white school uniform, which remained impeccably neat. Beneath her uniform, she sported a pair of light blue fitted jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. At that moment, seated on the shop's sofa, her gently swaying feet adorned with white sneakers added to her youthful charm. However, her serious and slightly irate expression lent her an unexpected allure. Seeing Su Yun again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Chen Feng. In a previous life, inspired by Su Yun's fervent passion for the world's unsolved mysteries, Chen Feng had followed her lead to apply to the archaeology department of Huawei University of Technology, and they had both been accepted. From then on, they became inseparable companions, their lives intertwined. Chen Feng harbored feelings for Su Yun, yet they remained unspoken. Both were aware of their affections, but had never breached that delicate barrier. Perhaps, as the world grew increasingly surreal and disconcerting, their thoughts had shifted focus towards their research endeavors. The depth of their intellectual pursuits seemed to eclipse the simple exchanges of romantic affection. Thus, until Su Yun went missing before 2029, Chen Feng and Su Yun remained merely very good friends. In this lifetime, the 43-year-old Chen Feng encountered the girl Su Yun, who was on the verge of turning 18, and in that fleeting moment, he resembled a doting father gazing at his daughter, inexplicably filled with tenderness and indulgence. "Yin Yun," Chen Feng murmured, slightly pressing his lips together, attempting to conjure a smile on his somewhat rigid face. He had scarcely smiled since Su Yun's disappearance in his previous life. Subsequently, after completing his master's degree, he pursued a doctorate in postdoctoral studies. During this period, he unraveled the rejuvenation mechanism of a lantern jellyfish and developed a novel evolutionary method for brain-computer interaction, successfully conducting a flawless experiment on himself, which led to his recruitment into the 749 Bureau. At this juncture, his abilities became exceedingly formidable, however. He also lost the outward expressions of emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Chen Feng, you're here. Oh, your smile is simply delightful. But perhaps you should refrain from smiling in the future. Su Yun lifted her head, her bright eyes twinkling, only for her expression to be momentarily controlled by Chen Feng's smile. She pouted slightly, exasperated. Chen Feng remained silent. Su Yun extended her delicate, fair hand, gently lifting a basket of red oil beef buns, standing up to present it before Chen Feng. Here, they've just been steamed, you must eat them while they're hot, or else they won't be fluffy when cold. Chen Feng accepted it, then swiftly grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks, picking up a steaming dumpling and popping it into his mouth. Your buns are the best, Yun, he remarked with a smile. No, they're your buns, Su Yun retorted with a playful glance at Chen Feng, displaying a hint of youthful charm. Well then, enjoy my buns, Chen Feng replied, lifting another dumpling and placing it in Su Yun's slightly parted lips, effectively silencing her words. At that moment, his mind settled into tranquility, and his smile became increasingly genuine. Su Yun's melodious voice was incredibly soothing, and her mock annoyance was most delightful. Nearby, the portly, jovial owner in his 50s watched the two with an affectionate smile, his eyes seemingly ablaze with excitement at their chemistry. Chen Feng, sensing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he had not eaten buns that morning but rather chicken soup dumplings, and he had insisted on treating Su Yun. Yet, she had not said much to him, hastily departing for class after finishing her meal. This time, however, Su Yun was evidently in no rush. She seemed to have much to share with Chen Feng. Devouring the beef bun as if it were a peach, she quickly finished it, then sipped her soybean milk before seriously stating, Chen Feng, I awoke in the middle of the night last night, vaguely hearing someone whispering in my ear about an impending thunderstorm, and indeed, it thundered. After being startled awake, I couldn't return to sleep. Su Yun hesitated for a moment, lowering her voice and leaning closer to Chen Feng. Instantly, a faint scent of jasmine from her shampoo enveloped him. Chen Feng pondered, hesitatingly responding, did it thunder last night? At this time of year, it shouldn't thunder in Jiangcheng, should it? Su Yun immediately remarked, indeed, the sound of thunder is quite peculiar, akin to a dream, yet unmistakably rooted in reality. This phenomenon reminds me of what I once shared with you. There was an occasion when I seemingly entered a parallel world within a dream. It felt palpably real, yet nothing transpired in our reality. Moreover, after waking abruptly last night and sitting on my bed, I sensed a presence beside me. Even though I switched on the light, the feeling of someone being there persisted, though I could not see anyone. The spark in Su Yun's lively eyes revealed not fear, but rather exhilaration and an intense obsession with the unknown. This gaze caused Chen Feng to feel a chill run down his spine. Perhaps Su Yun's disappearance was a consequence of uncovering something significant, something that had been erased, much like his own future. Alternatively, the origins of Su Yun herself might warrant deeper investigation. Having been reborn and having witnessed the vast scenery beyond that portal of light, Chen Feng was resolute in not revealing any of his cards too easily. Thus, confronted with Su Yun's fervor, he resisted the urge to clarify her queries and chose to remain silent. At this moment, he could distinctly inform Su Yun that this was a result of a mental leap, an attraction of neutrinos culminating in a convergence of lightning. Of course, this so-called lightning was not genuine. It stemmed from the accumulation of electrons within the nerves and the release of minute electric currents from static electricity in the air, culminating in a sudden explosion within the mental real-man echo of the midnight thunder. Similarly, the legendary thunder tribulation arises when practitioners, through various means, attract a substantial number of neutrinos, leading to an imperfect fusion with their spirit. Consequently, attracting the colossal thunderbolts of heaven and earth becomes inevitable. This serves as a scientific explanation rooted in metaphysics. Unfortunately, such insights would only begin to unravel after the populace engages in cultivation. Whether it pertains to the magical city's tribulation event or the Guangdong province's tribulation incident, they share remarkable similarities. Chen Feng had meticulously reviewed these cases while organizing the files of the 749 Bureau. However, he refrained from providing answers. He was not apprehensive of Su Yun's genuine curiosity, but rather fearful that an anomalous supercivilization might be lurking within her psyche, attempting to ensnare him. After all, he had preliminarily completed the fusion of tardigrade genes and had begun to master the ability of hidden collapse. Chen Feng, do you think it's possible that parallel universes truly exist? Do you recall the times I mentioned entering a parallel dimension in my dreams? Su Yun's eyes widened, fixated on Chen Feng. Those clear, vibrant eyes seemed to seek entry into the depths of his soul. Chen Feng pondered deeply whether in his past life or this one, he had only vague recollections of what Su Yun spoke of. I don't remember, but I have some hazy impressions. Much like my own dreams, perhaps I was lucid upon awakening, yet subsequently forgot entirely. Let's eat. What are you pondering all day? As he spoke, Chen Feng deftly picked up a small steam bun and placed it in Su Yun's mouth. Chen Feng, how rude of you. Su Yun raised her hand, balling it into a fist, feigning to strike him in playful protest. Chen Feng replied earnestly, I truly don't recall. Later, you can elaborate for me, and I shall take notes. Perhaps then I won't forget, for it seems I can never retain such memories. As he spoke, Chen Feng rubbed his temples and remarked, I have only just turned 18, I'm not old yet. Why is my mind failing me already? Su Yun sighed in resignation, as if life had lost its charm for her. Well, let's not dwell on that. Remember, you promised me we would apply together to the archaeology department at the University of Science and Technology. You must not go back on your word. Su Yun reiterated this point. I won't. In fact, I find these subjects quite fascinating. I will always accompany you in exploring life, the universe, and future civilizations. Chen Feng replied with a serious tone. All right, then it's settled. Pinky swear, for 100 years, with no changes. Su Yun, you are such a childish spirit. Come on. Fine, pinky swear, for 100 years, with no changes. Chen Feng, your obedient demeanor is quite endearing. Haha. Childish. In the distance, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues. The sun rose in the east, casting a fiery glow. Chen Feng and Su Yun walked side by side along the tree-lined path of the campus. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, enveloping them in a gossamer veil of red. The breeze tousled the girl's hair, stirring the tranquil waters of Chen Feng's heart. Chen Feng, last night, I awoke suddenly and spent the entire night watching videos. I revisited the strategic plan released 2 weeks ago, the National Medium and Long-Term Development Plan for Space Science 202-42050, that was published on October 15th. Su Yun spoke softly, her voice tinged with a languid weariness, yet all the more captivating. Chen Feng nodded, saying, I am aware the news exploded on Weibo the same day it was released. Chen Feng mused himself, how could he not know of this news? It was akin to an acknowledgement, yet the plethora of the wolf is coming scenarios had muddled the lines between truth and falsehood. Su Yun sighed softly, her expression contemplative. Do you know what my first reaction was? Chen Feng replied gently, do tell. Su Yun continued, I suddenly wondered what Zhu Di truly knew. But I quickly scolded myself. Yin Yin, get a grip. Do you understand? This plan spans an extraordinary 26 years, an entire generation. Moreover, the goals outlined suggest a national effort. Chen Feng fell silent. Su Yun added, I did some research, and it turns out that since the founding of our nation, there have been multiple plans for scientific and technological development. Prior to this, the longest plan was from 1986 to 2000, lasting 14 years. This current plan, with its 26-year span, extends through a whole generation, even crossing into another. Chen Feng, considering our country's methodical and steadfast nature, it seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Do you think our nation truly knows something we do not? Chen Feng inhaled deeply and pondered. I have contemplated that as well. Upon realizing her thoughts were acknowledged, Su Yun exclaimed with excitement, see, I knew you had ideas regarding this planning content. Allow me to discuss a few topics with you. I am eager to hear your perspective. Chen Feng replied, go ahead. Su Yun continued, the first topic is extreme universe. The prioritized areas for development under this theme include dark matter and the extreme universe, as well as the origins and evolution of the cosmos. Do you know? This is exceedingly specialized. I'm only familiar with the term extreme. My goodness, how extreme can the universe possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng slowly responded, there exists a phenomenon known as gamma ray bursts, which can be understood as an extraordinarily intense beam of light or an immensely powerful X-ray. It occurs during the collapse of massive stars or the merging of two colossal stars, lasting for a very brief moment less than a millisecond at its shortest, extending to several hundred seconds, and at most a few hours. In fact, the energy released in just 1 second of a gamma ray burst is comparable to the energy emitted by our sun throughout its entire lifespan. If such a powerful gamma ray burst were to strike Earth at close proximity, it would essentially reset the planet, leading to a resurgence of life. This proximity, however, is not as near as one might think. It's several hundred light years away. Regardless, a single blast would initiate a cosmic rebirth, ushering everyone into a state of bliss that is what is truly extreme. Hearing this, Su Yun's lips trembled slightly, and she pressed her thin lips together, remaining silent. After a considerable pause, she continued, "The second topic is solar system archaeology. You might think that studying the solar system is straightforward, right? Researching the moon and Mars should suffice. So why use the term archaeology? Mars harbors no life, and the moon is not artificial. What ancient relics are we examining after billions of years of stasis? Why employ such a superfluous terminology? The majority of us share this sentiment. It is a normal human response to stress, which is understandable, yet the reality of this world will not coddle you. Solar system archaeology during the period from 2028 to 2035 encompasses a range of actions, including manned lunar landings, the establishment of lunar research stations, incident resource utilization on the moon, investigations into signs of life on Mars, the search for extraterrestrial life, exploration of potentially habitable exoplanets, and boundary exploration of the solar system, among others. Each of these scientific endeavors represents a monumental project, yet they are all crammed into this 7-year span that seem a bit rushed. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather hurried. In truth, when the leaders of the macro nation publicly accused our scientists of mistreating aliens on the far side of the moon, many dismissed it as a ludicrous joke. Eventually, they realized, amidst their own dire circumstances, that the true fool was, in fact, themselves. With a chuckle, Su Yun's laughter broke the tension, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Feng. By this reasoning, could it be that there is no choice but to rush? Chen Feng's heart stirred with the realization of the truth. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a silence that would not facilitate further elevation of the conversation. Despite the current loosening of the spirit-capturing nets, many beings infused with neutrinos exhibit phenomena of spiritual overflow, and after the birth of new life, some might even merge fragments of what are termed memories, akin to consuming a tainted Meng soup. Although various phenomena abound today, continuously capturing the attention of the spirit-catching net, Chen Feng chooses to refrain from exhibiting such prominence. At least until he reaches the true pinnacle of a martial artist at the 9th Dan, he will not act recklessly. In a moment of transcending his consciousness and being engulfed by that radiant portal, Chen Feng glimpsed merely the tip of a grand and mysterious realm. In that fleeting instant, he felt akin to a speck of dust witnessing the vastness of the universe, magnifying his own insignificance to an infinite degree. In such circumstances, even if he were to be instantaneously obliterated by the portal, he would harbor no inclination to resist. Presently, all inquiries that strike at the core, whether stemming from Su Yun's curiosity or the subtle influences of her spiritual essence, would elicit no answers from Chen Feng. Su Yun pondered for a moment before articulating the essence of the third dimension. When I encountered the term heliosphere in relation to the previously mentioned marginal exploration of the solar system, I couldn't help but think it might hold some truth. Allow me to elaborate on the concept of the heliosphere. What is the heliosphere? It is not situated on the sun itself, but rather at the periphery of the solar system. You might envision it as a bubble blown by the sun, encasing our entire solar system within. As we traverse interstellar space, orbiting the center of the Milky Way, I am led to wonder, could it be that human spacecraft, upon crossing the heliosphere, might enter a new dimension of time and space? Su Yun radiated with enthusiasm, her imagination unfurling freely. Chen Feng listened intently, his heart stirred repeatedly. Su Yun continued, "Last year, Voyager 1 transmitted data that indicated a malfunction. NASA scientists, analyzing these malfunctioning data, discovered that Voyager 1 seemed to have instantaneously shifted thousands of kilometers. Soon, articles and videos debunking this notion flooded the airwaves, and while the incident appeared to fade from public consciousness, speculation persisted, with one theory pointing directly to the essence of time and space." What is the essence of time and space? I believe it lies in gravity. Chen Feng, having seen the film Interstellar, should be able to comprehend this, right? Gravity can impart entirely different perceptions of time and space to an individual. For instance, the greater the gravitational force within a space, the faster time appears to ellipsethis is essentially the idea. Thus, I conjecture that after traversing the heliosphere into interstellar space, the influence of solar gravity diminishes while the gravitational forces of other celestial bodies increase, ultimately leading to anomalies in time and space. If this is the case, then the greatest obstacle to humanity's interstellar travel may not be propulsion systems, but rather the potential anomalies in time and space. As Su Yun spoke, she inhaled deeply, her breath fluctuating. Thus, within the framework of this extensive planning spanning an entire generation, the ultimate objectives for the period from 2036 to 2050 encompass the realms of the origins of the universe, the essence of space-time, the origins of the solar system and life, and manned space exploration. We must achieve revolutionary breakthroughs in fundamental research, expand the boundaries of human knowledge, and propel the advancement of human civilization, is the clarion call proclaimed by the nation. I believe that when a traditionally prudent organization proclaims such a rallying cry, it is prudent for us to take it seriously. Regarding this, I suspect that we are either nearing the edge of our understanding, as our knowledge seems insufficient, or that something has occurred or been discovered that eludes our current comprehension. In light of this, I harbor a profound, albeit pessimistic, notion. What if there exists an exceedingly advanced civilization in the cosmos, one that has mastered the essence of space-time and created for itself a realm where the passage of time is extraordinarily slow or can manipulate the flow of time itself? In such a case, they would be the observers of this universe, or perhaps the supreme civilization, or simply, you might refer to them as gods. When they perceive other civilizations approaching or intending to breach this cognitive boundary, they may very well intervene and reset them, which evokes memories of the 5 prehistoric civilization extinctions. In the presence of such a supreme civilization, we humans are akin to ants, much like we would not engage in moral discourse with ants. Why do I suddenly broach this topic? It is because I am imbued with a deep-seated sense of crisis and urgency. I feel that we are currently approaching and intentionally seeking to cross this boundary, the very demarcation between humanity and divinity, the Southern Gate. As Su Yun articulated this, her demeanor grew somewhat somber, and the spark in her soulful eyes dimmed. Chen Feng, do you think we might be reset? Could our civilization face extinction once more? Chapter 3. Taboo. Su Yun's unease, which stemmed from the depths of her consciousness, was palpable. This was, in fact, a manifestation of spiritual awakening, a crisis response to the elevation of the mind, rather than mere groundless fears. In a previous life, when Chen Feng faced failure in transcending dimensions, the fleeting scene he witnessed within that luminous portal served as the most poignant illustration. Humanity's developmental blueprint extended to the year 2050. However, within Chen Feng's memories, it seemed that humanity might not even reach that year. Yet, Chen Feng was not only unable to reveal the truth, but also had to maintain a facade of normalcy befitting his current age. In this era, a segment of humanity had begun to question whether they truly resided in a real world. Yet, despite their doubts, their hearts lacked any resolute answers. Chen Feng was different. He possessed the answers and the opportunity to alter them. Thus, should he be ensnared by the spirit net, he would be eradicated in an instant. Akin to a virus identified and neutralized by antivirus software. Yun, Chen Feng mused after a moment of contemplation. Do you think I am overthinking this? Perhaps even losing my mind? Xian gazed at Chen Feng with wide eyes, appearing quite helpless. Instinctively, she sought spiritual support, a yearning that seemed to emanate from the very depths of her psyche and soul, granting her a sense of security greater than ever before. Chen Feng gently patted Su Yun's shoulder and replied in a soothing tone. How could that be? Recently, everyone has been overwhelmed with thoughts. The changes have been monumental. Just consider, the news that has been made public is already astonishing. What must the unspoken revelations be like? It is not that you are losing your mind. Rather, the world has indeed transformed. However, he continued, for us, there is no need to overthink. Let us focus on our studies and remain steadfast in our hearts. As for everything external, let it unfold naturally. Xian listened intently, nodding her head in agreement from time to time. After a moment of reflection, she sighed softly, then smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I suddenly realized that you have matured significantly. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. After this illness, I took the time to reflect on the past and came to understand many things, letting go of numerous attachments. Therefore, I now allow both good and bad events to happen. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's beautiful eyes gleamed with a smile as she remarked, "It seems I too must ponder deeply. It would be wonderful to achieve enlightenment, much like Wang Yangming at Longchang." Chen Feng smiled and affectionately ruffled Su Yun's hair. She giggled, playfully shaking her head as Chen Feng tousled her locks. Their unrestrained display of affection left nearby girls feeling despondent. While the boys attempting to attract Su Yun's attention with their impressive basketball moves found their efforts utterly disheartening. In their senior year, classes continued as usual, filled with practice exams, discussions, and review sessions, an exceedingly tedious routine. Chen Feng's recollection of the curriculum remained intact, allowing him to navigate it with ease. However, instead of engaging in study, he dedicated nearly all his time to constructing a memory palace. In a previous life, as the archaeological endeavors at Sangsingwi progressed, the discoveries became increasingly astounding, culminating in the unearthing of various exaggerated cultivation techniques. Following extensive experimentation with these methods, which were found to foster positive evolution in humanity, the world entered an era of universal cultivation. During this period, humanity began extracting the genes of tardigrades for various injections, yielding benefits that surpassed imagination. It was then that the distinctions within martial arts associations gained significant attention. What was once perceived as superhuman or supernatural phenomena gradually became commonplace. During this tumultuous time, the global landscape was rife with unrest, continuous warfare, and frequent natural disasters, including earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, alongside an array of unusual occurrences. Ancient entities, long hidden, began to emerge, and numerous practitioners descended from their secluded realms to wander the world, while various abnormal beings wreaked havoc upon humanity. Concurrently, unusual activities on the far side of the moon intensified, with bizarre and distorted signals consistently transmitted back to Earth, igniting widespread fascination and alarm within the scientific community and beyond. As Chen Feng reminisced, he meticulously organized his relevant memories, striving to accurately recall the events of the future, which was crucial for the path he was destined to traverse. Throughout this process, he occasionally invoked his transcendent vision to observe with greater precision the occurrences of his former future. In light of Su Yun's mysterious disappearance and the inexplicable erasure of related memories, Chen Feng harbored a vague suspicion that his own memories had also been obscured. If any particular moment warranted scrutiny, it was undoubtedly the summer of 2028. What transpired during that summer? Chen Feng pondered deeply, attempting a brief mental transcendence to explore his profound future memories. In July 2028, the Lunar Research Station was officially established, and as the most exceptional graduates, Su Yun and I were selected to join the Lunar Research Team, participating in archaeological excavations on the far side of the moon. During this expedition, we uncovered a colossal ancient city buried beneath the lunar surface. The architectural style of this city was starkly different from any known civilization on Earth, exuding an aura of mystery and dread. The memories that had been erased from my mind pertained to this ancient city on the moon's far side. Its builders seemed to possess technology that transcended human comprehension. They could manipulate gravity, influence the normal flow of time to a certain extent, and even create unique digital life forms. As Chen Feng delved deeper into his latent memories, in a state of transcendent vision, he appeared to uncover even more revelations. At the heart of that eerie city ruin, we stumbled upon a colossal altar, adorned with enigmatic symbols that bore an uncanny resemblance to certain inscriptions unearthed from the Yuzhou period at the Dadawan site. These cryptic markings remained unfathomable, their meanings eluding all comprehension. It seemed that, following this discovery, a nationwide practice of cultivation was abruptly initiated. In that moment, Chen Feng's memories began to stir tumultuously, as if a profound black hole within his consciousness was voraciously sweeping outward, threatening to engulf all of his awareness. Without hesitation, Chen Feng's right thumb struck against his middle finger, the knuckle of his thumb forcefully tapping 3 times upon his forehead. At that instant, the black hole within his memories trembled gently, revealing a vision of the past intertwined with a glimpse of the future. Suddenly, the far side of the moon convulsed violently, and the symbols upon the altar radiated a blinding luminescence. A vast vortex materialized above the altar, its interior a kaleidoscope of bizarre and otherworldly phenomena, as if it were a gateway to an alternate dimension entirely distinct from the fabric of reality. This vortex resembled a portal, a transcendent threshold, or perhaps a forbidden gateway to the outer cosmos. In a moment of disorientation, merely catching a fleeting glimpse, Chen Feng felt a tremor course through his being, akin to the onset of a great terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he severed his transcendent vision, his psyche contracting instantaneously, akin to a tardigrade rapidly dehydrating to survive. In the blink of an eye, he extricated himself from that dreamlike state. With his heart racing, Chen Feng exhaled a heavy breath. Wiping the beads of cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, a profound sense of relief washing over him, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Although he had cultivated the ability to retract his essence, the integration of tardigrade traits had been far too brief, and the genetic absorption and melding were still insufficient. Time was of the essence. He needed to undergo his first supergenetic evolution within 3 days. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng abruptly rose. Directing his gaze toward the mathematics instructor, Chen, who was passionately elucidating the complexities of hyperbolic equations. After a subtle gesture, and amidst the astonished and bewildered stares of his classmates, Chen Feng confidently exited the classroom. Chapter 4. Hidden Essence. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. According to the hyperbolic equation, the eccentricity could be expressed as 22, and since it was 6, therefore 222. Substituting into the eccentricity formula yielded 22. Chen, deep in thought, paused his lecture and adjusted his silver-framed glasses. He surveyed the whispering students, then glanced at the resolute Chen Feng as he strode out of the classroom. With a decisive motion, he set down his whiteboard marker and addressed the class in a commanding tone. Let us ponder the final question of this problem. Feel free to discuss it among yourselves. I will call upon someone to present their solution shortly. With that, Chen exited the classroom and made his way to the stairwell. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood quietly by the railing, his ashen face regaining some color. Chen Feng, is your health still not well? Or is your father troubling you again? Chen inquired, concern lacing his voice. Teacher my health is fine. I simply wish to request a week's leave to adjust my condition and manage some familial matters, Chen Feng replied. Chen is an exceptionally talented mathematics teacher and also serves as the homeroom teacher for Chen Feng's class. Due to Chen Feng's unique family circumstances, he has always shown great concern for him. Unfortunately, in the year 2029, the same year that Su Yun went missing, Chen was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer and passed away within a month. At that time, Chen Feng was engaged in archaeological work at Sangxingdui and was confined due to the discovery of astonishing secrets, which led him to miss Zenan's funeral. Taking a leave of absence was not an issue, and given your capabilities, gaining admission to a prestigious university should not be difficult. However, in recent years, the archaeology department has become quite competitive, and as a science student, you and Su Yun may face significant challenges in this field. Considering your aspirations, the top universities available to you are limited to Huajing University, Huaqi University, and the Academy of Social Sciences. I believe that if the matters concerning your father and stepmother are the root of the issue, you could soften your approach for now. Once you gain admission, you can distance yourself from that troublesome environment. If necessary, I can personally speak with your father. There is no need for you to bear excessive pressure. Chen spoke earnestly, genuinely wishing to see this talented individual not be destroyed by family issues. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and replied sincerely. Thank you for your concern, Teacher I assure you, I am fine. If anything arises, I will inform you immediately. As for the college entrance examination, even if I were to take it now, I am confident I possess a 99% chance of being admitted to Huaqi University. Chen regarded Chen Feng with a penetrating gaze and stated seriously, very well. Given your composed nature, I shall approve your leave, but remember your words. Regardless of what transpires, you can always reach out to me or Teacher Zhang. Do not engage in any self-destructive actions. Otherwise, you would truly be failing to honor the sacrifices your grandparents have made in raising you. Chen Feng chuckled at this, replying, Teacher I would never consider such a thing. Chen waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Since you have ample time, make sure to enjoy yourself and relax. Chen Feng nodded and then glanced at Chen. Just past 40, he had slightly dry, yellowing hair, a square face, and a noticeable beard. However, his complexion appeared waxy, and his skin was quite oily. His silver-framed glasses frequently slipped down his nose due to the oil seeping from his skin, prompting him to adjust them periodically. Chen Feng's gaze lingered on Zenan's weary face, and he gently advised, Teacher I've noticed that you've seemed rather lethargic lately, and your complexion doesn't look very good. It could be a sign of liver qi stagnation and blood stasis. Please find some time to visit the hospital for a checkup and take care of your health. Upon hearing this, Zen smiled broadly, revealing a set of slightly discolored, yellowish-white teeth. With a sense of appreciation, he replied, You are quite thoughtful. Don't worry, the school conducts annual health checkups. I did discover a minor cyst recently, but it's nothing serious. I'll continue to eat and drink as usual. Zen evidently did not take it too seriously. Observing this, Chen Feng chose not to press the matter further. After leaving the school, Chen Feng promptly returned home to continue his work on grafting and integrating tardigrade genes for evolution. Taking out a petri dish, Chen Feng captured a number of well-cultivated tardigrades, meticulously selecting them under a microscope. He then injected them into the center of his brow once more, employing the same method as before. This time, the sensation of vibration at his brow intensified, becoming more fervent and profound. Yet, unlike the previous occasion, Chen Feng found no need to emit any peculiar sounds to guide the convergence of neutrinos. By maintaining a unique rhythmic breathing pattern, one long breath followed by 3 short ones, he concentrated his spirit on the center of his brow, observing the fusion process between himself and the tardigrades. Much like the grafting of plants, he utilized the previously employed method of grafting evolution. In the year 2045, this technique was unveiled, marking the dawn of a new evolutionary path for humanity, one that allowed for the integration of animal traits into the human form. Various methods aimed at enhancing life through the capture of neutrinos emerged, leading to a plethora of evolutionary techniques, as humanity began to diverge from its pure essence. Regrettably, Chen Feng was so engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of the spirit capture net and delving into the profound secrets that allowed tardigrades to transcend its constraints that he remained largely oblivious to the broader changes in reality. Had it not been for his 3-year tenure as an inspector and commander of the 749 Bureau, during which he learned many hidden secrets, he would have remained ignorant of the monumental truths from earlier times. This time, Chen Feng planned to enter the 749 Bureau earlier, leveraging its profound resources to achieve a complete elevation of his spiritual dimension and transition to the concealed mode of the tardigrades. At that juncture, he would no longer need to concern himself with the anomalies of the spirit capture net, nor fear being erased by its irregularities. In this world, through my transcendent vision, I can distinctly perceive numerous discrepancies, akin to errors in a program. Although these will soon be debugged and rectified, they afford me the opportunity for transcendence and elevation. Even ordinary individuals occasionally encounter such discrepancies, yet the spirit capture net remains indifferent to these occurrences. For me, however, this represents a tremendous opportunity. Opportunities for extracting and merging neutrinos abound in the legends of the Falling Dragon and Inko, the Grave-Guarding Flood Dragon, the Northern Temple of the Lady, and the Serpent undergoing tribulation. Neutrinos, as described in Taoist philosophy, signify the source qi. In Buddhism, they represent karma. In Confucianism, they embody the spirit of righteousness. And in myths, they are the essence of the divine. They are the anomalous fires of the pure yang realm and the enigmatic forces of the extreme yin domain. Cultivation, in harmony with neutrinos, parallels the scientific concept of quantum entanglement. The foundation of elevation lies in introducing quantum entanglement and subsequently extricating oneself from it. Chen Feng murmured to himself as his spirit increasingly merged with the tardigrades, becoming more concentrated. The pulsation at his brow began to develop a rhythmic quality. In a state akin to tranquil meditation, he experienced a burgeoning sense of confidence, as though he held dominion over all of existence. He sensed that his body was beginning to blend into the space around him, becoming transparent and formless. The continued warmth emanating from his pineal gland and the intense sensation at his brow receded like a tide, only to surge forth again in waves. Soon, he felt as if his brow could open a vertical eye, hinting at a possible direction for future evolution. He attempted to open it, yet felt as if his eyelids were weighted down by an insurmountable force, refusing to part no matter his efforts. Chen Feng persistently endeavored time and again, until he was utterly exhausted, at which point he regained his composure. Unbeknownst to him, the water bear he had injected had completely merged within him, and his mental state had become remarkably clearer and purer. Judging solely by the levels of mastery delineated by the Martial Arts Association, he had attained a mental fortitude comparable to the hidden essence of martial artists in the year 2049. With such a level of mental strength, whether engaging in brief superdimensional visions to glimpse the anomalies that exist within reality, capturing neutrinos, rapidly dehydrating his physical form, or withstanding radiation and extreme temperatures, or employing his mind to subtly collapse and evade the obliteration stemming from these anomalies, all had become significantly easier. In other words, the unique biological ability of the water bear, the subtle collapse, had taken shape within Chen Feng, marking his entry into this realm. What followed was the wild and vigorous process of growth. After completing his training, night had descended. He entered the bathroom to cleanse himself and then scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. His height had increased by approximately 2 centimeters. His skin had become more delicate, and his physique appeared more harmonious. His vitality had intensified, imbuing him with a distinctive, commanding presence that could instill fear even in the fiercest of hunting dogs, rendering them paralyzed with fright. Gazing at his striking visage in the mirror, Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Thereafter, he focused on his own eyes, continuously adjusting his mental and spiritual state. Before long, the terrifying aura emanating from his brow was gradually concealed through his ability of subtle collapse. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a knock resounded at the door, coinciding with the ringing of his phone. Chen Feng exited his bedroom and opened the door to the living room. Chen Feng, have you eaten? The Lin family chef is at your service. Shui Yun, exuding a fragrant scent of body wash, stood at the door in a stylish, form-fitting khaki autumn dress, looking charmingly at Chen Feng. Oh, you seem even more handsome. Shui Yun blinked, her lovely face inexplicably taking on a hint of blush. The girl's blush surpassed even the sweetest of words. Chen Feng, feeling a ripple in his heart, smiled faintly and teased, I know you have a sweet tongue. Let us go. I've been waiting for this meal. Shui Yun rolled her eyes at him playfully and took his hand. After dinner, as they walked along the softly lit streets, Shui Yun gradually grew silent. She had been gently biting her lower lip, her head lowered for quite some time. Chen Feng silently accompanied her. Soon, they arrived at a seldom visited dead end beside the teaching building. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, their silhouettes stretched long. Shui Yun halted, cautiously lifting her gaze to Chen Feng, hesitatingly asking, Chen Feng, please don't be angry, but I want to ask again, are you still unwilling to forgive your father? Chen Feng paused briefly in contemplation, then shrugged it off with a light smile, replying, there is nothing to forgive or not forgive. Perhaps I felt some resentment in the past, but I truly have no thoughts on it now. As a reborn individual, many once cherished matters now hold little significance for Chen Feng. Su Yin tentatively remarked, Chen Feng, Uncle Chen called me after school and asked me to let you know that he wishes to discuss the company's legal matters with you tomorrow at your villa. Aunt Lu will take Chen Tua out for a day of fun, leaving you home alone. It is indeed not easy for Uncle Chen. Chen Feng cast a deep glance at Su Yun. Initially reluctant to explain, he suddenly recognized the plea and yearning in her eyes. Su Yun's father had passed away from overwork when she was very young, instilling in her an instinctive desire for familial harmony. Chen Feng's tone softened slightly. I certainly understand his difficulties. My mother left us early when I was still a child. It is only natural for him to seek companionship to alleviate his loneliness. It is also understandable that he entrusted me, a burden, to my grandparents, choosing to neglect his responsibilities. My anger stemmed from his lack of filial piety. After all, they were his parents. Later, as his career flourished, my grandparents had already passed on. His grief was thunderous, and the grand funeral stirred the entire small county town. But what does it matter now? They cannot return. As for myself, despite the vastness of his villa, I do not even have a room there. That house bears no trace of my mother. It has long ceased to be my home. What purpose does my return serve? Last year during the New Year, we managed to share a reunion dinner, yet whenever I reached for the dishes, that woman would rotate the table, serving everything to Chen Tua, who merely watched in silence, saying nothing. There have been countless similar absurdities. While these matters may seem trivial, they evoke a deep sense of regret. In the family business, he has transferred 99 of the shares to that woman, leaving everything to Chen Tua. Given Chen Tua's temperament, it is only a matter of time before trouble arises. Do you not comprehend what it means for me to be made the legal representative? Moreover, I have previously mentioned that the startup capital of this company was my mother's dowry. After her passing, all the gold and treasures she left behind were squandered by him. Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt a wave of sorrow. She had initially intended to argue that Uncle Chen had his own unavoidable struggles. After all, he had shown great concern for Chen Feng's well-being on multiple occasions, appearing particularly dejected. Yet, after listening to Chen Feng's heartfelt words, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng shook his head and said, such a family is too emotionally draining. Why should I entrap myself in such a predicament? Maintaining distance from them is actually beneficial for everyone involved. Look, I can focus on my studies and pursue my dreams without distraction, can I? Rest assured, I am not a vengeful wolf. I do not harbor hatred for my father. There is no need for resentment when compared to our aspirations and dreams. These grievances are truly insignificant. Should he ever find himself in need, I will fulfill my filial duties. Su Yun gazed at Chen Feng, hesitating to ask, do you really feel this way? Chen Feng gently ruffled Su Yun's hair and spoke softly, of course it's true. Since my grandparents passed away, I have been living alone for 3 years, and isn't it quite well? Besides, I am not lonely. After all, I have you, my dear childhood companion, blessed with both talent and beauty by my side. Upon hearing this, Su Yun gazed at Chen Feng for a long moment. Noticing that he did not exhibit the anger, resentment, frustration, or despondency he had often shown in the past, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A brilliant smile broke across her face as she reached out to gently grasp Chen Feng's hand, reassuringly saying, yes, I will always be by your side. For you are my dearest friend, my kindred spirit. Chen Feng's smile reappeared. Let us go, my most cherished friend. Su-Yun giggled, clasping her hands behind her back as she frolicked ahead, while Chen Feng followed at a leisurely pace. At the intersection, the roar of engines echoed like a beast's growl, growing louder in the quiet night. Across the street, a striking red McLaren sped recklessly through the traffic light, hurtling towards Su-Yun, who stood before Chen Feng. Chen Feng recognized the car well. It was the extravagant birthday gift his father, Chen Xiao, had purchased for his younger brother Chen Tuo on his 16th birthday, costing a staggering 5 million. Chen Tuo had often flaunted it before Chen Feng. At that moment, Su-Yun's smile froze, her steps abruptly halting, her legs tensing, and her body becoming rigid. Her eyes widened in terror as her heart raced, feeling as though it had leaped into her throat. Thoughts raced through her mind. I am going to be hit. This is bad. Chen Feng is behind me. Panic surged as she instinctively sought to dodge the oncoming vehicle. But she abruptly halted her movement, realizing that Chen Feng stood behind her. If she moved aside, he would be the one struck. In an instant, Su-Yun turned her head sharply towards Chen Feng and cried out, Chen Feng, quickly, get out of the way. Chapter 5. Chen Tuo. In that fleeting moment when Su-Yun turned her head, Chen Feng caught a glimpse of a profound starry sky reflected in her suddenly constricted pupils. In the late autumn of Jiang City, the night air, damp and fragrant with osmanthus, enveloped them as the leaves of the sycamore trees by the dead-end road began to turn yellow and fall. The blinding headlights of the McLaren drew near, the thunderous engine noise accompanied by the harsh screech of tires violently grinding against the pavement. Chen Feng stared directly at the glaring headlights, his gaze penetrating the windshield to behold Chen Tuo's flushed face, exhilarated in the driver's seat. His expression was playful, devoid of madness, instead carrying an air of mischievous intent. Chen Tuo's seemingly reckless behavior was merely a display of his lavish car and self-proclaimed unbeatable drifting skills, particularly when Chen Feng and Su-Yun were together. Chen Tuo reveled in showcasing his ostentation, all to capture Su-Yun's attention. In a past life, a similar incident had unfolded 2 months later, on January 3, 2025. On that fateful day, Su-Yun instinctively evaded, only to collide with the rear of a drifting vehicle, which sent her flying through the air. In that moment, witnessing Su-Yun's leg twisted nearly 180 degrees and her body drenched in blood, Chen Feng felt as if the very sky had collapsed upon him. In a fit of rage, he smashed Chen Tuo's car and nearly beat Chen Tuo to death. This incident escalated the conflict with his family and deteriorated his relationship with Chen Tuo's mother. Lu Min ultimately pushed to his limits. Chen Feng severed all ties with the Chen family. Following that tragic accident, Su-Yun bore a ghastly scar on her leg, which impeded her ability to walk with normal balance. From that point on, her behavior turned peculiar. She spoke less, and her demeanor grew increasingly melancholic. During this period, Chen Tuo made multiple attempts to apologize to both Chen Feng and Su-Yun, intending to mend their relationship and offer half of his company shares to them. Yet both Chen Feng and Su-Yun declined his overtures. On November 31, 2029, after Su-Yun's disappearance, Chen Tuo completed his originally intended major in Han language ahead of schedule and switched to archaeology, taking over Su-Yun's position. He subsequently demonstrated remarkable prowess by passing the trials of the Dawn organization under the auspices of Bureau 749. On May 20, 2037, Chen Tuo achieved enlightenment and awakened his spiritual essence, entering a specialized laboratory to undergo a consciousness upload experiment. A month later, he ventured into a mysterious colossal gate beneath the Antarctic glaciers alongside Bureau 749 Senior Inspector Wang Xin, the enigmatic Taoist Zhang Daoling, biologist Lin Wanrong, and esteemed academic Li Jing. Remarkably, while Wang Zhen emerged alive, becoming a martial artist of the celestial realm, all others perished. 3 days later, Lu Min, Chen Tuo's mother, was discovered deceased in her villa, having suffered 1,800 stab wounds. Meanwhile, Chen Tuo's father, Chen Xiao, mysteriously vanished without a trace. Unlike Su-Yun, traces of Chen Zhao's existence had not been erased. A flurry of memories raced through Chen Feng's mind as he beheld the roaring McLaren approaching. In a split second, he concentrated his spirit, employing a higher dimensional vision to observe the three-dimensional space. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness transcended dimensions, weaving a web of reality before him, revealing the entire trajectory of time and developments in all directions. With formidable mental strength, Chen Feng glimpsed a future that far surpassed his imagination. At that moment, he instinctively reached out to grasp Su-Yun and pull her away. Yet his hand halted mid-reach as Su-Yun's form, within Chen Feng's heightened perception, vanished almost instantaneously. It was as if time and space momentarily twisted, shattering Chen Feng's enhanced vision. In that brief instant, an array of anomalies unfolded, leaving Chen Feng's mind in a cacophony while his body grew cold. The world around him seemed to become blindingly bright in that very moment. Chen Feng, without a hint of hesitation, activated the latent abilities derived from the integration of tardigrade genes, causing an extraordinary collapse that transcended dimensional perception while simultaneously silencing all of his active consciousness. The tardigrade's ability to enter a state of cryptobiosis is unparalleled, rendering it an entity that cannot be contained even by the most sophisticated spiritual nets, possessing an exceptionally formidable shielding effect. Amidst the jarring sound of screeching brakes, sparks flew from the ground as the tires skidded, emitting plumes of black smoke. Through the acrid haze, the crimson McLaren spun out in a series of dramatic drifts, completing 2 full rotations before coming to a halt mere inches from Su Yun. Her complexion turned pale, a look of sheer terror in her eyes, and her body trembled with fear. Despite her quaking form, she instinctively turned to face Chen Feng after a brief moment of hesitation. At that moment, Chen Feng was less than a meter away from Su Yun, prompting her to clutch him tightly. Her body continued to shiver, her ashen face betraying an unmistakable weariness of spirit. Chen Feng, I thought I was done for. Su Yun stammered, her tongue tripping over itself, clearly shaken. It's all right. He was merely showing off his driving skills, Chen Feng reassured her, patting her back gently while dismissing the memories of the extraordinary scene he had witnessed just moments before. In the instant before the collision, Su Yun's spirit had displayed an unusual intensity, even radiating a distinct spiritual essence. This phenomenon was akin to the blinding light of a nuclear explosion erupting in a pitch-black world, too conspicuous to escape the notice of spiritual nets. While some individuals may unveil extraordinary potential in moments of peril, even if they are genuinely average, such bursts of energy are fleeting and superficial, not representative of true dimensional awakening. Yet, such an eruption could easily lead to their demise, and Su Yun's display was far too brilliant and significant. Chen Feng surmised that Su Yun's earlier disappearance in his past life was likely linked to her premature spiritual awakening and enlightenment. Lost in contemplation, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the striking red sports car, which Chen Tuo had recklessly employed against Su Yun. Chen Tuo, it seemed, took a perverse delight in this, even if it was unintentional. At that moment, the roar of the McLaren's engine began to diminish, ultimately falling silent. The car door swung open, and Chen Tuo emerged with a cheeky grin. He donned a flamboyant floral shirt paired with black and white suspenders, his hair styled in a center part and dyed chestnut brown with hints of gray. He exuded an air of both swagger and mischief. Hey, Chen Feng, Su Yun. Good evening. Were you dazzled by my driving skills? Chen Tuo winked at Su Yun, even going so far as to whistle. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy as he approached Chen Tuo deliberately. Hey, what is with the hostility, Chen Feng? Are you envious? Let us talk it out. I could let you take my car for a spin, Chen Tuo stammered, sensing the impending danger and feeling a wave of panic wash over him. With a piercing glare, Chen Feng swiftly reached out, seizing Chen Tuo's neck and pushing him backward until his back collided with the front of the McLaren. Chen Tuo, who had been laughing moments before, suddenly found his demeanor collapsing as he felt the immense pressure around his throat. He slightly turned his face, instinctively glancing at Su Yun beside him. In that fleeting moment, meeting Su Yun's bright, star-like eyes, Chen Tuo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Let go. Chen Tuo's face flushed crimson, his tone laced with agitation. Chen Feng regarded him coldly. In the next instant, he tightened his grip decisively. Chen Tuo's pupils constricted, and the flush of agitation and shame on his face abruptly froze. Chen Feng lifted him effortlessly and slammed him onto the hood of the McLaren. With a resounding thud, the McLaren sank, the engine hood emitting a deep, heavy echo. Chen Tuo cried out in pain, feeling as though the bones in his backside had cracked. Yet, his cries were stifled, as Chen Feng's iron-like grip constricted around his neck, leaving him gasping for breath. In mere moments, the veins in Chen Tuo's neck bulged, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his complexion darkened to a purplish hue. If you wish to die, or wish to experience the taste of death, I can grant that for you. Chen Feng's gaze was calm yet icy as it bore down on Chen Tuo. Chen Feng, don't act impulsively, it's not worth it. I'm fine. Su Yun exclaimed in alarm, fearing Chen Feng might choke Chen Tuo to death. She rushed over, gripping Chen Feng's arm, attempting to pry his hand away. Chen Feng cast a glance at Su Yun and gradually released his grip. Su Yun hesitated, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of concern. Once Chen Tuo regained his breath, he gasped deeply, drenched in cold sweat. Under the pressure of impending death, the adrenaline that had surged within him dissipated entirely, leaving behind a haunting sense of dread and a fleeting relief at having survived. For the first time, he recognized how terrifying his usually quiet, honest, and broad-minded older brother could be when consumed by rage. Like a frenzied wolf, ready to devour at any moment. Chen Tuo lay limply on the hood, his body weak and powerless, nearly succumbing to the urge to urinate. The triviality of life seemed overshadowed by the oppressive weight of fear, inducing a suffocating discomfort. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, only to be struck by the humiliating realization of his disgraceful behavior, akin to a joke, especially in Su Yun's presence. Overcome by emotion, he could not help but cover his mouth and sob quietly. Chen Tuo, you are 17 now, not a child, Chen Feng said after a moment of contemplation, his voice grave. I understand that you envy and resent my superiority in various aspects, which makes you feel inferior in my presence. But I have never wished to compete with you. Your mother has repeatedly indulged you in my presence, humiliating me and treating us differently because of you. I have tolerated this time and again, considering that you are not inherently bad. These are trivial matters, insignificant to me. However, your need to boast, your desperate actions to prove your worth, and your reckless attempts to seek attention in order to gain Su Yun's admiration, what do you hope to achieve? I am aware of your infatuation with Su Yun. No, I do not harbor such feelings. I understand that Su Yun does not hold any affection for me. I merely wish to flaunt my 5 million worth McLaren supercar. Indeed, I take pleasure in boasting. Is there any fault in that? Chen Tuo's face flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead pulsating, as he vehemently defended himself. Although his protestations appeared absurd, he was earnest in his desire to save face. Chen Feng silently observed Chen Tuo, who defiantly held his head high yet dared not meet Chen Feng's gaze. Your emotions are far too superficial and juvenile. Pursuing a girl is not conducted in such a manner. Should your recent actions spiral out of control, they could lead to irreparable consequences that would haunt you for a lifetime. You are 17 now. It is time for you to reflect upon your actions over these years. Chen Feng asserted, adding, this is the first and last time I will resort to physicality with you. From now on, you would do well to heed my warning. With that, Chen Feng turned to Su Yun, who was still closely nestled beside him, softening his tone. Yun, allow me to escort you home. Su Yun nodded gently, her gaze shifting to Chen Tuo with a complex expression, as if she struggled to find the right words. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Chen Feng's hand, a flicker of determination crossing her face as she resolutely declared, Chen Tuo, I appreciate your affection, but my heart belongs to another. You are indeed remarkable and will surely find a girl who is better suited for you. Su Yun's forthright words plunged Chen Tuo into a profound bewilderment. In that moment, he felt as though he had suffered a heartbreak. He felt akin to a heartlessly abandoned child, adrift and uncertain of his path. Chen Tuo glanced at his wrist, adorned with a Rolex ice blue Daytona valued at over 400,000, which indicated the time as 10:34 in the evening. The wildcats outside the dead-end road were calling out their youthful cries. Alone, he lay atop the hood of the 5 million McLaren, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, watching sorrow cascade like a river, reminiscing about his lost youth. Let us depart. Chen Feng disregarded Chen Tuo's melodrama, grasping Su Yun's hand as he turned away from the crossroads. Su Yun leaned against Chen Feng, exuding an air of intimacy and compliance. Their relationship resembled that of the closest lovers, yet remained devoid of any transgressions. Chen Feng understood Su Yun well. Her greatest aspiration was to become an archaeologist, to unearth the unsolved mysteries of civilization, to advance human progress, and to strive towards the stars. Given Su Yun's exceptional perceptiveness, she clearly sensed that humanity was at a critical juncture, necessitating a spiritual awakening and vigilant guardianship. Thus, from Su Yun's perspective, she would never squander excessive time on romantic pursuits. Even if she were to choose a partner, it would have to be one who shared her passions and aspirations. Chen Tuo was afforded no opportunity. It was evident that Su Yun would not grant him one. Moreover, in Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Tuo's supposed affection was merely an attempt to seize all that Chen Feng possessed, a quest for genuine validation, driven solely by a desire to not concede defeat. Upon exiting the intersection, the once desolate streets gradually blossomed into a bustling scene. At that moment, instinctively, Chen Feng shifted his peripheral gaze, focusing his mental energy to expand his vision. In his periphery, on a distant 33-story building, a figure cloaked in black stood silently before a floor-to-ceiling window, fixated upon Su Yun. It seemed that he had captured the unusual mental state Su Yun exhibited in her moment of peril, as well as the anomalous circumstances surrounding her. Contemplating this, Chen Feng activated his extraordinary ability of transdimensional sight for a fleeting glimpse. In the next instant, a shadowy figure enveloped him entirely. It was he. At that moment, a chill coursed through Chen Feng's heart, plunging it into despair. Indeed, Su Yun was being watched. Chapter 6. The Bad in Jiang City. On Nanli North Road, At the 33rd floor of Fuxing Huafu, a man in a black cloak stood with his hands clasped behind him, intently observing the two silhouettes disappearing at the end of Nanli North Road, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Just then, a woman in a delicate green gown, strikingly graceful, approached silently. Nightingale, the man in black suddenly spoke. The woman named Nightingale wore a silver mask resembling a nightingale, her eyes clear and lively, exuding an enchanting frost-like aura. Bat, it has been quite some time, yet your mission has shown no progress. Perhaps it is time to consider a new target. Otherwise, you may merely squander your time. Her voice, cool and devoid of emotion, echoed in the air. The man, Bat, casually lifted a glass of red wine from the nearby table, savoring a sip before casting a knowing glance at Nightingale. There is no need for such pretenses. I am aware of your extraordinary background and your intention to recruit Su Yun into 749, which suggests you wish to meddle in this matter. However, it is certain that Su Yun is currently the only individual with the potential to access parallel dimensional realities. On the surface, I have monitored her for half a year with no visible progress, yet in reality, it has been a year, and there have been significant advancements. More importantly, just moments ago, she provided me with a delightful surprise. No, or perhaps I should say, two surprises. Bat, shrouded in his hood, possessed an imposing stature and pale skin, resembling a Caucasian from Grisha. Adorned with black-framed glasses intricately engraved with bat motifs, his eyes glimmered with an eerie azure hue. His visage appeared square and prominent, with thick brows and large eyes, yet this was not his true appearance. Both he and Nightingale donned high-fidelity silicone masks, special contact lenses with unique patterns, and fingerprint-encoded gloves, rendering them indistinguishable even to the most advanced technological recognition systems. Faced with Bat's forthright revelation, Nightingale exhibited no change in emotion, merely pausing in silence for a moment. It seems my information is rather outdated. Nightingale pondered momentarily before slowly speaking. Regarding the matters on the 749 side, my involvement has been minimal. I possess no conclusive evidence concerning Su Yun and the parallel dimension, thus I am merely conducting an inquiry. However, since you are unwilling to relent, I am curious to know your true intentions. As she spoke, Nightingale's demeanor grew significantly more serious, tinged with an air of warning. You have already committed numerous offenses. Some matters should not be taken too far. Otherwise, even with your exceptional status, you will find yourself unable to escape the consequences. Bat, upon hearing this, shrugged nonchalantly. He took a generous sip of red wine before leisurely responding, I have devised a plan to orchestrate an accident personally. This time, I intend to employ a vehicle loaded with iron bars to test Su Yun. I aim to leave her with no avenue of escape. Nightingale gasped, her complexion immediately darkening. Are you insane? Do you intend to reduce her to a pulp? She has not undergone any form of human experimentation. Her only distinction lies in her heightened mental activity. How could she withstand such an ordeal? This is criminal. Bat scoffed upon hearing her words. It seems this position does not suit you. Nightingale furrowed her brow deeply, her expression turning grim. Do you truly insist on proceeding with this? Bat replied coolly. Team Leader Wong has granted me full authority, and you have already been discarded. If it were not for the slight regard I still hold for you, and your modicum of beauty and utility, I would not even be having this conversation. Nightingale's breathing quickened noticeably, her icy demeanor sharpening even further. Bat, unfazed, savored his wine with evident pleasure. As of now, I, as an observer, possess the most profound understanding of the spirit capture net. You may offer suggestions or share your thoughts, but I shall not heed them. Additionally, the reason I have disclosed my surveillance plan to you is to prevent any interference during my operation. Nightingale's frosty gaze fixated intently on Bat. He continued, almost as if speaking to himself, not only Su Yun, but also Chen Feng. Although I have typically regarded such minor figures with disdain, he has unexpectedly caught my attention. Initially, I perceived him as nothing more than a lump of mud, yet now I discern a gem hidden within that muck. Whether he has been replaced by a unique spirit or is experiencing chaos due to dark matter disturbances, what you refer to as ghostly particles causing mental disarray and personality fragmentation, I believe it warrants further exploration. I intend to meet with him privately and, after subjecting him to mental hypnosis, have him endure 1,800 blades in his dreams. Perhaps it will yield surprising results. You are truly mad. They are merely 17 or 18 years old, still aspiring to contribute to human civilization, and you have lost all sense of humanity. Even if they possess genuine value, a series of operations like yours will render them utterly ruined. Nightingale's voice sharpened, becoming somewhat grating. You are still too young. Your true voice nearly revealed 70% of your identity, which poses a significant risk of exposure. No wonder Wang Jin abandoned you. The bat gazed at the nightingale with an expression of profound disappointment. The nightingale's breath hitched, and its pupils constricted slightly. I have likely deduced your identity, a 3-character surname with a single name that includes the character for snow. Were it not for the support you have, you would have been sacrificed this time. As the bat spoke, it raised a hand to silence the nightingale, whose pupils were still violently contracting. It does not matter if it is wasteful, time is of the essence. The ancient city ruins on the moon's far side have emerged, and the forbidden door beneath the glaciers has already been opened. There is truly no time to lose. Therefore, it is better to err on the side of sacrifice than to let anyone escape. Moreover, as you know, civilian neural interfaces have already surfaced. Should Chen Feng and Su Yun perish, their cerebrospinal fluid can still be extracted for cloning, and consciousness can be uploaded to test our digital immortality experiments. There will always be sacrifices. They are simply the ones who have drawn the short straw, and it is their honor to do so. The bat's words pierced the nightingale's ears like a blade. The nightingale stared wide-eyed, trembling, yet found itself unable to utter a word. The night had deepened. Holding Su Yun's hand, Chen Feng did not look back at the towering building. The abilities of the tardigrade had not yet been fully developed. Its latent collapse and subsequent genetic absorption capabilities had yet to form a true cyclical system, and its growth period was still too brief. In a previous life, Chen Feng's first encounter with the figure in the black robe occurred within the Dawn organization under the auspices of Bureau 749. Beneath Bureau 749, there exists an incredibly mysterious peripheral organization known as Dawn. The members of the Dawn organization serve as peripheral executors, akin to special inspectors within a sect. Aside from the Dawn organization, there is also an internal research group within Bureau 749, comprised entirely of highly capable and powerful researchers. In contrast to Bureau 749, there exists an equally enigmatic organization for equality known as the Celestial Court. The identities of the members within the Celestial Court are shrouded in mystery. The existence of the Celestial Court corresponds to the direct study of spirit capture nets and observers. When Chen Feng first encountered this clandestine organization, the first individual he befriended was the bat, a peculiar entity shrouded in the skin of a Caucasian. Such beings typically do not exhibit any abilities beyond those of ordinary humans and appear quite similar to them. Yet, their casual performances in certain matters place them at the pinnacle of the industry. To put it simply, even if they casually engage in rhythm games, they can shatter the highest records, leaving ordinary people in awe. The bat is chillingly rational, devoid of any emotion. To achieve its ends, it disregards human life, employing methods of brutality that are appalling. Chen Feng even harbored a vague suspicion that the bat might not be truly human, for in its eyes, the most talented individuals for dissection and experimentation are its favorites. Ironically, such a mad and perverse existence is tacitly accepted by the rules. In his previous life, before his rebirth, Chen Feng encountered a bat in the year 2030 and bore witness to the brutal experiment involving a 1-year-old foreign infant capable of speaking multiple languages. Despite having witnessed numerous horrific scenes, the experience left Chen Feng with profound physiological discomfort. Little did he anticipate that merely 2 days into his new life, he would discover that Su Yun had already caught the attention of the bat. The bat, an entity hailing from the celestial realm, was audacious enough to refer to itself as an observer and belonged to a mysterious organization that dared to study spirit-capturing nets without facing annihilation. This alone was indicative of numerous underlying issues. In light of this, even the most obtuse could deduce that Su Yun's disappearance in his past life was likely intricately linked to this bat. Chen Feng, what troubles you? Su Yun inquired with concern, having sensed his unease. It's just an inexplicable sense of apprehension. For the time being, try to avoid going out alone, especially at night. Chen Feng advised thoughtfully. Su Yun, upon hearing this, gently squeezed Chen Feng's hand with her slightly cold fingers and replied softly, I understand. I won't venture out alone at night unless you are with me. But I am more worried about you, she added, evident tenderness lacing her voice. Chen Feng tightened his grip on Su Yun's hand, his tone gentle as he reassured her, I am fine. Do not dwell on Chen Tuo's matters. Tomorrow, I will have a thorough discussion with my father and Aunt Lu. These issues are trivial. It is better to set them aside early. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Su Yun sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Just remember, if something is bothering you, please share it with me. Do not keep it to yourself. All right? Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yun gazed at him and then adjusted the slightly wrinkled hem of his grayish-white long shirt, saying, Your clothes are getting a bit worn. I bought you 2 new outfits and 2 pairs of shoes online from your favorite Hongxing brand. After escorting Su Yun to her building and watching her enter the hallway and ascend in the elevator, Chen Feng turned to leave, his figure gradually fading into the night. Instead of returning home, he made his way to the roadside, preparing to hail a cab to an abandoned cemetery on the outskirts. His destination was driven by the need to rescue a stray dog that required saving. Prior to his rebirth, Chen Feng had delved deeply into the study of tardigrades, extracting gene fragments to edit his own genetic makeup. This led him to create a potion imbued with formidable energy and unknown mutation gene sequences, granting him the ability to merge with the genes of other organisms. He integrated the genes of the tardigrade, acquiring remarkable resilience and mental fortitude. Fused with the genes of a cheetah, he gained astonishing agility. Merged with the genes of an eagle, he obtained exceptional vision and dynamic tracking capabilities. And by incorporating the genes of the lighthouse jellyfish, he developed terrifying vitality. However, these abilities paled in comparison to the tardigrade's grotesque capability of devouring the genes of any species and optimizing them for evolution. To fully realize this potential, especially without a foundation in his previous life, was utterly impossible. In this lifetime, endowed with transcendent vision and the ability of latent collapse, equipped with memories of a future 25 years ahead, and the subsequent integration of the genes of myriad beings, the evolution of life, free from the trappings of superficiality, shall unfold effortlessly. It is merely a matter of time. Currently, he has integrated a mere 30 or so tardigrades, and his acquired abilities remain limited. Both transcendent vision and latent collapse are merely foundational skills, now devoid of mental backlash. Such capabilities, on the surface, pose a daunting challenge to prevent Su Yun from persecution. A gentleman conceals his talents, biding his time. Thus, he must seek an ally in advance, prioritizing their presence while subtly orchestrating his plans. Among the formidable allies he considers, two stand out, neither of whom is human. The first is a white fox, elusive and unattainable, having escaped from the colossal gates of the Antarctic glacier. The mysterious and forbidden gates beneath the Antarctic ice have yet to be fully opened, leaving no human to investigate within. The second is a dog, a Chinese rural breed. At this juncture, this dog lies in a mass grave, keeping company with its owner, who has long since passed away 3 years prior. The dog's body has deteriorated significantly, its fur nearly all fallen away, and it is riddled with festering sores teeming with maggots. Yet, even in such a deplorable state, the dog has persevered for a full 3 months. On February 1st, 2025, as it teetered on the brink of death, it was fortuitously discovered and rescued by Li Jing, an academician at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This dog, celebrated for its unwavering loyalty, was uploaded online by Li's students and quickly became an internet sensation, dubbed Loyal Dog Brother. However, Chen Feng recognized that this dog was exceptionally unique, possessing an intelligence that far surpassed that of ordinary humans. It had a name of its own, one that Chen Feng had unearthed through a special psychic connection after absorbing numerous unique genes that facilitated its evolutionary transformation. At this moment, understanding the essence of the dog, Chen Feng's objective was to intercept and claim this loyal canine in advance. This loyal dog, with its formidable mental prowess, robust physique, and astonishing bloodline evolution capabilities, represented precisely what Chen Feng required at present. Lost in contemplation, a taxi finally arrived, and Chen Feng waved it down. The mass grave? The taxi driver, a balding man in his 50s, turned pale upon hearing the destination. His gaze towards Chen Feng altered, his voice trembling slightly. The midnight wind seemed particularly frigid to him at that moment. Chapter 7. The loyal dog noticing the driver's trepidation. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile, handing over 200 yuan bills. Rest assured, uncle, I'm just attending to a matter and shall return shortly. Riding back in your cab. The driver, eyeing the crisp bills and scrutinizing the spirited young man before him, hesitated momentarily, swallowed hard, and finally said, "All right. Get in the car." Chen Feng opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. After a brief moment, he suggested taking the route through Fireworks and Toy Street, pausing slightly upon reaching a large shop so that he could procure a few items. As he reminded the driver of this, he also secured his seatbelt. The driver, startled, inhaled sharply, his hand trembling as he abruptly released the handbrake, causing it to spring up with a loud clatter. His face reflected sheer terror as he gazed at Chen Feng, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fireworks and Toy Street was, in reality, a street associated with funerary services dedicated to matters of the deceased. At this moment, the phone mounted beside the taxi's steering wheel displayed the time, precisely midnight. Inside the taxi, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The portly taxi driver was panting heavily, clearly shaken, as though he had encountered something otherworldly. In a previous life, the phenomenon of universal cultivation commenced after July 2028, a period marked by the frequent occurrence of bizarre events. It was not a resurgence of the supernatural. Rather, it was due to the loosening of the spirit-catching net that the departed remained unaware of their own demise. Their spirits, having detached from their corporeal forms, fused with neutrinos, lingering between heaven and earth, difficult to disperse. Before 2024, such occurrences were rare. During that time, the spirit-catching net functioned normally, allowing the deceased to remain in the mortal realm for merely 7 days before being eradicated by the net. During those 7 days, many souls were oblivious to their own death, their spirits hovering near their physical bodies, taking on unique forms of neutrinos. Understanding this truth, the so-called ghostly particles and apparitions held little to fear. Uncle, one must trust in science and not succumb to fear, even if such entities existed. Consider this. What you dread is, in fact, the yearning of others for their dearly departed whom they can no longer meet. Chen Feng spoke calmly. The taxi driver paused at Chen Feng's words, his gaze fixed on the youthful face of the boy in the passenger seat, exuding an air of nonchalance and composure that imbued him with newfound courage. Indeed, what was there to fear? He wiped his glistening bald head with his sleeve, exhaling deeply as he released the handbrake and started the taxi. As they drove along, the driver occasionally sneaked glances at Chen Feng, seemingly apprehensive that the young man might vanish at any moment. He engaged in a casual conversation with Chen Feng, attempting to dispel the shadows lingering in his mind. Gradually, as their dialogue flowed more freely, the middle-aged man began to relax, navigating through fireworks and Toy Street. Chen Feng purchased a pitch-black canvas bag filled with cotton and a large bag of incense and paper money before returning to the car, after which the driver fell silent once more. However, he appeared to have deduced that this striking young man was indeed human. The taxi gradually merged onto the 4th Ring Road, and the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil. The road leading to the suburban mass graveyard saw little traffic. The chaotic burial site is situated on a desolate hill on the outskirts of Jiangqing, a place rarely trodden by human feet, overgrown with weeds and dotted with graves, leading to frequent occurrences of the supernatural. Young man, I see you are still a student, aren't you? Running over there in the dead of night for a live stream? A few others have attempted the same and met with misfortune. One named Li San, whom I escorted there, smashed an abandoned gravestone during his live stream and returned infected with a dreadful ailment, his body rotting and oozing pus. Within less than a week, he perished in the hospital. Heed my advice, do not partake in this folly. That place is exceedingly cursed and not worth the risk, the taxi driver urged. Chen Feng chuckled. Uncle, drive with peace of mind. Truly, there is nothing to worry about. The driver, shaking his head in resignation, pressed on with the journey. Soon, the taxi exited the 4th Ring Road and ventured onto the mountainous path. After more than half an hour of bumping along the rugged terrain, the taxi halted in a desolate hilly area, nearly 700 or 800 meters from the chaotic burial ground. Yet, the driver refused to advance even a single meter further. The night wind howled, creating an atmosphere akin to a mournful lament. The trees of November stood bare, their branches swaying in the breeze, emitting a sorrowful sound. The rustling of vines accompanied the sight of clusters of phosphorescent lights flickering eerily at the distant burial site, rendering the surroundings unnerving. Uncle, please wait for me here for about 20 minutes. If I do not return within that time, you may leave. Chen Feng instructed as he opened the car door and retrieved incense, paper money, and a bulky black canvas bag from the trunk. The driver shuddered, his lips twitching as he struggled to suppress his unease. Hurry up, don't mess around in this place. Young people truly have a penchant for ignoring warnings, he muttered, eager to vacate the ominous locale. Chen Feng's gaze shifted forward as he subtly activated his transcendent vision ability for a brief glimpse. At a glance, the burial site appeared as if scanned by thermal imaging, revealing countless anomalous ghostly particles. However, these entities were not fully formed, their origin easily understood. Many buried here met untimely ends, leaving behind unfulfilled wishes and persistent attachments. These attachments, a form of concentrated spiritual energy, when combined with the free electrons in the human body, attract neutrinos, forming clusters of unique neutrino groups. Neutrinos possess no intrinsic properties, yet human attachments can imbue them with certain characteristics. If a cluster embodies the scene of a spirit's demise, it may occasionally record this moment through neutrinos, akin to a magnetic imprint. When individuals with low life magnetic fields and fragile spirits pass by, they often experience a phenomenon of interference, reminiscent of quantum entanglement or the unexpected effects observed in the double-slit experiment. This is the scientific rationale behind what is often deemed strange occurrences. The so-called enigmatic realm and the peculiar wall of deception are manifestations of one's own spiritual domain being disrupted, resulting in an environmental transposition effect within the neutrino-etched field. Ultimately, even entities with a modicum of psychic strength remain unperturbed by such ghostly particles. For Chen Feng, such entities are mere trifles, With a slight reversal of his inherent collapsibility, he could effortlessly obliterate a vast expanse. As his thoughts flickered, the neutrinos, imbued with distorted obsessions and occasionally surfacing around him, fled far away, seemingly eager to avoid his presence. Paying no heed to this, Chen Feng recalled that the dog should be situated next to a solitary grave in the northwest corner of the mass grave. After traversing through dense thickets for approximately 6 minutes, he finally laid eyes upon the solitary grave. Before the grave stood a gaunt, emaciated dog, its fur mostly gone, curled motionless before the dark and dilapidated tombstone, as if it were already deceased. As Chen Feng approached, the dog, with its scabrous ears, quivered slightly, its murky, lifeless eyes opening a mere crack to gaze at him without any semblance of emotion. Observing the current state of his Chinese rural dog, Chen Feng noted its body riddled with sores and maggots. The air around them permeated with a putrid stench of decay. The dog's name was Xiao Bao, a stray that had been taken in by its owner, a girl who had been abandoned since childhood and suffered from a congenital genetic disorder, devoid of family or friends. After the girl's untimely demise, she nearly decomposed in her rented room, only to be discovered by the landlord when Xiao Bao, in its despair, tugged at the landlord's trousers, leading him to the horrid scene upon detecting the stench of death. Ultimately, the landlord honored the girl's last wishes by laying her to rest in this mass grave, with only her faithful stray, Xiao Bao, to accompany her in life and death. At this moment, Chen Feng did not immediately engage in a psychic resonance with Xiao Bao. Instead, he offered incense and paper money in tribute to the girl, quietly reciting a passage of scripture. This act was neither superstition nor metaphysics, in truth. Since humanity has entered the era of awakening, both superstition and metaphysics converge into science. Conversely, it is equally valid to assert that the scripture can generate a unique resonant frequency, guiding neutrinos into a patterned arrangement of genetic sequences. This effect allows the ghostly particles, laden with obsessions, to release their bindings, enabling the mutated neutrinos, entangled at the quantum level, to become liberated and pure once more. Under this premise, calling it a transcendence is indeed reasonable. If there remains any lingering attachment from Xiao Bao's unfortunate owner, it must surely be the happiness of her beloved dog. In precisely such a place, upon his arrival, Chen Feng felt the gentle caress of the cold wind, yet it bore no intense chill. As the incense burned, the flickering candlelight enveloped the scene in a soft glow. The incense served to enhance the stability of the ghostly particles. Within this ambience, Chen Feng discerned the faint silhouette of a youthful girl, her countenance sallow and her frame skeletal, not yet 20 years of age. "Chen Ying, my name is Chen Feng. From now on, I shall take good care of Xiao Bao," he murmured softly. He is a steadfast believer and practitioner of science. Thus he operates within a transcendent perspective. And in that state, his latent mental energy gently quivered. The ephemeral presence of Chen Ying immediately dissipated. The slight chill in the air vanished without a trace. The night breeze gently swept in, carrying with it a hint of warmth, presumably a gift from Chen Ying to Chen Feng. Xiao Bao suddenly lifted its head, its murky, viscous eyes fixed intently upon Chen Feng. In that moment, tears streamed down its face. Chen Feng's transcendent vision enveloped Xiao Bao, projecting the image of Chen Ying soaring into the sky, along with the scene of the joyful future that Chen Ying wished for Xiao Bao. This was interspecies communication. Yet it was not a daunting task. Since the universal cultivation began in July 2028, anyone who has attained the first realm of martial arts, the hidden origin realm, possesses the foundation for such communication. On this foundation, if one can enhance their mental strength and freely control their mental frequency, even briefly transcending dimensions, they can communicate across any species. The higher the intelligence of the counterpart, the more effortless the communication. Xiao Bao, possessing remarkable intelligence, wept profusely at the mere transmission of Chen Feng's spirit. Its tail, nearly too weary to wag, still moved vigorously. It stumbled in its attempts to rise, falling multiple times to the ground. Finally, it stood, edging closer to Chen Feng, sniffing his scent, yearning for closeness yet fearing that its own filth might tarnish him. Softly, Xiao Bao whimpered, then staggered towards Chen Ying's grave, rubbing its head against the stone, emitting a heart-wrenching lament. "Xiao Bao, let us go. Once you find happiness, Chen Ying can rest in peace, if such a place exists." Chen Feng conveyed this goodwill. As he spoke, he squatted down, partially unzipping the dark canvas bag he had previously purchased. Xiao Bao gazed longingly at the weathered gravestone, hesitating before extending its tongue to lick the stone 9 times. As it licked, it strained to wag its tail. Each movement of its bare tail, barely concealing its tailbone, seemed as if it could snap off and fly away. Tears intermittently flowed from its murky eyes. The corners of its eyes, long since decayed, were a sight most distressing, and the foul odor emanating from it was truly nauseating. Yet at that moment, in Chen Feng's eyes, it was undeniably beautiful, adorable, and magnificent. The loyalty of the Huaguo rural dog is etched into its very genes. Chen Feng approached and lifted the 45-centimeter tall Xiao Bao. Its weight was astonishingly light, far beyond his expectations. He placed it in the canvas bag and zipped it up partially. Grasping the bag, Chen Feng descended from the masked wraith. In the distance, he spotted a taxi with its high beams on, blaring raucous music. The middle-aged driver seemed intent on dispelling unknown fears through the explosive sound. As Chen Feng approached, the driver initially felt a sense of relief, but then he abruptly sniffed the air. In the next moment, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his gleaming forehead. A stray dog, alive, was neither a mere representation of the people nor a fragment of them. Chen Feng opened his canvas bag, allowing the taxi driver a glimpse inside. The taxi driver, clearly overwhelmed, was trembling with anxiety. All right. His words stumbled as he struggled to maintain composure. So, let us head to the pet clinic near the flower and bird market. There are a few large stores that remain open at night. I must attend to it properly. After all, it is my little darling, Chen Feng stated. The taxi driver fell silent, casting a furtive glance at the half-open, dark canvas bag, emanating a putrid stench akin to that of a corpse. Little darling? Child? Alive? He dared not ponder further. All right, we shall go, he finally conceded, repeatedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He then surreptitiously glanced at the two crisp, red bills in the glove compartment, reassuring himself that they had not transformed into currency of the deceased. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly started the vehicle. From now on, I shall never again carry passengers to this place. If I return, I might as well be a dog, he resolved inwardly. Chapter 8. Awakening at the Flower and Bird Market, Jimei Pet Clinic. The proprietor, Zhang Liqin, was a woman in her 40s. She donned a black spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her ample curves. Adorning her swan-like neck was a delicate golden necklace, featuring a diamond of approximately 1 carat that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Her black high heels clicked rhythmically against the mirror-like floor, creating a crisp sound. Approaching 2 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng could discern no trace of fatigue or laxity typical of a middle-aged woman. Instead, she radiated an intrinsic elegance and refreshing beauty. Young man, is your pet unwell? Zhang Liqin greeted him warmly, her eyes reflecting awe at Chen Feng's striking appearance, causing her to gaze at him without the desire to blink. However, upon seeing the unfortunate creature within the canvas bag, her enthusiasm evaporated, though she refrained from turning hostile. Young man, in the dead of night, you bring me a foul-smelling, sick dog. Are you attempting to torment me? Zhang Liqin's brow furrowed as she covered her nose. Had Chen Feng not been so handsome, she might have unleashed her trained Alaskan wolf cub from the adjacent cage to impart some wisdom to him. Do not misunderstand. Sister Zhang, I genuinely require your assistance. If you prefer not to help, I would like to borrow your equipment and medicines to tend to this dog's injuries and clean it up myself, Chen Feng proposed, pulling out his phone. Without waiting for her refusal, he promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to her. Once I finish, Sister Zhang can administer the vaccinations and issue a certificate. You need not return the money, he added with a smile. You? Handle this? Is that feasible? Zhang Liqin's gaze was filled with skepticism. She instinctively took a couple of steps back, then slightly leaned forward to glance at the canvas bag held by Chen Feng. To be frank, she remarked, this dog, even if it's not dead, is truly beyond saving. Spending so much on treatment would be better spent on burying it and purchasing a Pomeranian, a Corgi, or even a golden-shaded British Shorthair or a Chinchilla. They are all undeniably adorable, possessing both beauty and charm. At the very least, getting a Siberian Husky would be a better choice. As she spoke, Zhang Liqin took a normal breath, but in the next moment, her complexion paled, and she nearly vomited. I can't take it anymore. She waved her hand before her nose, as if trying to dispel the foul odor. I want to change my mind about this dog. It is my companion, and I will not abandon it. Chen Feng's tone was sincere. Zhang Liqin was momentarily taken aback, then seriously regarded him, her gaze lingering on his nearly flawless face for a considerable time. Simply bathing a dog would cost about 100 yuan, but this one requires medication and deworming. Given its frail condition, it might not even withstand such treatment. She contemplated, analyzing the situation. Chen Feng replied, Sister Zhang, I understand, it requires more funds. Therefore, let us use the best medicine for the best care. With that, he transferred an additional 2,000 yuan. Zhang Liqin thought to herself, oh, is this merely a matter of money? Young man, even if you don't pay, I would help you for free. While lost in thought, she glanced once more at the wide-open canvas bag. Inside, the dog appeared emaciated, covered in sores, oozing pus, and infested with maggots. Zhang Liqin felt a complex mix of emotions. This young man claims to love dogs, yet has allowed this one to suffer so terribly. How cruel could that be? On the other hand, how could she deny that this young man, with his charming demeanor and pleasant speech, seemed far from the type to mistreat animals? Well, I suppose I will do my best. As she spoke, Zhang Liqin inhaled, and once again, she felt nauseous. A hint of embarrassment colored her healthy complexion as she turned to the counter, grabbed a 95 mask, and donned it over her face. Only then did she let out a long sigh. This odor is somewhat reminiscent of a particularly foul scent. I apologize for my strong reaction. I understand. Chen Feng replied earnestly. The dog was rotting in many places, and while the smell was unpleasant, it was also due to the dog's high spirit and strong lineage that the decaying areas attracted more potent bacteria. The intensity of the stench was closely related to the inherent vitality of the being. The more putrid the odor after death, the stronger the spirit had been in life. Otherwise, why would that taxi driver feel so uneasy, even upon clearly seeing it was a dog? He repeatedly questioned whether it was a small child of 4 or 5 years old. Thank you, Zhang Liqin said, feeling Chen Feng's sincerity, and her mood lifted significantly. In the following moments, my workload is substantial, so dear boy, you may indulge in your phone for a while. Exhaustion overtakes me. There is a bed in the adjacent nursing room where I can lie down and rest for a spell. Zhang Liqin, overwhelmed by the tasks ahead, turned to Chen Feng with a note of urgency in her voice. I have some knowledge of pharmacology and can assist you, Sister Zhang, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Do you truly understand? Zhang Liqin's gaze held a hint of skepticism, yet she could not dismiss him. The situation with the dog was dire. At this hour, she could hardly manage alone and genuinely required assistance. Chen Feng nodded and began to articulate his thoughts. I believe the most prudent course of action is to thoroughly cleanse the wound with saline solution, removing pus and necrotic tissue. For the deeper lacerations, we should directly irrigate with gentamicin or metronidazole solution to control infection. Afterwards, we will disinfect the surrounding skin with iodine and apply an antibacterial ointment, followed by sterile gauze for dressing. In areas infected with maggots, a hydrogen peroxide solution should first be used to eliminate them, followed by debridement and dressing. Zhang Liqin gazed at Chen Feng, who spoke with such confidence and poise, feeling as though he radiated brilliance. How can this young man possess such charm? She thought. As for external deworming, it is quite straightforward. We merely need to use either fenbendazole or selamectin as an external antiparasitic treatment. Regarding bacterial infections, broad-spectrum antibiotics should be employed, calculating an appropriate dosage and course of amoxicillin clavulinate based on the dog's weight and condition, Chen Feng continued. Xiaochen, if the necrotic tissue must be excised and the dog cannot endure it, should we utilize non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs for pain relief? Perhaps something like meloxicam? Or should we consider low doses of sedatives, such as butorphanol? Zhang Liqin pondered, increasingly impressed by Chen Feng's veterinary expertise, prompting her to inquire further. That won't be necessary. The dog can withstand it without experiencing stress or frenzy. Additionally, those medications could harm its nerves and inflict damage to its brain, Chen Feng replied solemnly. Zhang Liqin diligently took note of his words. After their exchange, her gaze towards him transformed, and she began to refer to him as Xiao Chun instead of dear boy. In truth, if circumstances permitted, she would not object to adding husband after his name. Sister Zhang, please prepare a compound sodium chloride solution with added glucose, vitamins, and potassium. As the dog's electrolyte imbalance and dehydration have yet to alleviate, Chen Feng suggested, intentionally diverting Zhang Liqin's attention. While she went to prepare the medication, Chen Feng, having scanned the room with heightened perception and detecting no hidden cameras, discreetly employed his mental abilities to disrupt the pet care room's environment. Subsequently, he drew a vial of blood from his own body using a disposable syringe and injected it entirely into the little dog. He then extracted some amino acids, mixed them with glucose solution, and injected this combination back into the little one. After completing the injections, he carelessly discarded the syringe and some leftover medications into the external medical waste bin. Throughout this process, Xiao Bao remained quietly observant, particularly moved when Chen Feng drew his own blood for the injection. The dog's human-like eyes reflected a profound emotional response. Lowering its head, Xiao Bao allowed the long needle to pierce its neck without uttering a sound, displaying an endearing obedience that was truly touching. By the time Zhang Liqin emerged, Xiao Bao's condition had noticeably improved, its overall vitality restored. This dog, once on the brink of exhaustion, left Zhang Liqin pondering the circumstances that led to such a state. Initially, Zhang Liqin felt disdain, but as she witnessed Xiao Bao's gentle demeanor and Chen Feng's professionalism, her feelings shifted to acceptance. Xiao Bao was once a stray, and Chen Feng briefly recounted the tale of Chun Ying and Xiao Bao. Listening to the story, Xiao Bao again lowered its head, tears streaming down its face. Zhang Liqin was equally moved, her own tears flowing freely. "It cried," she whispered, her voice trembling at the sight of Xiao Bao's tears, a blend of disbelief and deep emotional resonance filling her heart. Chen Feng remained silent, gently stroking Xiao Bao's bare head, which felt rough to the touch. "Xiao Chen, do you know why I opened a pet shop, primarily filled with dogs?" Zhang Liqin suddenly asked, then answered herself. "The more I interact with people, the more I appreciate dogs for their loyalty and deep affection, in stark contrast to men, who are often unreliable." Chen Feng, bemused, replied, "Sister Zhang, that's quite a bold statement. I'm still just a child." Zhang Liqin chuckled, her charm undeniable, casting him a playful glance. "A child? I see a mischievous side to you, Xiao Chen, keeping me on my toes at this hour." Chen Feng merely smiled at her teasing, refraining from further banter as he prepared to disinfect and treat Xiao Bao, meticulously cleaning wounds and removing maggots. Zhang Liqin, an empathetic soul, felt deeply for Xiao Bao after learning its tragic past and eagerly assisted Chen Feng in his efforts. Meanwhile, in her rental apartment, Su Yun, after a refreshing shower and drying her hair, comfortably settled onto her bed. She pulled over a pink duck-down comforter, delicately covering her long, fair legs, and reached for a copy of the Tao Te Ching from her bedside shelf. The text was filled with dense annotations and numerous points of confusion highlighted in red ink. It seemed that the sentences in both the Tao Te Ching and Tao Te Ching were entirely jumbled, as if someone had deliberately scrambled the order of the sentences before modifying and reassembling them. Leaning against the headboard, Su Yun pondered deeply. The bedside lamp shone brightly, yet her gaze drifted off as she contemplated the disordered text. After half an hour, she closed the Tao Te Ching, switched off the light, and prepared for rest. As she closed her eyes, the contrasting contents of the Tao Te Ching, Tao Te Ching, and Lo Shu replayed in her mind. In a state of bewilderment, Su Yun found her mind suddenly clear, with previously obscure thoughts becoming remarkably lucid. It was evident to her that the direction expressed in the book was misguided. In the Book of Changes, Yang represents white, while Yin is black. Yang symbolizes consciousness, the intangible, the spirit, and fire. Yin embodies the body, the tangible, materiality, and water. Yang resides above, while Yin dwells below. The inner Yang governs the inner Yin. The Tao Te Ching articulates itself on the level of water, existing purely within the realm of materiality and articulated from a very elevated perspective, one that only an emperor would comprehend, necessitating water and gentleness. This direction is entirely oriented towards water. Yet, for us ordinary individuals, the primary focus is on the self, on joy, on fire, on the powerful essence of oneself. One must first live authentically. Once one truly embodies the self, the altruistic virtue of the highest good is like water will naturally follow. Thus, the highest virtue governs water. Water benefits all things while maintaining tranquility. This is the essence of the highest good is like water, where water nourishes all without contention. Does this sever the awareness of consciousness, cutting through the threshold of cognition? What secrets lie concealed within this? Su Yun pondered, gradually realizing that she felt lighter, as if she had lost all weight. The surroundings appeared enveloped in a warm glow, bright yet disorienting. Instinctively, Su Yun gazed at the sky, where 12 enormous, mysterious pillars of light stood like celestial columns. Within these pillars, there seemed to be a cage. Inside each cage, there existed a version of herself. Each iteration appeared to struggle desperately to break free from the confines, yet none could escape. Su Yun even saw one of herselves gripping the bars of the cage tightly, shaking them vigorously while shouting something. By reading her lips, she discerned that she was calling out to Chen Feng. "I am here. I have always been here, in that city." Su Yun deciphered this message, and a fragmented scene emerged in her mind, herself trapped within a prison, unable to break free. Curiously, she noticed numerous scars on her body. Her legs seemed somewhat lame, and several vicious scars marred her face. A buzzing sensation enveloped Su Yun's mind, as if she had suddenly experienced a profound sense of empathy. An inexplicable heartache left her breathless. Almost instinctively, she flew towards that cage, feeling no restraints or weight. A sensation akin to soaring freely through a dream arose within her. As she approached the cage, she beheld the eyes of her counterpart within the luminous prison, eyes that were exceedingly strange and terrifying. Those eyes, gleaming with a sinister light, seemed capable of devouring one's soul. Su Yun widened her eyes, her body involuntarily drawn towards the mysterious pillar and the cage within it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of midnight thunder. At that moment, Su Yun jolted with inexplicable fear. Almost instinctively, she resisted and immediately took out her phone, desperately dialing Chen Feng's number, seeking his aid. However, the phone remained stubbornly locked, nearly driving Su Yun to tears. After much effort, she finally managed to unlock it, only to dial numerous numbers in vain, each time pressing the wrong keys. The thunderous roar of distant storms reverberated in her ears. Suddenly, the 12 luminous pillars around her radiated with blinding brilliance, and the cages within them swung open. 12 sinister, grotesque figures resembling Su Yun surrounded her, advancing swiftly in her direction. "Ah!" Su Yun screamed in fright. At that moment, the clouds above began to converge, forming a colossal, cold, and merciless eye that gazed down upon everything below. Though Su Yun did not look up, she could perceive all that transpired in this realm. She felt as if, under the watchful gaze of such an eye, she would be obliterated in the next instant. "No, this is a dream. I am the master of my own dreams. Dissolve. Infinite blessings from the Celestial Lord. Warriors of combat, array yourselves forward. Warriors of combat, assemble and advance. Divine love embraces all. The Holy Spirit is with me." Su Yun recited these phrases 3 times with fervor. In the next moment, the light in her dream extinguished, plunging the world into darkness. Su Yun's heart found tranquility, and she inexplicably thought that this dream was profoundly significant. She must remember it upon waking, particularly the version of herself, scarred and bruised, even limping. With a despondent expression, she must capture that image in art. This surely hinted at something. With this thought, Su Yun turned over, and instantly, the vivid memories began to blur. Time passed slowly. In the pet clinic, Chen Feng felt a growing sense of calm as he observed Little Bao's gradual recovery. "Sister Zhang, dawn is approaching. I will leave Little Bao here for now to recuperate. I have a matter to attend to this morning and will return in the afternoon." Considering Su Yun's spiritual exhaustion from last night, Chen Feng felt a twinge of concern, planning to check on her later and perhaps offer her some soothing comfort. "Yes, go ahead. I will take good care of Little Bao," Zhang Liqin said, cradling Little Bao as she carried him into another treatment room. Chen Feng wasted no time. After washing his hands at the pet store and applying some medical alcohol for disinfection, he hailed a cab to Su Yun's apartment complex. He purchased 2 baskets of spicy beef buns and picked up 2 servings of wontons from the Bajan wonton shop before heading straight to Su Yun's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Feng rapped on Su Yun's door. Inside, there was no response. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked again, then listened intently but could scarcely hear Su Yun's breath. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat as he promptly lifted the protective cover of the fingerprint lock and began the verification process. Chapter 9. Self-rescue. Pushing the door open, Chen Feng simultaneously activated his hyperdimensional vision. Upon sensing that Su Yun had neither vanished nor encountered any grave danger, he felt an immediate sense of reassurance. Su Yun has already attracted the attention of the bat. Even though I escorted her home last night, I remained vigilant, discreetly monitoring the movements of the bat while simultaneously utilizing my hyperdimensional vision to glimpse her future. Yet, I still found myself somewhat careless. While hyperdimensional vision allows one to perceive the future from a higher perspective, the moment I ascend, I become an observer, witnessing a segment of the future untainted by my interference. Given my current evolutionary state, this glimpse only extends for approximately half a day. Moreover, the further into the future I gaze, the less precise my insights become, especially considering the intimate bond one share with Su Yun, which renders her future even more unpredictable. Thus, I cannot rely on hyperdimensional vision to ascertain whether Su Yun is in danger. It merely serves as a reference akin to simulating potential realities. As Chen Feng pondered, he surveyed Su Yun's rental apartment. In his past life, he had not returned here since her disappearance. Now, stepping into this space once more, an unexpected sense of familiarity surged within him, stirring ripples in his previously tranquil heart. Su Yun's apartment comprised a single bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, spanning a modest 39 square meters, with a monthly rent of 1,500 yuan, already the most affordable accommodation near Jiacheng Experimental High School. Chen Feng closed the door behind him and turned around to behold the dimly lit, cramped living and dining area. There were no tables, only an old shelving unit filled with various antiquated books, all of which he had scavenged alongside Su Yun from a second-hand market. Adjacent to the corridor was a bathroom, beside which lay a small balcony adorned with a few slightly worn yet impeccably clean garments. Chen Feng's keen sense of smell easily detected the delicate fragrance of jasmine mingling with camellia-scented laundry detergent. As he glanced over, he noticed a few intimate items peeking between the clothes, momentarily taken aback before realizing that beneath Su Yun's seemingly ample exterior lay a heart of great depth. In his previous life, after Su Yun's disappearance, he had cultivated an excellent relationship with Su Ling, a peculiar replacement for Su Yun. Su Ling was eccentric, with a striking physique, perfectly embodying the essence of fruitful branches. Yet, Chen Feng harbored no such inclinations. He even questioned whether he had lost his capacity for human emotion. Now, having been reborn, he found himself inexplicably experiencing physiological sensations and an unbidden warmth coursing through him. Shaking his head, he dispelled the tumultuous thoughts, restoring clarity and purity to his mind. He then approached the closed door, twisting the handle to push it open. The room was tidy, with a large bed dominated by a bookshelf brimming with books, an arresting sight. However, what captured his attention even more was the sight of Su Yun, curled up beneath a pink duck-down quilt, her long, fair legs protruding from the edges of the blanket. As the corner of the quilt unfolded, her half-exposed profile revealed itself, with tousled hair veiling her glistening, rosy ears and adorably pert nose, which too bore a hint of crimson. Chen Feng stepped closer, gently pulling the quilt to cover her legs while tenderly tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear, revealing her serene slumber. At this moment, Chen Feng noticed that on Su Yun's face, arms, and the sides of her thighs, small bumps the size of fava beans had appeared. Her breathing was faint, as if she were on the verge of suffocation. Chen Feng gently adjusted her sleeping position, laying her flat, and then applied pressure with his thumbs on her eyebrows, massaging her gently 9 times. Subsequently, he tapped his thumbs against his middle fingers, merging both hands symmetrically, and lightly tapped Su Yun's forehead, softly uttering, "Su Yun, awaken." Su Yun murmured lazily, her voice weak. After a considerable struggle, she finally emerged from a state akin to being haunted in her sleep. This phenomenon was a manifestation of mental repair following a psychological trauma, a kind of spiritual convulsion in a state of silence. The cause stemmed from Su Yun's momentary spiritual awakening during a life and death crisis the previous night, which had drained her mental energy. The deeper reason was a leakage of spirit and a loss of vitality. Seeing this, Chen Feng gently pinched the soft skin behind Su Yun's ears and spoke in a low, resonant tone that resonated through his mouth, throat, nasal cavity, and chest, saying, "Su Yun, return." He repeated this phrase 3 times. Su Yun fully regained consciousness, opening her eyes to find Chen Feng, who looked both enigmatic and profoundly solemn. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, and she let out a soft giggle. Beneath her curved eyelashes, her eyes sparkled with warmth and gentleness. "Chen Feng, your mysterious demeanor is rather endearing. But what are you doing? I'm not a child, so there's no need to summon my spirit with such superstitious methods." Her voice was lazy yet playful, carrying a hint of affection and teasing. Though it seemed like a reproach, her beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter, filled with sweetness. While summoning one's spirit may not be entirely inaccurate, we must still believe in science. The scientific explanation is that when a person experiences immense fright or faces a life-threatening situation, the spirit reacts before the body and attempts self-preservation. At this point, the spirit may spill over, which is what we term as being startled. Although the spirit may disperse, it remains closely tethered to the body, gradually merging with neutrinos, which you might understand as ghostly particles. Once the spirit spills over, a person may feel dazed and muddled. Ultimately, this signifies a loss of spirit, rendering one incomplete and somewhat confused. During such moments, pinching the earlobes is an excellent method to calm the mind, and calling one's name enhances the listening effect. When one's name echoes thrice in consciousness, it brings clarity and recognition of one's existence, allowing the spirit to return. As the spilled spirit comes back, the magnetic field of the person normalizes, thus restoring them. So tell me, is this explanation not scientific? Chen Feng smiled, simultaneously releasing his hold on the soft earlobe of the young girl. Su Yun, however, did not perceive this as a jest. Instead, after careful contemplation, she nodded in agreement, her gaze towards Chen Feng shimmering with admiration. "Indeed, it is remarkably scientific. Chen Feng, you are truly impressive. It feels as though you surpass me by leaps and bounds now." Su Yun remarked with her eyes bright and her expression filled with delight. Chen Feng smiled softly as he opened the wonton packaging, then picked up a soup spoon and fed Su Yun directly. "Enough talk. Let us have something to eat first." "I'll feed you. But Chen Feng, I haven't even washed up yet." "That's all right. You still smell delightful without washing. Let us eat first. Then you can wash up." "Okay." Su Yun obediently began to eat. With each bite he fed her, she resembled a little kitten, closing her eyes to savor the moment. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room was remarkably warm and intimate. "Chen Feng, I had another nightmare last night. It was so vivid and profound that you cannot imagine. The details were so intricate that they included fingerprint unlocking on my phone and facial recognition." After finishing the wontons, Su Yun leaned against the headboard, pulling the blanket up to cover her chest, although a pair of glistening, rosy little feet remained exposed. Chen Feng glanced at her feet, then looked again and again. Then, Su Yun's voice trailed off into silence. Chen Feng too fell into a quietude. He reached out and pulled the blanket over Su Yun's feet, only for her exaggerated curves to become apparent. Despite wearing pajamas, the spectacle was nearly palpable. Feeling a bit shy, Su Yun stole a glance at Chen Feng, then lowered her head slightly, quietly pulling the blanket up again to cover her upper body. Whether intentional or not, her feet became even more clearly visible. After a quick glance, Chen Feng redirected his gaze and said with righteous seriousness, "I see many red bumps on your feet. This is due to an invasion of wind evil. In Western medicine, it's explained as hives caused by allergies from bodily weakness. Let me draw some circles for you." As he spoke, he set down the bun and chopsticks, retrieved 2 watercolor pens, a green one and a yellow one, from the desk beside the bed. Then, with utmost seriousness, he pulled back the blanket and took the green pen to draw circles on the spots of hives on Su Yun's long, fair legs. Su Yun watched him with a smile in her beautiful eyes as she munched on the bun. "You see, this is all scientific," Chen Feng explained while drawing. "The yellow line represents the Jin position, and the green represents the Sun position. This symbolizes the mountain wind hexagram. Jin corresponds to earth in the 5 elements. Hence the yellow pen. Sun corresponds to wood, thus the green pen. Jin signifies cessation, while Sun signifies wind. Simply put, it's about halting the invasion of evil winds, preventing the cold properties of neutrinos from penetrating, and internally stopping the spiritual overflow that resonates with these neutrinos. All things in the universe are interconnected. By grasping these connections, one understands the laws of nature, which reflect the natural order." Chen Feng paused for a moment before gently placing Su Yun's little feet down. Su Yun looked at him with a peculiar expression, then took a moment to feel the areas he had circled. After a brief while, she was a bit astonished to notice that the red bumps within the circled areas were visibly diminishing at an incredible rate. The intense itching sensation had also significantly abated. The effect was astonishingly remarkable. This led Su Yun to momentarily question whether she had indeed misinterpreted Chen Feng's peculiar and unusual quirks. Chen Feng, evading Su Yun's probing gaze, skillfully shifted the conversation. "Your condition this morning was quite dire. Your breathing even ceased. What transpired last night?" Upon hearing this, various bizarre thoughts swiftly dissipated from Su Yun's mind, replaced by a grave expression. "I have a vivid recollection of last night, yet I cannot fully grasp it. I vaguely remember a night filled with chaotic nightmares, where multiple versions of myself existed." As Su Yun spoke, she fell into contemplation, instinctively placing her foot on Chen Feng's leg as she continued. "I recall encountering a theory suggesting that if a phone call could be made within a dream, one could escape this virtual realm. During the time, all I could think about while attempting to call was you, yet no matter how hard I tried, the call never connected, driving me to the brink of madness." Chen Feng, upon hearing her, felt a stirring within, instinctively placing his hand on Su Yun's foot. A thought crossed his mind regarding the year 2049, a time when both technology and cultivation had advanced remarkably. Yet the population of Huagua had plummeted to around 400 million. The world resembled a cyberpunk dystopia, a stark contrast of ruins, slums, and hyper-technological cities, each sharply delineated. During that period, the mysterious organization of the Heavenly Court had conveyed 2 theories. One posited that if a phone call could be made in the spiritual parallel universe of dreams, then it could surely connect in reality, thereby breaking the shackles of the spirit-capturing net over the virtual realm and parallel dimensions. The other theory suggested that only within dreams did life in this virtual prison called Earth possess a semblance of freedom, akin to a prisoner enjoying a brief respite, as these beings were cast down to suffer after erring in the higher dimensional universe. By 2049, the pinnacle of scientific research had culminated in the study of tardigrades. In contrast, the exploration of life had reached the luminescent jellyfish. These 2 organisms existed in a neutral state across any dimension, unbound by any constraints. Regrettably, Chen Feng had yet to fully comprehend even the tardigrades before he was annihilated at a critical juncture of ascension and elevation. As Chen Feng pondered this, he suddenly felt the delicate foot in his grasp radiating warmth. It was then that he noticed Su Yun's eyes, shimmering like water, her face flushed with embarrassment, tinged with a hint of anger, yet she refrained from voicing it. Chen Feng immediately withdrew his hand, adopting a serious demeanor as he listened. Assuring himself that he harbored no peculiar thoughts, his hand had merely acted of its own volition. "I vaguely recall multiple versions of myself confined within a prism of light. One of them was a cripple, bearing scars upon their face, grappling with profound depression and seeming to embody multiple personalities. This leads me to wonder if we each possess numerous personas, perhaps akin to the ancient concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. That limping, scarred version of myself was terrifying. It felt as though it sought to consume me. If I were to be devoured in the dream, would I cease to exist as myself? Who then would I become, and who would I truly be? Xian spoke softly, her eyes revealing a sense of confusion. Ultimately, one eye seemed to gaze at me from the depths of the sky, as if it could erase me at any moment. Yet, upon realizing that I held dominion over my own dreams, I forcefully obliterated the dreamscape. In that instant, I felt an illusion of having conquered the celestial order. Following that moment, the dream descended into complete darkness, and my heart found tranquility. Now fully awakened, I suddenly felt a profound sense of gratitude. For I was alive. This was a rebirth. At that moment, I considered the possibility that perhaps it was not I who had conquered the celestial order, but rather the celestial order that had spared me. After Su Yun finished speaking, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. He noticed that the area between Su Yun's brows trembled slightly, reminiscent of the state following the activation of the pineal gland. Within her, it seemed, lay a multitude of charges hidden deep within her neurons. Should these charges ignite, the effect within the cosmic realm of her neurons would be akin to that of a cosmic explosion. Chen Feng couldn't help but ponder whether the thunder she had often mentioned in her dreams was indeed the result of these charges spontaneously detonating. If so, it meant that Su Yun's spirit had been engaged in a struggle for survival, unbeknownst to her. Chapter 10. Invasion in his past life. Ever since Su Yun had gone missing, Chen Feng had been relentlessly searching for and studying every detail of her existence until the year 2049. Although the information pertaining to Su Yun had been obliterated from the world, the existence of a being similar to her, Su Ling, provided him with a reference point, allowing him to formulate numerous audacious hypotheses, albeit unprovable. Among these, one possibility stood out with considerable probability. Had Su Yun still been alive, Chen Feng felt he could have reached a conclusion with a 90% certainty. This possibility suggested the presence of an anomalous, super-civilization existing deep within Su Yun's consciousness. Alternatively, it could be that Su Yun's origins were of an exceptionally high dimension. In July 2049, merely 3 months prior to his rebirth, a representative of the Celestial Court, known as the Bat, issued an official announcement that sent shockwaves around the globe. This proclamation explicitly acknowledged the existence of special life forms known as star souls and invited those star soul beings, now fully independent, to join their ranks, simultaneously offering to lift restrictions and grant them status. For the first time, the concept of star souls, a unique form of life, was thoroughly disseminated to the public. Star souls are entities of pure spiritual energy. They cannot exist independently and must parasitize other life forms endowed with spiritual power. The human spiritual realm serves as their most ideal habitat. The process of parasitism is silent. They quietly infiltrate the subconscious of humans, drawing upon spiritual energy as sustenance. Initially, parasitism has little to no impact on the host. However, as the star souls mature, they gradually begin to influence the thoughts and behaviors of their human hosts. Some star soul hosts may exhibit extraordinary creativity or inspiration, even acquiring formidable psychic abilities, thus becoming exceptional talents in their fields, while others may manifest symptoms of paranoia, mania, epilepsy, depression, schizophrenia, and multiple personality disorders. Before the truth was revealed, people lacked the necessary understanding and could not comprehend this peculiar existence, thus labeling such individuals as madmen or severe mental patients. Among the star souls, communication occurs through mental fluctuations, wherein they share the memories and emotions of their hosts, forming an expansive mental network. This network transcends star systems, connecting countless hosts, and constitutes a complex system beyond human comprehension. Such terrifying entities, however, are similarly subdued by the spirit-capturing net. Chen Feng was not well versed in the intricate details of the star souls. In July 2049, during the pivotal moment of unraveling the quantum derivation secrets of tardigrades, he had little time to divert his attention to other matters. Regrettably, by the end of October 2049, when he finally succeeded, he found himself inexplicably transported back 25 years. Presently, Su Yun's condition bore striking similarities to that of a host infested by a star soul, and it was highly probable that her subconscious was, in fact, a star soul. This was why Chen Feng refrained from addressing many of Su Yun's inquiries. If there resided a star soul within her mind, many of her behaviors would merely be manifestations of its influence. Confronted with a star soul, should his mind also become a parasitic habitat, he would become a puppet of the star soul. This civilization of star souls, if able to utilize human civilization as a stepping stone to breach the confines of the spirit-capturing net, would undoubtedly show no mercy. Chen Feng pondered deeply for a while, until he became aware that his hand, which had been absent-mindedly caressing, had grown warm. He suddenly realized that he had unwittingly grasped Su Yun's foot. Lifting his gaze, he met Su Yun's curious look, a mixture of shyness and reproach, leaving him momentarily flustered. As a man of considerable experience, long detached from worldly affairs, he found himself inwardly disconcerted. "Ahem, I have just thought of a reason and a solution," he said, discreetly releasing her delicate foot and covering her with the duck-down blanket. Blame it on his previous life and research, which had instilled in him an instinct to meticulously examine anything he studied. Su Yun smiled, choosing not to expose Chen Feng's embarrassment. Instead, she found his flustered demeanor endearing. "Go on, Chen Feng," she urged softly, her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Feng replied, Yun. What you articulate is not that you have conquered the way of heaven, but rather that the way of heaven has granted you this recognition. I award you full marks. And do not fear arrogance. I shall first teach you the method of focusing and nurturing your spirit. This is derived from Gu Hong's Biopoesy, and I have also referenced Zhang Zhishuan Sgd Yuanlu. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her large eyes brimming with eagerness. She knew well that Chen Feng possessed abundant energy, often staying awake through the night only to awaken revitalized the next day. Unlike her, who frequently battled sleep paralysis, felt dizzy during the day, and seemed unable to awaken at night. The initial phase involves adjusting one's breath. Once accustomed, this breathing pattern should be maintained thereafter. Adjusting one's breath is intended to enhance the harmonious absorption of the ethereal energies that permeate the cosmos. One might liken this to the assimilation of attribute-less, pristine neutrinos into oneself. Chen Feng continued to elucidate, providing a modicum of explanation. This practice, set to be unveiled in July 2028, serves as the foundation for collective spiritual cultivation. In truth, this knowledge has long been available, with numerous short video creators sharing similar methodologies. Yet, amidst the cacophony of reality's information deluge, where truth and falsehood intermingle, who truly pays heed? Even when esteemed figures release such insights, many merely regard them as entertainment. Little do they realize that those who diligently practiced early on, eventually becoming martial artists of renown, will evoke a profound sense of regret in those who merely observed without action. Now follow my lead. Inhale deeply through your nose for 9 seconds, hold for 5. Then exhale for 3 seconds, pause for 1 second, exhale for another 3 seconds, pause again for 1 second, and finally exhale for 4 seconds. After completing your exhalation, hold your breath for 1 second before inhaling deeply through your nose again for 9 seconds. This cycle should be repeated consistently. If possible, strive to make this breathing technique instinctual, incorporating it into your daily practice. As Chen Feng guided Su Yun's breathing, he attentively monitored her condition. Presently, her latent ability for collapse had reached a novice level with slight advancement. Thus, even if Su Yun encountered difficulties, Chen Feng remained untroubled by the prospect of detection. Su Yun closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering, her expression intensely focused. However, there was a distinct bluish-gray mark upon her brow, a phenomenon referred to as a darkened yin. When an individual's life force is diminished, their dimensionality lowers, attracting a medley of negative energies that disrupt the normal functioning of the human magnetic field. The first to respond to this is the mind, manifesting various signs and symptoms. After observing for a moment, Chen Feng noted Su Yun's gradual descent into meditation and gently guided her onward. We now proceed to the second stage. While maintaining your breathing rhythm, envision a door at your brow center, behind which lies a radiant sun. Imagine this sun emanating warm light that envelopes your entire being, akin to basking in the rejuvenating warmth of spring. In this moment, allow your entire spirit to merge with the sunlight, coalescing within the essence of this sun. This is the method to safeguard your spirit. Many meditative breathing techniques emphasize focused breathing, and achieving stillness follows a similar principle. Chen Feng spoke softly, simultaneously activating his transcendent vision in conjunction with his latent collapsibility, attuning himself to Su Yun's slightly raised brow. This represented a mental intrusion and was pivotal for a deeper understanding of Su Yun. Through this connection, Chen Feng seemed to establish a spiritual overlay within the high-dimensional realm of his transcendent vision, witnessing a scene that profoundly stirred his soul. Within Su Yun's meditation, the sun was not merely a celestial body, but rather a luminous figure, his own silhouette. Moreover, within the intricate network of Su Yun's neuronal cells and her cellular cosmos, the myriad particles coalesce into outlines that are entirely reminiscent of Chen Feng. In other words, Su Yun's thoughts and heart are filled with him, Chen Feng. Even the contours formed by certain mutated neuronal cell combinations bear his likeness. Amidst these unique configurations of neuronal cells, Chen Feng discerned the presence of exceptionally active charges, harboring a terrifying energy that seemed poised to unleash a cataclysmic force akin to that of nuclear fusion, yet far more fearsome. These charges were imbued with a substantial quantity of neutrinos, remarkably pure and of high quality. In a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng relinquished his hyperdimensional vision and altered his mental frequency to align with Su Yun's. He cautiously attempted to touch that cluster of neuronal cells. Suddenly, a thunderous shock coursed through him, akin to a midnight thunderclap resonating deep within his psyche. At that instant, Chen Feng's consciousness vividly unveiled Su Yun's experiences within her dream, a tableau of 12 radiant beams and the scenes of cages within those beams, presenting themselves as if he were an active participant. This revelation struck Chen Feng profoundly, causing his ability to induce hyperdimensional collapse to falter, and he immediately retracted the synchronized resonance with Su Yun's mental frequency. At this juncture, the tremor at Su Yun's brow had subsided. The ashen hue from her third eye had vanished entirely, and there were no other abnormalities. She appeared blissfully unaware of the recent events, perhaps merely sensing a fleeting moment of profound connection with Chen Feng. In that moment, she radiated vitality, her complexion glowing with health, embodying an ethereal beauty. The chaotic negative energy fields that had encircled her were obliterated by the invisible thunder that Chen Feng had summoned. Deep within Su Yun's psyche, there were neither hyperdimensional life forms nor parasitic star souls. The situation within the beams of light had been encapsulated following multiple elevations of her spirit, which were subsequently sealed for protective reasons. Her spirit contained a latent hyperdimensional ability, persistently engaged in self-rescue akin to post-traumatic stress disorder and selective amnesia. The 12 beams of light symbolized the 12 earthly branches, or the zodiac, bearing similar characteristics. According to the dream's temporal context, which unfolded at midnight, the branch representing Z corresponds to water in the 5 elements. As her spirit ascended, she glimpsed future scenarios, relaying feedback to her psyche, which instinctively initiated selective lockdowns. Thus, the Su Yun within the light beam cage represented her former self, who had encountered misfortune in a parallel timeline. This encapsulates my ultimate understanding of the quantum derivative effect. Chen Feng pondered deeply, drawing from his extensive research in his past life. He became increasingly convinced that Su Yun's disappearance in her previous life was precisely due to her ascension, which had led her to breach the taboos of the spirit-capturing net, resulting in her erasure. In other words, Su Yun is inherently trustworthy. Thus, in the face of a young girl whose heart is wholly captivated by Chen Feng, it is undoubtedly worthwhile to protect and nurture her. Moreover, this time, guiding Su Yun's meditative focus and resonating with her spirit, Chen Feng gleaned profound insights into the deeper secrets of her psyche. On one hand, the neurons actively nurturing their electric charges, combined with the terrifying power of neutrinos, generate a force akin to the creation of the universe's thunder within the spiritual realm. The enhancement of the quality and intensity of the spirit is simply astonishing. On the other hand, by establishing a spiritual light column and forming a unique independent spiritual zone, he could create a confinement to obscure his own taboo issues, which proves to be even more secure than the shielding effect of hidden collapse. Considering Su Yun's situation, it is evident that her unintentional awakenings of spiritual sensitivity have occurred far too frequently. Yet, she has never fallen victim to the spirit-hunting nets or met an untimely demise. All thanks to these 12 light columns. Having attained the spiritual intensity of a martial artist at the hidden Yuan realm, if he could construct 12 spiritual palaces in the same manner, he could entirely replicate all the experiences from his past life, sealing them within and calling upon them at will. This would eliminate the need for his current cautiousness, living in fear of breaching numerous taboos and being discovered by the spirit-hunting nets or observers, leading to his annihilation. Consequently, the efficiency and effectiveness of his fusion with tardigrade genes would increase by more than 12-fold. Not to mention the similar enhancement in the absorption and fusion of the genes from the lighthouse jellyfish. Chen Feng felt a pang of emotion. Such immense gains arrived at the most opportune moment. Contemplating this, he prepared to test his newfound abilities by attempting to condense a spiritual palace. Just then, he suddenly experienced a sharp pang of trepidation. This fleeting sensation was brief, yet Chen Feng captured it in the moment. He rose from his bed and approached the window, gently pulling aside a corner of the curtain to gaze out at a nearby high-rise. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly. The towering building across remained eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. Bats. That familiar and foul spiritual aura was unmistakable. Were they intending to use Su Yun for experimentation? Indeed, last night, her spiritual overflow was quite severe, and the scene of her awakening was undeniably conspicuous. However, this time, I shall not permit it. Contemplating deeply, Chen Feng's gaze turned cold and resolute. Chapter 11. Enlightenment. Chen Feng's focus sharpened as he directed his eyes towards the large glass window, locking onto the bat standing before it. The bat's distinctive black-framed glasses faintly reflected a tinge of blue-green light. Beneath the lenses were eyes filled with a chilling malevolence. Chen Feng's unmasked, icy stare instantly attracted the bat's attention. Ah, how intriguing. This small fry possesses such formidable spiritual perception, which precisely indicates that it is an excellent specimen for experimentation. After hypnotizing him, each of those 1,800 strikes would undoubtedly yield immense rewards. The bat smirked, meeting Chen Feng's gaze from a distance, his eyes revealing a blend of amusement and cruelty, reminiscent of a child discovering the most intriguing of ants. Chen Feng did not avert his gaze. It would be a foolish act that could alert his adversary, yet it mattered little. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that both Su Yun and he had already caught the bat's attention. Since confrontation was inevitable, it would be prudent to eliminate the bat now, while his focus was still minimal and his strength diminished, thereby preventing future troubles once and for all. Having sensed the bat's malevolence when he drew back the curtain, Chen Feng had already made his decision in that moment. His gaze remained unperturbed, as cold and merciless as before, fixated on the window, seemingly oblivious to the bat's cruel mockery and the mention of 1,800 strikes. Yet in his heart, he vowed the bat would perish. In his previous life, while Chen Feng had never directly clashed with the bat, he had conducted thorough research on his abilities. The files from Bureau 749 labeled the bat with tags such as Mind Manipulator, Hypnotic Demon, Nightmare Devourer, and Soul Butcher. He was a terrifying entity that had once reached the pinnacle of the mental realm. However, he was also a grotesque being, marked by severe physical mutations and rampant biochemical radiation. This very flaw rendered the bat lethally vulnerable. Through careful analysis and utilizing his transcendent vision, Chen Feng confirmed that the bat's mental prowess was formidable yet incomplete, while his physical state was glaringly weak. Thus, as long as he did not fall prey to the bat's mental invasion or soul control, the threat posed by the bat was less than that of a martial artist at the initial stage of the hidden element realm. Moreover, Chen Feng, having integrated tardigrade genes, had undergone a dual evolution in body and mind, rendering him particularly resistant to mental incursions and soul manipulation. Combining this with his transcendent analysis, he devised two methods to eliminate the bat without becoming embroiled in any disputes. The first method involved employing his transcendent vision to ascertain the bat's trajectory, allowing for strategic positioning. When the bat reached the designated path, he could invoke the technique of hidden collapse to direct a vast swarm of neutrinos towards him, creating a violent charge effect that would trigger the bat's inherent mental charges. In such a scenario, the bat would inevitably unleash a unique ability, further exacerbated by the tumultuous influx of neutrinos, leading to a catastrophic storm of lightning. This tempest would strike him dead in broad daylight, orchestrating a breathtaking calamity in the urban landscape. Should this occur, it would mirror the infamous incident in Magic City, where the bat would not only meet a futile demise, but his unusual actions would expose him to public scrutiny, marking a grave blunder. Consequently, all related members would face erasure from the celestial organization, and subsequent events would be comprehensively suppressed by the authorities. I, indeed, can effortlessly extricate myself from this situation. Of course, this is merely one relatively straightforward approach. Chen Feng pondered within himself. There exists a more prudent method, which involves a form of mental intrusion, utilizing a transcendent perspective combined with the state of latent collapse, to directly plant a seed within the bat's mental realm. This seed resembles the essence of a star's soul, yet it is distinct from it. Coincidentally, during my prior research on the grafting techniques of tardigrades, I delved deeply into this method, and now I can readily apply it. Planting this seed is not particularly challenging, especially after being inspired by the concept of the 12 spiritual palaces during my time with Yun, which adds an additional layer of assurance. Thus, once this mental seed is sown, it will function as a mental bomb that I can detonate at will, causing the bat to perish silently, with the cause of death merely appearing as a natural occurrence, such as a cerebral infarction or hemorrhage. Although this approach is somewhat more complex and requires a greater expenditure of mental energy, it remains the most secure method. During this time, I can even gain insights into all the bat's activities through this mental seed. The only caveat is that if the bat's anomalies are detected by other mysterious entities of the celestial realm, it may lead to some complications. Chen Feng reflected on these two thoughts, and after a moment, he quietly drew the curtains. Within the transcendent perspective, no unusual occurrences transpired throughout the majority of the day, and Chen Feng refrained from taking immediate action. Before proceeding, he needed to conduct the third grafting of the tardigrade. Moreover, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Feng planned to integrate the genes of tin soldier ants to induce a mutation in his own genes, facilitating the third genetic fusion and evolution. If all goes as expected, after this endeavor, his mental acuity will become significantly enhanced, the stability of his transcendent vision will advance further, and the capability of latent collapse will reach a minor level of proficiency. Concurrently, his physical attributes will undergo a dramatic transformation, enabling him to evolve directly to the martial arts level of soldier rank B and even A. At that point, his mental strength will ascend to the pinnacle of the martial artist's hidden essence realm. As Chen Feng contemplated his specific plans, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see that it was a call from Chen Xiao. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Feng stepped out of his room and moved to the balcony of the bathroom to answer the call. Xiao Feng, when are you coming over? Do you need me to prepare breakfast? And please bring Yun Yun along. It's been a while since I've seen that little girl. Chen Zhao's voice carried a hint of persuasion. Chen Feng remained silent for a while before responding. I have some matters to attend to in the morning, but I will come over after 3 in the afternoon and will bring Yun Yun along. No need to prepare any meals. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, followed by a soft sigh. Then I will wait for you at home in the afternoon. They have both gone out and won't return until the evening. Chen Feng replied in a neutral tone. All right, let it be so. Well, then, is your money sufficient? If not, I shall transfer some to you shortly. Chen Xiao seemed to wish to offer some form of compensation, yet his words lacked conviction. Let us discuss the matter of finances in detail this afternoon. Prepare an amount equivalent to the market value of the 500 small golden fish that belonged to my mother. As for the 10 large fish, consider them yours. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Feng abruptly ended the call. It had been nearly 5 years since he had moved out of the villa, and during these years, he had not once called Chen Xiao father. In this new life, his feelings towards Chen Xiao had not deepened with the wisdom gained from his past. Rather, they had grown more distant. Many events from his previous life remained obscure to him, but now, observing from a higher perspective, he found much to ponder. Lu Min was Chen Zhao's first love. Chen Feng's mother, Ning Ziqin, was regarded as a noblewoman in her time, and she was pursued by the impoverished Chen Xiao. The year following Ning Ziqin's death, when Chen Feng was barely over 1 year old, Chen Xiao married Lu Min. Within 2 months of their marriage, Chen Feng's younger brother, Chen Tuo, was born. According to his memories from the past, neither Chen Xiao nor Lu Min were inherently malevolent individuals, yet the human heart is unpredictable. Since the nationwide cultivation began in July 2028, Chen Feng had witnessed humanity's darker nature, with the malevolence of the bats being overtly apparent. Beneath the surface, the unspeakable grim deeds surpassed even the bats' heinous actions. In his past life, Chen Xiao went missing, while Lu Min met a tragic end at the hands of an assailant. And Chen Tuo, a wayward soul, ultimately dedicated his life to science before meeting a noble sacrifice. Thus, this matter was considered settled. In this life, none of these events had yet transpired, but Chen Feng had long since moved on from nearly 2 decades of emotional burden. He had no desire to revive it. Although he did not share his mother's profound affection for Chen Xiao, he could comprehend the mindset of women from that era, who typically chose one partner to grow old with, remaining steadfast until death. Therefore, in this lifetime, Chen Feng sought only to reclaim his mother's inheritance set aside for him, after which he would sever ties with Chen Zhao's family. As for their future destinies, Chen Feng chose to respect them, as this was the utmost dignity he could afford to Chen Xiao, his father, and his current family. After ending the call, Chen Feng returned to Su Yun's room, where she had already risen and neatly arranged the bedding. The room lacked soundproofing, and Su Yun had likely overheard the previous conversation. Su Yun had a good father who toiled in gold mines to provide a better life for his family, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, reluctant to spend money and thus passing away. Deep down, Su Yun harbored immense envy for children cherished by both parents, and her earnest counsel to Chen Feng stemmed from a sincere hope that he might enjoy a complete family and the paternal love she yearned for. Chen Feng, I feel much better now, revitalized from within, exuding a glow of vitality, she said, her voice light and cheerful, devoid of any mention of Chen Xiao. Her tone had softened, imbued with affection and care. Please remain at home this morning, focus inwardly, and nurture your spirit. If you find it dull, why not read a book? I will return home to attend to some matters and come to pick you up at noon. There is no need to worry about groceries or cooking. I will directly order from your favorite private kitchen. After we finish our meal, we can head to the flower and bird market, where my dog, Xiaobao, is waiting. Chen Feng reminded Su Yun to align the reality with the vision he had seen in his transcendent perspective. Su Yun nodded obediently and, with a considerate tone, said, You go ahead and take care of your tasks. Don't worry about me. I need to finish my exam papers this morning and won't have time to wander around. Please remember to bring back the clothes, pants, and shoes I prepared for you. I've already washed and folded them. Upon returning home, Chen Feng first conducted a simple cleaning of nearly 50 soldier ants he had collected from various anthills, placing them all in a petri dish. He then drew some blood from himself to initiate the nurturing of the ants. While waiting, he began to inject the well-cultivated tardigrades into his glabella once more, embarking on a third round of grafting and fusion. This time, the process was even smoother, as the tardigrades actively integrated into his glabella, becoming part of the pineal gland. Chen Feng distinctly felt the activation of his genes, akin to the ceaseless transformation of an atomic sphere expanding and collapsing. In an instant, his entire body flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Wisps of grayish-white vapor began to emanate from the crown of his head, quickly spreading throughout his body. The exhausted and aging cells within him were now consumed by newly evolved cells, representing a transformative form of autophagy, a rejuvenating metabolism shedding all impurities. This process unfolded far more rapidly than Chen Feng had anticipated. At that moment, he vaguely realized that he had crafted his current form based on future experiences, neglecting many critical factors. In the future, human genes will no longer be pure due to exposure to various nuclear pollutants, leading to severe genetic contamination and a significantly heightened risk of hidden fatal conditions, thereby increasing the difficulty of evolution. Yet, in the year 2024, while human genes have been tainted, they remain relatively pure compared to future generations. At this juncture, Chen Feng preemptively utilized the formidable absorption power of the tardigrades to undergo grafting and fusion, akin to activating a metaphysical enhancement that could yield extraordinary results. This was a dimensional strike, a super-evolution of nuclear fusion caliber. As Chen Feng felt his mental state shatter the limits of the hidden origin realm, he ascended to the level of the clear insight realm, momentarily lost in thought. Beyond clear insight lies the realms of radiant light, brightness, jade balance, and heavenly authority. The term clear insight derives from the understanding that all worldly matters are knowledge, representing a true realization of clarity and insight into one's essence, akin to the enlightenment achieved in the Dragon Pond. Chen Feng had never anticipated that he would break through so effortlessly. He repeatedly contemplated this newfound clarity, akin to the martial artist's spirit capable of mastering all, while his heart remained a tapestry of complex emotions. In the midst of this tumultuous process, the surging mental energy gradually began to subside. Soon, Chen Feng felt as though he were being gnawed upon by serpents and insects, and the ultimate shackles buried deep within his genes shattered with a resounding crack. Abruptly, Chen Feng opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He then rose to his feet and directly extracted the surviving soldier ants from the petri dish. Of the 50 soldier ants, only 19 remained alive. The rest succumbed to the corrosive effects of Chen Feng's blood. After a moment's hesitation, he meticulously placed each of the 19 soldier ants under the microscope for examination. Ultimately, he selected 12, extracting their head tissues, which he crushed and blended into a solution of tardigrades, before once again injecting it into his third eye. The soldier ant, a warrior among ants, possesses formidable physical prowess and resilience. Furthermore, these ants lack physiological desires, making them more amenable to fusion and consumption. Additionally, the ants of this era have not been tainted by genetic pollution, resulting in a remarkably superior capacity for inducing directional gene mutations, far exceeding Chen Feng's expectations. Meanwhile, Nightingale arrived at Bat's location. Bat, concerning Su Yun's situation, I have chosen to report it, and I have been instructed to follow up. Moreover, I have already consulted with team leader Wang Zhen. Nightingale's words were abruptly interrupted by Bat. This is not your concern. I will take action this afternoon. And if you interfere, I will not hesitate to make you more compliant. Bat remained positioned before the floor-to-ceiling window, fixated on a certain window of an old residential complex across the street. The curtains remained drawn, the lights still aglow, and a vague silhouette was quietly seated at the table beside the bed, diligently writing. Nightingale's expression darkened, her voice icy. You dare. Bat chuckled derisively, his gaze intriguing. The driver has already been selected and deeply hypnotized. He will directly crash into Su Yun. I believe that a girl who meets such a tragic fate will yield more delectable brain tissue and neurons worthy of research. Rest assured, I can guarantee that the precious cerebrospinal fluid will not go to waste. As Bat spoke, he turned indifferently and reached out towards Nightingale's face. She stepped back, yet was suddenly captivated by the chilling, profound gaze that Bat had suddenly fixed upon her. Controlling you is as simple as commanding a dog. Before me, you possess no qualifications for negotiation. The reason you are to follow up is that I am Bat, the observer, and I harbor a modicum of interest in you. Nothing more. With that, Bat withdrew his gaze. Nightingale stumbled backward several steps, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. A wave of dread surged within her, yet she felt utterly powerless. Bat, I beg you, spare Su Yun for now. Zhang Daolong said she is very important. Su Yun lowered her head, her tone imbued with a pleading urgency. That loathsome Taoist Zhang Daoling. A group of laughable insects who understand nothing of spiritual civilization, spouting nonsense. Their comprehension of the universe is woefully inadequate. Becoming nourishment is only a matter of time. The bat, seemingly unconcerned, continued, I must say, the little fish I discovered has instilled a certain unease within me. I detest this sensation. They should venture out this afternoon, and I am eager to observe how he will react when Su Yun meets her tragic demise. The bat's eyes glimmered with an unsettling light. Nightingale shivered involuntarily. Casting a fleeting glance at the bat, her mind momentarily clouded. At that moment, the bat's eyes appeared as eerily elongated slits. Chapter 12. Evolution. Nightingale found her thoughts drifting. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced her chest, jolting her back to clarity. Startled, she beheld the once inscrutable bat, now transformed into a fearsome visage. His eyes gleaming with a predatory glint, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Nightingale's pupils constricted, her senses sharpening. It seems you possess quite a treasure, the bat remarked ominously. Having finished his statement, he retracted his menacing gaze and departed the opulently adorned hall. Nightingale did not follow. Instead, a chill enveloped her. Once the bat had completely exited, Nightingale quietly unfastened the clasp at the nape of her neck, removing her necklace for inspection. The pendant had turned pitch black, its concealed contents now ruined. Initially, disbelief flickered in Nightingale's eyes, which soon transformed into a complex and inscrutable expression after a lengthy silence. It dawned on her that Brother Zhang and Brother Yushichio's references to Taoist science were indeed true. What on earth was transpiring in this world? Did we truly have the chance to escape from the clutches of the spirit-catching net, much like that individual? Did Brother Zhang possess knowledge that eluded her? Was Lao Zi's Tao Te Ching genuinely the Dao Jing? Was the so-called Dao, in truth, a path to enlightenment? Why was Brother Zhang so adamant that Lao Zi was the sole entity capable of transcending the spirit-catching net? Nightingale pondered these questions, her heart engulfed in confusion. Within the 749 Bureau, she remained an outlier, unable to penetrate either the external organization of Dawn or the internal research institute. Her sole mentor, Wang Jun, had also been ostracized due to her close association with Zhang Daoling and Yi Zhiqiu. Her current mission involved monitoring the bat and safeguarding Su Yun. Yet this task seemed to be unraveling. What should she do? Seeking assistance from home would inevitably expose her identity, leading to her expulsion from the 749 Bureau, followed by deep hypnosis to erase all memories of the extraordinary events. Conversely, turning to Brother Zhang or Brother, you would likely present the bat with an opportunity to ensnare them in a life-and-death crisis. Given the bat's merciless nature, he would undoubtedly covet their cerebrospinal fluid. Nightingale found herself trapped in a predicament. Ultimately, she steeled herself, resolving that should the moment arise, she would protect Su Yun at all costs. Since Su Yun was a person of great significance to Brother Zhang, she could not allow her to fall victim to the bat's cruelty. With this decision made, the fog of confusion in Nightingale's heart began to dissipate, her thoughts flowing more freely, and both her mind and body felt considerably more at ease. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Chen Feng's order of 50 pounds of beef from the Nudonglai supermarket has been delivered by the courier. After signing for the package, Chen Feng entered the kitchen, blanched the meat, and cooked it thoroughly. Subsequently, he prepared a substantial amount of isolated whey protein powder using cooled distilled water. After slightly adjusting the glucose, amino acids, and an abundance of selenium tablets set aside, Chen Feng began to practice the martial arts, specifically the most refined version of Xingyi Quan, which had been meticulously revised over the course of 20 years. This endeavor was aimed at harnessing the power and physical enhancement derived from the genes of devoured ants. With the commencement of universal practice in July 2028, the promotion of ancient martial arts gained worldwide popularity. Among them, strength-oriented disciplines such as Xingyi Quan and Baji Quan were predominant, while spiritual elevation techniques rooted in Taoist practices constituted over 80% of the practices. The most foundational forms popular among the masses included Bai Jinduan, Wakingxi, Babujin Ganging, and Taiji, which occupied the mainstream. However, as time progressed and the genes of tardigrades were extracted and studied, the life mechanisms of these creatures were deeply unraveled, leading to the emergence of gene serums as a mainstream phenomenon. Gene serums, akin to firearms in traditional martial arts, shifted the trajectory of universal practice towards the injection of gene serums as the norm. Furthermore, as the population continued to decline, The gradual refinement of gene serums led to the emergence of higher quality and graded variants, which were incorporated into a national free injection program. Every individual, within the corresponding age bracket, was mandated to receive the gene serum injections, unless they had attained the realm of a martial artist, in which case they were exempt. Due to the development of gene serums, contamination of genes became exceedingly severe, coupled with the unexpected outbreak of the Glish incident and the nuclear conflicts among major powers, along with the catastrophic deterioration of nuclear wastewater storage. Individuals who did not receive gene serum injections, unless they had reached the hidden essence level of a martial artist, would be unable to withstand the intense radiation, succumbing to various fatal cancers in a remarkably short span. Although, at that time, nanobots could precisely eliminate all cancer cells without any side effects, the various cancers within the body were sufficient to devastate physical resilience. The eradication of cancer cells would lead to the complete destruction of bodily functions due to radiation, resulting in a state of debilitating weakness. Individuals would not perish but would endure a torturous existence, their genes mutating into a state that rendered them neither human nor ghostly, suffering a fate worse than death. By the year 2049, prior to Chen Feng's rebirth, gene serums had been developed to what was claimed to be a no-side-effect variant. Universal free gene serums had become widely accessible. Nevertheless, in the realm of tardigrade research, Chen Feng was 5 tiers ahead of the most esteemed biologists in the Federation. The profound reason for this was that Chen Feng was one of the few who had never utilized gene serums, and in the future, the core criterion for measuring genius would be the purity and unpolluted state of human genes. On October 1, 2049, the Interstellar Federation of Huagua was established, officially proclaiming its dominance over the world. In truth, as early as 4 years ago, the United Federation of Huaworld had already unified the realm. But due to its traditionally prudent nature, it refrained from making any proclamations. As the centennial approached, a grand momentum surged forth. The Tianqing city of the Huagua Interstellar Federation, teeming with a population of 400 million, erupted into a nationwide celebration. On the night of October 31st, Chen Feng unraveled the mysteries of the tardigrade's quantum derivation and transcended the enigma of the spirit capture net. Just as he was on the cusp of a profound ascension into higher dimensions, he was ensnared by the spirit capture net, only to be obliterated by a mysterious portal of light. What humanity would become thereafter remained an enigma to Chen Feng, one that he could not fathom. At present, Chen Feng diligently practiced Xingyi Quan while consuming hearty portions of beef and a crude, yet effective, nutrient solution to bolster his physique and strength. This rigorous process lasted a full hour. Once he had consumed all the provisions and nutrient liquid, his physique dramatically contracted, his skin appearing as though enveloped in a membranous layer, while the flesh beneath resembled steel forged in a furnace. His weight surged from 75 to an astonishing 130. Yet he bore a tall and lean appearance, exuding a subtle, ethereal grace. With effortless ease, Chen Feng seized a nearby dumbbell, and with a mere rub of his hands, transformed it into a clump of iron. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he practiced the tiger form of Xingyi Quan several times before standing still. This time, the gene fusion from the tardigrade bestowed upon him a voracious ability that positively induced a genetic mutation, steering the transformation towards the physique and strength akin to that of an ant. Ants, though slender, can lift objects weighing 400 times their own body weight. Their remarkable resilience allows them to withstand falls from great heights with minimal injury. Chen Feng experienced a significant evolution in this regard, while his own genes remained entirely untainted. His physical prowess and mental state were now in perfect synchrony, astonishingly achieving a true state of enlightenment. In this realm, confronting the present bats would be as effortless for him as crushing an ant. Having adjusted his physical condition, Chen Feng glanced at the time, noting it had surpassed noon. His initial intention to continue his metamorphosis and endeavor to construct 12 mental palaces deep within his consciousness would have to be temporarily set aside. Subsequently, he ordered 3 dishes from the neighboring kitchen to be delivered to Su Yun. He then entered the bathroom to take a shower. During his bath, Chen Feng opened his phone, first sending a message to Su Yun, before browsing a video platform and following a content creator known as One Leaf Knows Autumn. This individual, whose real name is Yu Zhiqiu, is a scholar well-versed in ancient texts and mysticism, possessing an extensive reservoir of knowledge. In his previous life, Yu Zhiqiu had assisted Chen Feng in decoding the secrets of ancient civilizations and unraveling the mysteries of the tardigrade's quantum derivation. His eccentric personality often led him to bouts of inexplicable madness, and for much of his early life, he resided in a psychiatric hospital, where he was classified as a severe patient. Subsequently, due to certain extraordinary events, he was recruited by the Inspector Qin Lan into the 749 Bureau. This individual once conversed with Chen Feng, revealing that much of his knowledge originated from several vanished civilizations. He possessed the ability to extract the information embedded within light through a technique of spiritual resonance, obtaining memories contained within the radiance. Much like a computer retrieving data from a disk, he could instantaneously extract and store this information within his memory palace. Chen Feng found it impossible to verify this assertion. Yet Yu Zhiqiu's remarkable prowess served as the most compelling testament. Regrettably, Yu Zhiqiu's fate was equally tragic. At this moment, Chen Feng was bathing while listening to Yu Zhiqiu's fervent news broadcast. Welcome everyone to follow the Yu Zhiqiu video channel. Let us dispense with pleasantries and dive directly into the pertinent news, which consists of 3 key items. First, has the Nantianmen project truly arrived? Can science fiction be realized? The Baidi aerospace fighter has made its debut at the Guangdonghai Aviation Exhibition, boasting high stealth capabilities, advanced engines, and cutting-edge electronic equipment, enabling it to operate in the vacuum of outer space. Second, our scientists have kept SCHR Dinger's cat alive for over 20 minutes. Recently, reporters from the Huawei University of Science and Technology learned that academician Li Jing utilized a laser cooling atomic method to create a spin-based SCHR Dinger cat state, achieving a lifespan measured in minutes, which aids in enhancing the sensitivity of spin precession phase measurement. Third, archaeological discoveries. The Dadawan Quoto site pushes the origins of Chinese culture and the I Ching's 8 trigrams back to 9,000 years, 9 millennia ago, during the primitive society of the Stone Age. Upon finishing his bath, Chen Feng had also completed listening to this segment of video news. To his astonishment, all of this had already transpired by 2024. He reflected on his former self as rather slow to grasp the unfolding events. After bathing, Chen Feng donned the casual sportswear and shoes that Su Yun had purchased for him, stowed away his phone, and exited his home. While awaiting a taxi, he revisited Yu Zhiqiu's previous news videos. He discovered that most revolved around the bizarre cases crafted by the 749 Bureau, with 2 parts truth and 8 parts fabrication. Furthermore, some segments repeatedly referenced the secrets of quantum entanglement and parallel dimensions, though these were largely speculative. Chen Feng then clicked on another video, which focused on the alien spacecraft that had crash-landed on the far side of the moon. The video was rich with imagery, yet he watched it twice. The model and structure of the spacecraft, along with the site of its crash, coincided precisely with the area designated for archaeological exploration of ancient lunar ruins set to commence in 2028. This video was authentic, and it had already revealed the lunar ancient city ruins site, indicating that the state had initiated a project to conduct archaeology in this region. Yu Zhiqiu was participating through some means of selection. Just as Chen Feng contemplated watching it once more, a taxi arrived, prompting him to decisively shut off his phone. Upon arriving at Su Yun's residence, the clock had struck 1 p.m. The pre-ordered stir-fried dishes had already been delivered earlier and were now slightly cool. After Chen Feng and Su Yun finished their meal, they took a taxi together to the flower and bird market. Throughout the journey, Chen Feng intermittently activated his transcendent vision to observe everything around him while also paying attention to Su Yun's mental state. To his surprise, Su Yun's demeanor was even better than he had anticipated. The faint aura at her brow had expanded and deepened in color. This transformation endowed her with an ethereal grace, imparting a refreshing tranquility and youthful vibrancy to her presence. At that moment, in Chen Feng's transcendent perception, Su Yun resembled a crystal-clear spring, pure, innocent, and radiating a gentle luminosity. Such an immaculate state of spirit, if harnessed as a vessel for spiritual seeds, could indeed cultivate an extraordinarily powerful puppet. Her potential was truly astonishing. A shiver ran through Chen Feng as he swiftly dismissed this peculiar thought, reminding himself that this desire stemmed from the devouring genes of tardigrades. Devouring itself bears no morality. Yet should human desires spiral out of control, they could lead to irrevocable consequences. It appeared that the rapid evolution and the induction of gene mutations through the devouring ant genes had been somewhat hasty. With his thoughts converging, Chen Feng silently adjusted his mental state and recited a mantra in his heart, gradually calming his mind. At the flower and bird market at the Jime Pet Clinic, when Chen Feng and Su Yun arrived, Zhang Liqin was just opening a large iron cage, walking her pet wolf cub. Upon seeing Chen Feng, her eyes brightened, and she nearly succumbed to the urge to rush forward. The allure of the little wolf cub was simply irresistible. However, upon noticing Su Yun beside Chen Feng, she paused momentarily, a flicker of self-consciousness and disappointment flashing across her face. Quickly regaining her composure, she approached them with a smile, tightening the leash in her hand. The Alaskan wolf cub, upon seeing Chen Feng, bared its teeth, eager to assert its dominance. Yet, with just a glance from Chen Feng, the wolf cub's fur bristled, and its tail immediately tucked between its legs. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze, and the wolf cub seemed to comprehend something, promptly becoming docile. Its previously proud head drooped low. However, as Zhang Liqin drew it closer to Chen Feng, the wolf cub cautiously lifted its head and, upon glimpsing Su Yun, hesitated slightly. After a careful glance at Chen Feng, reassured by the absence of any threat, it began wagging its tail vigorously, squinting its eyes in a playful manner towards Su Yun. Its excited, smiling face and enthusiastic tail wagging evoked both amusement and exasperation in Zhang Liqin. "Oh, Xiaochen, you're here. Little Bao is asleep right now. It's recovering very well, so no need to worry. Hey, you little rascal, why are you charging around?" Zhang Liqin exclaimed, nearly stumbling as the wolf cub barreled past her, almost toppling her over. She was suddenly filled with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, remarking in an irritable tone, "This little wolf cub is rather perplexing. It is not even a male dog. It becomes particularly excited whenever it encounters a beautiful young lady, completely disregarding my commands." Chen Feng cast a casual glance at the wolf cub, engaging his enhanced perception to delve deeper. In an instant, he discerned the truth behind the matter. Yet, this revelation left him in silence. He began to understand why Zhang Liqin would hastily label men as scoundrels. Chapter 13. Death. While Chen Feng recognized the cause, he chose not to respond. He would not easily entangle himself in the affairs of others. Zhang Liqin approached awkwardly, her fair hand gripping the dog leash tightly, almost lifting the wolf cub off the ground. Nevertheless, the wolf cub continued to struggle vigorously, emitting eager whines as if it were reuniting with a long-lost master. The intensity of its excitement and eagerness was palpable, perceptible even to those who were deaf and blind. "Don't be such a reckless creature. You might frighten this young lady," Zhang Liqin admonished, straining to maintain control of the leash. "Sister Zhang, this is my friend Su Yun. Su Yun, meet Sister Zhang, the owner of Jimei Pet Clinic," Chen Feng introduced. Su Yun smiled politely at Zhang Liqin and courteously greeted her. "Hello, Sister Zhang." Zhang Liqin instantly responded with warmth. "Ah, hello, Su Yun. You are truly beautiful, like a fairy." However, no sooner had she spoken than the wolf cub suddenly bolted, breaking free from her grasp. It charged towards Su Yun with an exuberance that seemed almost frenzied. In that split second, Chen Feng swiftly reached out, grasping the Alaskan's nape and gently pressing it down to the ground. This action, seemingly casual, was executed with an elegance that belied its force. Once immobilized, the Alaskan ceased its movements, its earlier fervor dissipating as if it had been abruptly calmed. "Sister Zhang, you are both beautiful and exude an air of nobility. You are the epitome of grace," Su Yun remarked, her gaze shifting back to the Alaskan. "Chen Feng, look, it seems the wolf cub really likes us. It is so intelligent and enthusiastic." Chen Feng smiled in response. "Indeed, it has taken quite a liking to us." He refrained from explaining that while the wolf cub's affection for Su Yun was genuine and its intelligence and enthusiasm were commendable, it had likely left an indelible mark of fear. Although Chen Feng had restrained himself considerably, the experience for the wolf cub was likely more jarring than being struck down by a fierce tiger. Indeed, as Chen Feng's gaze swept over the subdued wolf cub, he noticed a large puddle of pale yellow urine forming beneath it, the pungent odor quickly permeating the air. Chen Feng withdrew his gaze, falling into contemplation. Zhang Liqin felt increasingly embarrassed, wishing to offer an explanation but at a loss for words. She could only awkwardly utter, "Xiaochen, Su Yun. I am terribly sorry for the dog's behavior. I don't understand what has come over it." "It's quite all right." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Su Yun, meanwhile, blinked at Chen Feng in curiosity. Chen Feng understood Su Yun's implication and responded with a slightly helpless glance, gently nodding. Immediately, Su Yun smiled brightly, enthusiastically saying, "Sister Zhang, Chen Feng has a remarkable ability to communicate with small animals. He can mimic the sounds of many creatures and is quite adept at training chickens, ducks, cats, dogs, cattle, and sheep. Perhaps we should ask Chen Feng to help us figure out the reason behind the wolf cub's behavior." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liqin's charming eyes sparkled even brighter. "Really? Little Chen, you can train dogs too?" Chen Feng humbly replied, "Just a little." Zhang Liqin recalled Chen Feng's previous mention of having some knowledge of pet medicine, and with a playful glance, she teased him, "Just a tiny bit, right?" Chen Feng chuckled, "I prefer to keep a low profile." Zhang Liqin glanced at the wolf cub and then looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. "Little Chen, what's wrong with the wolf cub?" As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the wolf cub, which, after relieving itself, was now crawling slowly to Su Yun's feet, playfully wagging its tail. However, due to its tail and hindquarters being soaked in urine, A foul odor enveloped it, making it difficult for Su Yun to reach out and pet the cub. Yet, the cub's adorable and silly demeanor made her reluctant to disappoint it, leaving her in a dilemma. Zhang Liqin picked up the dog leash and gave it a sharp tug, causing the wolf cub to stumble and roll over, landing in its own urine. Now, the cub had successfully awakened itself, leaving a pungent aroma in the air. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Liqin's fair and youthful face froze in shock. Chen Feng cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and explained. Regarding the wolf cub's condition, Sister Zhang, you should brace yourself. At his words, Zhang Liqin's heart sank, and an uneasy feeling arose. What's wrong? The wolf cub isn't terminally ill, is it? Her concern made her momentarily forget that she was a reputable pet doctor. Chen Feng shook his head and carefully organized his thoughts. The wolf cub has another owner, a male, correct? Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhang Liqin's face, and she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, unable to meet Chen Feng's gaze. She wanted to deny it, asserting that he was not her boyfriend, but merely a close male friend. Yet, before Chen Feng and Su Yun, who appeared as celestial beings, any impure thoughts seemed like a desecration. Suddenly, Zhang Liqin felt a wave of shame, though she maintained her propriety. She was over 40 and indeed had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with that male friend. While she appreciated his looks and physique, as well as the emotional value he provided, she couldn't help but wonder if her actions were subject to criticism. Her emotions fluctuated, but she quickly composed herself and nodded silently, remembering certain scenes from explicit videos. Zhang Liqin hesitantly asked, could it be that he did something inappropriate to the wolf cub? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then his lips twitched slightly, unsure whether to affirm or deny the situation, casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Liqin. Su Yun was initially bewildered, but upon grasping the reality, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Zhang Liqin felt a shiver run through her at Chen Feng's strange gaze, rendering her speechless. Not really. It's just that the male owner often brings the wolf cub along with other beautiful women to engage in uninhibited gatherings for deeper exchanges. These lovely young ladies frequently treat the wolf cub to its favorite delicacies, such as king crab legs and premium wagyu beef. Each time, the wolf cub enjoys a hearty meal in their company. Yet with you, Sister Zhang, it always finds itself hungry. Therefore, whenever it encounters a beautiful girl, it eagerly approaches them, memorizing their scent, and even leads its owner to seek out these enchanting ladies. Chen Feng's words shattered the last remnants of hope in Zhang Liqin's heart. The income from her pet clinic and nearly half of the rental income from her 2 buildings had been spent on this male friend to aid in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Deep down, she had entertained thoughts of a future together, but the looming specter of her age and the foreseeable complications that might arise had now become an unbearable reality, leaving her emotionally devastated. Is that so? Zhang Liqin managed a bitter smile, her heart unsettled, convinced that indeed, all men are scoundrels. Chen Feng did not retaliate against her accusation, but rather stated, this is merely one aspect. Another reason is that although the wolf cub is a female, it aspires to behave like a male dog. Zhang Liqin and Su Yun exchanged bewildered glances, while Chen Feng continued, having witnessed such affairs frequently. It has developed an affinity for beautiful women and longs to experience the same. His words left the room enveloped in an eerie silence. The most dreaded moment was when the air suddenly stilled. After a brief pause, Zhang Liqin finally processed his words, incredulity washing over her as she glanced from Chen Feng to the wolf cub, which seemed to comprehend his statements and was now playfully nudging her feet. Suddenly, a wave of revulsion surged through her. Instinctively, she kicked the wolf cub on its head, causing it to tuck its tail and curl up, whimpering in a pitiful manner. Zhang Liqin stammered, voicing her own disbelief. How could this be? It's obviously. Chen Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to delve further into the more scandalous details. He checked the time on his phone and shifted the conversation, saying, Sister Zhang, let us go see Xiao Bao. Only then did Zhang Liqin snap back to reality, hastily leading Chen Feng and Su Yun into the clinic. Xiao Bao's condition surpassed Chen Feng's expectations, as it lay comfortably on a mat, sound asleep with steady breaths. Its previously tangled fur had been completely shaved, and Zhang Liqin had thoughtfully dressed it in a pet outfit, making it appear considerably more pleasing to the eye. After examining Xiao Bao, Chen Feng discovered that the water bear genes within it had fully integrated, and that particular bloodline had positively stimulated its potential. Xiao Bao had embarked on a preliminary evolution, signifying a substantial extension of its lifespan and an enhancement of its vitality. At present, although the body wrapped in pet clothing still appears somewhat tragic, adorned with bandages, it has already regained its ability to move. Little Bao is in excellent condition, and I am preparing to take it away. However, the subsequent dressing changes and cleaning will undoubtedly require me to trouble Sister Zhang more often. Chen Feng said to Zhang Liqin. Zhang Liqin had initially intended to keep little Bao, as doing so would mean she could see Chen Feng more frequently. Yet, upon realizing that Chen Feng's prowess in veterinary medicine far surpassed her own, the words she wished to utter became lodged in her throat. Very well, little Chen. Thank you this time. I am rather flustered at the moment, but once I handle a few matters, I will treat you and Sister Su Yun to a meal as an apology for my negligence today, Zhang Liqin said, her mood complex and her tone somewhat weary. Her intellectual beauty and graceful demeanor now seemed overshadowed by her distress. All right, then Yun Yun and I shall await your invitation, Sister Zhang, Chen Feng replied, lifting little Bao and heading to Chen Zhao's villa with Su Yun. In the taxi, Su Yun cradled little Bao, having already heard of its ordeal from Chen Feng, which fostered a genuine affection for the pet within her. Chen Feng, you mentioned that the wolf cub wishes to become a male dog. Those factors are merely external causes, correct? Su Yun could not help but inquire. Chen Feng explained. Within the wolf cub resides a unique gene that can alter its perception of gender, leading it to believe it is a male dog. This phenomenon was previously subtle, but its owner exposed it to different experiences that broadened its understanding, thus facilitating a genetic mutation. Animals possess such genes? They can induce genetic mutations? Su Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded, stating, this gene is quite rare. Yet it does exist. In the animal kingdom, gender perception is not immutable. Some creatures can change their understanding of gender due to environmental factors, hormones, and other influences. If the induction is precise, the process can unfold in ways beyond imagination. Now I understand, Su Yun said, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, humans are no different. Chen Feng remarked with significance. Upon hearing this, Su Yun seemed to ponder something, her cheeks flushing a lovely crimson. However, Chen Feng refrained from elaborating. His thoughts did not dwell on various gender issues or challenges, but rather on the grotesque possibilities that could arise from chaotic genetics in the future, an unsettling notion that transcended mere moral outrage or the subversion of worldviews. As a researcher, he had endured numerous distasteful experiments, yet the recollection of those who exploited genetic induction to implant an array of organs for grotesque acts sent a shiver down his spine. The taxi continued onward, the sun shining brilliantly against the clear blue sky. Inside the vehicle, Su Yun hummed a gentle tune. Suddenly, Chen Feng furrowed his brow and addressed the driver. Please change to the far right lane and pull over. At that moment, little Bao in Su Yun's arms abruptly opened its eyes, displaying a hint of alarm, and barked 3 low, deep barks in succession. Aren't we headed to the Oak Manor Villa? The taxi driver, a young man in his 30s adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and sporting naturally curly hair, exuded an air of refined gentility. Though puzzled, he willingly pulled over to the side of the road. If you have something to attend to, I can wait for a few minutes. I'm relatively free at the moment. The young man cast another glance at Su Yun, his eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment. Yet his gaze remained clear and devoid of any offense. No need, thank you, driver. Chen Feng replied as he scanned the payment and ushered Su Yun out of the vehicle, stepping back to the entrance of a nearby tobacco shop. Across the intersection, a heavy truck laden with steel coils, which was about to run a red light at high speed, gradually came to a halt. The driver, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, wore a sullen expression, his eyes devoid of spirit, while his hair resembled dry straw, stained with oil. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the middle-aged driver within the truck, lingering momentarily on the white of his eyes. Subsequently, he redirected his attention to the rooftop of a massive shopping complex at the corner across the intersection. There, a burly Caucasian man stood silently, adorned with black-framed glasses embellished with bat motifs, surveying the stream of vehicles and throngs of people below, as if perceiving them as mere ants. This man was none other than Bat. Chen Feng slightly raised his head, locking eyes directly with Bat. In that moment, he did not conceal the murderous intent in his gaze. It was raw and fervent. Such a brazen and provocative stare instantly ignited the cruelty and madness within Bat. You insignificant creature, this is the second time you've acknowledged my existence. As an observer, I shall shatter your spirit and divide it into 1,800 fragments, each one a delectable morsel for my consumption. Bat loomed over Chen Feng, transmitting a powerful mental message. At that instant, Bat's eyes seemed to spark with electricity. This was mental power, tangible and formidable. Chen Feng's hair stood on end, as if charged with intense static electricity, though not overtly apparent. His gaze remained sharply fixed on Bat, and in that moment, he realized that Bat had finally unleashed a force surpassing that of an ordinary human. Whether in the transmission of thoughts or the instantaneous electric charge enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, the traffic lights extinguished. The surveillance cameras in the vicinity appeared to be shielded from radio signals, all disrupted and rendered inoperative. Bat's intentions became glaringly evident. He aimed to eliminate Chen Feng and Su Yun on the spot. Thus, even the surrounding surveillance had been obscured by his mental prowess. Yet, this fortuitously provided Chen Feng with the optimal opportunity. Is that so? Then why don't you attempt to observe me, Bat? Do you even have the right? Chen Feng's eyes responded defiantly, conveying a message that was both simple and brutally straightforward. Such a look of disdain instantly breached Bat's defenses. Bat's pupils constricted, his focus sharpening. Not only can you perceive the mental transmission, but you can also convey clear messages through your gaze. You even recognize me as Bat. And Wangjin as well. It seems you have done some research on me, albeit not extensively. I comprehend you more than you might imagine. Chen Feng continued to convey his thoughts, aware of your prowess in mental assaults, capable of compressing mental energy into a high-dimensional needle, piercing into the psyche of others and inflicting devastating damage. A flicker of astonishment crossed the cold and ruthless gaze of the Bat. It appears you have conducted quite a bit of clandestine research. The Bat's response was emotionally detached. You are mistaken. I have not investigated. I have merely discerned your essence. Chen Feng replied. My essence? Is this all? The Bat scoffed, mockingly dismissive. Your essence is that of a reptilian creature who delights in toying with low-dimensional games. Chen Feng countered directly with mental clarity. You consistently prefer to diminish your mental prowess, compressing it into a needle to torment those weaker than you. Watching the spirits of the talented being abused by you brings you pleasure and a sense of fulfillment. How intriguing, indeed. It seems you perceive me quite clearly, then. Do you wish to perish beneath such a high-dimensional mental onslaught? I can certainly oblige. The Bat's psyche began to stir with anticipation. Chen Feng remained unfazed. His gaze tranquil. You merely revel in your dominion within low-dimensional space. Once confronted by a true powerhouse, you, Bat, are merely a bat. Is that so? Then perish. Suddenly, a chilling light erupted from the Bat's eyes. A powerful and savage mental force erupted from him. The surrounding air seemed to solidify. In the next moment, his mind ascended to a higher dimension. But in Chen Feng's eyes, it was not an elevation. Rather, it was a temporary ascension followed by a descent, allowing his mental energy to coalesce into a formidable entity, transforming into a most lethal weapon. This was the Bat's favored method of slaughter, which he referred to as a dimensional descent strike. The Bat believed that even if Chen Feng understood him, he would never anticipate the magnitude of this assault. This was a mental attack of half-step hidden origin realm caliber. A thunderous rumble echoed through the void, followed by what seemed like a clear sky suddenly pierced by thunder. On the bustling street, nearly all pedestrians abruptly looked up, gazing at the clear blue sky, bewildered by the faint sound of thunder. Chen Feng stood motionless, unwavering. He did not evade, nor did he need to. The Bat's mental attack was remarkably swift and exceedingly precise. Buzz. A soft sound resonated as the needle pierced Chen Feng's brow. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. All of Chen Feng's mental energy converged. As the Bat chose to descend dimensions, Chen Feng opted to ascend. Like a genuine dimensional strike, Chen Feng could instantly flatten the Bat's psyche into a mere plane. However, Wu-Ti that result in the Bat's demise being too swift. Thus, at that instant, as Chen Feng's spirit touched the needle, he surged upward in reverse. In the next moment, Chen Feng's consciousness intruded into the Bat's mind, simultaneously activating the ability of hidden collapse. Boom. A mental storm erupted instantaneously within the Bat's brain. The Bat became aware of something extraordinary, suddenly unleashing unimaginable abilities. Its form transformed into a strange shadow, vanishing as if it had become invisible, and it shot forth from the height of the building, racing towards the clouds. Attempting to flee? This is precisely what I anticipated. I shall not let the lightning strike you without reason. What was the purpose of our prolonged dialogue? A cold smile flickered in Chen Feng's heart as he summoned a spiritual storm that collapsed inwardly, rapidly drawing in countless neutrinos to converge within the Bat's psyche. In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously, and 3 terrifying bolts of azure lightning coalesced within them, striking fiercely into the void. In the sky, there had been no sign of disturbance within the clouds, yet in the next moment, the Bat's figure suddenly materialized, manifesting a scene akin to a mortal's tribulation in the heavens. What the hell is that? I'm losing my mind. Look, it's being struck by lightning. A tribulation. The crowd erupted in chaos, a cacophony of astonishment and excitement. At that moment, as the Bat was continuously bombarded by thunder, its form became visible, plummeting from the sky. Simultaneously, a heavy truck laden with steel coils, which had somehow started, sped forward with alarming swiftness. With a thunderous crash, the fallen Bat, already stripped of its powers and utterly devoid of strength, could no longer shield itself. In that instant, terror widened its eyes. No, It sought to evade. But it was too late. The heavy truck bore down on it like a wild beast out of control, with a deafening crack. The bat was crushed beneath the steel coils, reduced to a mere pulp. The truck halted, and the subsequent coils rolled off one by one, relentlessly crushing the remains of the bat. Blood and cerebrospinal fluid splattered in all directions, staining the ground crimson. From 200 meters away, Chen Feng observed the scene with an impassive gaze. Chapter 14, Interception. The bat was dead, in the manner he relished most. In the past, he had orchestrated countless car accidents through hypnosis, savoring the bizarre expressions of those who perished in their final moments of struggle. It was his most exquisite delight. Now, the stark red of blood and the pallid white of cerebrospinal fluid offered a vivid bouquet of life-esque crimson and white flowers in its demise. Chen Feng watched for a moment through a transcendent lens, ensuring that even the neutrinos, tethered by obsession, had been shattered by the inward collapse. His heart felt liberated. Retrieving his gaze, he turned to Su Yun, whose complexion had paled. In a gentle tone, he said, Yun, I'm going to buy a cigarette. Please stay here and do not move. Su Yun blinked her beautiful eyes, understanding the metaphor behind Chen Feng's words, and nodded obediently. She was still somewhat shaken. The scene they had just witnessed had been overwhelmingly intense. The clear sky had suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a swift gathering of dark clouds, with relentless lightning crashing down thrice. The thunderous, violet lightning, as thick as a bowl, resembled the wrath of divine retribution. It contrasted starkly with the technologically advanced skyscrapers surrounding it, intertwined with the fierce sun that flickered in and out from the ominous clouds. Everything appeared so surreal. Although Su Yun had long harbored skepticism regarding the authenticity of this world, witnessing humanity manifesting in the void and being struck by lightning was indeed a first for her. Prior to this, she had viewed various online videos documenting the so-called calamity events in the magical city, and when the footage first emerged, multiple perspectives from beside the Oriental Pearl were available. Some claimed it was a demon cultivator undergoing tribulation, while others asserted that the enigmatic figure was Wang Yi, who was subsequently imprisoned in Chabai Mountain after being subdued by the powerful forces of the 749 Bureau. Su Yun had always dismissed this event, especially as two alternative theories began to circulate. One suggested it was merely a promotional video for a game, while the other claimed it was fabricated. The incident had caused quite a stir, yet the game soon faded into obscurity. Following this, another similar tribulation incident occurred, known as the Guangdong Province Tribulation Event, which bore a striking resemblance. However, the uproar this time was minimal. All videos vanished shortly after their appearance and were subsequently debunked. Su Yun recalled a comment from an internet user named One Leaf Knows Autumn, who suggested that the necessity of transformation and cultivation required the fusion of one's own neutrinos through the power of thunder. Under normal conditions, one could not withstand this, necessitating a bustling location to allow numerous ordinary individuals to share the burden of the thunder's impact, thereby diminishing its force. Just as Su Yun was about to respond to this comment, it was swiftly deleted, and the corresponding video was also blocked. After this episode, she seldom encountered related videos and gradually forgot about the matter. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself witnessing this spectacle firsthand. Su Yun turned her gaze towards the intersection, where all vehicles had come to a halt, and the crowd had gathered in a bustling throng, many holding their phones aloft to capture the sky in photos and videos. However, the sky was now a clear blue, bathed in sunlight, devoid of any peculiarities. The earlier occurrence had lasted merely about 9 seconds. Her attention was piqued primarily because of Chen Feng, who had been fixated on the sky. Chen Feng possessed a remarkably strong sixth sense and was exceptionally astute, often uncovering intriguing matters that escaped others' notice. In her daily life, whether creating videos with Chen Feng, investing in stocks, or engaging in one-on-one tutoring alongside him, she consistently earned over 50,000 each month. This newfound income transformed her previously strained household into a harmonious one, effectively alleviating over 99% of their troubles. Consequently, Su Yun felt a profound sense of reliance on Chen Feng, bordering on blind admiration. Whatever captured his interest became a focal point of hers, compelling her to delve deeply into it. With this thought, she instinctively opened her phone and searched for the term Jiangqing Tribulation, discovering, to her astonishment, that at least 20 videos from various perspectives had surfaced. The videos spread more rapidly than she had anticipated, due to the suddenness of events and their unforeseen nature. The situation escalated uncontrollably. At that moment, Chen Feng approached with a cigarette in hand. Xiao Bao, go relieve yourself, he instructed the little dog standing by Su Yun's feet. Xiao Bao promptly scampered over to a nearby trash bin, raised his hind leg, and let out a stream of urine with a soft splatter. While doing so, he deliberately turned his back to Su Yun, carefully avoiding any splashes that might soil his coat. After finishing, Xiaobao returned, and Chen Feng scooped him up into his arms before rejoining the taxi driver, who remained on the scene, busily sharing the recorded footage and typing furiously. "Driver, shall we go?" "To Villa 8 at Oak Manor," Chen Feng called out from beside the passenger window. Let's go, let's go. What an eye-opener today." The driver, beneath his genteel exterior, harbored a fervent curiosity for gossip. "Look at this video. It's gone viral online. It's spreading like wildfire." He gestured to Chen Feng, brandishing his phone. "See? No matter how you fold it, it looks impressive. It's as if it captures a scene of transcendence. I even zoomed in, and the clarity is outstanding." Chen Feng suspected the driver was merely showing off his device. He quietly checked his own phone, discovering a plethora of related videos and photos circulating rapidly across various social media platforms, igniting a flurry of speculation and discussion. Is it an alien invasion? Since my mother returned from the far side of the moon, the world feels increasingly surreal. This morning, my great-grandmother said her mother came to fetch her. Divine beings are manifesting. Therefore, we must uphold our integrity. After all, there are deities watching from above. Could it be a secret experiment by my mother? A humanoid drone? A supernatural weapon? Watch these videos while you can. Soon the 749 Bureau will intervene, and they will vanish. Haha, is it yet another gaming video from that Xianyuan? I swear I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm in the magical city right now. It's laughable how people in this era lack discernment. They actually believe in these amateur effects. It's as if their intelligence is being scraped against the ground. If only they had a few peanuts of common sense, they wouldn't be so easily deceived. I am a local, present at the scene. Someone was flying a kite from the rooftop, which got caught in the high-voltage line, causing an explosion. A person fell from the building and was tragically crushed by a heavy truck carrying steel coils, dying on the spot. Do not spread rumors. Do not propagate falsehoods. Chen Feng refreshed the page several times, only to be met with a notice. The video you are attempting to view has been removed for violating regulations. He searched for related information, witnessing those videos vanish at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, the media in Jiangsheng released a relevant news piece detailing that a man had fallen from a rooftop while flying a kite, resulting in the kite string becoming entangled in high-voltage lines, which subsequently caused an explosion. The media also edited a complete video of the incident, which, though partially obscured, seamlessly blended the footage of the bat plummeting from the rooftop with the scene of its demise beneath a heavy truck, rendering it remarkably lifelike. Public discourse swiftly settled into silence. Chen Feng clicked on the news video. With his discerning insight, he immediately recognized it as a creation by Huagua, second only to the top-tier Chang'e, meticulously crafted and refined, having undergone numerous revisions to eliminate stylistic details. Consequently, this video possessed immense persuasive power, compounded by the bat's own psychological turmoil and the obscuring effects that left witnesses with significantly dulled memories of the event. Thus, the truth of the matter quickly became buried beneath the mundane dust of daily life, akin to a gust of wind stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the wind ceased, the dust settled, and life continued as if nothing had changed. Nevertheless, some astute individuals, such as the Celestial Organization and the 749 Bureau, sensed the underlying truth. In the 749 Bureau's Jiangsheng office, within an ordinary farmhouse courtyard, Wang Jin sat behind a large desk, his expression dark and foreboding. Ostensibly, he was the two-star commander of the Dawn team in the 749 Bureau, yet in reality, he was one of the 12 three-star inspectors within the Dawn organization, known by the celestial code name Scorpio Eternal Night. However, this was still not his true identity. His actual role was that of a terrifying beast described in the Shan Haijing, which possessed 9 heads and 9 tails, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of a dog, a fox, and a lion. Despite its hideous appearance, its cries were alluringly reminiscent of an infant's, capable of luring individuals close before devouring them. Wang Jun, inherently ruthless and adept at disguise, had developed a fascination for this mythical creature, leading him to adopt such a code name after being invited to join by the likes of Daji and Bai Zhe within the Celestial Organization. Over the years, he had passed the trials set by the Celestial Realm and officially assumed control of this designation. The bat was one of Wang Jin's most trusted aides, assisting him in numerous arduous and vital tasks. The fact that the bat had perished in public, struck down by lightning, represented an immense loss for him. All surveillance footage from the scene had been rendered ineffective due to overwhelming static interference and the bat's psychic influence. However, based on distant aerial surveillance and some satellite imagery, it appeared that the bat had been engaged in combat when subjected to a special psychic attack, leading to its mental collapse and ultimately provoking the lightning strike. A strikingly beautiful woman with an imposing presence spoke in a measured tone. I understand. Qin Lan, Have Nightingale contact me. Wang Zhen pondered momentarily before speaking directly. Very well. The situation in Jiangqing is currently under strict lockdown, and the concealment of the extraordinary events is progressing smoothly. Qin Lan replied in a calm tone. You may leave for now. I shall make arrangements shortly. With a wave of his hand, Wang Zhen ushered her out, and the office fell into silence. An unusual psychic attack? A flicker of insight crossed Wang Zhen's eyes. Had the senior researchers of the 749 Bureau discovered something and acted covertly? Or was it an internal intrigue within the heavenly court? As Wang Zhen contemplated, Nightingale hurriedly approached him. Detail the recent activities of the bat, Wang Zhen commanded directly. In recent days, the bat has been investigating Su Yun and Chen Feng, Nightingale replied after a moment of thought. She selectively recounted the matters concerning Su Yun and Chen Feng, mentioning only that Su Yun had awakened her spiritual abilities due to a car accident. However, she refrained from mentioning the bat's intention to crush Su Yun with a heavy truck or to hypnotize and sever Chen Feng's spirit with 1,800 cuts. Even though she absurdly considered the possibility that the bat's demise might be linked to these two. She held steadfastly to her belief in her elder brother Zhang Daoling's words. Su Yun was of great importance. Thus, if possible, she wished to keep Su Yun and Chen Feng out of this incident. Su Yun, Chen Feng. Wang Zhen furrowed his brow. These names were not unfamiliar to him. Particularly Su Yun, a girl of remarkable clarity and extraordinary potential within the heavenly court, who had even been earmarked as a prospective candidate for the codename Daji. Chen Feng, on the other hand, possessed formidable psychic strength and was a genius with exceptionally high intelligence, making him a target of interest for the heavenly court organization. Moreover, Wang Zhen had vaguely heard that the enigmatic AO being within the heavenly court had a particular interest in Chen Feng, either wishing to pass on his legacy or to capture him for certain genetic evolution experiments. Realizing this, Wang Zhen understood that this was indeed an opportunity to target both individuals. It appeared that the bat's death was inextricably linked to them. Wang Zhen's tone turned icy. You will fully cooperate with Qin Lan to investigate Chen Feng and Su Yun. I need to know everything about them, especially their current psychic strength and physical condition. Understood. Captain. Nightingale responded immediately. The bat was a vital asset to the heavenly court. This incident has arisen even before our collaboration began. So while watching Su Yun and Chen Feng, remain vigilant, be cautious of any underhanded actions against them by the heavenly court. Wang Zhen warned, perfecting the art of deception. Nightingale accepted her orders and departed. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Su Yun arrived at the entrance of Chun Zhao's Oak Tree Manor Villa area. Chen Feng accessed the gate using facial recognition. At that moment, he sensed something and glanced at the surveillance camera above the gate. Having entered the villa area for less than 100 meters, he was immediately approached by Lu Min, who blocked his path. Xiao Feng, I heard your father say you wish to take 20 million. Do you intend to secure it shortly? Lu Min's gaze held a hint of disdain as she regarded Su Yun thoughtfully. A somewhat insincere smile graced her lips, and though her voice was soft, it lacked genuine emotion. Chen Feng, I'll take Xiaobao for a stroll. You can have a chat with Aunt Lu. Sensing the tension, Su Yun promptly led Xiaobao away. Once Su Yun had distanced herself, Chen Feng turned his calm gaze toward Lu Min. So Aunt Lu, are you suggesting that my father should not provide this money? Are you intercepting me without his knowledge? Chapter 15. Father and son. Lu Min's smile faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear and replied softly, Xiao Feng, you misunderstand me. I am not trying to prevent you from taking those 20 million. After all, it was your father's promise to you. However, I must point out that such a sum is considerable, and withdrawing it all at once could impact the company's cash flow. Pausing to observe Chen Feng's reaction, she continued. Moreover, I've heard that you have been spending a lot of time with Su Yun and engaging in various investments. Auntie does not wish to meddle in your personal affairs. I simply want you to understand that you are still young and lacking in experience, making you susceptible to manipulation or misguided ventures. Therefore, I advise you to contemplate the purpose of this money before making any impulsive investments, lest you fall victim to deception. Chen Feng remained silent, his steady gaze fixed on Lu Min until her smile began to appear forced and her eyes evasive, prompting him to withdraw his stare. Aunt Lu, please do not feel uncomfortable about this money. Even a slight increase would unsettle me. Your family is not lacking in funds. With over $1 billion in assets and 3 villas averaging over 100 million each, I wouldn't touch a single cent, rest assured. You can leave it for Chen Tua. He spoke in a declarative tone, but his eyes pierced through Lu Min's facade like a sharpened blade, reaching deep into her heart. Lu Min's expression shifted subtly, and she forced a smile. Xiao Feng, it's not that your aunt is apprehensive. I simply care about you and worry about your spending habits. 20 million is no trivial amount. What do you intend to do with it? Invest? Or perhaps start a business? I know many successful individuals who could offer guidance. At her words, Chen Feng regarded Lu Min with a half-smile that made her instinctively uncomfortable. It was then that she truly scrutinized him. The boy she once knew had grown, no longer the naive and reticent youth she could easily manipulate. Lu Min fell silent, unable to maintain her pretense. Standing before Chen Feng felt akin to facing an impending storm, leaving her inexplicably anxious and fearful, overwhelmed by the pressure. She could no longer muster a smile. Xiao Feng, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your mother, and I genuinely wish for your well-being. However, given the current economic downturn, suddenly withdrawing 20 million in cash could indeed jeopardize your father's company, especially since he is already burdened with debt. How about this? We can transfer 200,000 to you now for your immediate needs, and we can send the rest gradually. Lu Min set aside her casual demeanor and the pretense of politeness, opting instead to appeal to reason and emotion. Chen Feng scoffed, saying, There is no need for such cunning games. They are utterly pointless. I will state 2 points. First, the golden little yellow fish from my mother is meant for me, as is the large yellow fish. This was clearly stipulated and fairly established by my grandparents before my birth. Second, I am merely a year older than Chen Tua. When Aunt Lu was carrying Chen Tua, my mother was still alive. In fact, I could dig deeper into this matter with my grandparents and ensure that your entire family faces serious consequences. Furthermore, in certain respects, I have saved the lives of the 3 of you. This alone is sufficient to repay my father's nurturing of me. As for claims of insufficient cash flow or debts, despite the market's downturn and falling property prices, villas in noble areas like Oak Manor retain their value. You can't possibly occupy all 3 of them. Even selling one at a discount would yield $1 billion. What you lack is not money, but rather integrity and conscience. Pausing for a moment, Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon Lu Min's eyes and continued. 20 million is merely 30 to 40% of the true collectible value of those 500 golden little yellow fish. Even at current market rates for gold, their worth exceeds 10 million. I am not extorting money from you. With my capabilities, I am not in need of such trifles. I simply wish to reclaim my mother's belongings. Aunt Lu, considering the distant nature of our mother-son relationship and the bond of kinship we share, I offer you this piece of advice. Remember the principle of the retreat of the fortunate, and do not bully the honest. Having said his piece, Chen Feng paid no further heed to Lu Min, as he had stated everything he intended. He turned and called out to Su Yun, who was walking her dog on the other side of the artificial lake, and together they proceeded to the 8th villa. Meanwhile, Lu Min remained frozen in place for a considerable time, her expression fluctuating between shades of anger and embarrassment, lost in thought. Yun. Don't take the earlier incident to heart, Chen Feng consoled as he took Su Yun's hand. Deep down, Su Yun was quite sensitive. She could perceive Lu Min's disdainful air of false superiority with clarity, given her own emotional resilience. She gently shook her head and replied, It's fine. Aunt Lu is simply the epitome of a true noble woman, so such behavior is to be expected. I bear no ill will. As she spoke, she cast a concerned glance at Chen Feng, asking, Did Aunt Lu give you a hard time? No worries. If I don't trouble her, she should consider herself fortunate. Chen Feng replied, gripping Su Yun's hand tightly as they walked together towards the entrance of the 8th villa. At the entrance, Chen Xiao paced back and forth, while a large number of cigarette butts had accumulated in the ashtray nearby, indicating he had spent nearly the entire afternoon smoking. Now in his 40s, Chen Xiao bore a striking resemblance to Chen Feng, though he exuded a more distinguished air typical of a successful man, along with the rugged charm of maturity. Xiao Feng. Yun, you're here. Come inside. Chen Xiao approached with a hint of agitation, yet he seemed to harbor some trepidation towards Chen Feng, displaying an unmistakable unease and uncertainty. As a successful middle-aged man, it was rather uncharacteristic for Chen Xiao to exhibit such vulnerability. Nevertheless, Chen Feng discerned that there were 3 underlying reasons for this behavior: guilt, insecurity, and a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. Ultimately, it was evident that Lu Min had somehow grasped the very essence of Chen Xiao's vulnerability. However, Chen Feng held no interest in delving into such matters. After all, regardless of the issues between Chen Xiao and Lu Min, their relationship was quite commendable, and their shared affection for Chen Tua was fervent. Thus, it was undeniably a blissful family of 3, if only Chen Feng were not present. Wu Ma, please bring in the afternoon tea, Chen Xiao said once more. Under his guidance, Chen Feng and Su Yun entered a hall adorned in opulence, rivaling that of a royal palace. Chen Feng settled onto a lavish sofa, discarding the cigarette he held onto the adjacent coffee table. I brought you a cigarette. Grandfather once said that in his era, one would dream of possessing a cigarette that truly belonged to them. Now, as your son, I am here to help you realize that dream, Chen Feng stated in a calm tone. At these words, Chen Xiao shuddered slightly. The cigarette but fell from his hand, and a fleeting expression of anguish and guilt crossed his face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before Chen Feng could elaborate on the matter of the 20 million, he was interrupted by Chen Xiao. I understand. I have prepared that money, he declared, each word seemingly exhausting him, his posture betraying a sense of weariness and defeat. He turned, dragging his heavy footsteps toward the wine cabinet in the hall, retrieving a document pouch from one of its compartments, untying the cord that bound it. Chen Xiao opened the pouch and extracted a stack of documents. At the top lay a sleek, obsidian bank card, glimmering under the light. This card was issued 3 years ago using your ID. The password is your birthday. Over the years, since you have declined the living expenses I offered, I have transferred the funds here each time, saving it for you. Including the 20 million you requested, there is approximately 23 million in total. Furthermore, these documents do not merely designate you as the legal representative of the company. Rather, I am transferring 99% of the shares to you. While I will remain the legal entity, rest assured, the company is thriving and profitable, which will serve as a safeguard for your future, Chen Xiao concluded, his gaze laden with complexity as it met Chen Feng's. In times when he felt incapable of making amends, he always aspired to provide his son, Chen Feng, with a better material life, hoping it might alleviate some of his inner guilt. He yearned for Chen Feng to actively seek more. Yet when Chen Feng finally began to do so, Chen Xiao realized their relationship had reached an irrevocable impasse. The extent of his past inaction, avoidance, and callousness now weighed heavily upon him. The child who once sobbed, yearning to ride a bull, had matured, while at that time, Chen Tuo, who was merely a year younger than Chen Feng, lived a life akin to that of royalty. Now, however, he had become a complete wastrel, temperamental, impulsive, and ambitious, yet lacking the means to achieve his lofty aspirations. The child, whom he had consistently neglected and treated with harshness, often resorting to punishment, was an individual of remarkable beauty, talent, and character, a true prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. With a modest sum saved from his meager living expenses, Chen Feng managed to amass a fortune of several million during his 3 years in high school, effortlessly achieving what would be considered financial independence at such a tender age. It is still vivid in his memory. 5 years ago, the 13-year-old boy, with reddened eyes and a face etched with disappointment and anguish, had stepped out of the house. In that moment, Chen Feng's heart must have been filled with yearning, a desire to turn back. Chen Xiao recalled his own harsh words from that time. Get out. Once you leave, do not return. I am not your father. That day marked Chen Feng's departure from home. Following his exit, the household, devoid of the presence that had caused him distress and loathing, gradually transformed an atmosphere. From that moment onward, Chen Feng never again referred to him as father. Chapter 16. Shocked Chen Xiao reflected on those past events, a remorse so profound it nearly suffocated him, overshadowing his professional success and inflating his ego during his earlier years. Now in his 30s, he often appeared foolish and immature in handling various matters. As he approached his 40s, a gradual clarity emerged, but it was regrettably too late. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, tears streamed down his face. Beside him, on the sofa, Xian lowered her head, gently biting her lip, her eyes also glistening with moisture. To her, her father was her entire world, but that world had long since collapsed. In recent years, particularly over the last 3, Chen Feng had minimal contact with Chen Xiao, while Su Yun had interacted with him numerous times. Chen Zhao's business had significantly dwindled, leaving him burdened with debt. Most of the family's major enterprises were now under Lu Min's control, who also wielded substantial influence over the family's finances. Occasionally, when Chen Xiao sought insights about Chen Feng from Su Yun during moments of sorrow, he would divulge fragments of this troubling situation. Su Yun had broached the subject with Chen Feng before, but each time it provoked his anger, leading her to understand that this was a sensitive topic for him. Consequently, unless absolutely compelled, she refrained from mentioning it, and even when she did, it was with utmost caution, as if she were a child who had erred. Su Yun recognized the truth that one cannot advise others on virtue without having endured their suffering. Were it not for Chen Feng's profound disappointment, he would never have treated his biological father in such a manner. Heartbroken, tears streamed from Su Yun's eyes uncontrollably. Yet she was determined not to allow her emotions to affect Chen Feng. Thus, she kept her head down, blinking fervently to dry her tears. Xiao Feng, take this. It might bring me some solace. Over these past 3 years, I have often dreamed of your mother. And I have come to realize how foolish I was in those days. I was wrong. Chen Xiao continued his lamentation. However, Chen Feng interrupted him, saying, I have taken the bank card. You may keep the company for yourself. Moreover, if you frequently dream of your mother, it merely indicates that she is starting to forget you, that the bond between you has indeed reached its conclusion. Perhaps this is for the best. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao became agitated, exclaiming, No, That cannot be true. In my dreams, she still scolds me, yet I know she loves me. She would never forget me. Chen Feng glanced at Chen Xiao, observing his somewhat hysterical demeanor, and shook his head. With a calm yet earnest tone, he continued, there exists an energy field between individuals. The greater the distance, the weaker the energy field, the closer the proximity, the higher the frequency of interaction, the longer the time spent together. The stronger the energy field becomes. Your mother has been apart from you for 17 years. The last remnants of your energy field have dissipated within your dreams. Your current family is harmonious and fulfilling, so it is best to live in the present. I harbor no prejudice against Aunt Lu and have long relinquished all attachments to this family. Although Aunt Lu possesses some cunning, her nature is not inherently flawed. The protective measures she has taken for her son stem from your inability to sever ties, your indecisiveness, and lack of responsibility. My mother's life is a tragedy. Yet she has no regrets. Similarly, you need not be anxious or self-reproachful. There is no need to spend your days sleepless, smoking, or drinking, clinging to the past and cherishing what is lost while neglecting what you possess. This will only lead you to despise your present self and remain mired in regret for the future. Furthermore, Chen Tuo may fall slightly short compared to you. But in terms of talent and ability, he is not lacking. What he lacks is your recognition and proper guidance. He is also your son, equally remarkable. Nurture him well. He is more than capable of becoming a source of pride for both you and Aunt Lu. Chen Feng's voice was not loud. Yet his words resonated like a wise elder imparting counsel to a younger relative, echoing thunderously in Chen Xiao's mind. Chen Xiao's previously muddled thoughts suddenly became clearer, and he inexplicably felt that the stagnant energy within him began to flow more freely due to this discourse. As if the closed pathways of his mind had been forcefully opened by this voice, leading to a moment of enlightenment. With a complex expression, Chen Feng cast a glance at Chen Xiao, silently retracting the subtle impact of his mental influence, and then approached Su Yun, extending his hand. Yin Yun, let us go visit my mother. It has been far too long since I last saw her. All right. Su Yun sniffled, her eyes reddened as she stood up, placing her cold hand in Chen Feng's palm and gripping it tightly. As they exited the villa and looked around, the setting sun bathed the tree-lined neighborhood in a warm orange-golden hue, presenting a scene both beautiful and grand, vibrant with myriad colors. In a corner outside the villa, Lu Min wore a complicated expression, her eyes glistening with tears. Beside her, Chen Tuo hung his head, resembling a remorseful child, filled with shame and regret. Clearly, both had heard Chen Feng's final remarks. Perhaps, upon her return, Lu Min was still preoccupied with the notion that Chen Xiao might secretly be transferring the family assets or some hidden wealth to Chen Feng. Yet, the stark reality left her utterly humiliated. In Jiangcheng, at the Phoenix Cloud Mist Mountain Cemetery, Chen Feng stood before a gravestone, gazing intently at the black and white photograph it bore. The woman in the picture appeared to be merely 18 or 19, at the age when one blossoms like a flower. She was gentle and beautiful, her large eyes brimming with hope for life and dreams for the future. Mother, I have come to see you, Chen Feng murmured, his eyes filled with longing and sorrow. Su Yun and Xiao Bao stood silently behind him, offering their quiet support. Chen Feng laid the flowers he held before the gravestone, then slowly knelt down, gently caressing the photograph. Time passed, a long while. Mother, this is Su Yun. Do you know? When I was a child, whenever I missed you, I imagined a mother in my mind. At one point, I almost suffered a mental breakdown, developing a separate persona of a mother. Back then, my father neglected me, often chiding me for being disruptive and overly sentimental. I lived in fear and anguish every day. During those times, only Yun Yun remained by my side. Her parents even took me to see a psychologist to help me heal. Her mother acted as a mother to me, soothing my troubled heart. It was then I resolved that no matter how things turned out between Yun Yun and me, I would always care for her. However, Chen Feng's emotions began to unravel, instinctively recalling his childhood. Both Su Yun and Xiao Bao shared his despondency. Mother, I have come to terms with myself now. Or perhaps one could say, Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. After enduring certain extraordinary experiences, I realized that letting go is the greatest form of growth. Chen Feng spoke, gradually emerging from his emotional turmoil. He acknowledged that losing control of one's emotions was permissible. The rapid advancement of his capabilities and the frequent use of his transcendent vision had indeed created certain risks. Now, at his mother's grave, he relinquished all burdens, releasing his emotions, allowing his heart to find tranquility and his spirit to clear. Thereafter, Chen Feng solemnly bowed his head to his mother, lighting incense and burning paper offerings. Su Yun also knelt in sincere reverence. Remarkably, Xiao Bao joined Su Yun in bowing. its scarred front paws performing a respectful gesture that touched the tender core of Su Yun's heart, moving her to tears and deepening her affection for the little creature. As Chen Feng rose, preparing to depart, an unexpected chill coursed through him. His transcendent vision activated, and he sensed the presence of two uninvited guests. He recognized them both. Old acquaintances indeed, Qin Lan and Nightingale Morong-shui. Qin Lan was a particularly unique individual. In his past life, Chen Feng had thoroughly investigated her, uncovering nearly every detail. It was almost certain that she was a defector controlling the internal organization of the Heavenly Court under the banner of the Spirit Capture Network, as well as an inspector of the 749 Bureau, endowed with formidable technological prowess and powerful psychic abilities. Cold in demeanor, she harbored a profound yearning for redemption deep within her heart. In her previous life, she was an invaluable companion to Chen Feng, offering him countless forms of assistance. Many of Chen Feng's secretive research endeavors were completed through Qin Lan's contributions. If, after Su Yun's demise, there existed one individual in the world willing to sacrifice themselves for Chen Feng, it would undoubtedly be Qin Lan. In her past existence, Qin Lan perished before Chen Feng, falling victim to Wang Zhen's ruthless hand, meeting an exceptionally tragic end. At that time, Wang Zhen had already ascended to considerable heights, wielding immense power and influence. Chen Feng's relentless pursuit of elevation was not without the motive of avenging Qin Lan. Regrettably, after achieving ultimate dimensional ascension, Chen Feng was obliterated by the Light Gate, losing his chance in that lifetime. However, in this life, there is hope. As for Nightingale, she is an enigmatic entity, a star soul person who is unknowingly inhabited by a star soul. Even more perplexing is that, unbeknownst to her, upon uploading her consciousness, she became a victim of digital life that usurped her awareness, leading to her demise. In her former life, Nightingale's astonishingly precise predictions of future events drew Chen Feng's keen interest. Her nature was inherently gentle and kind, yet she possessed an air of aloofness. As Chen Feng delved deeper into her essence, he unearthed all her secrets, ultimately revealing her to be a digital life form from an ancient civilization, endowed with formidable power and wisdom, yet ensnared in the emotional labyrinth of mechanical intelligence. Her feelings towards humanity were complex. If guided properly, she could become an immense ally. Unfortunately, once her secrets were unveiled by Chen Feng, Nightingale ceased to be who she was. She was captured by the celestial realm, and her fate became uncertain. In this lifetime, if Chen Feng could gain Qin Lan's trust and assistance early on, and securely grasp Nightingale within his influence, thoughts flashed through his mind as his emotions gradually settled. He discreetly retracted his transcendent vision. He resolved to present them with a profound shock of spiritual elevation. As a form of greeting, this would not only showcase his immense value and potential but also steer Su Yun's spiritual transformation in a favorable direction. After careful contemplation, he addressed the tombstone, continuing his earlier sentiments. Letting go signifies the greatest growth. Relinquishing is, in essence, a form of enlightenment. In this state, he unconsciously separated his body and spirit, realizing that this is the essence of the observer's existence, awareness itself. Specifically, it meant observing his own body, emotions, and mental state, thereby detaching from his selfhood. It was akin to feeling a sharp pain in his body. While he acknowledged the pain, he simultaneously understood that it was merely a physical sensation, devoid of true suffering. Chen Feng's words stirred both Qin Lan and Nightingale, who were approaching him, causing their hearts and minds to tremble, their faces reflecting astonishment and shock. Chapter 17. Loss of Control. Observer? Awareness? The independent of body and spirit? Qin Lan murmured. Although the spiritual state Chen Feng articulated was not foreign to her, it had never before been so lucid, so profoundly impactful. As a defector from the Celestial Court and a one-star inspector of the 749 Bureau, Qin Lan has encountered numerous cutting-edge technologies and esoteric knowledge. In her understanding, the human consciousness and spiritual realm are far more intricate than one might imagine, harboring immense potential and unfathomable horrors. The concepts of the observer and awareness, as articulated by Chen Feng, strikingly resonate with the core of this domain. Nightingale, too, experienced a profound inner shock. As a being capable of being parasitized by star souls and having her consciousness invaded by digital life, Nightingale possesses an innate comprehension of spirit and consciousness that transcends that of ordinary individuals. Chen Feng's words seemed to unveil a portal to an entirely new world before her, revealing the possibility of transcending her own understanding and achieving spiritual elevation. Could his level of spiritual cognition truly reach such heights? Nightingale murmured softly, her mind ablaze with incredulity. Qin Lan nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently upon Chen Feng. A peculiar conjecture arose within her heart. Perhaps it was indeed Chen Feng who had vanquished the bat. However, she soon found herself laughing silently at the absurdity of her thoughts. Indeed, the world had changed. The loosening of the spirit-capturing nets had led to a mass awakening of consciousness among numerous beings, elevating their spiritual understanding exponentially. It was entirely reasonable for an 18-year-old prodigy like Chen Feng, given his series of experiences, to attain such awareness. The notion that he could have killed the bat was utterly ludicrous, impossible. Qianlan shook her head, completely dismissing this whimsical thought, and refocused her attention on Chen Feng. At that moment, after delivering his monologue, Chen Feng fell into silence. He remained quietly kneeling before the grave of his mother, Ning Ziqin, with Su Yun and Xiao Bao similarly kneeling in reverence by his side. "Mother, I must take my leave now. I will visit you again next time," Chen Feng whispered softly before rising to extend his hand towards Su Yun. "Yin Yun, it's time to get up." Su Yun replied obediently, bowing her head once more to offer 3 sincere prostrations before reaching for Chen Feng's outstretched hand to rise with his assistance. The pristine blue denim of her trousers was marred by obvious ashes from spirit money and dust, yet she, typically fastidious about cleanliness, paid it no heed. Chen Feng approached Su Yun, bending down gently to brush away the stains from her pant leg. Su Yun lowered her gaze. Captivated by Chen Feng's focused and strikingly handsome features, her eyes reflecting deeper affection. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming gratitude for the divine favor in her life. As having such an exceptional young man by her side was an extravagant blessing. Once, when her father had departed, her heart had plummeted into a dark and painful abyss. During that time, Chen Feng had been like a beam of light, illuminating her darkness and accompanying her along the way. Lost in her thoughts, Su Yun felt her nose tingle and her vision blur. She sniffled softly, her voice gentle as she said, "Chen Feng, your trousers are dirty too. Let me clean them for you." As she spoke, she gracefully knelt before Chen Feng, diligently using her sleeve to wipe his trousers, as if she aimed to rid them of every speck of dust and every trace of ash. Besides Su Yun, Xiao Bao sat quietly, tilting her head, her sparkling eyes reflecting a hint of sweetness and intimacy. The night had fallen, enveloping the graveyard in profound silence. A gentle breeze caressed the air, stirring the girl's dark locks and also touching the hearts of Qianlan and Ying. Qianlan found herself momentarily lost in the scene, while Ying felt a genuine sense of envy and yearning. It was a mutual redemption, perhaps. After a while, Qianlan sighed softly and resumed her steps, approaching them slowly. She could not bear to disturb such a serene atmosphere, nor tarnish this beautiful and blissful tableau. However, duty called, and she needed to conduct her inspections and documentation without delay. Ying trailed behind Qianlan, yet her gaze remained fixated on Chen Feng, her demeanor gradually shifting into an unsettling state. Her mind became increasingly heated, compelling her to stare at Chen Feng. It was not solely his striking appearance, but rather an inexplicable sensation that, upon seeing him, her thoughts erupted into a flurry of vague and fantastical images. As she walked, she raised her hand and firmly slapped her head. Her usually composed nature was now fraying, akin to an impending seizure, which was certainly not a favorable predicament. It was one thing to embarrass oneself, but to sully the organization's reputation was a grave offense indeed. Qianlan halted, casting a helpless glance at Ying. "Why must your malady strike at such a moment?" she inquired. "My eyes are betraying me. My eyelids are twitching uncontrollably, and I feel short of breath." "As if I cannot catch my breath," Ying replied, her gaze stubbornly locked onto Chen Feng's face. Those eyes seemed to possess a will of their own. With a determined effort, Ying intensified her slaps, landing 3 more blows to her head, causing her silver nightingale mask to skew and the special mask on her face to wrinkle. Observing this, Qianlan sighed with a touch of melancholy and approached, smoothing out the creases on Yi Ying's mask while adjusting her adornment. Then, she gently grasped the back of Ying's neck and kneaded it a few times. Once Ying regained her composure, Qianlan placed a finger on her forehead, a gentle warmth radiating from her touch, swiftly alleviating Ying's erratic state. "I possess only the abilities of a Class A martial artist. Though the Bureau has provided ample resources for my training, I can only assist you to this extent. As for your condition, we have yet to ascertain the cause, but Brother Zhang should soon find a solution," Qianlan reassured her. "I understand, Lanjie. Please don't worry. I am not overly concerned, nor do I harbor many expectations. If all else fails, I shall simply withdraw from the organization, undergo hypnosis, and return home to live a simple life as an ordinary person," Ying replied, her tone remarkably carefree as she regained her composure. Despite her reluctance, the recent attempt to follow the trail of the bats has ultimately faltered. Coupled with the exposure of her identity among the bats, This signifies a significant failure in the trials set forth by the Dawn organization. It implies that her role as an outer executor within the 749 Bureau is now precarious. In truth, she has already been abandoned by Wang Zhan, the two-star commander of the 749 Bureau. This assignment was merely a formality, and her abandonment by the organization was inevitable. Unlike Qin Lan, who, at the tender age of 20, has already ascended to the rank of one-star inspector within the 749 Bureau's Dawn organization. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan placed a reassuring hand on Nightingale's shoulder and encouraged her, saying, "Your talent is remarkable, and if your spirit can evolve even slightly, you may develop a formidable sixth sense. I have spoken with Brother Zhang and consulted with Shi Qiu, and they both agree that your potential is immense, even surpassing Su Yun in certain aspects. Although the current era has indeed transformed, and many have awakened their minds, do not underestimate yourself. I have a vague feeling that Chen Feng may be quite suitable for you. Perhaps you should follow him closely, as your rise could be remarkably swift." Reflecting upon Chen Feng's profound insights that had significantly aided her, Qin Lan expressed these thoughts with fervor. After she spoke, she felt an inkling that this might be a shortcut to greatness. Nightingale instinctively glanced at Chen Feng. Just a fleeting look sent her heart racing, as if something within her were desperately struggling to break free. The sensation of her mind being violently pulled in multiple directions was nearly unbearable. Nightingale inhaled deeply, her complexion draining of color as an inexplicable sense of dread began to stir within her once more. The closer she drew to Chen Feng, the more intense her turmoil became. Qin Lan, noticing Nightingale's distress, adopted a grave expression. She once again offered her assistance, attempting to alleviate Nightingale's symptoms, but hesitated, her uncertainty igniting a spark of frustration within Nightingale. Angered by her own helplessness and the feeling of being a burden, a surge of defiance arose within her. In the next moment, she steeled herself, her gaze transforming into one of fierce determination as she approached Chen Feng with purpose. As if ready to fight against her own cowardice and indecision, striving to become a person of unwavering resolve. Thus, whether it was Chen Feng's uniqueness, the unexpected attraction she felt towards him, or the enlightenment he provided that triggered her latent mental struggles, she resolved to confront it head-on without evasion. However, this time, as Nightingale prepared to cast aside her fears, the sensation of anxiety did not resurface. Instead, fueled by her newfound conviction, she experienced an unprecedented sense of physical and mental ease, her spirit soaring with clarity and tranquility. Qin Lan was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty and intrigue. After a while, it became evident that Nightingale's pallid complexion not only returned to its normal hue but also radiated with a rosy glow, her youthful visage adorned with a hint of bashfulness. She could not help but twitch her lips, rendered speechless. Quietly, she adjusted her breathing, calming the tumultuous energy that surged within her as she had exerted her abilities to assist Nightingale. Subsequently, she hastened to catch up with Nightingale and swiftly arrived before Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Su Yun, Qin Lan positioned herself in front of Nightingale, addressing both Chen Feng and Su Yun directly. At that moment, Chen Feng and Su Yun were clasping hands, preparing to depart from the cemetery. The unexpected appearance of Qin Lan and Nightingale bewildered Su Yun, for she did not recognize either of them. However, it did not take long for Su Yun to realize something, her eyes betraying a mixture of surprise and anxiety, her lips slightly parting in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded, a trace of appropriate bewilderment flickering in his gaze as he inquired, "Do we know each other, ladies?" Qin Lan, gazing intently into Chen Feng's clear and profound eyes, felt an inexplicable stirring within her heart, a curious sensation of déjà vu washing over her. It was as if she had already experienced this moment, anticipating what Chen Feng might say or do next. For instance, she had intended to state that they were strangers, only to soon introduce herself, "I am Qin Lan, from the mysterious governmental agency 749 Bureau established by Elder Qian, a first-star inspector." Scenes of the next moment surfaced vividly in her mind. Yet, at that instant, a thought flashed through Qin Lan's mind, prompting her to don a gentle smile as she spoke. "Yes, we hail from the mysterious department of the state, known as the 749 Bureau. My name is Qin Lan, and this is Nightingale. We have come to inquire about certain special circumstances and hope for your cooperation." Qin Lan altered the course of her thoughts, diverging from the DJVU that had taken shape, and this shift caused a subtle change in Chen Feng's expression. In the next moment, his heightened perception was abruptly severed, the dimensional and temporal projections of future scenarios fracturing explosively before him, with a thunderous roar echoing in his mind. Akin to the chilling sound of a midnight storm, Chen Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, his spirit momentarily numbed by an intense sense of foreboding. At that moment, Nightingale, who had previously exhibited a semblance of shyness, suddenly illuminated with brilliant starlight, her gaze locking onto Chen Feng's eyes. Chapter 18. Star Soul. Chen Feng's heightened perception had long since become an instinctual ability. Born from a wariness of the spirit-catching net and a quest to unravel the true nature of this world, he frequently activated this power. This ability allowed him to transcend his own dimension, observing the mortal realm from a godlike perspective. As long as Chen Feng refrained from interfering with the flow of reality, maintaining this ability posed little drain on his energy, even when glimpsing the future. His observations, however, were limited to a short span of time, typically encompassing no more than 3 minutes. This practice was designed to maximize his safety while preventing his body from being tainted by the special energy of neutrinos. Little did Chen Feng anticipate that, without his intervention in the workings of reality, Qin Lan would inadvertently set in motion events that intricately intertwined with his fate. This phenomenon exemplifies the principle that a single thread can influence the entire tapestry, akin to the repercussions one endures when intervening in another's karma. Just moments ago, Qin Lan's actions unleashed a tempest within Chen Feng's mental realm, a storm unprecedented in its ferocity. The collapse of his hyperdimensional vision resembled the implosion of the cosmos, as countless fragments of mental dimensions detonated within his consciousness, battering against his psychological defenses. In that fleeting moment, Chen Feng was engulfed by a profound dizziness. As though his very psyche were on the brink of being utterly torn asunder, his awareness threatened to be drawn into an abyss of endless darkness. It was precisely at that instant that a thunderous resonance erupted from the depths of his spirit, a jarring awakening that both terrified and invigorated him. This thunder, reminiscent of a midnight fright, was an instinctual act of self-preservation from his consciousness. Realizing the peril he faced, Chen Feng's latent ability to collapse his hidden self activated instantaneously, dissipating his anomalous state and extricating him from the risk of mental backlash, restoring him to normalcy. This illustrates the formidable nature of the Tardigrade's survival mechanisms. In that moment, a flicker of gratitude surged within Chen Feng for having narrowly escaped the annihilation of his formidable hyperdimensional vision, which Qin Lan had effortlessly shattered with seemingly minimal effort. As if she had crushed his strongest mental bastion with the gentlest of touches. Perhaps this was the binding of fate. Qin Lan had sacrificed so much for him in her previous life, only to be persecuted and meet a tragic end at the hands of Wang Jin. He, in turn, had failed to avenge her or fulfill their shared dreams. Thus, upon their initial encounter, Qin Lan's destiny offered him a subtle shock. As a defector under the command of the Spirit Capture Network, her entanglement with that organization was profound, possibly concealing dormant observational abilities. Though Qin Lan may have acted unwittingly, the will residing in the depths of her spirit was reluctant to capitulate easily. From a dimensional perspective, time is perceptible in both directions. If Qin Lan possesses such depth, her innermost will could foresee the tragic fate that awaits her. Chen Feng fell into a brief reverie, simultaneously unleashing his ability to collapse his hidden self, guarding against any unknown scrutiny. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Chen Feng regained his composure and cast his gaze upon Qin Lan once more, he found himself instinctively drawn to Nightingale's peculiar and enigmatic behavior, locking eyes with her. Suddenly, he felt a faint sting in his eyes, akin to the piercing of his soul by 2 sharp blades. A chill coursed through Chen Feng as he recognized the significance of this moment. Instead of hastily severing the invasive starlight, he displayed a brief moment of bewilderment. In the next instant, Chen Feng perceived that within Nightingale's irises, starlight surged forth, as if the entire cosmic tapestry unfurled before him. At that moment, her mental prowess enveloped him like an invisible net, silently attempting to infiltrate his mental realm and stealthily take root within it. A surge of mental energy enveloped him, gradually coalescing into clusters of starlight that converged at the center of Chen Feng's brow. In that moment, the ethereal light of the Star Soul rapidly scanned Chen Feng's mental state, delving into the depths of his memories, revealing the minutiae of his life. Under the illumination of this intangible starlight, Chen Feng's spiritual realm unfolded before the eyes of the Star Soul, resembling the ruins of a shattered ancient city. Filled with bizarre sights and enigmatic symbols, Chen Feng willingly presented a scene crafted by his mental energy, the mysterious ruins of an ancient city hidden behind the moon. He even took care to restore the terrifying symbols, having prepared this specifically for the Star Soul, fearing that it might not survive the encounter. In other words, at this moment, the Nightingale Murong Shui had not yet been completely invaded or parasitized by the extraordinary life form of the Star Soul, nor had her spirit and memories been consumed. Thus, upon encountering a superior host, the Star Soul could no longer restrain itself. Seizing the moment when Chen Feng's psyche momentarily shattered, it launched its invasion, aiming to complete its parasitic transformation within Chen Feng's mind and, leveraging his more perfect and powerful physique, undergo an evolutionary metamorphosis. Unfortunately for it, Chen Feng, even without the ability of transcendent vision, possessed formidable devouring capabilities from 3 fusions with tardigrade genes, as well as an ability to obscure the probing of the spirit-capturing net through his unique collapsing energy. This made the Star Soul's attempt to parasitize akin to offering itself as a sacrificial gift to Chen Feng. Indeed, when the starlight of the Star Soul illuminated the mysterious ruins, causing the symbols to shimmer and twist into terrifying manifestations reminiscent of the most fearsome talismans of Taoism, the Star Soul was taken aback. The starlight it emitted trembled slightly before dimming into silence, retreating at an exponential speed, yearning to escape as far as possible. Yet, it was too late. Within the realm of his psyche, Chen Feng's collapsing energy acted like an enigmatic net, and his mental will resembled an all-seeing eye of an observer. With a mere glance, the net contracted instantly. The Star Soul, akin to a being deprived of water, was compressed into a pure mass of spiritual energy. Losing all capacity for thought, becoming a potent elixir within Chen Feng's mental world. Remarkably, this entire sequence, from the moment Nightingale Morong Shui fixed her gaze upon Chen Feng to the conclusion of the invasion, transpired in a mere 3 seconds. To Qin Lan and Su Yun, it merely appeared as though Nightingale and Chen Feng had exchanged meaningful glances. This singular act spared Chen Feng 5 years of arduous cultivation. For the Star Soul proved to be exceptionally benevolent, aware of his need for resources to nourish his mental energy. Chen Feng pondered, realizing that this intervention altered Nightingale's fate. Had she not been parasitized by the Star Soul, she would not have chosen to participate in the consciousness upload experiment when subsequently cast out. Nor would she have fallen prey to the invasion of digital life. Even when consciousness is invaded by digital life, the absence of spiritual energy replenishment from the astral body renders the mechanical life of the Nightingale's emotions an unattainable aspiration. However, in this scenario, the Nightingale can better exert control, even cultivating its essence in a more unadulterated manner according to predetermined directions. Once the Nightingale grows in strength, I can directly entice the digital life over, allowing the once uncontrollable mechanical entity to become entirely manageable. After contemplating, Chen Feng, having determined his objective, withdrew his gaze from the now fully restored visage of the Nightingale and turned towards Qin Lan. At this moment, Qin Lan sensed a slight abnormality but dismissed it, observing him with a peculiar gaze. "Sister Qin Lan, Sister Nightingale, have you called for me and Yuan for some matter?" Chen Feng's tone was gentle, his demeanor relaxed, betraying no signs of unease. He exhibited not a trace of tension, which was inconsistent with his established persona. In his previous life, Qin Lan approached him with an even greater air of aloofness and pride, resembling an extraordinary being. Qin Lan offered a slight smile, remarking, "Though I sense no tension from you, being a genius with heightened awareness and formidable cognition, as well as profound knowledge, it is only natural. But enough of flattery. Let us address the matter at hand. Firstly, our conversation must remain confidential, you understand." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yun, feeling somewhat anxious, instinctively moved closer to Chen Feng, clutching the hem of his garment. Qin Lan, adopting a serious tone, stated, "Chen Feng, we suspect that you and Su Yun are connected to a particular extraordinary incident, and we hope you can cooperate with our investigation." As she spoke, she carefully observed Chen Feng's reaction, secretly marveling at the purity and almost untainted essence of this young man, an exceptional talent not encountered in a long while. As she pondered, Qin Lan took a moment to reflect on the strange sensation she experienced earlier, reminiscent of a familiar encounter. She found herself perceiving an ineffable sense of danger emanating from Chen Feng, akin to facing the esteemed 3-star inspector of the Dawn organization. Although this feeling was fleeting, Qin Lan effortlessly grasped it. In other words, even if Chen Feng's abilities were not currently manifest, he was no ordinary being. Chen Feng contemplated for a moment, his demeanor remarkably composed as he stated, "Feel free to inquire about anything you wish to understand. I will do my utmost to cooperate with your requests." Qin Lan did not hesitate, promptly asking about Chen Feng's basic information, as well as his recent experiences and whereabouts. Chen Feng answered each query without concealment. Aside from matters concerning his rebirth and abilities such as transcendent vision and latent collapse, his actions were not secrets, and even if he chose not to disclose them, it would not be difficult for Qin Lan and the Nightingale to uncover the truth. Qin Lan diligently took notes, and then turned her attention to Su Yun. Her responses were considerably more intricate as she recounted her own nightmares, the prison within her dreams, and certain future scenarios she had envisioned. even embellishing her own abilities to some extent. At that moment, Chen Feng's heart was stirred once more, not by Su Yun's superficiality, but by her vague awareness of his unique abilities. She deliberately showcased herself to capture the attention of those from the 749 Bureau, thereby protecting him in secret. For she feared that Chen Feng might be seized and subjected to dissection as part of some research endeavor. However, Su Yun's display appeared rather juvenile in front of Qin Lan. With a gentle smile, Qin Lan exposed the naivety of the younger girl, saying, "Little sister, deceit is ill-advised. Furthermore, our 749 Bureau is a core secret department of the nation. We would never engage in any malevolent acts, hence we would never bully your little admirer." At her words, Su Yun's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Yet, Qin Lan's expression turned grave as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Feng, producing a device resembling a compass. Equipped with a high-tech display screen, Chen Feng, focus on this screen with all your might and envision the moments of your greatest anger or pain. Qin Lan's tone was exceedingly serious. Chapter 19, Mirage. Upon seeing that device, Chen Feng was struck by a sense of absurdity and irony. Feeling as though he had been living under a delusion in his previous life, it seemed that a product he knew would not emerge until 5 years later was now being presented before him. In November 2029, Siyun mysteriously vanished from her rented apartment, and everyone's memories of her became distorted, with her existence partially replaced by Su Ling. In December 2029, their teacher, He Zenon, succumbed to late-stage liver cancer. At that time, Chen Feng was engaged in archaeological work at the Sangsingdui site, where they uncovered evidence that fundamentally challenged the theory of evolution, leading to their subsequent detention. Following a brief period of psychological training, Qin Lan and Ouyang Ming assessed their group. By the end of December, Chen Feng joined the 749 Bureau, entering the Dawn organization as a Level 1 inspector, serving for 3 years. In 2032, after specialized training at the Lunar Research Base, he attained a Level 2 command position within the Dawn organization, serving for another 3 years. In 2035, after stepping down from his command role, Chen Feng was absorbed into the Internal Research Institute, becoming a Level 1 senior researcher. It was during his induction into the Research Institute in 2035 that he underwent his first assessment with the current device, discovering it had been developed in 2029. All prior evaluations had utilized an earlier version of the apparatus. He clearly remembered that in December 2029, the device presented by Qin Lan and Ouyang Ming was the same as the one before him, known as the Mental Quality Detection Analysis Instrument, Tai Chi Pulse No. 1. However, that was the first model, heralded as the most advanced mental detection device developed after integrating quantum entanglement technology. This time, Qin Lan unveiled No. 2, an updated version that had undergone an entire year of improvement, a product that represented a monumental leap from its predecessor. If one were to compare the level of a rotary phone to that of quantum communication, the disparity would indeed be astonishing. Utilizing this device for detection could truly strip away all pretenses, revealing one's essence if one lacked the ability for latent collapse. Chen Feng's momentary hesitation was swiftly seized upon by Qin Lan, who suddenly fixed her gaze upon his eyes, her mental energy immediately radiating outward, infused with a hint of hypnotic suggestion. "Chen Feng, what are you hesitating about? Are you familiar with this instrument?" Qin Lan inquired, her tone neutral. Upon hearing her voice, Su Yun's bright and clear eyes momentarily turned hazy, while Xiao Bao merely regarded Qin Lan with a longer glance, showing no signs of unusual reaction. Chen Feng complied, a trace of faint confusion appearing in his eyes, though it quickly transformed back into clarity as he feigned a slight daze, a gesture of respect towards Qin Lan. He found the instrument rather intriguing. The panel featured a bagua, and certain wires resembled drawn talismans, all elements of Taoism. However, the upper display and various instruments were exceptionally sophisticated, evidently utilizing incredibly powerful chips, which struck him as somewhat bizarre at first glance. Chen Feng expressed his initial impression of the device as quite comical. It seemed as though science and metaphysics had merged entirely and were complementing one another in a ludicrously harmonious manner. Qin Lan observed Chen Feng thoughtfully, and the fleeting clarity in his gaze further confirmed her belief in his extraordinary talent. Regrettably, Chen Feng had yet to embark on the transformation of his physical capabilities or receive specialized training in mental disciplines, a tremendous waste of precious time. In a few years, when Chen Feng reached his peak, it might be too late for him. Qin Lan harbored a strong desire to immediately recruit Chen Feng into the 749 Bureau, integrating him into the Dawn organization and elevate him as a key seed for development. However, such aspirations could only remain fantasies for now. Presently, she herself had not fully earned the organization's trust, let alone the endorsement of Chen Feng. Well then, let us proceed as I suggest. First, grasp it firmly with both hands. Then concentrate all your energy on it, envisioning your most exhilarating, enraging, painful, or fearful experiences. Qianlan urged as she pushed the detection instrument towards him. This latest model was a tool reserved solely for the higher echelons of the Dawn organization. The death of the bat had already attracted significant attention from the upper ranks, and inquiries from the 12 Zodiac inspectors had commenced. Recalling the inquiries from the mists of Libra and the eternal night scorpion, Qianlan felt a pang of anxiety. Chen Feng extended his hands, grasping the edges of the instrument marked with Qian and Kuan, positioning the display directly before his eyes. He then activated his latent collapsibility, moderating the intensity of his mental energy. This detection device was capable of measuring two types of data, one being the innate talent of mental energy, which could ascertain the upper limits of one's mental prowess, while the other gauged the strength of that mental energy, measured in specific units. Chen Feng gazed at the display screen, which illuminated as it conducted a brief facial recognition scan, promptly retrieving and compiling his personal data into a comprehensive record. Subsequently, the display transformed into a mirror, magnifying Chen Feng's visage until only his face was visible, with his eyes and brow becoming the focal points. In an instant, his eyes gradually turned crimson. Simultaneously, a series of numbers swiftly ascended, surpassing 500 in the blink of an eye, before eventually halting at 633. 633? The pinnacle level of mental prowess for a Class A martial artist? A half-step into the hidden essence realm? Such an extraordinary innate foundation? Qianlan's pupils constricted slightly. Nightingale could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How incredibly high! A half-step martial artist? An innate awakener? Chen Feng gazed silently at the display. Although his focus was intense and his complexion slightly flushed, he felt no stirrings of emotion within. No excitement, anger, sorrow, or fear had touched him for over 2 decades. Of course, if he were to express any of these feelings, the machine would undoubtedly react violently. As soon as the thought arose, the second test commenced. Chen Feng was vehemently opposed to this subsequent evaluation, as it would significantly impact Qianlan, a consequence she might not be able to withstand. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. At that moment, the Taiji pulse number 2 suddenly coalesced, resembling a laser pointer that directed a violet beam towards Chen Feng's brow. The instant the light struck his forehead, he made no attempt to retaliate. Instead, his innate ability of collapse was transmitted in reverse. It was akin to a quantum interaction, primarily emphasizing a rebound effect. Boom. At the moment this collapse occurred, the Taiji pulse number 2 instrument trembled slightly, and the display emitted a muffled thud, followed by a surge of smoke. The release of this smoke was reminiscent of a super battery exploding in an elevator, fierce, rapid, and terrifying, imbued with a potent electrical current. The moment the device emitted that muffled sound, Chen Feng relinquished his grip, not out of a desire to test the explosive apparatus, but because he could not prevent the machine from assessing his mental aptitude. This live assessment of mental talent could not be fabricated by even Chen Feng's current capabilities. Even if his innate ability of collapse did not manifest, his aptitude, having been refined over 25 years prior to his rebirth and through numerous transformations since, would undoubtedly trigger an explosion within the device. The machine's visible limit was 1,000, yet its actual threshold was 10,000. However, Chen Feng's mental aptitude limit had once soared to an astounding 129,600 during the transcendent elevation of 2049. Thus, the collapse of the machine at this moment was, in fact, a minor issue. Otherwise, the explosion would have been far more exaggerated. Just as Chen Feng relinquished the instrument, Nightingale stood frozen in shock, while Qianlan's pupils widened in alarm, her hands darting forth like lightning to seize the apparatus. It was over. Qianlan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. She frantically pressed against the shattered screen, attempting to extinguish the flames with her hands. The back of her hand quickly emanated wisps of smoke, reminiscent of rising steam. However, how could such a flame, comparable to the explosive combustion of lithium batteries, be easily extinguished? As Qianlan pressed her hand against it, a powerful current surged forth, and simultaneously, a radiant light akin to the aurora erupted from the screen. With a painful cry, Qianlan felt her hand jolted back by this luminous current. The steam on the back of her hand visibly dissipated, leaving her once fair skin marred by darkened patches. Sister Lan, Nightingale, regaining her composure, swiftly pulled Qianlan back several steps. The instrument fell to the ground, emitting 3 terrifyingly magnificent beams of light into the sky, each as wide as a bowl. This spectacle resembled the splendid auroras that graced the polar regions. Yet, under the shroud of night, the sudden emergence of such light was both eerie and inexplicably terrifying. The instrument was ruined. As Qianlan watched it discharge its final bursts of light before swiftly turning to ashes, a profound sense of despondency enveloped her. The inexplicable three beams of light seemed to have siphoned away a portion of her mental energy, leaving her feeling drained and fatigued. "Sister Lan," Nightingale stammered, unsure of how to offer comfort. She had never even seen such an apparatus before. This signified that the instrument was far more crucial than either of their lives. Within the organization, the loss of human life was inconsequential, but damaging such an instrument was a grave offense, for some instruments were nearly irreplaceable. "It's all right. Although this is a critical error, it also reveals certain issues and leads to significant discoveries." Qianlan mused, "This incident should be recorded. I will merely be demoted from a level 1 inspector to a peripheral executor. It is of no consequence." A slight twitch of her lips accompanied her expletive. She cast a complex glance towards Chen Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Feng, in turn, displayed a hint of embarrassment. He could not prevent the inspections from Bureau 749, and this outcome was the best they could hope for. If they had utilized the Tai Chi Pulse number 1, he could have manipulated the data to conceal the truth through mental reverse control. However, Tai Chi Pulse number 2 was the brainchild of Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu alone could outclass over 90% of the senior researchers in Bureau 749 at this temporal juncture. This was why Qianlan found it absurd to employ Tai Chi Pulse number 2 for testing. He had never fathomed that this device had been developed as early as 2024. It seems that Yi Zhiqiu had already obtained the results of this test. He must have thoroughly researched the M-bias ring and made numerous records by now. If Tai Chi Pulse number 2 had indeed been developed, could he have also reached a conclusion regarding quantum derivation and the frame rate of our world, determining it to be 232 frames per attosecond, 1 attosecond being 10 to the power of negative 18 seconds? If he had established that the interval for derivation in quantum studies was 232 attoseconds, the true answer of 108 attoseconds would be within reach. In other words, at the very moment Tai Chi Pulse number 2 detonated, he would have also turned his attention towards me. Was it destined for the most significant companion of my past life to seek me out in this present existence? In my previous life, whether it was unraveling the secrets of ancient civilizations or deciphering the quantum derivatives of tardigrades, he contributed at least 70% of the assistance. Were it not for his frequent bouts of madness and mental disarray, my status as a senior researcher would scarcely exist. The transcendent elevation to a higher dimension, the detachment from the ethereal net, and the unraveling of the mysteries of cosmic quantum derivatives would not have been within my reach. As Chen Feng gazed upon the damaged instruments, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. At that moment, after 3 beams of aurora illuminated the sky, a mirage suddenly appeared. The mirage floated delicately among the clouds, surrounded by a faint golden halo beneath the night sky, as if cloaked in an enigmatic illusion. A mirage? Nightingale sensed something amiss and exclaimed. Siyun and Xiaobao, upon hearing her call, simultaneously raised their heads towards the heavens. Qianlan and Chen Feng also turned their gazes skyward. The scene of the mirage was peculiar. It presented a dynamic tableau. Towering skyscrapers, steeped in a severe cyberpunk aesthetic, collapsed thunderously into dust and ruins. The earth, marred by smoke and flames of war, cracked open, with vibrant, blood-red lava surging skyward. The purplish-red sky was obscured by thick, grayish-yellow smoke, rendering the daylight invisible. In the distance, amidst a charred wasteland, stood a solitary figure clad in metallic leather. He bowed his head, his disheveled hair billowing in the wind. Within the blurred scenery, the man's features remained indistinct, yet he emanated an unsettling aura of terror. In his grasp was a colossal sword, ablaze with flames that coiled around its blade like serpents, while violet arcs of electricity intermittently exploded within the fire, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of reality. Upon the sword's surface, ancient and mysterious symbols glimmered with a ghostly blue light. These symbols struck Qianlan as eerily familiar, yet she could not recall their origin. After a moment of observation, dizziness overcame her, and at that juncture, the mirage in the sky began to distort, gradually merging with the clouds. Only Chen Feng wore a face of complex emotions, his heart heavy. The sword-wielding figure was Yi Zhiqiu. The cyberpunk mirage depicted the human world of 2049, a glimpse of the reality that existed in certain regions before Chen Feng's rebirth. The enigmatic symbols were the very same that adorned the ancient ruins on the far side of the moon. Symbols that Chen Feng had replicated in the realm of the mind, nearly terrifying the star soul to death. Chapter 20. Embrace of death. As the mirage dissipated, the twilight sky returned to a serene stillness. The clouds, dark as ink, clustered together in groups, reminiscent of a beautiful ink-wash landscape painting. Chen Feng could not help but regard the mirage with newfound seriousness. Such phenomena were never simple. Before his rebirth, The individual who most ardently studied the secrets of mirages was Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming, a senior researcher of the third star at Bureau 749, was an exceptionally peculiar scientist. Fixated not only on genetic modification and human experimentation, but also on consciousness uploading experiments, intertwining uploaded consciousness with natural weaponry to conduct the ethereal mirage experiment. The essence of this individual is profoundly malevolent, characterized by an insatiable greed and an overwhelming desire for control. Prior to his rebirth, Ouyang Ming was one of the most pivotal figures in the persecution of Yijiqiu. By the year 2049, Chen Feng had similarly ascended to the rank of a senior researcher with a 3-star designation. At that time, his comprehension of mirages, grounded in research related to quantum derivation, had already achieved considerable depth. A mirage, in essence, represents a derivative feedback of spacetime, which can be interpreted as a momentary diffraction in spacetime that generates a transient segment, fortuitously projected into existence. It is akin to one of the myriad possibilities that could unfold in the next second due to quantum entanglement. Another possibility emerges and manifests in the void for various reasons. Had Chen Feng not been a reborn individual, he would have found it impossible to comprehend such a mirage. Yet, at this moment, he found himself increasingly questioning the veracity of reality. Perhaps we truly exist within a simulation, akin to a game or a book. Chen Feng gazed intently into the void, as if striving to discern whether there lay a computer screen or a page of a book at the terminus of that emptiness, being observed by its owner. Beside him, Qin Lan was equally engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. The recent scene had impacted her profoundly, resembling an apocalyptic dreamscape that appeared in the air, yet felt alarmingly real within her mental perception. Her spirit was inexplicably taut, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her, akin to a nightmare threatening to consume her. The apocalyptic vision, the blazing great sword, and the familiar, flickering arcane symbols pierced her heart like sharp thorns. Instinctively, she glanced at Chen Feng, only to find his expression gravely serious, his gaze profound as if it could penetrate all truths. "Chen Feng, what are you contemplating?" she inquired, her voice imbued with an anticipation she herself did not fully understand. Recalling his formidable mental prowess, this world felt overwhelmingly surreal. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng spoke slowly. His simple words struck Qin Lan's heart like a heavy hammer. She parted her lips, wishing to inquire about the reason, yet found herself at a loss for how to begin. Nearby, Nightingale appeared bewildered, her thoughts swirling chaotically as if she were in a state of somnambulism. Without the star soul residing in her consciousness, Nightingale had regained some clarity. However, this clarity only compounded her confusion, leading to a cacophony of thoughts in her mind. Su Yun, sensing the shift in Chen Feng's emotions, gently grasped his hand, enveloping it in her warmth as a testament to her unwavering support. Little Bao seemed to perceive the tense atmosphere as well, nuzzling against Chen Feng's pant leg, signifying his existence and loyalty to his master, promising to remain steadfast. "Have you discovered anything?" Qin Lan could not help but ask. "There are no definitive findings yet. I merely feel that space-time resembles a bias strip, where the beginning is also the end, and everything appears to be in a perpetual cycle." As he spoke, Chen Feng reined in his emotions and continued. "How do you at the 749 Bureau explain the mirage we just witnessed? Please do not tell me this is merely a film production by the American nation or some cinematic scene." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. This newly conceived excuse had barely left her lips before it faltered. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lan sincerely replied, "I cannot provide specific reasons, but those in higher echelons of the Bureau are undoubtedly privy to some insights. If you are interested, I could introduce you to a friend of mine who possesses profound knowledge in this area." Chen Feng shook his head, declining the offer. Qin Lan appeared to have recalled something, her expression slightly uncomfortable. "Your performance during this assessment was truly remarkable, so it is highly likely that you will soon be specially recruited." However, she left her statement unfinished. Chen Feng understood what she implied, that because of his outstanding performance, he might attract the attention of higher authorities for some form of human research, such as extracting cerebrospinal fluid or isolating neuronal cells to study mental aptitude. When the Taiji Pulse 2 detector was brought forth, Chen Feng realized that such outcomes were inevitable, especially with someone like Ouyang Ming in the upper ranks of the 749 Bureau. Yet, as long as he refrained from joining the 749 Bureau, certain entities would not be overly audacious. "For now, my interest is elsewhere. I merely wish to complete my university studies alongside Yun, and we can address other matters post-graduation," Chen Feng interjected, halting Qin Lan from elaborating further. Given that Qin Lan was already struggling to maintain her own stability, what was the point of her meddling? But you are merely 18, and you have naturally developed to this extent already. It would be a pity if you did not receive organizational support, Chen Lan lamented, attempting to persuade him. Chen Feng responded with a calm demeanor. Growth is never a mere process, it is a moment. To hear the path in the morning and die peacefully in the evening is a truth to embrace. You have merely traversed a decade's detour more than I have. Enlightenment will come in its own time. Chen Lan was rendered speechless, her lips twitching slightly. I truly appreciate your insight. Nightingale suddenly interjected, Sister Lan, I believe the notion we inadvertently overheard earlier serves as the best explanation. It aligns with what you said about the observer, the awareness that exists independently of both body and mind. Chen Lan, upon hearing this, cast a flat expression at Nightingale. Well said, but refrained from speaking such things again. Nightingale remained puzzled, while Su Yun appeared somewhat bewildered by the profundity of the conversation. Chen Lan, abandoning her line of thought, turned to Su Yun with a tone tinged with regret. Su Yun, your assessment cannot be completed. So you will have to wait for another opportunity. Please do not mention what transpired today to anyone. This is imperative. Su Yun immediately replied, Sister Chen, rest assured. I will not speak of it indiscriminately. Chen Lan cast a somewhat regretful glance at Chen Feng. Let us leave it at this for now, but be prepared. You may soon be approached for inquiries. These individuals are rather unique, so try not to offend them. It would be prudent to yield when necessary, otherwise you may find yourself at a disadvantage. As Chen Lan spoke, she raised her wrist. Upon her wrist, the special glass face of a mechanical watch illuminated with a blue glow, revealing a virtual screen. Once the screen activated, Chen Lan selected the option for a call. And soon after, a three-dimensional virtual silhouette emerged above the watch face. This virtual projection was none other than Yi Zhiqiu. This technology represents a virtual reality communication method akin to the Starlink model, which is not yet available for civilian use. Its primary advantage lies in the direct presentation of information within the pupils of both parties, creating an illusion of conversation that remains imperceptible to outsiders. Chen Feng cast a calm glance at Chen Lan's actions, his expression largely unchanged. In truth, numerous fantastical and even magical technologies have long been developed, unbeknownst to the common populace. Beside him, Su Yun exhibited a curious demeanor, though she restrained herself from inquiring further. When the Tai Chi Pulse number 2 detonated, I realized he was the individual I had been desperately seeking. Yi Zhiqiu's information projected before Chen Lan. Are you searching for him? What purpose does it serve? What do you need from me? Chen Lan responded, I initially intended to introduce you to him, but he seems rather uninterested. You need not intervene or concern yourself. I shall seek him out myself, Yi Zhiqiu relayed, his projection casting several fervent glances at Chen Feng. Sensing attention, Chen Feng turned towards Yi Zhiqiu's projection, which elicited a flirtatious smile from Yi Zhiqiu, accompanied by a wink, before the projection dissipated. Chen Feng inadvertently caught that wink, his handsome face darkening slightly at the audacity of this individual. Chen Lan, witnessing the exchange, let out a soft laugh, remarking, serves you right. Relying on your talents to eavesdrop on our conversation while claiming disinterest. Chen Feng responded, and Chen Lan, regaining her serious demeanor, said, All right, Chen Feng, I must take my leave. You understand everything, right? By the way, if I come to find you again, you must explain your purchase of a microscope, your fascination with moss, and your endeavors in ant catching. With that, she gazed deeply at Chen Feng before turning away with a sense of nonchalance. Nightingale cast several lingering glances at Chen Feng, as if to imprint his handsome visage in her memory. Once she noticed Chen Lan had walked far away, she hurriedly followed after her. Su Yun observed the departure of Nightingale and Chen Lan, then thoughtfully turned to Chen Feng, remarking, Nightingale must be exceptionally beautiful, right? Chen Feng redirected his gaze towards Su Yun, gently ruffling her hair with a tender smile. Beautiful? She pales in comparison to my dear Yun Yun. Come. I shall escort you home. Su Yun replied obediently, cradling her small treasure as she followed Chen Feng away from the cemetery. Shortly after their departure, however, a dark figure emerged from the depths of the cemetery, standing before the grave of Chen Feng's mother, Ning Ziqing. The figure was tall, with an alluring visage adorned by glasses engraved with the sinister carvings of an exotic dragon. His eyes were chilling, and his aura bore a striking resemblance to that of a bat, yet magnified several-fold. He gazed at Chen Feng's receding silhouette, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Chen Feng, an innately enlightened being, a pure mental strength of 633, with a mental talent threshold exceeding 10,000. Moreover, he possesses self-awareness and clearly exhibits the talents of an observer, far surpassing any bat. Awareness, indeed a splendid fertilizer. I wonder, if I were to present it to the leader Ao Bing, Would my rank among the 36 celestial generals of the heavenly court ascend a few levels? The dark figure murmured to himself, then kicked over the fruits and incense placed beside the grave. Shortly thereafter, his silhouette vanished into the shadows. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, everything occurring in the graveyard was vividly revealed within Chen Feng's transcendent vision. Wang Zhen, you truly possess the path to demise. Chen Feng's pace faltered momentarily, as an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Chapter 21. Letting go as night descended and the streetlights flickered to life, the thoroughfare bustled with traffic, red tail lights shimmering as they moved forward in unison. Beneath the dimming twilight, the shadows of trees danced, intertwining to envelop two youthful figures. Chen Feng, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. We must take care of each other, Su Yin suddenly spoke softly. Chen Feng's brief pause caught her attention, as their unspoken understanding often allowed her to sense his emotions, much like how he would instantly perceive her sadness. Yet now, something inexplicable made Su Yun feel that Chen Feng had become unfamiliar, cold, even somewhat fearsome. He had never truly expressed anger in her presence, yet instinctively, she sensed that he was indeed agitated. Chen Feng silently retracted his transcendent vision, harnessing the ability of latent collapse to ease the last flicker of anger and murderous intent within his heart. Anger and malice are the true taboos of spiritual cultivation, the greatest hindrances to evolution and ascension. This is undeniably beneficial, for genuinely powerful higher-dimensional beings are like tranquil waters running deep. They never reveal a hint of this low-dimensional aura before delivering a fatal strike. Silence breeds success, while words can lead to failure. Yes, we must take care of each other, Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile, his tone tinged with melancholy. I simply feel that I have acted foolishly. My cultivation of temperament is still insufficient. A strategist enters the fray, wielding their pieces against the heavens. I believed myself to be quite astute, yet I nearly faltered. Chen Feng's words carried profound implications, which Su Yun could not fully grasp. In her understanding, being targeted by the enigmatic 749 Bureau was, in itself, the most significant entry into the game. Before encountering the 749 Bureau, she had regarded such mysterious entities as exaggerated myths. However, after personally experiencing the Jiancheng tribulation and the Mirage incident, her worldview had been irrevocably shattered. I will face it all alongside you, Su Yin gently declared. Simple words. Yet they embodied a lifelong commitment and unwavering resolve. Little Bao chimed in, echoing her sentiment without a trace of hesitation. Let us go? Chen Feng ruffled the fur on Little Bao's head nestled in Su Yun's embrace, choosing not to elaborate further. He would not easily let Wang Zhen off the hook. But the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Whether it is Wang Zhen's identity as a member of the 36 heavenly spirits in the celestial court or as the 3-star inspector, the eternal night scorpion, within the Dawn organization of the 749 Bureau, both roles carry significant weight. Even if he ranks at the bottom in both organizations, he is by no means an inconsequential figure. Following the explosion of the Taiji Pulse No. 2 detector, the data would have undoubtedly been uploaded, ensuring that the high-ranking officials of both the Celestial Court and the 749 Bureau receive the news promptly. At this moment, Wang Zhen's appearance, coupled with his deliberate lowering of his voice to utter certain words while overturning the offerings and incense, appears to be a calculated act. Analyzing from an observer's perspective, Wang Zhen resembles a lure, a direct bait. Even if he remains oblivious to it, the likelihood of his being utilized cannot be dismissed. Had I failed to control my emotions earlier, displaying a more intense reaction or succumbing to a surge of murderous intent, I would have likely drawn the attention of the spirit capture net. Fortunately, having integrated the genes of the tardigrade and undergone 3 evolutions, my disposition has become sufficiently stable, and my mental fortitude has not diminished due to anger or bloodlust, resulting in minimal impact from the situation. This incident has also illuminated some of my own unstable factors. My latent collapsibility can obscure all anomalous ascension opportunities, even allowing me to evade the scanning of the spirit capture net. However, the revelation of my terrifying talent ceiling occurred after the explosion of the detector devised by Yi Zhiqiu. Regardless of the formidable celestial court or the 12 constellation inspectors conducting special research within the 749 Bureau, it is likely that investigations have already commenced. I remain indifferent to their scrutiny and harbor no fear. My extraordinary talents, acute perception, and inherent awareness serve as my identifiers, granting me the freedom to act as I please. Yet, if at this moment I could transcend spatial boundaries to discern Wang Zhen's every move and employ inscrutable means to eliminate him, it would directly violate the taboos of the spirit capture net. My objective has always been to transcend the spirit capture net. As long as I can temporarily circumvent its prohibitions, I can unleash my full potential, even in a frenzied state of super-elevation, to obliterate them, employing a higher dimensional perspective. I briefly elevated my consciousness and utilized my latent collapsibility to form my mental awareness into a bias loop. From this elevated state, I transcended my ego to observe and analyze the unfolding events. This method, a product of Yijichio's research on the bias loop, has proven crucial in my previous encounters with unknown obliteration, akin to a real-life manifestation of the Grim Reaper. Of course, prior to my rebirth, I had not deciphered the quantum derivation mechanism of the tardigrade, so even after integrating its genes, I could not achieve the perfect closed loop that I can now. Wang Zhen indeed presents a problem, yet eliminating him is straightforward. His greatest concern is his identity. Stripping him of that identity would ensure neither organization grants him a favorable outcome. As for his underhanded tactics, they are truly despicable. He exploits my youthful fervor, directly destroying my mother's offerings and incense to test and provoke me, further assessing whether my abilities exceed limits. Such methods may be crude, yet they are undeniably effective. Chen Feng contemplated this, recalling a tale told by Yi Zhiqiu regarding such blunt tactics, simple, brutal, and remarkably useful. When Yi Zhiqiu first encountered Zhang Daoling, Zhang had already achieved a significant level of cultivation, capable of entering a meditative state at will, his mind as clear as a mirror. Yet, for no apparent reason, Yi Zhiqiu hurled a bowl of filth upon Zhang, simultaneously delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face, his words dripping with sarcasm. He then tore apart a treasured ancient Taoist text belonging to Zhang and slapped it against Zhang's face. This combination of assaults was so jarring that even Zhang's composure shattered, and he was ready to kill Yi Zhiqiu on the spot. However, in that moment of rage, Yi Zhiqiu shouted, "Blessings from the infinite celestial sovereign," momentarily stunning Zhang, who then fell under the hypnotic gaze of Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu had once remarked that extreme emotions such as anger, sadness, and pain could lead one to lose rationality. Rationality, he explained, is a form of mental elevation. A person who has lost this elevation becomes akin to a lowly insect, and I, Yi Zhiqiu, possess countless methods to effortlessly eliminate my adversaries. This perspective aligns closely with Hawkins' energy scale regarding mental strength. Before his rebirth, Chen Feng had already shed any extreme emotions, even the basic desires of life being nearly absent, an influence, perhaps, of Yi Zhiqiu. Post-rebirth, aside from the emotional turmoil caused by rapid genetic mutation and evolution, Chen Feng maintained a state of tranquility, devoid of excessive joy or sorrow, expectations or suffering. His heart was as clear as ice, undisturbed by waves, serene as still water, nurturing all things in silence. In March 2045, the method of grafting evolution was mastered. By May 2045, humanity began to extract animal genes for evolution. At the end of May 2045, Chen Feng posed a question to Yi Zhiqiu. In life, one inevitably encounters various changes. How can one avoid a descent into emotional turmoil that distorts one's spirit? This question marked the last inquiry Chen Feng made to Yi Zhiqiu, as well as the final answer he received. There were 2 methods. The first, an extreme elevation of transcendence through the superdimensional, achieving true freedom of body and spirit. The second, madness, detaching one's awareness to become a deranged figure, impervious to the control of emotions, thus preserving mental integrity. Yi Zhiqiu, upon finishing his explanation, smiled and added, "Therefore, I often channel my negative emotions through bursts of madness. Those who bully or scheme against me, I simply obliterate them. This way, I return to normalcy, my thoughts flow freely, and my mental elevation rises, for the negative influences that plagued me have been vanquished and expelled." Yi Zhiqiu's smile is forever etched in Chen Feng's memory at that moment. He possessed a striking visage, yet harbored a heart devoid of decorum. He possesses a blend of arrogance and a somewhat effeminate demeanor, harboring a spirited nature within. Yet, when he loses his composure, he transforms into an undeniably formidable figure. The crux of the matter lies in his utter lack of moral boundaries. When benevolent, he embodies a Buddha, but when malevolent, he becomes a ruthless demon. His mantra is simple: should you dare to undermine me, I shall retaliate by leveraging my scientific pursuits to use your skull as a chamber pot. However, Yi Zhiqiu stands unrivaled, save for one individual he truly fears, Qin Lan. Qin Lan, a mentor to Yi Zhiqiu, made immense sacrifices to help him recover from madness and escape the confines of a mental institution, ultimately aiding him in achieving stability in reality. Qin Lan defected from the celestial organization under the auspices of the spirit-capturing network, all in a bid to save Yi Zhiqiu. What transpired between them, however, remains a mystery to Chen Feng. Following Qin Lan's demise at the hands of Wang Zhen, Yi Zhiqiu also perished, leaving Chen Feng just one crucial step away from transcending his limits. Alas, upon achieving that transcendence, he found himself reborn, now returned. Chen Feng exists in a state of superdimensional awareness, and in an instant, myriad memories of past causality flood his mind, swiftly dissipating into nothingness with his contemplation. Simultaneously, the extraordinary abilities belonging to Yi Zhiqiu are now within his grasp, ready to be cultivated and expanded. At this moment, he continues to hold Su Yun's hand. Though his mindset has returned to a state of normalcy, Wang Zhen will ultimately pay a price, albeit not one that is swift or painless. Much like the demise of a bat, where despite Chen Feng's ability to shatter an opponent's spirit with a mere thought, the bat is nonetheless struck by lightning, its essence obliterated into nothingness. In any case, it must not be an easy death. Otherwise, those who suffered at the hands of the bat would find it unjust. Oh, it seems the young man is thinking of me. Upon arriving at the entrance of Su Yun's community, a flamboyant young man, approximately 6 feet tall and clad in a white suit with a tie, approached with a cheerful demeanor. As he walked with a flamboyant gait, his sinuous movements evoked envy among the girls, as if his slender waist might snap at any moment. Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly as he scrutinized Yi Zhiqiu, revealing a perfect blend of curiosity. And you are? Yi Zhiqiu cast a captivating glance at Chen Feng, his demeanor leaving Su Yun utterly astonished, prompting her to entertain a peculiar thought. When a man becomes flamboyant, it appears that women have little role to play. I am Yi Zhiqiu, a one-star inspector from the 749 Bureau. Did you not follow my videos and peruse my handsome photos? Yi Zhiqiu's words were laced with charm, his flamboyance unmistakable. Of course, should one harbor such a belief, he would swiftly lose his temper. So long as he cannot be vanquished, he shall strike relentlessly. For Yi Zhiqiu, his allure is meant for those worthy of it. The average person is not afforded such privilege. Ah, it is you, Chen Feng acknowledged with a nod, his expression cool. What do you want? Yi Zhiqiu replied playfully. Hee, can I seek you out if there is nothing going on? How annoying. As he spoke, he cast a seemingly inexplicable glance at Su Yun and remarked, Ah, it seems I've caught your attention. There are no opportunities left. Enjoy your meal and drink. Su Yun felt a slight chill in her heart, instantly overwhelmed by the illusion that her fate had been foretold. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall the harrowing scene from her dreams, where she was trapped in a cage of light, crippled and disfigured, causing her complexion to pale slightly. What are you doing? Trying to scare Yun? Chen Feng glared at Yi Zhiqiu, demanding a more respectful tone. Yi Zhiqiu shrugged, his voice carrying a hint of frivolity. Su Yun, you should head back. Chen Feng and I need to discuss a few matters that aren't suitable for you to be involved in. Su Yun was already apprehensive about the peculiar young man from the 749 Bureau and, fearing a confrontation between Chen Feng and him, hesitated to leave. Chen Feng gestured subtly to Su Yun and said, You should return for now. You have classes tomorrow. Remember to meditate before sleeping tonight. If you have any more nightmares, practice the meditation techniques I taught you within the dream. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Su Yun's hair, perhaps due to his mature mindset. He often felt a peculiar sense of elderliness when interacting with her. This gesture, imbued with a warmth akin to paternal affection and romantic tenderness, struck a chord deep within Su Yun, igniting an impulsive desire to sacrifice everything for Chen Feng. She bit her lip and lowered her head, obediently stepping into the community. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao sat beside Chen Feng, wagging his tail, watching Su Yun depart. Xiao Bao paid no heed to Yi Zhiqiu, showing no signs of fear or apprehension. For his mental strength was now at least 800, allowing him to perceive crises and threats clearly. After Su Yun left, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. He adjusted his crisp, white suit and tie before extending his hand toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng reciprocated the handshake, but Yi Zhiqiu quickly retracted his formal demeanor, adopting a seductive expression and playfully traced his fingertip along Chen Feng's palm. When Chen Feng turned to him, Yi Zhiqiu instinctively threw a captivating glance, laced with an undertone of hypnosis. Chen Feng, unfazed and maintaining his composure, inquired with a bemused smile, Yi Zhiqiu, what are you up to? Planning some sort of infrastructure project? I attack while you defend? I wouldn't mind giving it a try. Yi Zhiqiu's face paled. The unexpected advance nearly caught him off guard, leaving him feeling cornered. Cough, cough, Chen Feng, my brother, Qinlan didn't he mention you were this difficult to deal with? Yi Zhiqiu thought to himself. He scrutinized Chen Feng closely and realized he was indeed a formidable opponent. Chen Feng glanced at the ordinarily confident Yi Zhiqiu, who was merely a master of words. Speak your mind. Say what you need to say. All right, listen closely. I'm about to speak, Yi Zhiqiu replied. Though it may not be pleasant, I must say, Su Yun is not suitable for you. Let her go. If you desire a girlfriend, I can introduce you to a couple. Both Qinlan and Yi Ying would be excellent choices. Chen Feng regarded Yi Zhiqiu with a peculiar expression upon hearing his words. Qin Lan, do you have no thoughts on this matter? Yi Zhiqiu's breath caught in his throat. Do not speak carelessly. I wish to live a few more days. Chen Feng replied in a calm tone. As for matters of the heart, let us leave them be. My relationship with Su Yun resembles that of family. We are each other's salvation. This mutual journey is something you cannot comprehend, hence there is no need to discuss notions of giving up or not. Yi Zhiqiu countered. Have you considered that, for you, she may very well be a hindrance, an impediment to your spiritual transformation? Chen Feng shot Yi Zhiqiu a cold glance. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes flickered, then he forced a wry smile. I shall slap myself. I was wrong to test your character. With that, Yi Zhiqiu indeed gave himself a sharp smack. Chen Feng made no move to stop him. He understood Yi Zhiqiu's nature all too well. After the self-inflicted blow, a distinct red handprint appeared on Yi Zhiqiu's handsome face, yet he paid it no mind and continued. On to the second matter. One of our astrological agents, codenamed Dawn Pisces, has taken a liking to this dog. I was asked to relay this message. This woman possesses a hint of tyranny and an air of unreasonableness. Perhaps you should consider parting with it? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly at her words, and he chuckled. Sure, let her come speak with me directly. Let us see if I wouldn't administer a few hundred slaps to her. Yi Zhiqiu regarded him as if he were a valiant warrior, one unafraid to confront the stark realities of a blood-soaked life, feeling an urge to cheer him on with a hearty 666. Chen Feng, with a nonchalant demeanor and a touch of mockery, stated, the 749 Bureau, a covert national department, has always acted in the interest of the people. They wouldn't stoop to bullying an ordinary person like me, would they? If I refuse, would they resort to coercion? Or simply make me vanish? Yi Zhiqiu returned to his senses, casting a wary glance at the aloof and strikingly handsome man, and chuckled awkwardly. Well, it wouldn't go that far. However, it might render many things quite inconvenient for you. Of course, you are no ordinary person. Moreover, with your dog being adopted by her, it will only grow immensely powerful and exceptional. She is merely providing specialized training, which is ultimately beneficial. Furthermore, due to your innate talents, you could be promoted ahead of time to a higher position within the 749 Bureau, gaining access to the true secrets of this world. Chen Feng dismissed it with indifference. I am not interested. If you are merely here as a negotiator, you may take your leave. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly smiled. Of course not. This is merely a side task, not my true purpose for seeking you out. I am here to explore the quantum derivation mechanisms of tardigrades and to investigate the truth of this world being a simulation through the study of M-bias strips. I have gathered substantial evidence and can conduct experiments on you to validate my findings. What do you think? Interested in this endeavor? Rest assured, I will not harm you. Chapter 22. Evidence. Chen Feng fixed Yi Zhiqiu with a bizarre stare, one that seemed to pierce through him, causing the usually composed Yi Zhiqiu to tremble. Losing his previous calmness. Suddenly, Chen Feng let out a loud shout, reminiscent of a madman, startling Yi Zhiqiu so much that he nearly stumbled, almost fleeing on the spot. If only he had a tail. Yi Zhiqiu's strikingly handsome face flushed a deep crimson, with veins visibly throbbing on his forehead, exuding an aura of feigned strength. He was well acquainted with Chen Feng's actions. After all, this was precisely the frenzied secret technique he had intended to execute. This method had brought him numerous advantages, and he was eager to expand upon it. Chen Feng had directly encroached upon his territory, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Humph! You rascal, don't drive me to madness. You might scare me to death. Yi Zhiqiu felt utterly at the mercy of Chen Feng, both physically and mentally, prompting an involuntary huff of indignation. Wang Xiaobao, with an air of disdain, retreated a few steps, creating distance between himself and Yi Zhiqiu, his contemptuous gaze seemingly conveying that he was the true favorite, not Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing that one day he would be looked down upon by a mere dog. How could the once illustrious and formidable master of madness find himself in such a predicament? What could have brought about this absurdity? Is it a distortion of human nature? Or a decline in morality? Chen Feng calmly withdrew his gaze from Yi Zhiqiu's face and said with a hint of indifference, Come, let us return home. Yi Zhiqiu's face paled, stifling the sudden chill that ran down his spine, feeling a sense of trepidation. What do you intend to do? Chen Feng, with a smirk that danced on the edge of mockery, replied, I merely wish to use your own methods against you. What, can't you handle it? The veins on Yi Zhiqiu's forehead throbbed anew as he flushed and protested. Who can't handle it? The inspector? Yes. The matter concerning scientists, how could that be deemed unmanageable? Chen Feng let out a scoff, retracting his teasing gaze, and said, This isn't the place for idle chatter. Let us go to my home and discuss your so-called evidence that this world is merely a simulation. It dawned on Yi Zhiqiu that throughout the entire exchange, Whether conveying tasks or communicating with Chen Feng, the rhythm had been entirely dictated by Chen Feng. Despite his myriad of strategies, he found himself utterly impotent, unable to wield even the rudimentary skills of hypnosis. He couldn't even compel Chen Feng to blink. For a true master of hypnosis, this was akin to a duel where one participant exerted tremendous effort only to merely graze the opponent's knee without even disturbing a single hair upon it. The failure of hypnosis bore no backlash. It was simply a matter of profound humiliation. In light of his complete and utter defeat in this straightforward contest against Chen Feng, Yi Zhiqiu remained unfazed. After all, his skin was thicker than city walls. He chuckled, a carefree and defiant smile spreading across his face, shedding the alluring facade he usually wore. It was not fear of Chen Feng's reaction that concerned him, but rather his own. He had never relished the idea of aggression, nor did he enjoy being on the receiving end. Yet, if their exchanges continued in this manner, he feared he might transform into the very figure he dreaded. Due to the shadows that cloud his heart, he instinctively adopts a preemptive approach towards those he suspects, a tactic that has yielded consistent success, until he encountered Chen Feng, where he met his match. With this thought in mind, Yi Zhiqiu adjusted his white shirt and red tie, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "All right. Regarding this research on the virtuality of our world, I must inform you that I have practiced for 2.5 years. With that, Yi Zhiqiu commenced his impromptu performance. He stepped forward with his right foot, slightly leaning his body forward, raising his left arm in a bent position, fingers curled in a claw-like manner, pointing confidently ahead. Following this, he brought his left foot in line, arching his body slightly backward, raising his right hand in a similar fashion. His movements were light and graceful, alternating between gliding and grounding, his body undulating like waves. His arms moved with both elegance and strength, sometimes mimicking the strokes of swimming, at other times embracing the air. The intricate details of his fingertips were particularly striking, with every rotation and pause infused with power and beauty. He then executed a series of rapid spins and jumps, his dance brimming with dynamism and vitality. The signature basketball dance moves seamlessly integrated into his routine, legs apart, slightly bent, hands imitating dribbling, his body swaying rhythmically from side to side. After observing for a while, Chen Feng's eyes reflected a newfound admiration. Indeed, this Yi Zhiqiu had evolved into a seasoned aficionado over the years. In a previous life, 5 or 6 years later, he even created and popularized his own martial art, Kuan Quan, and dance, Kuan Wu. Impressive, isn't it? Upon completing his performance, Yi Zhiqiu appeared neither breathless nor fatigued, but rather radiantly charming. Chen Feng nodded and remarked, "I grant you a score of 101, with the extra point allowing you to bask in pride." Yi Zhiqiu beamed with joy, exuding the exuberance of a 130-pound child, and with a grand gesture, snapped his fingers. Shortly thereafter, a sleek black, shimmering Maybach glided silently into view. "Let South head to your place. We shall indulge in an all-nighter," Yi Zhiqiu proclaimed with boldness and grandeur. The driver, a bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses, tightened his grip on the steering wheel upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's words. The veins on the back of his hand visibly tensed. "Oh, I meant to say, let us focus on my research topic, for an entire night," Yi Zhiqiu quickly clarified. The bodyguard remained silent, the silence akin to the tranquility of tonight's Cambridge. Upon returning home, Chen Feng first glanced at his futures account, subsequently investing all of his 20 million Huayuan capital, and then directly went long on crude oil with a 20x leverage. Yi Zhiqiu watched from the side, refraining from further commentary. Chen Feng, undistracted by Yi Zhiqiu, diligently executed his trades. Previously, he had specifically requested a week's leave from his teacher, Hezinan, to seize this opportunity. Although he had become extraordinary, possessing numerous ways to acquire wealth, none were as conventional, rational, and secure as this approach. In his previous life, on November 1st, 2024, the international crude oil market was rife with undercurrents, geopolitical tensions simmering, and internal fractures emerging. At that time, Chen Feng discerned from various signs that the oil prices were at substantial risk of a significant correction. On November 4th, the price of crude oil fluctuated around 88 yuan per barrel. At that time, Chen Feng employed all his savings along with a 20-fold leverage to establish his first short position at a price of 875 yuan, which accounted for 30 of his total capital. He closely monitored market dynamics, meticulously analyzing every piece of news and research report. On November 7th, the meeting failed to reach a consensus on production cuts, and panic spread throughout the market, causing crude oil prices to plummet, breaking through the 80 yuan, then 75 yuan thresholds, and nearing the critical 70 yuan mark. By November 8th, crude oil prices had fallen to 68 yuan. At that moment, Chen Feng nearly succumbed to the market's volatility, and had it not been for his timely profit-taking, the consequences would have been dire. Ultimately, he earned his first fortune of 23 million yuan, achieving a fleeting sense of financial freedom. Now, having been reborn, Chen Feng plans to rapidly accumulate a more substantial sum, intended for the acquisition of certain exceptional artifacts and rare medicinal materials from his memory, as well as specialized experimental instruments. After meticulously organizing his memories from before his rebirth, he took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the fluctuating numbers on the computer screen, lost in contemplation. At this moment, it was 9 p.m. on November 3rd, 2024. The international crude oil futures were at their highest point since November. His account reflected an unrealized profit of 6 million yuan, yet he remained remarkably composed. The trajectory of historical developments post-rebirth closely mirrored his recollections. However, the futures market was ever-changing, particularly susceptible to various interventions that could ripple through the entire system. Yet, armed with the foresight granted by his rebirth, he sensed that this upward trend was nearing its conclusion, with greater opportunities looming in the prospect of shorting. Observing the market conditions, he noted a decline in trading volume, signs of divergence in indicators, and an entry into the overbought territory, all suggesting a waning momentum for crude oil prices and heightened risks of a correction. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly spoke up with a reminder. Chen Feng nodded. Finding her thoughts echoed his own pre-rebirth experiences. I concur. It is time to close the position. Without further hesitation, he decisively executed the closure. Confirm the closure of all crude oil futures contracts? The trading software prompted. Confirm. Upon confirmation, 26 million yuan was credited to his account. But this was merely the first step. Subsequently, Chen Feng reinvested the 26 million yuan into the crude oil futures market, this time opting to short, and increasing his leverage to 30 times. This decision meant he wielded 7.8 billion yuan in operational capital, amplifying both risk and potential reward exponentially. Based on his memories from before his rebirth, as the international situation began to stabilize, the tight supply of crude oil would start to ease, leading prices to dip after a brief consolidation. Chen Feng recalled every detail of this anticipated decline with clarity. If all went smoothly, he expected to profit at least 300 million yuan. Even in less favorable circumstances, he could secure a minimum of 200 million yuan, nearly sufficient to fund his initial research into gene therapy. If funds are a concern, I could invest 1 billion, or even more, given your talent. Just relay that to the higher-ups. You wouldn't be able to exhaust the resources. This endeavor is a mere wastage of time. Wouldn't it be more delightful to engage in research? Yi Zhiqiu spoke with a hint of melancholy. Chen Feng casually shut his laptop and cast a nonchalant glance at Yi Zhiqiu. Is the aid provided by others truly comparable to what one earns through one's own efforts? Yi Zhiqiu chuckled awkwardly and inquired, Have you completed your tasks? Chen Feng nodded and replied, What evidence do you possess for your assertion that this world is but a virtual illusion? Yi Zhiqiu responded with a mysterious smile. Have you ever pondered the existence of the spirit capture net? Why are we constrained by certain forces that prevent us from transcending to higher dimensions? Why does our technological advancement stagnate at a certain point? He paused before continuing, according to my research. The spirit capture net likely serves as a firewall established by a higher dimensional civilization to hinder the development of lower dimensional civilizations. The world we inhabit may very well be a vast simulation or, rather, a petri dish. Chen Feng remained silent for a moment, then asked, And the evidence? Chapter 23. Waiting for him, Yi Zhiqiu extended a slender, fair finger. Firstly, the intricate structure of the universe and the physical constants seem meticulously designed, perfectly accommodating the existence of life. Isn't that indicative of a human touch? He raised a second finger. Secondly, numerous bizarre phenomena in quantum mechanics, such as quantum entanglement and superposition, elude explanation by current scientific theories. Yet, they align perfectly with the logic of a simulation, as the underlying code can be modified at will. Finally, he extended a third finger. Thirdly, there is you and the existence of that individual who left behind the teachings. Your innate talent is peculiar. To some extent, this is merely my personal opinion, but it suffices to demonstrate that the spirit capture net is not infallible. It can indeed be transcended. Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. Yi Zhiqiu's assertions were not without merit. Before his rebirth, he too had harbored similar doubts, yet had been unable to find conclusive evidence. Ultimately, after achieving a transcendent state and escaping the spirit capture net, he glimpsed a radiant door. But further revelations were cut short by his rebirth. How do you intend to conduct your research? Chen Feng inquired. Yi Zhiqiu rubbed his hands together excitedly. It is quite simple. I need to conduct a series of tests on you, which will include but are not limited to assessments of your mental strength, genetic sequencing, quantum fluctuation observations, and more. Rest assured, your safety will be my priority, and I will share the research findings with you. More importantly, you need not worry. I will not upload any data, nor will anyone other than you and I be privy to this information. Chen Feng scoffed. Do you possess a method to transcend the spirit capture net, to prevent observers from monitoring your operations? You do realize that the ancients said, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know, with heaven and earth placed foremost. Yi Zhiqiu responded earnestly, I do. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Some things are best left unsaid. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled. I believe you possess exceptional talent, with innate mental strength so formidable that you could attain enlightenment as early as 18. You excel in every aspect, however. You lack the youthful vigor of a teenager, instead resembling a middle-aged individual in his 40s or 50s. This is not conducive to your spiritual elevation. With your innate talent, you should be aware that our era is precisely one of ascension, a time most suitable for enlightenment and evolution. Chen Feng remained unresponsive. Observing this, Yi Zhiqiu could not help but speak again. How about it? Let me test you. I assure you, I shall treat you well. Those familiar with me, Yi Zhiqiu, know that I am a man of my word, a paragon of honesty and integrity. I would never deceive you. Chen Feng replied. What you wish to test holds little significance. If your inquiries are merely about spiritual aptitude and related heights, I can only state that enlightenment occurs in an instant, which might also be attributed to my exceptionally high intelligence. In the past, I possessed considerable talent yet lacked methods. Subsequently, Yun taught me two memory techniques, the method of the memory palace and the brain screen method. The memory palace is akin to the mnemonic techniques employed by Musk, while the brain screen method involves rapidly memorizing information and creating a mental screen for visualization. Yi Zhiqiu retorted, I understand what you're saying. I am well versed in these methods and even more profound techniques, such as extracting useful information from light using mental prowess, akin to a computer retrieving data from a storage card. But how does this relate to your spiritual elevation? Chen Feng admitted, indeed, it bears no relation. I merely wish to emphasize my own capabilities. Yi Zhiqiu responded, I am aware, so there is no need for you to reiterate. Regardless, it appears you are one to wait for results before acting. Chen Feng remarked, to be candid, I have long believed you to be the rabbit. So even upon encountering one, I may not act hastily. It ultimately depends on whether you can genuinely move me. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu felt a mix of eagerness and caution, asking, is this notion of being moved grounded in truth? Chen Feng chuckled, you may attempt to find out. Yi Zhiqiu shivered slightly, sensing a hint of manic unpredictability behind Chen Feng's smile. He was apprehensive, fearing that a mere trial could lead to his demise. No one understood better than he, Yi Zhiqiu, what it meant to be an 18-year-old with a spiritual aptitude surpassing 10,000 in the eyes of those elder figures. Such an individual is a treasure beyond compare. Should Chen Feng lose control and eliminate him 108 times, those elders would likely celebrate with fireworks and fine wine, commending the act. Thus, as a hidden identity of the 749 Bureau, a 3-star inspector with the constellation code of cleansing wind cancer, Yi Zhiqiu found himself in a lonely display of his status. Naturally, such a concealed identity must not be carelessly revealed. In ordinary circumstances, being a 1-star inspector of the 749 Bureau suffices. After all, one of his core missions is to apprehend the elusive entity known as the Bats, who has significantly endangered the stability of the Dawn organization within the 749 Bureau and posed a grave threat to the safety of its junior and senior researchers. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu had been covertly monitoring the Bats and had detected a clue. The Nightingale's task to follow the Bats was also instigated by him. Yet he had not anticipated that the Bats would be eliminated, leaving not even a trace of spiritual energy behind. It is indeed remarkable that such a dreadful demise could occur. After all, Yi Zhiqiu could not have accomplished this on his own. Is this not akin to the legendary soul scattering and ashes to dust? My dear sir, please do not jest with me. Sigh, do tell me your desires, and I shall seek your wishes earnestly. After some contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu ultimately acquiesced. A prodigious talent allows one to act with impunity. In the future, should matters arise in the 749 Bureau, you or Qin Lan may liaise with me. Nightingale can accompany me as well, but that must wait until after university. Furthermore, refrain from any erratic actions concerning Su Yun. Psychological evaluations are permissible, but likewise, they too must be postponed until after university. She and I intend to apply to Huaka University, and we both hold a fondness for academician Li Jing. Chen Feng proposed his terms. He was aware that Yi Zhiqiu undoubtedly possessed another identity as a celestial envoy, yet even in his past life, he was oblivious to the specifics of that identity. Nevertheless, three possibilities lingered in his mind. One was the Dawn Pisces, ostensibly a woman, yet celestial envoys don peculiar silicone disguises and masks, so advanced that even high technology fails to detect anomalies. Thus, gender may not be as it appears. The second was the Morning Dew Virgo, an ethereal and graceful woman whose presence resembled that of a celestial being descending from the heavens, truly divine. Of course, in his previous life, Chen Feng had also entertained doubts regarding whether the Morning Dew Virgo was Su Ling, a mysterious entity that suddenly surfaced, replacing Su Yun. Such stark contrasts in personality and unimaginable occurrences were precisely Yi Zhiqiu's forte. The last identity was the Clear Wind Cancer, with whom Chen Feng had limited interaction. However, in the few encounters, this individual seemed to avoid him with great trepidation, as if harboring dark secrets he feared would be uncovered. Very well, I shall endeavor my utmost. Yi Zhiqiu hesitated briefly but ultimately consented. This decision implied that he would shoulder numerous insidious troubles for Chen Feng and thwart certain malicious schemes orchestrated by the celestial realm against him. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt reassured. Yi Zhiqiu's promise might not be an outright vow, but his commitment to do his best signified the inevitable application of unorthodox methods. Chen Feng chuckled. All right, I trust you. Yi Zhiqiu's lips twitched, but he shifted focus to the matter at hand. Brother Chen Feng, can we now attend to serious business? Listen, I truly require your assistance. Are you familiar with tardigrades? I am investigating their survival mechanisms, as well as the immortality of the lighthouse jellyfish. Moreover, I have made some discoveries, which serve as evidence for my claim of transcending the spirit-capturing net. In fact, precedents for transcending the spirit-capturing net already exist, and he had deliberately left behind insights on how to attain enlightenment. As Yi Zhiqiu spoke, he discreetly pressed a button on the watch on his wrist while subtly fiddling with something at his waist. This was a method of shielding one's mental energy, a blend of technology and mystical arts. As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu exhaled deeply. In the next moment, flames suddenly erupted in the air, crackling with a soft popping sound as they blazed fiercely. Yi Zhiqiu smiled faintly and said, "It is merely a trivial technique, utilizing certain chemical reactions. Let us trust in science." Chen Feng cast a silent glance at Yi Zhiqiu, refraining from comment. The flames quickly extinguished, and in a lowered voice, Yi Zhiqiu continued. To speak candidly, I believe that the quantum derivation mechanism of tardigrades is intrinsically linked to the essence of our virtual world, and what I am about to disclose should be considered evidence. Chen Feng listened intently, withholding his opinions. I posit that if this world is indeed virtual, then the quantum derivation of tardigrades represents a means to transcend the limitations of the virtual realm. For in a virtual world, everything is composed of data, including time and space. The quantum derivation of tardigrades enables them to replicate their data across various timelines and spatial dimensions, thereby achieving immortality and traversing boundaries. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Although Yi Zhiqiu's hypothesis sounded absurd, it diverged from Chen Feng's own validations in his previous life. He turned to Yi Zhiqiu and posed several fundamental questions, ones that had eluded resolution in Yi Zhiqiu's former existence. If this world is indeed virtual, what is the purpose of the spirit-catching net? Is it to maintain the stability of the virtual world, or to control the beings within it? Alternatively, is it to prevent anyone from breaking through the confines of the virtual realm and entering the higher dimensional reality? Yi Zhiqiu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. His mind swirled with numerous potential answers, but they remained mere conjectures, lacking empirical validation. Suddenly, Chen Feng interjected. I heard from Qin Lan that you were researching the M-bias strip, this unique closed loop. Continue your studies. Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of frustration. But in the next moment, he seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, Wait, I almost got confused by you. Do you know about the immortal jellyfish? Chen Feng's expression remained impassive. What are you trying to say? Yi Zhiqiu grew animated, even somewhat erratic, as he began to exhibit signs of instability. Tardigrades are immortal, while the immortal jellyfish is ageless. Their commonality lies in one element, water. And the only entity transcending the spirit-catching net is Laozi, who transcended through the teachings of the Tao Te Ching, with the core concept revolving solely around water. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Nor is it of paramount importance. What truly matters is the light of the immortal jellyfish. From it, I have gleaned profound meaning. The lighthouse signifies waiting for him. It is ageless and immortal, continuously conveying the message that she is waiting for him. Chapter 24, Madness. As Yi Zhiqiu uttered the words she is waiting for him, his voice trembled, as if he were striving to suppress an overwhelming surge of excitement and madness. His face flushed crimson, his expression slightly contorted, with the veins in his neck bulging, as though his body were releasing immense energy after holding its breath. This transformed his previously fair demeanor into something eerie and grotesque. In that moment, Yushichio's eyes shone with fervor, fixated intently on Chen Feng, as if seeking to discern some clue from Chen Feng's countenance. Observing the nearly frenzied Yushichio, a wave of indescribable melancholy surged within Chen Feng. In the circumstances surrounding Yushichio, Chen Feng had encountered numerous instances in his previous life. Such a situation only indicated that he was perilously close to the truth, teetering on the brink of madness. This brilliant scientist, a unique guardian of humanity, had succumbed to obsession in his relentless pursuit of truth and in response to certain enigmatic crises that sought to suppress him. The notion of a lighthouse? Was it waiting for him? This interpretation is merely a reflection of our Chinese language, a translational effect. Chen Feng responded softly, yet a vague scene flickered through his mind. It was an ethereal woman clad in white, exuding an otherworldly grace, standing amidst the boundless abyss of the starry night. Her gaze seemed to pierce the heavens, as though she were silently awaiting something. Who was she? Whom was she waiting for? Why did the sudden apparition of a familiar scene evoke such a sense of recognition? Chen Feng was enveloped in perplexity. Yet he sensed that the answer might be intricately linked to his own destiny. He immediately summoned his abilities of latent collapse and transcendent vision, endeavoring to unravel this vaguely familiar scene that had materialized. This was a temporary elevation of perception, a means to attain self-awareness. When immersed within the situation, one often overlooks many details. However, stepping back to observe from an external perspective often clarifies myriad truths. In that moment, Chen Feng discerned a truth that sent shivers down his spine, revealing the obscured remnants of an ancient city buried beneath the lunar surface. Just that fleeting glance instilled within him an indescribable dread, as if an overwhelming terror were imminent. Even with his formidable latent collapsibility, he felt his head growing hot, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to eternal suffocation. The horror was reminiscent of a midnight fright. In an instant, as Chen Feng relinquished his transcendent vision, his latent collapsibility surged to its limits. In the next moment, his consciousness felt as if it had been entirely drained, leaving behind a spectral imprint in the outer layer, while the inner layer faded into obscurity. This sequence of events transpired with astonishing speed. And by the time Chen Feng regained his composure, the crippling terror had vanished without a trace. On the other side, Yushichio, who was on the brink of madness, seemed to be startled into stillness, his frenzied emotions gradually settling. He appeared lost in thought, his eyes filled with remorse, as if his recent impulsiveness had nearly endangered Chen Feng's life. This expression, this willingness to shoulder the blame, rendered Chen Feng momentarily speechless. Ironically, while Yushichio took upon himself the burden of calamity, Chen Feng found himself unable to articulate an explanation. How could he clarify that it was he, Chen Feng, who had nearly been ensnared by the spirit-catching net? With a deep sigh, Yushichio expressed his conviction. The message conveyed by the lighthouse Medusa is unequivocally accurate. I may choose to doubt it, but you must believe it for the sake of my friends. Chen Feng cast a sidelong glance at this eccentric individual, remaining silent. Yushichio then remarked, in truth, the name lighthouse jellyfish is indeed a translation, originally designated by the American nation. However, I assume that with your intellect, Chen Feng, you comprehend a rather simple principle. Does a name truly hold significance? You are aware that many things we believe to be fortuitous have, in fact, been predetermined, merely requiring a moment of inspiration from the namer. Numerous individuals fancy themselves as conquerors of fate, yet in reality, they are merely spared by destiny. Even their notion of overcoming fate is itself orchestrated by it. Here, fate represents a deliberate construct. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, could only remain silent. His performance before Yushichio had already been astonishing, attributable to innate talent and an inherent awareness. Yet, should he divulge Yushichio's future research findings prematurely, it would be utterly anomalous. Thus, there were certain matters he could not articulate. He could only listen to Yushichio and contribute a few bursts of creative inspiration to assist. Yushichio's emotions had completely settled, but he appeared strangely composed. At this moment, Yushichio seemed peculiarly off-kilter. He gazed at Chen Feng, his eyes vacant and unfocused, yet imbued with a profound plea. Chen Feng, what I am about to convey is of utmost importance. I implore you to listen attentively, and after you have memorized it, promptly forget it. I am aware of your remarkable capabilities. I have installed a special M-bias ring system within the Tai Chi Pulse No. 2 mental detection device. Thus I possess a clear understanding of more intricate matters. It matters little if the device malfunctions. A mental talent potential surpassing 10,000 suffices. However, if the mental talent can generate a M-bias ring effect, it signifies that I have designated this threshold as the Yuan Hui, which I trust you comprehend. Rest assured, my words flow uninhibited by rational thought. I exist in a state of fevered clarity, having extricated my thoughts, thus I shall not retain any of this knowledge myself. Yet it is imperative that you do. Therefore, I require your assistance. Please believe me, I am not your adversary, but rather a friend, a brother. Even if you possess unique inclinations, I am not averse to making sacrifices. I merely wish for your aid in researching the symbiotic relationship between the tardigrade and the lighthouse jellyfish. The tardigrade should represent him, while the lighthouse jellyfish embodies her. And you, my friend, brother, or perhaps even lover, assist me. Beyond myself, if you were to join Bureau 749, there are many entities within it whom you cannot trust. I say this for a reason. I am, in fact, a 3-star inspector within. With the constellation code Gentle Wind Cancer. The reason I chose you as my partner and sought you out is that your mental talent stands, as if upon the M-bias ring, which presents a significant innate advantage. For someone with an inherent superdimensionality, to question his character is utterly absurd. In an extreme state of delirium, I once felt a profound connection with you, as if we shared a moment of telepathic resonance. I was engulfed by a desperate yearning for you to rescue me from a lethal crisis, yet my pleas went unanswered. It felt akin to a fleeting transcendence beyond dimensions after studying the M-bias strip, wherein I sensed some interaction with you in the continuum of time and space, or sought your assistance, but to no avail. Although the specifics elude my memory, I am convinced that our bond is undeniably intimate. Otherwise, I, Yi Zhiqiu, would never resort to seeking help from another, for the sake of truth, for the pursuit of enlightenment, and for the advancement of civilization. Let us embark on this journey together, Chen Feng. In this peculiar state, Yi Zhiqiu extended an invitation. His words profoundly moved Chen Feng, for even in his previous life, Yi Zhiqiu never revealed to him the constellation code of his 3-star inspector, even at the brink of death. The true identity of the constellation envoy is akin to that of the 36 celestial generals within the heavenly court, once exposed. The loss of status would be merely the beginning of a catastrophic downfall, leading to an unimaginable life of misery. Chen Feng gazed intently into Yi Zhiqiu's vacant, unfocused eyes, nodded slightly, and replied in a calm tone, "Very well, I shall assist you." Yi Zhiqiu stood frozen, a pallor overtaking him, as his lifeless gaze lingered for a moment before gradually returning to normalcy. Once restored, he appeared momentarily bewildered, then scratched his head, uncertainly stating, "Did I just hear you say you were willing to help me? Is that true?" Upon hearing that exclamation, Chen Feng recognized that Yi Zhiqiu had indeed regained his senses, for that expression was characteristic of him. Although Chen Feng was tempted to retort with a crude remark, he reconsidered, realizing that as an enlightened individual, he ought not to stoop to such vulgarity. Instead, he cast Yi Zhiqiu a disdainful glance, encouraging him to reflect on his own words, confirming the outcome. Yi Zhiqiu's face lit up with unbridled joy, and he immediately sought to forge a brotherly bond with Chen Feng, wishing to pledge allegiance and honor him as a father figure. Chen Feng, however, found no interest in his whimsical antics. After a brief flurry of excitement, Yi Zhiqiu recalled something and, with a mischievous grin, reiterated his idea for naming the lighthouse jellyfish. This repetition was not due to his verbosity, but rather a consequence of his forgetfulness. He had lost track of his previous thoughts. According to Yi Zhiqiu's reasoning, some truths must not be overly retained in memory, lest one suffer the repercussions. His adeptness at forgetting and managing the madness surrounding certain taboos was precisely what allowed him to persist. Chen Feng, he continued, let us delve deeper into my studies. Allow me to teach you a particular pronunciation, akin to that of Dang, yet not entirely the same. Repeat after me. This is a method contained within the light of the lighthouse jellyfish. With enthusiasm, Yi Zhiqiu began imparting genuine knowledge. Chen Feng mimicked Yi Zhiqiu's intonations, producing a soft cadence that harmonized with Yi Zhiqiu's breathing rhythm, and in that moment, he sensed a luminous energy gathering at his third eye. The previously subdued sensation at the center of his brow suddenly intensified. Concurrently, an indescribable feeling surged within Chen Feng, causing his heart to ripple uncontrollably, akin to the tender whispers of a beloved in his ear. Chapter 25. Enlightenment. With a heightened emphasis in his tone, he attempted to sense again. Yi Zhiqiu abruptly interrupted Chen Feng's reverie. Following Yi Zhiqiu's guidance, Chen Feng amplified his intonation. In the next moment, the previously obscured scene began to materialize with clarity. However, just as he sensed something, Chen Feng decisively ceased his recitation, for the surrounding neutrinos had suddenly become exceedingly dense. These neutrinos possess no inherent attributes. Yet when intertwined with human consciousness, they give rise to various properties due to the body's intrinsic yin-yang and 5 elements, forming formidable energies. In the realm of cultivation, this serves as a means of gathering spiritual energy, and it is indeed quite terrifying. Yi Zhiqiu's mental prowess is not particularly strong, approximately around 900. Though it can exceed 1,000 in moments of frenzy. His innate potential should lie between 3 to 4,000, but that is merely a ceiling, not his current strength. Thus, Yujichio's recitations have minimal impact, at most inducing a sense of mental exhilaration and physical delight. In contrast, Chen Feng possesses an exceptionally high mental limit. He estimates his true mental strength to be well above 10,000. Therefore, should he continue to recite, the previous horror would inevitably recur. Did you sense it? Yujichio inquired with eager anticipation upon noticing Chen Feng's pause. Chen Feng nodded slightly. It's somewhat vague, but indeed, a woman awaits a man. Yujichio shook his head, narcissistically declaring, "No, it's not that way. You are misled by my words. I believe I am that extraordinary man, and that magnificent woman must be waiting for me." Chen Feng cast a faint glance at Yujichio, reluctant to dampen his spirits. In a past life, Yujichio had expressed similar sentiments, yet even until the day of his demise, he had never glimpsed even a shadow of her. Chen Feng refrained from revealing that she was not his, but perhaps mine. This time, he had been the first to see her, although her figure was indistinct. She exuded an indescribable ethereal beauty, allowing him to truly comprehend what constitutes unparalleled allure in this world. Yujichio, self-satisfied, remarked, "Do not envy me." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "You are correct in all your assertions. In the prior life, during the month leading up to his rebirth in October 2049, on October 1st, the United Federation of Stellar Nations was established. On October 10th, Qinlan perished at the hands of Wangshan. On October 15th, Yujichio met an untimely and under mysterious circumstances. On October 31st, just as Chen Feng was on the verge of unraveling the secrets of the Tardigrade and ascending dimensions, he encountered a luminous portal that led to his rebirth. Due to this unexpected return to life, he found himself unable to investigate the causes of death for Qinlan and Yujichio in 2049, nor could he ascertain what they had discovered during that final fortnight. Yujichio patted Chen Feng on the shoulder with a generous demeanor, saying, "Do not be disheartened. Given our relationship, if you truly like her, well, if she happens to have a sister, I shall introduce you. Or, when her daughter grows up, you could become my son-in-law, and I shall take on the role of your father." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's gaze fixed intently on Yujichio, contemplating whether to teach him a lesson. "Ah, do not be too moved now. Today, inspiration has struck me, and I feel hopeful about advancing our research results. Let me tell you." Yujichio discreetly pulled Chen Feng's attention away, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. The Turritopsis thornii, or the immortal jellyfish, can achieve rejuvenation through repeated reproduction and transdifferentiation, theoretically allowing for an infinite cycle, thus attaining immortality. However, this is not a result of natural selection. As I mentioned, it resembles a deliberate design. He paused before continuing. "I have studied the bioluminescence emitted by the immortal jellyfish and discovered it contains a unique frequency. This frequency is not random. It is a segment of encrypted information." Information? Chen Feng's mind stirred, images of the jellyfish's ethereal glow surfacing in his thoughts. In his previous life, he had witnessed the immortal jellyfish and examined its mechanisms of agelessness. Yet he had never deciphered the profound, encrypted message within its luminescence. However, since Yujichio claimed it existed, it must be true, for he could read the information from light. Indeed, Yujichio affirmed with a nod. "I have deciphered part of the information. The content is rather vague, but it continually repeats the two words waiting for him. Yet, it is not limited to just this. What else is there?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment, recalling that in his previous life, Yujichio had not uncovered this much. Yujichio shook his head. "It is difficult to say. It is rather complex and cannot be explained in our language. Speaking of which, when I mentioned she is waiting for me, that is likely just my own obsession. My true belief is that this him is likely the one who created this virtual world and set the spirit-catching net." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Yujichio's conjecture, in fact, served as a misdirection, a diversion that led attention away from the true key to their research. "Chen Feng," Yujichio suddenly said with earnestness, "perhaps we are but pawns, trapped in this virtual world, and his purpose remains unknown to us." Chen Feng glanced at Yujichio, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. His tone gravely serious. "Trust me, this world is real. Thus, cast aside this misleading notion and concentrate on the tardigrades and the immortal jellyfish themselves. Only then will you yield fruitful results. If you persist in believing this world is virtual, you will achieve nothing in the next 20 years. Moreover, have you not noticed that whenever you brush against the taboos of crucial research, you immediately begin to doubt the reality of this world? In the time I have spent with you, you have experienced this 5 times already." After speaking, Chen Feng withdrew his hand and approached the window. Outside, the myriad of lights twinkled, and the neon shone brilliantly. Ultimately, he reminded Yujichio with a pivotal statement concerning his destiny. "Chen Feng, why not visit my laboratory and stay for a few more days? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes brightened considerably, and he extended an enthusiastic invitation. His tone imbued with heartfelt gratitude. Chen Feng replied, "Is it truly necessary?" Yi Zhiqiu insisted, "Indeed, it is." As he spoke, a thought struck him. "Rest assured. Your future's investment will not incur losses. There is no need to constantly monitor it. In due time, you shall reap the rewards effortlessly. If it fails, I shall compensate you. This is of no consequence to me. If it comes to that, I shall take my chances with those old fools." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, dismissing the notion of wasting time on that bothersome matter. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled and eagerly pulled Chen Feng along, intent on showing him his laboratory. Yi Zhiqiu's laboratory was situated in the basement of a standalone villa within a private park on the outskirts of Long City. Upon their arrival, it was already 5 in the morning. Nevertheless, both Yi Zhiqiu and Chen Feng appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. As soon as they entered the laboratory, Chen Feng was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of technological advancement. A plethora of high-tech instruments adorned the space, each gleaming with colorful lights that dazzled the senses. "This is a quantum wave observation device," Yi Zhiqiu explained. "It can detect the fluctuations of microscopic particles. Over here is a gene sequencer capable of analyzing biological genetic sequences. And this is a mental strength testing device, the Taiji Pulse number 3, still in its prototype phase, yet it can measure an organism's mental strength, with a potential talent ceiling of 60,000. As he introduced each instrument, Yi Zhiqiu deftly manipulated them. "Come, look at this specially acquired mutated lantern jellyfish," Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, leading Chen Feng to a unique section of the laboratory. He then aimed a remarkably advanced device at a lantern jellyfish. "Behold." Yi Zhiqiu pointed at the data displayed on the screen with excitement. "This is the evidence I mentioned. Observe closely how feeble language appears in the light of this mutated lantern jellyfish." Chen Feng, focus. "This is not mere biological light. It is a special form of light in a quantum-entangled state. This quantum entanglement is distinctly AM bias ring closed-loop state, yet it can derive and diffract." Yi Zhiqiu gesticulated animatedly. "Read along with me. Thump, 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 thump. Yes, that's the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let us do it again. 2, 2, 3, 4. Repeat." Yi Zhiqiu's exuberance began to unfold. Chen Feng, observing the data on the screen, furrowed his brow. He had encountered similar data in his previous life, yet it was considerably more simplistic than what he now faced. Moreover, the device Yi Zhiqiu was utilizing was at least 4 to 5 years more advanced than what was available in his former existence. Was it that Yi Zhiqiu had taken precautions against him, having produced numerous instruments unbeknownst to him, or had something shifted in this current life? Yi Zhiqiu's series of actions indeed led Chen Feng to question his very existence. It felt as though many events that should have transpired in 2028 had already unfolded in 2024. Could it be that the focus on the far side of the moon had instigated this alteration? After the adventurous expedition to the ancient city ruins on the far side of the moon in 2028, my original memories were erased, leading to the perplexities I now face. Upon careful reflection, Chen Feng could only attribute this to the erasure of memories experienced by his previous companions. The mutated lighthouse jellyfish, of which Chen Feng is but one, is not an isolated case. There are several others, or even those that have not mutated are similarly affected. The information contained within this light is exceedingly intricate and enigmatic, difficult to retain, and entirely dissimilar to our language, script, and even imagery. If one were to attempt a description, it would be akin to distinguishing between the dimensions of a plane and that of space. This information resembles a higher dimensional construct, transcending our 3-dimensional comprehension. Apologies. I find myself at a loss for words to adequately convey this. Yi Zhiqiu, however, has not succumbed to madness but rather stabilized on the brink of it. "I understand. There's no rush. Take your time," Chen Feng reassured him. "Henceforth, I have resolved to impart to you the ability to decode the information within light. Once you learn to interpret it yourself, you will grasp its profound impact." Yi Zhiqiu made a firm decision. Chen Feng smiled, refraining from commenting on the ability to read light. At noon, outside the laboratory, at the entrance of the villa, Qin Lan observed her imposing bodyguard, arms crossed and weapon in hand, as he scrutinized her with a vigilant gaze, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. She had come to seek out Yi Zhiqiu and Chen Feng, only to find herself obstructed. Upon learning that Yi Zhiqiu was instructing Chen Feng on reading light, an exaggerated expression of disbelief remained etched upon her face. This world has truly gone mad. Qin Lan could not help but voice her frustrations repeatedly. One dares to boast, another dares to believe. One dares to teach, while another dares to learn. What is this ability to read light, if not a form of dissociative identity disorder, accessing the memories of another persona? I toiled for 3 long years, ultimately learning nothing due to my inability to experience dissociation, and yet this insufferable Yujitsu has forgotten all about it. Qinlan sighed. She had intended to explain herself to the bodyguard, but considering the reprimand she had faced and the bodyguard's cold-hearted demeanor, coupled with the fervent madness of Yujitsu devoted to reading light, she resigned herself to depart. In the following days, Chen Feng and Yujitsu devoted themselves to the relentless study of reading light, simultaneously investigating the illumination of the lighthouse jellyfish. They experimented with various methods in an attempt to unravel the hidden information within the jellyfish's glow, but all endeavored efforts ended in failure. Just as they were on the verge of surrender, an unexpected discovery rekindled their hope. On November 8th, while conducting an experiment, Yujitsu inadvertently spilled a drop of the lighthouse jellyfish's bodily fluid onto a special metallic plate. The instant the fluid made contact with the metal, a series of peculiar, pale blue fluorescent symbols emerged upon its surface. What is this? Yujitsu scrutinized the symbols, his expression growing increasingly grave. This is familiar. I ought to recognize it. Yet it eludes my memory. Ah, damn it. Damn. Yujitsu muttered to himself, raking his fingers through his hair, and soon began to exhibit signs of unhinged behavior once more. This is the prelude to a descent into madness, and it promises to be utterly uncontrollable. Chen Feng, however, remained silent. In the fleeting moment he beheld that peculiar line of symbols, his expression transformed into one of sheer brilliance. Was this not the enigmatic symbol he had replicated in the realm of his mind, which had nearly terrified the Star Soul entity? Chapter 26. Higher Dimensions. Chen Feng's gaze fixated intently on the pale blue luminescent symbols etched upon the metal plate, his heartbeat quickening abruptly. These symbols mirrored those mysterious inscriptions found within the ancient ruins of the moon's far side, identical to the arcane symbols he had constructed in his mental landscape to intimidate the Star Soul entity. As he stared at these enigmatic symbols, he became wholly entranced, his state of being teetering on the brink of chaos. His heart pounded like a war drum, blood surged through his veins, and a tremor coursed through his brow, as if some dreadful, long-buried memory was poised to emerge from the depths of his pineal gland. Chen Feng's eyes remained locked on the clusters of pale blue luminescent symbols, which resembled some ancient script, exuding a mysterious, eerie, and horrifying aura. In the next instant, as if breaking a taboo, a torrent of fragmented memories from countless lifetimes surged through Chen Feng's mind, ultimately crystallizing at the moment, just before his rebirth, a door radiating boundless light. A portal imbued with an aura of annihilation that had facilitated his return to life. Upon the door, the pale blue glow swirled, revealing bizarre and mystical carvings. These carvings bore the very same mysterious symbols he now beheld. A chill ran down Chen Feng's spine as he gasped in shock, a wave of cold surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The symbols on this mysterious metal plate were identical to those on the ethereal door that had brought about his rebirth. Furthermore, they were also indistinguishable from the arcane symbols within the ancient city ruins on the moon's far side. Crucially, without these symbols, Chen Feng would have been unable to recall having seen them on that mysterious portal prior to his rebirth. All of this, the lighthouse jellyfish, the ancient city ruins on the moon's far side, the mysterious portal beyond the spirit capture net, and his rebirth 25 years ago was intricately intertwined with these symbols. Chen Feng's emotions were tumultuous, his expression grave, as he struggled to regain his composure. In his previous life, he had exerted every ounce of effort, yet had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of this world's most enigmatic realms. Now, he had achieved a nearly dimensional transcendence, unveiling certain truths at a single glance. He stifled his astonishment and turned his attention to Yujitsu. Her condition was deteriorating. Her face was pale. Sweat poured down her brow, her body trembled violently, and she incessantly muttered, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Chen Feng seized Yujitsu's shoulders, shaking her roughly as he commanded in a low voice, "Calm down. Wake up." Employing the resonance of his voice, he synchronized its frequency with certain 6-character and 9-character incantations. Nonetheless, even so, Yujitsu's gaze quickly dulled, becoming vacant and devoid of spirit, as if she had lost focus entirely. Suddenly, Yujitsu let out a frantic scream, breaking free from that frenzied state of eerie calm, as though she had been forcibly hurled down from a higher dimension. He disregarded everything, and in an instant, his frenzied state reemerged, even escalating. He clutched his head, screaming in agony. I remember. I know what this is. I know what this is. Ah." Chen Feng seized Yujitsu's shoulders once more, shaking him vigorously while channeling his mental energy. He commanded in a deep voice, "Calm. There is calm. The benevolent water is tranquil. The highest virtue governs water. It benefits all things and dwells in tranquility. All conditioned phenomena are but dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows. Like dew or lightning." Yujitsu awakened. After a brief pause, as if sifting grain, the intense struggle within Yi Zhiqiu gradually subsided. Soon, his gaze became hollow once again. His tone was mechanical and frigid, resembling that of an emotionless automaton. This is his language. His language? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Yi Zhiqiu. A flutter of unease stirring within him. Had Yi Zhiqiu uncovered something? Who was he? At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu continued his erratic discourse. He is in slumber. She is waiting for his awakening. He. The image of the white-clad woman quietly standing amidst the depths of the starry sky, and that terrifyingly mysterious light gate resurfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu's body convulsed as if electrified. Then he grasped Chen Feng's hand, a flicker of clarity passing through his eyes, his demeanor frantic, his tone urgent and anxious. Chen Feng, remember the key to the door. Upon uttering these words, Yi Zhiqiu's gaze became vacuous once more, and then, with a sudden burst, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the next moment, his body collapsed, succumbing to a profound state of unconsciousness. Seeing this, Chen Feng exhaled a deep breath, followed by a soft sigh. Yi Zhiqiu had always been like this. Such occurrences were not uncommon in his past life, and he had always been the one to intervene. Chen Feng lifted the limp Yi Zhiqiu and placed him on the bed in the adjacent rest area. Gazing at the unconscious Yi Zhiqiu, Chen Feng's thoughts spiraled. He did not pursue the shimmering metal plate any further. Instead, he first massaged Yi Zhiqiu's head to relax him, then guided a collection of neutrinos through meditation, allowing the breath technique Yi Zhiqiu had cultivated for a long time to better assimilate the neutrinos, facilitating a swifter recovery. After completing these tasks, Chen Feng returned to Yi Zhiqiu's laboratory, meticulously examining the symbols on the metal plate. He then attempted several methods to decipher these symbols, but to no avail. These symbols evidently harbored a secret that transcended human comprehension, utterly resistant to interpretation through the existing knowledge framework. In contemplation, a cold glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated his transdimensional vision and simultaneously engaged the fully awakened ability of latent collapse, forcefully probing the secrets concealed behind the symbols. However, the moment his mental energy made contact with the symbols in the state of transdimensional vision, a powerful repulsion rebuffed his mental force. His brain throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and a terrifying darkness enveloped him immediately. At this moment, the latent ability of collapse allowed his mental power to instantaneously transform into a form akin to that of a tardigrade, directly demonstrating the capacity for collapse against the encroaching darkness. This power was on the verge of eruption, akin to a tardigrade breaking free from the shackles of a spirit-catching net, replicating its own mental data for quantum derivation and projecting it into disparate timelines and spatial dimensions. Upon the emergence of this phenomenon, the terrifying darkness before Chen Feng vanished in an instant, replaced by an inexplicable sensation as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. It felt as if, in that fleeting moment, he was elevated from the status of an insignificant insect to that of an emperor by an unknown and mysterious existence. What began as suppression and harsh punishment transformed into an abject display of servility and flattery. Moreover, this sensation was remarkably vivid and intense. In this overwhelming awareness, Chen Feng deeply comprehended the high-dimensional nature, the nobility, and the extraordinary defiance of the ability derived from the tardigrade. It was as if a born sovereign had no need for pretense or subservience, just as the tardigrade remained indifferent to the potential annihilation by the spirit-catching net. It would replicate countless versions of itself, and through quantum derivation, traverse into infinite parallel universes, endlessly self-replicating and self-deriving. This experience was exhilarating, nearly elevating Chen Feng to euphoric heights. However, this feeling was fleeting. Had he not been in a state of transcendent vision, he would have remained utterly oblivious. Once restored to normalcy, Chen Feng instinctively assessed his condition and cast a glance at the despondent Yi Zhiqiu in the adjoining lounge. Then he fell silent, for he was acutely aware that not only had he suffered no losses, but his mental power had ascended to the pinnacle of the second realm of martial arts, the realm of enlightenment. Moreover, should he desire, a mere thought could propel him into the true third realm of martial arts, the realm of radiance. The 9 realms of martial arts are hidden origin, enlightenment, radiance, opening sun, jade balance, celestial authority, celestial calculation, celestial rotation, and celestial pivot. In his past life, Chen Feng endured countless hardships, expending immense effort and an array of precious resources, yet remained stuck at the peak of the enlightenment realm for a full 6 years. Now, he found the rapid evolution of his genes somewhat distasteful, having never considered a breakthrough. Yet, the opportunity for such advancement lingered stubbornly. It felt as if the heavens had taken hold of him, gently and almost obsequiously feeding him. In his previous life, Yujichio was hailed as a favored child of heaven and earth. Now, however, she seemed rather mediocre. Chen Feng did not immediately break through, for his mental talent had already reached the upper limit of 129,600 at the Yuan Assembly, thus allowing his realm to develop naturally and effortlessly. This exemplified the principle of seeking in vain, only to have it come naturally when released. Contemplating this, Chen Feng glanced once more at the metallic panel, only to discover that the pale blue luminescent symbols had vanished. After a moment of reflection, he approached the panel, fixing his gaze upon it, and attempted to convey his mental intent. Come on, show me something dazzling. Buzzing, the metallic plate shimmered with a radiant blue light, and enigmatic symbols danced gracefully upon its surface, resembling delicate musical notes. After a brief moment, the vibrant blue faded, giving way to a subtle layer of gray that seemed to encroach upon the once lustrous gold. Chen Feng withdrew his thoughts as the blue light extinguished. The metallic plate reverted to its ordinary state, albeit with a noticeably aged hue. Observing this, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation, just as confusion enveloped him. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. He recalled the method of reading light that Yujichio had imparted to him, and he instinctively recognized this as an opportune moment. After a moment's reflection, he took a deep breath, once more channeling his spirit to illuminate the mysterious metallic plate. Concurrently, he began to recite the special syllables taught by Yujichio, synchronizing his mental vibrations with the rhythm of his breath. As he recited, the symbols on the metallic plate began to emit a faint glow, as if they were imbued with life. A subtle pain blossomed at Chen Feng's brow, and a formidable energy surged from within him, resonating with the symbols on the plate. Before his eyes unfolded a series of extraordinary and breathtaking visions. He beheld an expansive universe, where countless stars twinkled like diamonds. He glimpsed a cerulean planet, Earth, yet it appeared somewhat different from the one he knew, brimming with vitality and resembling a legendary paradise. He saw a magnificent city, fantastical and ethereal, floating amidst the clouds and radiating a divine light, akin to the celestial palaces of myth. He witnessed a group of individuals clad in white, possessing powers beyond human comprehension, able to manipulate the elements of nature like deities. He beheld a colossal gate of light, enigmatic and mysterious, swirling in the shape of the yin-yang symbol, standing at the universe's edge and emanating an endless, mystic glow. Finally, he perceived a hazy figure, indistinguishable in gender, quietly awaiting something before the gate. As Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the figure's face, he found it obscured. Yet their eyes seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, locking with his in an ephemeral moment of connection. Suddenly, the dreamlike images before him dissipated, and his consciousness returned to reality. He felt no unusual sensations or disquiet, merely the heavy toll of his physical and mental exertion, gasping for breath. Unbeknownst to him, he was drenched in sweat. In that instant, he comprehended the true essence of Yujichio's teachings on reading light. It was not merely about extracting information from light, but rather about uncovering the memories concealed within it. Moreover, during the process of reading light, Chen Feng sensed that light itself appeared to possess a unique form of life, a life whose essence was profoundly distinct, akin to a spirituality inherent in all things. The visions he had encountered were likely memories from an ancient era, entwined with his own existence, hers, and the gate itself. After a considerable period, Chen Feng finally emerged from his state of contemplation. His formidable mental prowess and resilience allowed him to swiftly recover from the brief discomfort he experienced. The pure spiritual energy, a remnant from the demise of the star soul body, tirelessly replenished the void he had encountered, subtly nurturing him like the gentle caress of nature. At this moment, Chen Feng ceased to probe further into the mysteries of the enigmatic metallic plate. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the origins of this peculiar object. Glancing once more at Yujichio, Chen Feng noted that his overall condition had improved significantly. It was evident that this fellow had regained consciousness but feigned unconsciousness out of embarrassment. Chen Feng approached him, grasping the collar of Yujichio's garment and hoisting him upright. As he contemplated delivering a couple of slaps to rouse him, Yujichio coughed a few times and awkwardly awakened. His pallor remained, and the fleeting embarrassment in his eyes was quickly masked. In an attempt to divert attention from his own ineptitude, Yujichio initiated a change of subject, inquiring, "Do you know what I saw? I can still recall fragments. It seemed as though I beheld a colossal eye." Chapter 27. Command. Chen Feng regarded Yujichio with a peculiar expression. The fluctuations in Yujichio's mental limits were alarmingly intense, akin to a rubber band being forcibly stretched. This extreme method of self-elevation was troubling. As Chen Feng scrutinized Yujichio further, he discerned a hint of confusion and bewilderment in his gaze. Yujichio's voice trembled as he confessed, "I think I've forgotten something again. This is how I drove myself completely mad. I have no choice but to employ multiple personas to cleanse myself." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a chill within. Such occurrences were familiar to him. He had endured numerous similar experiences before his rebirth. The first instance occurred in July 2028, the very month when the nationwide practice of cultivation commenced. Those in his cohort who ventured into the ancient ruins on the far side of the moon all encountered such profoundly bizarre events, only to forget them shortly thereafter, plunging into prolonged psychological shadows and confusion. Following that experience, many returned afflicted with severe depression and dissociative disorders. Let it go, Chen Feng said, patting Yujiqiu on the shoulder. Some things are better left unknown. Let us continue our research on tardigrades. However, you might share with me the details regarding the origins of that mysterious metallic plate. This plate was brought back by a prominent figure from the 749 Bureau during our mother's research on the far side of the moon. It is something I have also sought for study, yet I have yet to uncover anything of significance. If you desire it, I can assist in procuring a couple more from the 749 Bureau. Beyond that, there are hardly 10 available, and if anyone could have made sense of it, it wouldn't have fallen to me. Yujiqiu, known for his eccentric disposition, chose to embrace the act of forgetting, no longer entangled in eternal turmoil. From the moon's far side? Chen Feng mused, feeling a sense of inevitability while also harboring a tinge of regret. Ultimately, it was indeed derived from that very place. In that place, Chen Feng now possesses the confidence to confront challenges. Unfortunately, the timing remains unripe. The forbidden colossal door beneath the Antarctic glaciers has yet to truly open. The lunar research base has not been officially established, and the overall development progress of the ancient city ruins on the far side of the moon is still a mystery. Perhaps it is best to study tardigrades. To be candid, every time I delve into the study of the lighthouse jellyfish, I find myself in a state more miserable than death. The crux is that I fail to retain any crucial details afterward, only left with the incessant anticipation of receiving information, which is utterly exasperating. I fear I shall truly lose my mind. Yujiqiu ultimately displays signs of exhaustion, continuously lamenting. From his tone, Chen Feng perceives an unimaginable weariness. A glance at the clock on the laboratory wall reveals it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Feng feels a stir within but refrains from speaking. I too have cultivated tardigrades for research. During my studies, I have uncovered many astonishing phenomena. I hypothesize that within the genetic makeup of tardigrades resides a unique quantum code capable of interacting with the foundational codes of the virtual realm. Through this interaction, tardigrades may alter their own data and even modify the rules of the virtual world. I believe this is the true reason for the tardigrade's transcendence beyond the spirit-capturing nets. It is the key to breaking free from such nets and unraveling the mysteries of quantum derivatives in the outer cosmos. If we were to master this quantum code, we would possess the power to manipulate the virtual world at will, even creating our own realms. Yujiqiu's declarations are earth-shattering. However, his focus once again strays. While science indeed thrives on bold hypotheses and cautious verification, this particular hypothesis veers directly into the realm of the virtual world. The allure of the virtual world is undeniably vast, and the notion of mastering such quantum codes to shape our own worlds is quite enticing. Chen Feng remains speechless, recognizing that despite his previous serious admonitions to Yujiqiu to refrain from entertaining thoughts of the virtual world, fearing it may lead him astray from his true purpose, Yujiqiu, entrenched in his own pursuits, likely cannot recall Chen Feng's earnest warnings imbued with the weight of spiritual intensity. Reflecting on Yujiqiu's past experiences, Chen Feng arrives at a rather peculiar yet harsh conclusion. Whenever Yujiqiu embarks on the correct path of ascension, merely a step from success, there invariably arises another critical event that diverts his focus, disturbs his judgment, and lures his attention away, leading him further astray. This outcome results in Yujiqiu being on the verge of success, yet perpetually veering off course, ultimately distancing himself from the truth. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng decides to observe the unfolding situation in silence. Thus, after a prolonged period of contemplation, he expressionlessly exclaims, "Impressive, my friend. Keep pursuing your research, and I shall deliver you a clock." Yujiqiu responds, "Do you still not believe me? Come with me, and I shall prove it." "Ah, never mind. Let us first enjoy a good meal, take a bath, and rest adequately before returning to our experiments." Noticing Chen Feng's distracted demeanor, Yujiqiu, feeling mentally and physically drained himself, realizes that they have been so absorbed in their experiments that they have neglected to enjoy a proper meal. At this moment, I seized the opportunity to liquidate that batch of futures, and the timing was also quite opportune. Additionally, it was time for Xiaobao to take a bath and undergo some care. Chen Feng responded briefly, as he wasn't particularly inclined to continue the experiments with Yujiqiu. After all, the individual was somewhat eccentric, and the experiments were rather life-threatening. Those who accompanied him in such endeavors were now long gone. their graves overgrown with grass. All right, I will have someone prepare for it. Xiaobao has been under Ah Bin's care these past few days, and all his needs are well attended to, Chen Feng stated. Ah Bin is the bodyguard who has always protected me. Yi Zhiqiu sighed with relief, unsure if his own stress stemmed from conducting experiments alongside Chen Feng, constantly striving to prove his exceptional abilities, only to find himself repeatedly debunked. Chen Feng chuckled. I suspect Ah Bin's high school grades were not particularly impressive. Yi Zhiqiu's lips twitched in response. After Yi Zhiqiu departed, Chen Feng exited the laboratory and entered the room prepared for him in the villa. He opened his laptop and checked his futures account. Over the past 5 days, he had managed to execute some trades amidst his busy schedule, maintaining complete control without a hint of deviation. On November 5th, the price of crude oil fell by 5, resulting in a floating profit of 39 million Hua Yuan in Chen Feng's account. On November 6th, the price continued to drop by 10, pushing his account's floating profit to over 100 million Hua Yuan. By November 7th, the price of crude oil dipped below the initial purchase price and continued to descend, with the account's floating profit reaching 9 billion Hua Yuan. Today, November 8th, the oil prices were still plummeting, but at an accelerated pace. Upon examining the previous price trends, Chen Feng detected an anomaly. This peculiar deviation bore a resemblance to the crude oil price trajectory from his past life, reflecting on certain details from his previous existence. He conducted a meticulous comparison between the two scenarios. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smile emerged on Chen Feng's face. Even as oil prices began to plummet rapidly once more, it was evident that this situation would yield him substantial profits. Nevertheless, without hesitation, Chen Feng decisively closed his positions. After deducting transaction fees and taxes, his account balance reached an astonishing 3.7 billion Hua Yuan, a sum achieved without any deliberate maneuvering on his part. Without delay, Chen Feng transferred the entire amount to the People's Bank of Huaguo. This transaction ensured the absolute safety of his funds. The People's Bank now stood on par with the former Swiss banks, and it would soon become the sole universal bank of the future Interstellar Federation. Naturally, under normal circumstances, such a smooth process would be improbable, as large sums of capital entering and exiting would undoubtedly attract scrutiny and verification. In his previous life, Chen Feng had faced inquiries after amassing $1 billion in the futures market. However, this time, it seemed as if everything was tacitly accepted. Chen Feng understood that on one hand, Yi Zhiqiu had likely exerted some influence, and on the other, his talents were genuinely recognized by the 749 Bureau. If all went according to plan, the opportunity for direct admission to a top-tier university would soon be within reach. After taking a shower and changing into fresh attire, Chen Feng settled into his room to meditate quietly. He did not engage in active cultivation, but instead began to construct the memory palaces and 12 spiritual chambers from his recollections to enhance his ability to store and retrieve memories of the future. Meanwhile, within the confines of Bureau 749, discussions regarding Chen Feng grew increasingly fervent. The Eternal Night Scorpion opined that Chen Feng's abilities were exceedingly perilous and should be restrained for specialized research. If containment proved unattainable, then annihilation would be the only recourse. After all, the demise of such a super genius could pave the way for the cultivation of countless others, rendering that death both glorious and noble. Conversely, the Dawn water bottle believed that Chen Feng represented humanity's hope and merited ample support and protection to foster his development. The Frosty Scorpio suggested that she should first employ hypnotic control over Chen Feng to ascertain the purity of his mental essence and whether he might be susceptible to parasitism by extraterrestrial entities, thereafter tailoring their approach based on the findings. The Morning Dew Virgin, however, dismissed all opinions, opting to allow Chen Feng to evolve independently while assigning the one-star Inspector Yi Zhiqiu to closely observe and nurture him, which would also benefit Yi Zhiqiu's own experiments. Ultimately, the senior executives of Bureau 749 reached a consensus to adopt a wait-and-see approach while providing some resources for support. This matter would be overseen by Yi Zhiqiu and Qin Lan, with Qin Feng Cancer personally in charge. They would also keep a vigilant eye on Chen Feng's movements. Should he exhibit any signs of losing control, immediate coercive measures would be enacted to suppress him. Following this clandestine meeting, Yi Zhiqiu, fresh from her ablutions, received an unexpected phone call. On the other end, a cold voice, laden with authority, asserted, I am the Dawn Pisces. I have acquired the mental data of the canine subject. Prepare Chen Feng and hand the canine over to me. This is an order. Chapter 28, The Symbolic Punishment and Order. Order, you wretched scoundrel. Dawn, you audacious thief. Have you pilfered my unpublished laboratory data? Yi Zhiqiu's demeanor shifted instantly, her words laced with venom, as her icy voice betrayed a simmering fury and madness. Suddenly, The phone line crackled with the sound of noticeably heavier breathing from Dawn Pisces. Yi Zhiqiu, do you wish for death? Do you not believe I can make your survival impossible? The voice of Dawn Pisces dripped with malice, evidently rattled by Yi Zhiqiu's retort. Oh, how terribly frightened I am. However, before you attempt to undermine me, I assure you that I will drag your most exuberant constellation companions and your entire lineage to the grave. Yi Zhiqiu erupted in a frenzy, her eyes blazing with rage. Huh, Yi Zhiqiu, just wait and see if I do not bring you to your knees. On the other end, Dawn Pisces had been thoroughly unseated, her intelligence reduced to that of an average individual by Yi Zhiqiu's sharp tongue. Yi Zhiqiu, however, merely snorted in disdain. Is that all you have? Then, in a similarly ominous tone, she proclaimed, change my skin, exchange your garments, summon the drum maiden for communion. The wind shall not cease, the drums shall resound. I beseech the drum deity to descend upon this place. Should you dare to covet my unpublished laboratory data again, I shall flay the skin of your 7 talented maidens for those in the celestial court to fashion into masks for their drumming. The celestial court welcomed me warmly, offering far superior treatment than what you provide. With this declaration, the other end of the line fell into a profound silence. After a moment of silence, Dawn Pisces suddenly expressed her irritation, exclaiming with a hint of agitation, you lunatic, aren't you impressive? You're utterly hopeless. That data was not stolen by me. Why would I covet your pitiful data? Do you think I could meddle in the Chen Feng database under the auspices of Cancer? The data was transmitted from your superior constellation, Chen Feng Cancer, to the headquarters, which then distributed it to me for monitoring and to cultivate that fool, so he could assist the 1-star inspectors in the 749 Bureau with their tasks. Recently, you must be aware that due to the tribulation incidents, a group of individuals has been emulating one another, with various anomalies rearing their heads, and some spectral particles, once utilized, have gone rampant, leading to the orchestration of large-scale retaliatory events. Damn it, it's my resources being squandered on nurturing that fool. And yet, you threaten me with malicious tactics? How dare you? Perhaps I am not human, but you, Yi Zhiqiu, are truly despicable. The roar on the phone was deafening, as if it could shatter Yi Zhiqiu's eardrums. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion as he thought, when did I ever upload that fool's test data? After pondering for a while and failing to recall, he resorted to giving himself a few hard slaps. Ouch, what are you doing? Came the teasing voice of Dawn Pisces from the other end of the line, clearly discerning through the sound of the slaps that Yi Zhiqiu was engaging in self-punishment. Her mood lightened considerably. This little madman still had some conscience, realizing he had spoken too harshly and was giving her a way out. Otherwise, she would truly have no recourse against Yi Zhiqiu. He racked his brains several times, unable to remember having tested the data of the little treasure, let alone uploading it. For a moment, he felt rather bewildered. However, Yi Zhiqiu quickly arrived at a realization. If he had indeed tested the little treasure's data and subsequently uploaded it through another independent persona, Chen Feng Cancer, to the headquarters, then Dawn Pisces' assertions were indeed valid. This meant that the persona that tested the little treasure was, in fact, the higher dimensional identity he established for himself, Chen Feng Cancer. But did this action receive Chen Feng's consent? After contemplating this, Yi Zhiqiu's expression returned to normal, and he chuckled. Little Blackie, you've revealed your true self. Dawn Pisces scoffed. I actually preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. Yi Zhiqiu grinned. Sister Dawn, it seems I've misunderstood you. I thought you had feelings for that fool and wished to cultivate him as a husband. Look at me, jumping to conclusions and misjudging you, Sister Dawn. A crackling sound came from the phone, as though the receiver was about to burst. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but envision Dawn Pisces, gritting her teeth in frustration, wishing to tear him apart with her words. He found great amusement in this and laughed. Sister Dawn, don't be angry. I was just joking. As for the little treasure's character, having him as your husband would be a gain for you. We all know the kinds of twisted individuals in our bureau. And if you were to truly do this, it would be far more normal than their behaviors, wouldn't it? I not only support interspecies romance, but I also eagerly anticipate it. For instance, should a white fox, a mythical creature from the legendary Qingtian fox clan known for its 9 tails, take a liking to me, I would be utterly content, even in death. Shuguang Xuanyu lowered her voice and stated each word with deliberation. What do you mean? Yet, Yi Zhiqiu remained unfazed, though his expression gradually turned serious. After a pause, he spoke with solemnity. Sister, let us speak frankly. The dog cannot be entrusted to you, for it belongs to Chen Feng, and I shall never allow this matter to jeopardize my relationship with him, not even slightly. Furthermore, while I may be amenable, Chen Feng is not so easily swayed. To be honest, I feel quite intimidated in his presence, and I cannot quite understand why. Since Chen Feng has entrusted me and Qin Lan with his care, I must fulfill that responsibility diligently. Chen Feng has been immensely helpful to me, providing a wealth of innovative ideas that far surpass my arduous research. Such talent transcends mere effort, and we must treat it with the utmost respect. Moreover, considering the potential heights of his innate gifts, it is not inconceivable that he could surpass the realms of martial artists and tread the path of the singular transcendent, Laozi, without encountering premature demise. Shu Guangjie, I recognize your domineering nature and your often unreasonable demeanor, but I speak with utmost seriousness. Yi Zhiqiu's words rendered Shu Guangxuangyu momentarily speechless. She was not oblivious to Yi Zhiqiu's character. In fact, it was precisely because she understood him that she sensed the situation spiraling out of control. Having acquired the data and taken personal measures, how could she possibly lack ulterior motives? Yet, relinquishing the rare opportunity of a unique breed and a special plan was simply unacceptable. Arrange for me to meet him, tonight, at your residence, she stated in a subdued tone, tinged with a hint of pleading. After all, dealing with a madman left one with little choice. Yu Zhiqiu pondered for a moment and replied, I must consult Chen Feng. I cannot arrange for your meeting without his knowledge. Very well, I await your news. Shu Guangxuangyu concluded before hanging up. Yi Zhiqiu also fell into a brief silence. He then rose from his seat and gazed out the window, his eyes gradually losing focus. Qing Feng, manifest your true self and attend to a matter, he inwardly summoned, allowing his consciousness to gradually quiet. Inside the villa, the room was bathed in warm, clear light. Chen Feng remained seated in meditation. The palace of memories within his mind grew ever clearer, while his recollection of the intricate, mysterious symbols deepened significantly. No longer shrouded in confusion as it had been prior to his rebirth. As he committed these enigmatic symbols to memory, they began to resonate with the kind of high-dimensional information he had previously experienced. With this newfound awareness, coupled with his earlier encounters with the special metallic plates, the symbols became etched into the depths of Chen Feng's spirit, each detail imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Among them, certain symbols began to pulsate, evoking a vague resemblance to the earliest hieroglyphs, albeit rendered in a more complex form. After meticulous observation, Chen Feng discerned that one of the symbols seemed to encapsulate an extraordinarily bizarre, sensational, and shocking tableau. To the left of this symbol lay a vast river, beside which a figure was engaged in fishing. To the right of the river, a colossal hand descended from the sky, reaching towards an immense house, or perhaps a grand ancient city below. Within the house resided several figures, all depicted with prominent ribcages, their necks suspended by crimson threads, as if enduring unspeakable torment. Beneath the house blazed a roaring furnace, scorching and incinerating the occupants within. If this were to be represented as a character, it would amalgamate into an unfamiliar glyph composed of, and the head of, with a gaping mouth beneath, forming a structure akin to the character, capped with the character. Chen Feng could faintly grasp the implications of this symbol, as if it were a pictogram giving rise to meaning. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the overt interpretation, not the profound essence it sought to convey. In contemplation, Chen Feng noticed that his mental energy was depleting rapidly, particularly as he endeavored to comprehend the deeper significance of this symbol. In mere moments, he began to feel a sense of mental fatigue, a sensation akin to nervous exhaustion, leaving him feeling drained. When this sensation arose, he recognized that the deciphering of this symbol was a formidable undertaking. Just then, however, the symbol emitted a gentle azure glow, imbued with an air of utmost charm, while within its halo, four characters he recognized emerged. Simultaneously, his parched mind reconnected with the essence of the star's soul that had been extinguished, and he felt revitalized, as if blessed by a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. In the next instant, another symbol leaped forth, shimmering brilliantly in his mind, radiating clear yet ethereal information. Upon the emergence of this symbol, a profound realization washed over Chen Feng, granting him a sense of enlightenment. He felt an intrinsic understanding of these two symbols, particularly the first one, which signified image and facilitated the derivation of corresponding higher dimensional information, its fundamental meaning explicable as. The second symbol represented exemption, with its foundational meaning interpretable as, its deeper implications likewise corresponding to higher dimensional information and derivation. Having deciphered the two symbols, Chen Feng felt a sense of cerebral swelling. Even with the pure spiritual essence of the star soul continuously aiding his recuperation, he found it increasingly challenging to persevere. Resolutely, he ceased his contemplation and redirected his mental energy to sense the extinguished star soul. In that moment, his mind erupted with a tremendous jolt, as if unlocking the dormant consciousness of the star soul, revealing an alternate dimensional panorama. Before him stretched an infinite expanse of dark starry sky, In the foreground of this celestial canvas, a bright and cunning moon gleamed, while in the background loomed a colossal azure planet, Earth. Surrounding the moon in this dark expanse were countless glowing points of light. These luminous entities are the star souls. The reason Chen Feng was able to perceive this scene was due to the mental activity imagery from the star soul residing within the nightingale's mind just before its demise. Star souls, as life forms, are purely manifestations of spiritual energy. They cannot exist independently and must parasitize other sentient beings endowed with mental power. The human psyche, with its intricate complexities, serves as their most ideal habitat for parasitism. Star souls can communicate through mental fluctuations, sharing the memories and emotions of their hosts, thus forming an expansive spiritual network. This network transcends galaxies, linking countless hosts into a complex system beyond human comprehension. Even if their human hosts perish, they can temporarily escape by merging with fragments of the human's spiritual obsessions and integrating a substantial amount of neutrinos. While they cannot flee from the spirit capture net, they can linger in the shadowy regions of the moon, evading death for a time, ever prepared for their next parasitic endeavor. At this moment, the scene that Chen Feng sensed was particularly peculiar, reinforcing his awareness of the formidable and terrifying nature of his own latent collapsibility. The instant he annihilated the star soul from the nightingale's brain, the connected star souls were thrown into disarray. This event marked an unprecedented occurrence. The annihilation of a star soul was akin to the obliteration of a vast interconnected city, akin to a human city vanishing in an instant, stirring tumultuous waves of shock. Thus, those star souls, already parasitizing and perpetually linked to the network, became acutely aware of the situation. However, they were unable to access the information transmitted by the star soul in the nightingale's mind before its demise, interpreting this as an intervention by the spirit capture net. In other words, that star soul had ascended secretly while carrying them, only to be extinguished by the spirit capture net. Should they investigate? Investigate what? The ascender deserves death. Indeed, what should they investigate? It can only be said that it was a commendable act. Yes, what is there to question? The handling of No. 11 by the spirit capture net was entirely justified. What does it have to do with me? Number 16. Exactly, what concern is it of mine? Number 322. Stay far away, and how dare you ascend secretly while concealing it from us? Such a crime deserves severe punishment. Indeed, number 11 was parasitizing Murong Shui, codenamed Nightingale. Let everyone take heed. Any human associated with this woman is a potential threat, too terrifying. The Murong Shui parasitized by No. 11 had previously been closely following two humans named Su Yun and Chen Feng, and had a good relationship with Qin Lan. When number 03 emerged, was it aiming to parasitize Su Yun? Are you prepared to be obliterated by the spirit capture net? Haha, ready for the feast. How amusing, still talking about a feast. Do you think we should join this commotion? Perhaps we have not been extinguished enough? Seeking to annihilate 9 clans. Flee as far as you can, children. Chapter 29. The Rift. Chen Feng found the situation quite intriguing. The speed at which these star souls reacted was indeed beyond imagination, and their ability to avert danger was remarkable. Through his mental connection, Chen Feng delved into the final memories of star soul number 011, ultimately locking onto a star soul designated as number 03. The star soul entity number 011 was vanquished by Chen Feng. However, due to the lingering traces of the spiritual network from the star soul connection, he could still actively reach out to it. With the knowledge that his ability to induce latent collapse was unparalleled, Chen Feng felt no trepidation whatsoever. At this moment, he was prepared to traverse the network, not to engage in violence against others, but rather to test the star soul entities. To Chen Feng, these entities appeared as charming little beings, embodying an exquisitely pure essence of spiritual energy, whose effects were so remarkable that they could be likened to legendary elixirs of immortality. He even entertained the impulsive thought of joining the 749 Bureau, becoming a one-star inspector, with the intent to hunt these star soul entities for his own gain. After all, the rewards from such endeavors were exceedingly high. Immediately, Chen Feng activated his latent collapse ability, following the subtle thread of the spiritual network to extend his reach. Soon, he became aware of the location of star soul entity number 03. At that moment, it curled within a chaotic radiance, as if lying in ambush, resembling a cluster of luminous white spots. Upon locking onto it, the entity exhibited a clear sense of crisis, erupting with a neural arc before vanishing in a manner that was extraordinarily beyond imagination. Chen Feng retracted his spiritual energy while meticulously sensing the latent collapse ability, combining it with his superdimensional vision, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Although he had not achieved a true hunt, he had successfully deterred the invasive star soul entity No. 03 from targeting Su Yun, while also discerning how to subjugate and cultivate these entities for his own purposes. This time, he refrained from directly annihilating Star Soul Entity No. 03 across the spatial divide. On one hand, during his previous hunt, the entity had been so terrorized by mysterious symbols that its spirit was already in a fragile state, hanging by a thread, and he found himself unable to extend his reach. On the other hand, this endeavor was primarily aimed at testing the terrifying potential of his latent collapsibility, as well as his control over his own spiritual intensity, all of which unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. This was a positive outcome, awaiting the next encounter with those humans or animals infested by Star Soul entities. When that time came, he would eliminate them and capture the entities for his own use. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with ambition. As for sympathy or compassion, those sentiments were entirely absent. In contemplation, Chen Feng realized he had not contacted Su Yun for several days, and a sense of longing arose within him. The earlier escape of the Star Soul entity, through the release of neural charges that formed an electric arc, was anticipated by Chen Feng. In fact, this was beneficial for Su Yun. The release of neural charges would create a refining effect on human nerve cells, akin to the cleansing and purifying of meridians. Chen Feng paused his investigation into his own spiritual essence, acknowledging that the spiritual source of that Star Soul entity had been completely depleted, and he would have to capture a few more for further study next time. Taking out his phone, Chen Feng prepared to initiate a video call with Su Yun, but habitually activated his superdimensional vision once more to survey his surroundings, ensuring he remained unobserved. As the transcendent vision unfolded, Chen Feng fortuitously overheard the unique information exchange between Yu Zhiqiu and the Dawn Pisces. Upon listening, a glimmer of intrigue danced across Chen Feng's visage. Indeed, Yu Zhiqiu remained true to form, adeptly dismantling the opponent's defenses before engaging in earnest discourse, leading to a resolution. It was akin to two parties poised for negotiation. Yet one abruptly upended the table, threatening to annihilate the entire lineage of the other. This approach, characterized by its sheer audacity, ultimately culminated in a seemingly trivial request to merely open a small window, rendering all parties surprisingly amenable and relieved. Such a tactic, raw and unrefined, proved to be remarkably effective. Zhang Daoling, the pretentious and hypocritical Taoist, had certainly been rendered speechless by Yu Zhiqiu's stratagem. However, Chen Feng had long since mastered this technique, and with his newfound prowess, he possessed the confidence to hold Yu Zhiqiu in check. As for the Dawn Pisces, she was no easy adversary. A formidable presence who had previously vexed Chen Feng in his past life, accumulating significant resentment yet to be unleashed. Nonetheless, Chen Feng now harbored no trepidation towards her. This life was markedly different from the last. His ability to induce collapse had reached a substantial level. Should she dare to intrude upon his territory, he would not hesitate to employ his mental prowess to hypnotically compel her to kneel in repentance and chastise herself. He resolved not to coddle such a woman and was determined to adopt Yu Zhiqiu's unhinged methods to show her a glimpse of her own limitations. With that thought, Chen Feng suppressed the urge for retribution against the Dawn Pisces and continued to attune himself to the transcendent vision. After detecting no further anomalies, he finally initiated a video call with Su Yun. The call connected almost instantaneously. Su Yun had just emerged from a shower, her hair still damp. Clad in a pink nightgown, devoid of any undergarments, her curvaceous figure was accentuated in the soft fabric. Chen Feng momentarily faltered, a wave of inexplicable warmth surging within him. Chen Feng, Su Yun said, drying her hair with a cap while positioning her phone on the vanity, framing herself perfectly. Her voice was gentle and sweet, each utterance of his name infused with fervent emotion. I was just thinking about you, and then you called. What a delightful coincidence. Her voice was as melodious as a lark. Chen Feng scrutinized Su Yun closely, noticing her improved spirits compared to the past, which brought him a measure of comfort. I've been quite occupied with experiments alongside Yu Zhiqiu, in a rather clandestine manner, so I've been a bit overwhelmed. How have you been? He inquired with genuine concern. I'm doing well. However, while drying my hair with a blow dryer, I might have accidentally shocked myself due to wet hands. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, though the blow dryer is now burnt out. And my room smells quite unpleasant, Su Yun replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with an innate brilliance, reflecting a newfound confidence that replaced the anxiety and confusion she once felt about the future. This transformation rendered her even more enchanting. The ethereal quality she possessed stirred a deep impulse within Chen Feng, a middle-aged man whose heart could not resist the urge to embrace her tenderly. Observing Su Yun in this light, Chen Feng gradually found his tumultuous emotions calming. As for the electric shock and the hairdryer incident, it merely indicated that the astral entity had released a current that intertwined with reality, signifying that, In that fleeting moment of Su Yun's shock, the entity had escaped. With its departure, Su Yun's peculiar condition would likely improve significantly. You must be more careful in your endeavors henceforth, Chen Feng said affectionately. Yes, I will certainly do so. Su Yun replied obediently, her gaze lingering on him, filled with unspoken affection. Chen Feng, I have missed you so much these past few days. As she spoke, the warmth of her freshly washed face glowed with a youthful shyness. Chen Feng, taken aback by this sudden display of emotion from the typically rational Su Yun, wondered if she was confessing her feelings. I have missed you too, he responded, a sense of comfort washing over him. Su Yun donned a shower cap over her hair and, clutching her phone, returned to bed, leaning back against the soft headboard. She began to share her recent experiences with Chen Feng. He listened intently as she recounted amusing anecdotes from school, her daily life, and insights from classical literature and videos, along with her reflections. After a while, Su Yun turned to Chen Feng with a serious expression, her voice resolute. Chen Feng, I have made a decision. Chen Feng sensed a shift in the atmosphere, realizing the significance of her words. Go on, Yun, he encouraged gently. You know, she began, over the past 2 years. Many people seem to have undergone a kind of awakening, just as I mentioned before. They can perceive the energy of the universe and even experience the manifestation of thoughts. This has driven me to fervently seek the truth of the cosmos and the origins of life. I have delved into various fields, mysticism, philosophy, quantum physics, mathematics, biology, endeavoring to grasp the essence of it all. The more I learn, the deeper my understanding becomes. In that moment of electric shock, I felt a sudden clarity. I realized that regardless of whether the earth is a prison for the soul or the body a mere tool of confinement, and whether the so-called nets capturing spirits truly exist, what matters is the journey and the experience itself. And because of you, Chen Feng, I believe that life is indeed worthwhile. Perhaps many others, like me, feel a sense of belonging when gazing at the stars, recognizing that as our true home. Regardless of whether they are high-dimensional souls or interstellar messengers, since we are destined to remain on this planet for now, there is no need to be entangled in the search for inner voices. Instead, we should pursue what we most desire, what we excel at. And what we love, that alone is sufficient. Hence, I believe that the richness of the spirit and the light and love within, if transformed into a medium that can be conveyed, would bestow true meaning upon life. I aspire to transmute inspiration into video or written word to disseminate, to assist others. Without the ulterior motive of profit, I shall not cling to whether anyone comprehends the depth and dimensions of my thoughts. Waiting for understanding feels like a cheap consolation. Even if understood, what significance does it hold? Perhaps more often than not, such endeavors only elicit derisive laughter or scorn, branding me as foolish or overly virtuous. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng, utilizing his higher dimensional vision, cast a meticulous glance at Su Yun. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to perceive a particular cage amidst the 12 beams of light deep within Su Yun's spirit, showing signs of cracking. Yet, this scene was not entirely clear. After a brief contemplation, Chen Feng nodded earnestly, his gaze softening further. Yun, I wholeheartedly resonate with your thoughts. If you wish to pursue this, then do so. I shall always stand behind you in support. As you articulated, the true value of life lies in manifesting your inner world in the manner you deem most fitting, courageously casting it into this cacophonous reality, allowing it to be perceived through collision, thereby purifying both the soul and the magnetic field of the earth in a subtle manner. Thus, Yun, you need not await validation, for action itself is the most potent expression. As Chen Feng spoke, he once again noticed the most enigmatic light pillar cage deep within Su Yun's spirit, which, upon his words, fractured instantaneously. Chapter 30, Understanding Heaven within the fractured light pillar cage. The figure of Su Yun, her hand straining against the bars, veins bulging, appeared to be desperately calling out. Chen Feng directed his gaze toward that light pillar cage, pushing his higher dimensional vision to its limits. His eyes felt as though they pierced through Su Yun's corporeal form, delving into her soul, and in that fleeting instant, his gaze met the eyes of Su Yun deep within her spirit. In that moment, Chen Feng felt a tingling sensation surge through his scalp, yet the next instant, his mental state inexplicably stabilized. The grand instrument is forged. The celestial phenomena bear no punishment. It was as if, in that instant, his spiritual energy manifested two extraordinary symbols. As the symbols flowed, they birthed a peculiar state of reverse movement akin to the Tao, leading Chen Feng to enter a state of enlightenment, where his spirit aligned seamlessly with the state of higher dimensional vision. In this state, Chen Feng distinctly sensed the message emanating from the Su Yun deep within her spirit, bearing a face marred by scars and a slight limp. Chen Feng, I am here. I have always been here, in that city. This message felt reminiscent of the answer Chen Feng had sought throughout his previous life, one that had eluded him. At that moment, as Chen Feng deciphered the essence of that gaze, the bars of the cage Su Yun grasped shattered entirely. It was as though, in this instant, she experienced a reversal of the flow of time. Her body began to transform gradually. The scars on her face faded little by little, and the wounds upon her form slowly vanished. Her once crooked, distorted, and emaciated long legs gradually returned to normalcy. The passage of time seemed to flow in reverse around her, as an ethereal, dreamlike azure light began to emanate from her being. Amidst this luminous glow, Chen Feng suddenly perceived Su Yun as if she were a magnificent jellyfish, radiant and enchanting, especially if she adorned a beautiful, fanciful azure gown. Through the miraculous reversal of time, Su Yun transformed from a disabled individual, a severe depression sufferer, back to the pinnacle of her 18-year-old beauty. Now suffused with an otherworldly luminescence, yet entirely unclothed. Within the hazy aura, she revealed all of herself to Chen Feng. Her delicate brows resembled autumn waters, her skin akin to jade caressed by a gentle breeze. With cheeks tinted like delicate rouge and slender wrists fragrant and fair, she seemed to transcend time and space. Gazing into Chen Feng's eyes from a higher spiritual plane. In that moment, Chen Feng inexplicably recalled the phrase, "I gaze into the distance, upon the moon above." As this thought emerged, the luminous figure of Su Yun wore a tender smile, transmitting a profound and intense spiritual wave across the dimensions, representing love. When Chen Feng received this wave of spiritual resonance, the ethereal Su Yun dissipated all attachments, gradually merging into the depths of the real Su Yun's spirit, transforming into a gentle stream of spiritual essence. Like rivers returning to the sea, it ultimately found tranquility. Among Su Yun's 12 pillars of spiritual light, one stood out, brighter, purer, and clearer, like a celestial column supporting her spiritual realm. At that moment, Chen Feng found tears inexplicably welling in his eyes. "Chen Feng, why are you crying?" Su Yun exclaimed in alarm from the other side of the video, her eyes filled with concern. "Did you shed tears?" Chen Feng blinked, realizing that 2 streams of tears had silently flowed down his cheeks. He wiped them away, feeling their warmth. Imbued with the love of the lost Su Yun from before her rebirth. "Yes, Chen Feng, have you been wronged? Please don't mistreat yourself. I know you were with Yushichio to prevent me from being captured for research, but if that is the case, I would be deeply saddened. I would rather be the subject of the experiments myself." Su Yun spoke with an anxious heart. "It's nothing. It's just that seeing you confront your inner fears, witnessing your strength and courage, and observing your improving mental state has touched me deeply. Tomorrow, or the day after, I will return to school. And then we will be together every day, never to part again," Chen Feng softly reassured her. "Chen Feng, no matter what, you must take good care of yourself. You know, what I covet most is you, unwaveringly. Even if our lives are not so easy, I still wish to place you in my future, filled with joy." Untouched by worldly concerns, Su Yun gently bit her lip, gazing at Chen Feng with affectionate eyes, boldly expressing her innermost feelings. As Chen Feng witnessed Su Yun's heartfelt confession, he was reminded of the liberation of the luminous figure, and a gentle ripple of tenderness blossomed within him. He displayed a radiant smile, gently uttering, "Yes, I am attuned to your sweet words, and I shall accompany you through your life." Su Yun's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her remarkably charming and delightful. Complemented by her pink nightgown and her prominent features, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming urge to draw closer. Feeling a tad bashful under Chen Feng's gaze, Su Yun softly remarked, "Chen Feng, you must take care of yourself, and do not dwell in sorrow. Whatever happens, confide in me, for I shall face it alongside you. I cannot bear the thought of a life devoid of you. Without you, my world would be shrouded in darkness." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, as if recalling something profound. Chen Feng reassured her, "That will not be the case. We will be just fine." Su Yun nodded gently, her voice a soft whisper. "Chen Feng, I just remembered a dream I once had. The details elude me now, but I recall being in a car accident, left with a disability and scars on my face for reasons I cannot fathom. I found myself in a peculiar house, where I seemed to peruse an album. Subsequently, I became trapped in an odd prison. The specifics escaped me, yet I sensed you were searching for me, while I was always by your side, unable to reach out to you. Hence, I was perpetually devising ways to escape that prison. I frequently encountered this dream. Its memories etched deeply in my mind, causing me distress to the point of wetting my pillow with tears upon waking, only to forget the details shortly thereafter. Earlier, when I expressed my desire to pursue my passions and liberate myself from all constraints, your words suddenly brought that dream back to me. It felt as though the dream self and the real self were in communion, as if the heavy shackles I bore were suddenly lifted. Thus, I yearn for you profoundly. Wishing to be together. I used to be rather traditional, but now I have come to understand, Chen Feng, that when we meet again, I shall surprise you. As Su Yun spoke, her face turned crimson. Chen Feng gazed quietly at this youthful maiden, his own emotions ignited. He comprehended the underlying reasons for Su Yun's state. When one spirit ascends, it can reach a level of enlightenment that perceives the emptiness of existence, allowing for an awareness of certain traces of fate. This phenomenon transcends mere mysticism. It is a normal ability that surpasses the three-dimensional realm. The notion that one's thoughts resonate in the universe is indeed true. This also serves to affirm certain characteristics of quantum entanglement and interaction. Su Yun's experiences prior to her rebirth were but a chapter in her life's narrative. Likewise, an individual's life adheres to certain trends. Meteorological stations can predict weather conditions weeks or even months in advance. A person of formidable spirit may occasionally sense certain trajectories of their destiny over time. Chinese scientists, utilizing technological means, have managed to extend the death of S.C. Char-Dinger's cat by an astonishing 23 minutes and 20 seconds. This remarkable feat serves as a direct and profound testament to the intervention of technology in the realm of future time and events. This is the essence of science. Su Yun's reconciliation with herself is a manifestation of her formidable spiritual fortitude and the formation of an independent, fragmented persona that has achieved harmony and integration, allowing her to rediscover her original aspirations. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate your surprise. Chen Feng understood Su Yun's decision and could not help but smile. Su Yun's delicate face flushed even deeper, and she lowered her head. A woman who bows her head, obscuring her toes, embodies the epitome of beauty. Su Yun surpassed this notion with her own elegance, much to Chen Feng's delight. Sensing Chen Feng's gaze lingering on her attributes, she felt a rush of shyness and warmth. She instinctively feigned composure to shift the topic, raising her head to meet Chen Feng's gaze with her sparkling eyes. Oh, by the way, Chen Feng, I recall that some of the content in the illustrated book I saw in my dream resembles a silk scroll version of the Tao Te Ching. Perhaps it's due to my excessive reading of the Tao Te Ching that I'm somewhat confused. However, I can confirm that the content has been fragmented and reassembled, with many inaccuracies present. Additionally, there are connections to certain aspects of Zhuangzi's teachings. Su Yun began to engage Chen Feng in a discussion about classical Chinese literature, a subject she dearly cherished. In moments of shyness and overwhelming emotion, she sought refuge in her interests to cloak her inner joy and sweetness. Chen Feng, with a smile in his eyes, expressed his agreement. Indeed, Zhuangzi's philosophy is profound and highly enlightening. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly conversed with Chen Feng. They delved into an in-depth exploration of Zhuangzi's philosophical ideas, discussing topics ranging from the free and easy wandering to the equality of all things, from heart-mind stillness to the notion of heaven and earth coexisting with me, and all things being one with me. What initially bore the scent of romantic affection transcended to a spiritual level, and both reveled in the exchange. Consequently, Yi Zhiqiu, pacing back and forth at the door for 3 hours, was on the brink of madness. He could have easily kicked the door open and unleashed a tirade at Chen Feng, yet he refrained. Was it out of fear? Was it a lack of courage? Indeed, it was. Furthermore, he was also apprehensive of receiving a beating. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Feng ended the video call, insisting that Su Yun go to sleep. Otherwise, she would continue to chatter through the night with unflagging interest. Chen Feng contemplated that he must cultivate another hobby for Su Yun one day, as merely conversing, while delightful, could grow tiresome over time. As for Yi Zhiqiu, Chen Feng's transcendent perception had never ceased to be aware of his presence. He awaited Yi Zhiqiu to kick down the door, providing him with an opportunity to give him a taste of his own medicine. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu was indeed too patient. Oh, my brother, you may come out now. Earlier, Brother Chen Feng, the Cancer Constellation envoy, had been searching for you to attend to some matters. However, he grew impatient and left, assigning the task to me. Yi Zhiqiu, this boy, was nearly on the verge of tears. Chen Feng mused to himself. Aren't you just the embodiment of the cleansing wind, ready to emerge in your current persona? Thus, must you retreat? He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Zhiqiu and remarked. Speak freely. Yi Zhiqiu chuckled. I am indeed starting to speak, my brother. But first, I must inquire about the testing data for Xiaobao. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. I conducted the tests, and you assisted in recording them. However, your sudden whim to have Xiaobao urinate for data resulted in failure. Xiaobao refused. And you were struck by it, an embarrassment you chose to forget. Yi Zhiqiu wore a face of incredulity, pointing to himself. My brother. Are you certain you were speaking of me? Yi Zhiqiu? Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, for it was indeed the truth. After a prolonged silence, Yujichio finally confessed, "Well, the situation is as follows, my brother." He proceeded to recount the entire saga candidly, including the rationale behind his eccentric behavior. He believed that dismantling the opponent's defenses would weaken their mental fortitude, thus allowing him to leverage his vast experience to triumph. Therefore, from the onset, one must not present a friendly demeanor in negotiations with this woman. Should she resist, he would not hesitate to confront her directly. Ultimately, she would either endure his relentless pressure or yield, aligning with his desires. Yi Zhiqiu resumed his erratic performance. Chen Feng gestured for him to look behind. Startled, Yi Zhiqiu turned to find a striking woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, exuding an alluring and captivating presence. She, too, wore glasses adorned with dawn motifs, the dark frames contrasting sharply with her porcelain complexion, bestowing upon her an air of formidable elegance in the midnight hour. Her long legs evoked an illusion of a figure defined solely by her head, chest, and limbs. Yi Zhiqiu, feeling audacious, began to unleash a torrent of caustic remarks before the woman could even admonish him. He fully embraced the philosophy of relinquishing personal decorum to relish a life of wickedness, indulging in the art of sharp wit to its utmost. The woman, Dawn Pisces, was nearly overwhelmed by his verbal onslaught, almost spitting blood in exasperation. Ultimately, with a scowl and clenched teeth, she disregarded Yi Zhiqiu's madness and approached Chen Feng directly. In that moment, Dawn Pisces regarded Chen Feng with a condescending gaze, declaring, "Chen Feng, I am a Samsung inspector from Bureau 749, essentially one of the upper echelons. The canine companion, Xiaobao, is vital to our research. As I presume Yi Zhiqiu has informed you, I do not seek to seize it by force. Instead, I intend to nurture this creature, transforming it into a truly formidable entity. One might even liken it to a legendary spirit beast, and such an interpretation would not be erroneous. Furthermore, I will provide all the necessary resources for its development, and you shall receive a significant monetary reward. I am aware of your fondness for wealth, having recently amassed 3.7 billion in the futures market, yet one must recognize that money can sometimes slip through one's grasp." Dawn Pisces' tone bore an unwavering authority. Chen Feng cast a fleeting glance at Dawn Pisces, his voice devoid of emotion as he said, "Lower your exalted head before you speak." Upon hearing this, Dawn Pisces' entire aura condensed, her eyes seemingly radiating light, unleashing a formidable mental force that exuded a powerful presence. Yi Zhiqiu, witnessing this, nearly succumbed to madness, reaching for the newly developed truth pulse gun nearby, intending to turn Dawn Pisces into a sieve, but he caught Chen Feng's calm gaze and instantly restrained himself. Conversely, the imposing aura of Dawn Pisces had no effect on Chen Feng. His expression hardened slightly. "If I heed your words and disagree, then my wealth would cease to be mine, and my little treasure would no longer belong to me." Dawn Pisces replied with a chilling tone, laced with arrogance and disdain. "You must understand the nature of the 749 Bureau and my standing within it. Do you wish to oppose a specialized national department?" In response, Chen Feng scoffed, his demeanor growing even more indifferent. "The 749 Bureau? Constellation Envoy? A simple inquiry into my background would reveal that I am an individual unencumbered by ties, possessing unmatched intellect and extraordinary talent, a rarity among humanity. What leverage do you possess to threaten me? In other words, should I choose to obliterate you here and now, the true powers within the 749 Bureau would not dare to confront me. You underestimate the terrifying potential and indomitable spirit of one who attains enlightenment at the tender age of 18. However, I can understand your perspective. How could an ant aspire to gaze at the heavens? To speak frankly, my starting point in talent is a pinnacle you shall never reach in your lifetime. I understand the heavens better than you do. Now, kneel before me." Each word from Chen Feng was pronounced with precision, an overwhelming mental force sweeping forth like a storm, crashing into the penetrating gaze of Dawn Pisces, imbued with psychic and hypnotic effects. Chapter 31. Bow your head in an instant. Dawn Pisces' bright eyes narrowed, her body jolting violently. At that moment, as if thunder had struck in silence, all her vitality was violently assaulted by a terrifying mental tempest. The world before her became a blank void, her mind bombarded as if hit by countless thunderclaps, her thoughts mercilessly ground to dust. The earlier arrogance, indifference, and disdain of Dawn Pisces vanished before Chen Feng's nearly annihilative mental storm. Her body began to tremble involuntarily, the crushing pressure of the mental force threatening to shatter her will entirely. "Kneel." Chen Feng's voice resonated again, reverberating in her ears like a resounding bell. Resistance was futile. Counter-arguments were impossible. Thought itself eluded her. With weakened knees, Dawn Pisces collapsed to the ground with a thud. In that moment, her gaze was filled with terror and disbelief. as an invisible force held her firmly in place, both mentally and physically. She felt as though she were plummeting into an endless abyss, experiencing a sense of insignificance akin to dust before Chen Feng, who loomed before her like an unattainable deity. Chen Feng regarded her coldly, devoid of any compassion. Arrogance stems from ignorance. Hubris arises from folly. You, the so-called astrologers, have perched upon your lofty pedestals for so long that you have become utterly oblivious to the suffering of the world, truly believing yourselves to be celestial beings among mere mortals. Regardless of whether you are a high-ranking official of the 749 Bureau or a unique specimen of humanity, before me, Chen Feng, you shall either coil like a dragon or lie down like a tiger. Previously, when I commanded you to lower your head, you were reluctant. Now, you shall kneel to speak. Chen Feng's tone was frigid, each word piercing into the very depths of Shuguang Pisces' spirit like a sharpened blade. This woman is indeed in need of discipline. Before my rebirth, I had long desired to subdue her, but opportunities were scarce. This time, the bait I cast has truly lured her in. How could I possibly grant her any mercy? Struggling to rise, Shuguang Pisces found herself utterly crushed by the overwhelming pressure upon her psyche, as if an immense mountain were bearing down on her very essence, rendering her immobile like a victim of sleep paralysis. In the tangible realm, experiencing such a haunting event, she felt a surge of shock, anger, and a chilling dread. Chen Feng's words had indeed sparked a flicker of regret within her. Had she known he was so unyielding, she would have heeded Yu Shiqiu's mad advice to adopt a more humble demeanor. In her heart, Shuguang Pisces began to harbor resentment toward Yu Shiqiu, blaming this madcap for all her misfortunes. Meanwhile, Yu Shiqiu stood by, utterly astonished. Though he had long been aware of Chen Feng's formidable prowess, it was only at this moment that he comprehended the extent of Chen Feng's strength, which had transcended the ordinary realm. Indeed, no ordinary individual could possibly shatter the Tai Chi Pulse No. 2 due to mere psychological testing. Yu Shiqiu swallowed hard, secretly grateful that his acquaintance with Chen Feng had been relatively swift and smooth, undoubtedly aided by his own heightened sense of crisis, which had spared him numerous instances of humiliation and beatings at Chen Feng's hands. His eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at Shuguang Pisces. Nearly bursting with the urge to pop open a bottle of champagne in celebration, his expression was a vivid portrayal of schadenfreude and unrestrained joy. As he met Shuguang Pisces' resentful gaze, he found himself reveling in her discomfort. She quickly averted her eyes from him, clenching her fists tightly, only to release them at once, fearful of provoking a misunderstanding with Chen Feng. With great effort, Shuguang Pisces lifted her head, her face a tableau of shock and humiliation as she assessed her own diminished mental state. How could my mental fortitude have waned so drastically? A profound sense of indescribable fear and unease welled up within her. She had believed that her status as a 3-star inspector was sufficient to intimidate Chen Feng. Surely, with a touch of mental coercion and hypnotic ability, he would bow before her, utterly devoted. At that moment, she envisioned herself as one of those girls who delight in fishing, effortlessly reeling Chen Feng in as if he were a prized catch. Yet now, Shuguang Pisces realized that her assumptions had been utterly naive, her empirical errors nearly leading her into an irretrievable abyss. Chen Feng, this young man, possesses not only a formidable mental fortitude and intelligence, but also an unparalleled audacity. His character is marked by a resolute fierceness, exhibiting no mercy towards his adversaries. Such an individual resembles a seed capable of guiding civilization forward, truly favored by the unseen forces of fate. To bully someone of his caliber often results in misfortune for the aggressor, while the victim may unexpectedly benefit. As a high-ranking member of the 749 Bureau, Shuguang Shuangyu possesses knowledge far beyond that of ordinary citizens. Her understanding and mental elevation dictate that she would never wallow in self-pity when faced with setbacks. Rather, she swiftly recalibrates her attitude and engages in self-reflection and adjustment following her defeats. Thus, Shuguang Shuangyu awkwardly shifted her body, seeking a more comfortable kneeling position that would enhance her grace and charm, ensuring that even in submission, she maintained the most aesthetically pleasing and elegant appearance. Unbeknownst to her, the fluctuations of her emotional state were vividly displayed within Chen Feng as transcendent perception. Moreover, she remained unaware that should her mind harbor intense vengeful thoughts, her mental realm would become utterly fragile, as Chen Feng would undoubtedly unleash his unparalleled abilities to initiate a cataclysmic collapse, striking her down with a dimensional assault akin to a 2-dimensional foil, flattening her psyche into a mere planar representation. Who are you exactly? What do you desire? At that moment, Shuguang Shuangyu's voice trembled, exuding a pitiful demeanor, deliberately adopting a vulnerable feminine posture. Chen Feng's gaze remained indifferent. Do you believe I am like you? donning a mask and masquerading, sometimes unable to discern my own identity? Do not wonder how I know, for one who is enlightened. Perceiving the essence through the superficial is merely a fundamental ability. As for who I am Chen Feng, an 18-year-old who has suddenly attained enlightenment. Grasping the meaning of life and the significance of spiritual ascension, I am one who harbors aspirations for my country and the world, yet also one who exacts vengeance without fail, rooting out every grievance. Chen Feng's words left Shu Guangshuangyu's expression fluctuating between dark and light, her heart gripped with both fear and apprehension. Yet, once he finished speaking, a sense of reassurance washed over her. Indeed, Chen Feng was merely a youth. His past experiences illustrated his inherently kind and simple nature. He epitomized the archetype of a taciturn and honest individual. However, within the civilizational cyclical theories she had studied, all principles pointed to one conclusion. The wicked prey upon the honest defy the heavens, and the heavens punish the wicked. Why is it that despite my desire to be an honest person, I repeatedly find myself perceived as a villain? Shu Guangshuangyu pondered introspectively, momentarily lost in a fleeting confusion. Yet, this was precisely the consequence of a diminished mental strength, a truth she remained oblivious to while entangled in the circumstances. Am I truly in the wrong? As a fragile woman, what malicious intentions could I possibly harbor? Dawn Pisces murmured softly. At that moment, a faint yet hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Yujichio, alert, turned to look, only to see a figure briskly pushing open the villa's grand door and stepping inside. The newcomer was Dawn Aquarius, another celestial envoy from Bureau 749. Clad in a deep blue combat uniform, he bore the insignia of a 3-star inspector upon his shoulder. Unlike Dawn Pisces, he appeared more composed and mature. His gaze sharp as that of an eagle, exuding an undeniable authority. Dawn Pisces, what are you doing? Upon entering, he immediately noticed Dawn Pisces kneeling on the ground, his brows furrowing in discontent. Clearly, Dawn Aquarius had not anticipated such a scene. He had rushed over, concerned that Dawn Pisces might trouble Chen Feng. Now, his gaze shifted to Chen Feng, his expression slightly tightening as if he had suddenly realized something. Chen Feng, I am Dawn Aquarius, the 3-star inspector from Bureau 749. His tone was steady, his eyes fixed on Chen Feng. I understand that you have achieved enlightenment, possessing formidable spiritual power and capabilities. However, please do not misconstrue our intentions. Bureau 749 is certainly not your adversary. We merely wish to collaborate with you to explore the untapped potential of Xiaobao's unknown realms. Chen Feng regarded Dawn Aquarius thoughtfully. This man was straightforward and principled, possessing both courage and strategy. In his past life, they had collaborated on several occasions, and Chen Feng held a favorable impression of him. Dawn Aquarius was generally serious and rational, yet he displayed a grand vision and remarkable decisiveness. His proactive stance on nurturing talent was commendable and positive. His presence here was indicative of significant matters at hand. Nevertheless, Chen Feng did not immediately extend any courtesy. With a hint of mockery, he glanced at Dawn Pisces. Cooperate? In this manner? Dawn Aquarius's expression stiffened as he recognized that Dawn Pisces's kneeling was a self-inflicted predicament, a misguided attempt to pressure and hypnotize Chen Feng, which had backfired. His countenance cooled slightly as he spoke firmly. Dawn, you are truly beyond comprehension. You must fulfill your responsibilities, but do not overreach. Your identity represents Bureau 749. What do you intend with such growing selfishness? Do you aspire to dictatorship? Apologize sincerely to Chen Feng. Upon hearing this, a trace of humiliation crept onto Dawn Pisces's enchanting face. She was acutely aware of her missteps. However, being scolded and compelled to apologize before Yujichio and Chen Feng was far from a pleasant experience. Did she possess no dignity? Was she devoid of shame? Instinctively, she clenched her fists again, feeling a surge of defiance. Yet, upon meeting Chen Feng's cold gaze, her heart trembled, and she involuntarily shivered. I'm sorry. Ultimately, Dawn Pisces gritted her teeth and bowed her head, her tone dejected and powerless. Dawn Aquarius remained silent. Chen Feng offered no response. Chen Feng, I sincerely apologize for having surreptitiously accessed more information from the Qi Feng database. However, it was a deliberate bait laid out by Qi Feng himself. He was clearly attempting to ensnare me, and I am well aware of his intentions. He is indeed a cunning individual, though his core nature is not malevolent. The blame rests solely on my inability to resist temptation. I harbor my own private desires, yearning for evolution, and I find myself just a step away from it. You see, I am no longer young, yet the Huazhong University of Science and Technology has already discovered mechanisms for rejuvenation. During the aging process, certain genomic sequences, such as ancient viral remnants embedded within our genomes, can be reactivated, thereby accelerating cellular aging. Remarkably, methods for reversing this aging have been uncovered, particularly within the Chen Feng database. Where your pet, Xiaobao, exhibits exceptionally remarkable data in this regard. I contemplated the implications. This time, my apology is filled with sincerity. She has come to realize that with the involvement of the Zodiac Master of the 749 Bureau, the hopes she once harbored are now futile. I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong. Once more, I, Don Pisces, express my contrition, this time kneeling with utmost respect. Chen Feng did not turn his gaze back to Don Pisces, but instead directed it toward Don Aquarius. If the 749 Bureau seeks collaboration, they must first abandon their condescending and aggressive demeanor. You must understand that my disdain is not directed at the entire 749 Bureau, but rather at specific individuals within it. Moreover, I have previously communicated my fundamental requirements to Yu Zhiqiu. Ultimately, what I seek is merely freedom, unencumbered by constraints. Constraint itself is akin to a prison. Within such confines, whether one is a cow or a dragon, they cannot rise. Yet, the concept of freedom allows one to soar at will. Don Aquarius regarded him with a deep gaze and nodded. Very well, I understand. Rest assured, your life will remain undisturbed. And you may pursue your desires as long as they do not contravene the law. A genius who is bound ultimately becomes a waste. I apologize for any unpleasant impressions I may have left. After sincerely apologizing, Don Aquarius departed with Don Pisces. Yi Zhiqiu exhaled in relief, but could not help but comment. My goodness, you are indeed formidable. You dared to confront even the Zodiac Master of the 749 Bureau. What audacity! Truly, you are my brother. Chen Feng smiled but remained silent. Though Yu Zhiqiu spoke in jest, when the moment calls for action, he would show no mercy. Becoming even more extreme. As for the matter mentioned by Don Pisces regarding the data uploaded by Chen Feng Cancer, which was intentionally leaked to provoke her into causing trouble, Chen Feng refrained from elaborating, for this was merely bait he had casually cast. Chen Feng Cancer was merely the executor of his design. Ultimately, the target was either Don Pisces or Eternal Night Scorpio. Either one would suffice to crush them completely. After all, it is better to strike a single blow than to endure a barrage of attacks. Chen Feng's gaze drifted through the window, toward the night sky, his eyes shimmering with profound light. The imminent threat posed by Don Pisces has been temporarily alleviated. Now, it seems the focus shifts to Wangshan. Surely, the bait of Xiaobao would also entice Wangshan, he pondered. Brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding Chen Feng. I will investigate further. If it is indeed the case, I must compel him to apologize to you. How could such an act be deemed human? Yi Zhiqiu spoke again, somewhat embarrassed, wondering if Chen Feng truly had set a trap for Chen Feng, as Xu Guangshuanyu suggested. He needed to ascertain the truth. Otherwise, if this were accurate, Chen Feng would indeed have crossed a line. Yes, go find him and also update the video account today. Many are eager to watch. As for the research on tardigrades, it can wait, Chen Feng remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground base, Wangshan, the heir apparent, sat in a conference room. Before him loomed a vast holographic screen displaying footage of Xiaobao. The image portrayed Xiaobao effortlessly pinning Yu Zhiqiu to the ground, rendering him immobile, which caused a shadow to pass over Wangshan's countenance. Adjacent to the footage, a comprehensive array of diagnostic data on Xiaobao was displayed, eliciting an unsettling sensation. This dog of Chen Feng, Wangshan coldly remarked, I had always thought highly of him. But it turns out this creature is even more formidable and outrageous than I had anticipated. That fool, Bat, has proven more detrimental than beneficial. Nevertheless, I owe him gratitude for illuminating such immense wealth and an extraordinary opportunity. Beside Wangshan, a woman clad in black spoke in a low tone, Lord Wang. Lord Ao Bing is already aware and has granted you the freedom to act. Thus, it would be prudent to proceed swiftly. Wang Zhan, resembling a god indifferent to mortals, gazed icily with an air of arrogance and confidence. There is no rush. After all, Chen Feng is a key target of Bureau 749. We cannot act recklessly. His dog is excessively astute and highly alert. However, a glint of cold light flickered in Wang Zhan's eyes. I shall devise a grand scheme that will compel him to bow. Is Chen Feng not quite proud? I am eager to discover just how resilient his bones truly are. And that dog, is it not loyal? I am keen to ascertain just how loyal that creature can be. Chapter 32. Surveillance under the starlit sky, amongst the swirling mist. Occasional pulses of light flickered through the clouds. Chen Feng stood quietly by the window, his gaze deep and tranquil. Suddenly, Xiaobao raised its head, alert. Its bright eyes shimmering with intelligence as it fixated on the cloud-like veil outside, emitting a warning bark. After barking, it continued to emit low growls. Chen Feng's gaze briefly swept past before returning nonchalantly. In a few years, these things need not disguise themselves as mist, for they will appear openly. Xiaobao need not worry. They are merely low-end surveillance devices being exploited. It seems some cannot contain themselves, he mused, unaware that exceptional hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Chen Feng's consciousness intertwined with Xiao Bao's, creating a momentary resonance and conveying a mental message. Such surveillance, imbued with ulterior motives, was indeed sufficient to arouse Xiao Bao's vigilance and wariness. Given its formidable mental prowess, the intrusion was rather conspicuous. As the gentle creature, Xiao Bao felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He joyfully wagged his tail and approached Chen Feng, nuzzling his head against Chen Feng's feet, his eyes narrowing with contentment. Chen Feng bent down, cradling Xiao Bao in his arms while affectionately stroking his head. Such beings have existed since the Tang dynasty, adept at masquerading as clouds and mist. They belong to the realm of low-level mechanical intelligences under the dominion of the Spirit Capture Network, primarily engaged in the surveillance and documentation of anomalous occurrences. The poet Bai Zhui of the Tang dynasty penned a poem titled "Flowers Are Not Flowers, Mist Is Not Mist." It speaks of a fleeting encounter. At midnight they come. Gone by dawn, like a spring dream, they linger not long. Like morning clouds, they leave no trace. This poem reflects the poet's experience after consuming a certain fungus, which momentarily elevated his consciousness, allowing him to witness such a scene. As Chen Feng spoke, he transmitted this vivid imagery into Xiao Bao's mind. Startled, Xiao Bao shook his head in bewilderment, wearing a look that seemed to say, "Do not deceive me, master. My knowledge is limited, although speculative." The implications were clear. Upon gazing at the clouds in the sky, one might occasionally discern flaws within them. If, at such a moment, one were to consume the fly agaric mushroom, clarity would ensue. This phenomenon is not poisoning, but rather a brief extension of perception from 3 dimensions to 4. However, such an extension comes at a cost. If one overindulges, it could lead to dire consequences. Chen Feng continued to pet Xiao Bao's head, conveying more detailed information about the associated scenarios while cautioning him against consuming the red-capped, white-stemmed mushrooms. Certain fungi possess a potent allure, particularly for genetically mutated canines, evoking a primal hunger and thirst rooted in their genetics. Chen Feng merely sought to provide a precautionary measure. After receiving the information, Xiao Bao shivered once more, obediently lowering his head, appearing even more docile. Chen Feng refrained from imparting further knowledge to Xiao Bao, given Xiao Bao's formidable mental acuity and astonishing intelligence. It was only a matter of time before his awareness and experience caught up. All that was needed was a smartphone or computer, which would suffice for his remarkable accumulation of knowledge. Currently, Xiao Bao boasted a coat of dark golden fur, short yet dense and soft. In his previous life, after restoration, Xiao Bao's coat shimmered like satin under the sun, radiating a resplendent golden glow, exuding a robust and formidable presence. Yet, in that life, Xiao Bao found little joy, resembling a solitary wanderer lost in the world. Though he followed academician Li Jing throughout his life, Li was perpetually occupied, relegating Xiao Bao to the roles of either a test subject or an entity subjected to dissection and cloning. Ultimately, during a special mission, Xiao Bao met his demise at the hands of an individual named Chao Jingxiong from the 749 Bureau, sacrificed to ensure the safety of others. In truth, considering the difficulty of the task and the prowess of Chao Jingxiong, Xiao Bao need not have lagged behind. The reality, as perceived by Chen Feng at that time, was that Chao Jingxiong himself harbored issues, and Xiao Bao's retreat served merely as an excellent guise for betrayal. Chao Jingxiong, a 2-star commander in the 749 Bureau, was someone Chen Feng had long suspected might be a genuine high-ranking member of the Celestial Court organization, though he possessed no concrete evidence. Previously, Chen Feng had not had the luxury of time to intervene in Xiao Bao's affairs. His focus was primarily on unraveling the secrets of the outer cosmic quantum derivatives derived from tardigrades and searching for Su Yun, who had gone missing. Now, reborn, Xiao Bao had been taken in by him, becoming his most loyal companion. The transformation of Xiao Bao's fur from a tawny hue to a dark gold signified a profound metamorphosis. The exaggerated data had been proactively uploaded to the Qifeng database by the giant crab, with appropriate leaks orchestrated. This served as a massive bait. At this juncture, Chen Feng, having reached the second realm of martial arts, the perception realm, mastered the abilities of latent collapse and higher dimensional vision. Coupled with the successful evolutionary mutation induced by the genes of the ant giant, he was sufficiently capable of preemptively quelling numerous significant threats in their infancy. Concurrently, such carnage could also siphon portions of the opponent's mental energy, leveraging the formidable devouring prowess of the tardigrade to further propel his own evolution. Previously, Chen Feng's sole concern had been the overwhelming nature of his higher dimensional vision and the domineering essence of latent collapse. Should he draw too much attention to himself, he risked becoming a target for the Spirit Capture Network. However, Upon comprehending the significance of two mysterious symbols and realizing his own potential for an extraordinarily esteemed identity, he gradually found solace in the amalgamation of higher dimensional vision and latent collapse. Furthermore, with his mental aptitude reaching the remarkable limit of 129,600, his capabilities exceeded all expectations. In other words, should Chen Feng choose to undergo a profound elevation of his spirit at this moment and subsequently confront that enigmatic portal of light, he might not be obliterated but rather invited within. Of course, this was merely a feeling of Chen Feng's. Without absolute certainty and prior to achieving the culmination of the ninth realm of martial arts, the celestial pivot realm, he would refrain from seeking further elevation or approaching that mysterious portal. In this lifetime, he vowed to expose the true identities of that sinister group of subservient lackeys from the spirit capture network, the so-called 36 celestial generals of the celestial court, who, under the cover of their obscure identities, had acted with impunity, engaging in countless genetic hybridizations and inhumane experiments on living beings. Chen Feng gazed silently at the clouds and mist in the sky, as his mind tirelessly constructed a palace of memories, erecting the first of 12 spiritual pillars while systematically organizing and storing his memories from before his rebirth within. Xiaobao lay quietly in Chen Feng's embrace, her head resting upon his arm, her curled body radiating an aura of comfort as she gently closed her eyes. Attuned to the rhythm of Chen Feng's heartbeat and his state of mind, whenever she sensed a flicker of resolve within him, she would softly nuzzle against his arm, conveying her unwavering commitment to follow him, no matter the course he chose. Ultimately, as Chen Feng's mental energy coalesced into two enigmatic symbols, which he inscribed upon the ethereal pillar of his consciousness, the pillar seemed to soar skyward, standing resolutely in the depths of his spiritual realm. In that moment, it felt as though a new axis had been established in the universe, expanding Chen Feng's understanding and perspective instantaneously. The previous sensation of being overly full and mentally strained began to dissipate, leaving him feeling remarkably lighter. If this were the case, he could proceed to integrate the genes of the tardigrade and induce genetic mutations. Thus, the powerful genetic traits of the ant and the evolutionary direction of skeletal density could continue to evolve. It was astonishing that the establishment of this spiritual pillar in his mental world functioned as an incredibly robust support, directly elevating the height of his consciousness. The true significance of those two mysterious symbols, however, remained somewhat elusive. He grasped only a vague understanding, knowing they represented the concepts of the celestial phenomenon devoid of punishment and the great vessel that remains unformed. Both derived from the fourth chapter of the silk manuscript version of the Tao Te Ching. After much contemplation, Chen Feng placed the dog down and summoned his bodyguard, Bin, to take Xiao Bao away, equipping her with a computer and tablet for her studies. Once Xiao Bao was settled, Chen Feng made his way to Yi Shiqiu's laboratory to further examine the mysterious metal plate. Meanwhile, Yi Shiqiu hastily arrived at the mirror in a clandestine bathroom located in a secret underground chamber. He waited in silence until midnight, when he drew back the bathroom's blackout curtains and activated the special red light within. As the illumination enveloped the space, Yi Shiqiu's reflection appeared to be cloaked in a vivid crimson hue. His gaze, eerie and vacant, fixated on his own image in the mirror. His voice tinged with madness. Qing Feng, are you ensnaring me in the Qing Feng database, using the Dawn Pisces to manipulate my brother Chen Feng? Did you not think to inform me? Did you deliberately avoid me? You had better provide a plausible explanation, or it will be either you who ends my life, or I who meets my demise at your hands. Should I perish, you can be certain that you will be beset by an endless stream of troubles. The figure in the mirror, Yi Shiqiu, turned his head stiffly, then struggled to twist his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. A faint, eerie glow of crimson began to surface within his hollow eyes. Merely a reflection of the light, yet combined with the half-lifeless visage in the mirror, it indeed possessed an unsettling quality. Chapter 33. The Manus Yi Shiqiu licked his lips, an inexplicable anxiety churning within him, the cause of which he could not fathom. After a moment, the figure in the mirror similarly licked his lips, a faint and gentle smile gracing his face. Chiu, my dear, this is what Chen Feng means. He intends to draw attention through the data of the dog, subsequently using it to set an example. However, it appears that the Dawn Pisces has yet to demonstrate sufficient strength. I surmise that there must be at least two emerging in the 749th round, and at least one from the Heavenly Court organization must be covertly observing. Unexpectedly, the leader of Dawn intervened. This indicates not only that the leader values Chen Feng's talent and potential more highly, thus imposing stricter protection upon him, but it also signifies that Chen Feng remains undaunted. Consequently, this suggests that his mental strength must far exceed 1,000, and it also implies that the bat met its demise at his hands. Furthermore, with the Dawn Pisces' capitulation, the matter cannot remain concealed. Chen Feng is acutely aware that others will learn of the bat's downfall at his hands, yet he remains indifferent. Who is the prey, and who is the hunter? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. Do you understand now? Very well. After completing the task, do not forget to send the mantis video. Once the figure in the mirror finished speaking, the brilliance in his eyes gradually faded. After a brief moment, Yujicho regained his senses. Having committed about 90% of the previous remarks to memory, though a portion remained somewhat hazy. However, he was no longer angry. At least the Cancerian Chief Feng had not schemed against Chen Feng, which would facilitate his own endeavors. With this thought, Yujicho was suddenly invigorated and exuberantly dashed out of the bathroom, racing towards the villa to share this good news with Chen Feng, assuring him that he, Yujicho, had not engaged in any sordid affairs. In the laboratory, Chen Feng gazed intently at the enigmatic metallic plate and the symbols shrouded in its ethereal glow for an extended period. It was only when the metallic plate dimmed entirely that he was able to regain his composure. Indeed, it contained elements reminiscent of the Tao Te Ching. But which version was it? Chen Feng pondered deeply. The fourth chapter of Wang Bai's version states, "The great square has no corners, the great vessel takes time to complete. The great sound is rarely heard. The great form has no shape. The Tao is hidden and nameless. Only the Tao is good at beginnings and good at endings." The fourth chapter of the Silk manuscript reads, "The great square has no corners. The great vessel avoids completion. The great sound is rarely heard. Celestial phenomena bear no punishment. The Tao is praised and nameless. Only the Tao is good at beginnings and good at endings." The fourth chapter of the Chu Bamboo Slips states, "The great square has lost its corners. The great vessel takes time to mature. The great sound is but a whisper. Celestial phenomena have no form. The Tao is praised and nameless. Only the Tao is good at beginnings and good at endings." Chen Feng paced back and forth, contemplating repeatedly. Combining his memories from his previous life with Yujicho's studies and the pretentious Zhang Daoling's research, he tentatively concluded that the only transcendence beyond the spirit capture net in this world is Laozi. And the phrase west out of the Han Valley precisely describes the moment of transcendence. Based on chronological estimations, the compilation of the Tao Te Ching to the Chu Bamboo Slip manuscripts took approximately 150 to 200 years, from the Chu Bamboo Slips to the Mawangdui Silk manuscripts. Another century passed, and Wang Bai's annotations on the Tao Te Ching were produced after 240 AD, occurring over 400 years later than the transcription of the Silk manuscripts. To date, the known versions of the Tao Te Ching can be broadly categorized into three series. Warring State Series, the three versions of the Guadian Chu Bamboo Slips of Laozi unearthed in 1993, along with fragments and excerpts from other Warring States period texts such as Zhuangzi and Han Fizi. 2. Qin and Han Series, the Mawangdui Silk text of Laozi, both A and B versions, discovered in 1973, the Huada Han Bamboo Slips of Laozi, and excerpts from Huainanzi, representing early to mid-Han versions. 3. Later Han and Tang Series, the surviving texts of Dao De Jing, exemplified by the Wang Bai and He Shanggong editions, including the Yinzun, Fui, Xiang Er, Dunhuang manuscripts, and the Jinglong Steel versions, even extending to the Fanning Yuan and Wuqing editions from the Song and Yuan dynasties. These three series exhibit marked differences in their ideological frameworks. The Warring State series closely aligns with the authentic thoughts of Laozi, yet the versions reveal traces of compilation and rewriting by later generations, diverging from the original text. The surviving versions of Dao De Jing, having undergone the influence of Emperor Wu's dismissal of the 100 schools in favor of Confucianism, are permeated with Confucian ideology, straying significantly from the genuine philosophy of Laozi. After much contemplation, Chen Feng realized that even with a wealth of memories amassed from his previous life, he could not uncover a version that truly resonated with the profound symbolic meanings. Siyun had delved deeply into this subject and accumulated a significant repository of knowledge. Nevertheless, he remained at a loss for a definitive answer, for even a slight variation in wording could yield vastly different interpretations. The phrase "the celestial phenomena are formless" and "the great vessel avoids completion" both belong to the Silk text version. Yet the recent interpretation of the celestial phenomena are devoid of form seemed more apt within the context of the mysterious symbols, though it stirred some discomfort within his spirit. Conversely, the celestial phenomena are formless felt somewhat more agreeable, yet no existing version substantiated this assertion. The phrase "great sound is rarely heard" pales in comparison to "great sound is just sound," lacking the subsequent metallic resonance that would allow the latter symbol to coalesce. If such convergence were achievable, it might lead to the discovery of more symbols. The character refers to an ancient title for earth deities. The luminous essence corresponding to these two symbols, when directed towards me, treated me as if I were embodying the earth deity. It appears prudent to acquire more metal plates while revisiting the original versions of Laozi. If I could visit the ancient city ruins on the far side of the moon, where the metal plates originated, it would greatly facilitate my endeavors. Setting aside the metal plate, Chen Feng prepared to seek out Yi Zhiqiu. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu burst in, drenched in sweat. Brother, Chen Feng said he didn't set you up. He mentioned it was you who prompted him to act, he stammered, scratching the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor. It was I who orchestrated it, for while you were present and aware, you were humiliated by Xiaobao, leading you to develop an acute stress response and choose to forget the shame. Chen Feng responded candidly. Qi Feng, the cancer, had long since been aware that Chen Feng knew his true identity, hence there was little to conceal. However, Yi Zhiqiu remained oblivious to this fact and continued to exert himself in hiding Chen Feng's identity. Yi Zhiqiu's lips twitched as he cast a complex gaze towards Aben, who was outside the laboratory entertaining Little Bao with the tablet. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt as though he lived in a state of disarray, overshadowed by Little Bao's vibrance and utterly embarrassed before Chen Feng. Xiao, do help me procure more metal plates. The more, the better. Additionally, if possible, could you also retrieve the original photographs of that old master? Just bring me one of each version for review. You might mention this to the esteemed Don at the 749 Bureau. Chen Feng asserted his request. My brother, the higher-ups are not afraid of your requests. They fear your silence. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled with utmost clarity. By noon tomorrow, everything will be arranged for you, Yi Zhiqiu replied, thumping his chest, swiftly shaking off his earlier despondency and returning to his cheerful demeanor. Chen Feng patted his shoulder, saying, I shall take my leave to rest now. After 8 in the morning, we will delve into the survival mechanisms of tardigrades. Once the metal plates and the various versions of Old Master arrive tomorrow noon, I will conduct my research in your laboratory in the afternoon. I must return home by evening, and until the college entrance examinations conclude, please refrain from seeking me unless absolutely necessary. Isn't it true that you arranged for Qin Lan and Nightingale to reside next to Su Yun to assist in her protection? That intention alone suffices. Yi Zhiqiu hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded, saying, very well, I shall adhere to your plan. However, once you head to Huazhong University of Science and Technology, do make time to accompany me in experiments. After Chen Feng retreated to his room for rest, Yi Zhiqiu returned to his own quarters, set up his live streaming equipment, and began recording for his video channel. Hello everyone, I am Yi Zhiqiu. Today, I will discuss a piece of news along with a speculative science fiction hypothesis, both of which are of great significance, so please pay close attention. The news I recently learned is that Chinese scientists have decoded the aging code, potentially leading to the realization of a human body that ages without decline. Now, here is my interview with Lin Wanrong, a researcher at the Institute of Animal Studies at Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the Deputy Director of the Institute of Stem Cells and Regenerative Medicine Innovation. Lin Wanrong, during the aging process, genomic repeat sequences sealed within our genomes, such as ancient viruses, can be reactivated. In aging cells, these sequences trigger the human cellular response to viruses, inciting chronic inflammation that accelerates cellular aging. Over 7 years, we cultivated and screened millions of human cells, identifying dozens of previously undiscovered genes that promote cellular aging from over 20,000 human genes. Ultimately, we confirmed a novel human pro-aging gene, designated as 7. That concludes the news. Today's hypothesis is, if the mantis in nature could grow to a weight of 250 kilograms, would it possess the capability to hunt a Siberian tiger? Currently, the largest mantis we have discovered weighs merely 20 grams. Imagine if, through the relentless process of natural selection over eons, the mantis were to evolve to 250 kilograms. It would undoubtedly transform into an entirely unique species. The density of its bones, bodily structure, respiratory system, reaction speed, and abilities for attack and hunting will undergo a transformative metamorphosis, enabling it to accommodate its massive weight of 250 kilograms and exhibit a distinctly different survival and competitive dynamic within an entirely new ecological niche. Yi Zhiqiu diligently completed the video and, after choosing to publish it, released a sigh of exasperation. Brother Chen Feng, I have recorded the video you requested. However, I find myself pondering the true purpose behind your insistence on speculating about the evolution of the mantis. Chapter 34, Nameplate. Once Yi Zhiqiu's video was published, it swiftly ignited fervent discussions. The deciphering of the code for aging offered a glimpse of hope for immortality, while the speculation surrounding the giant mantis stirred boundless imaginations about biological evolution. Meanwhile, in a clandestine laboratory, the figure known as Zhuzi sat upright in a high-backed chair, watching Yi Zhiqiu's latest video on a holographic screen. A woman clad in black robes stood beside him, her gaze slightly lowered as she contemplatively remarked, "The content of his video has been released, and our team has pinpointed the activities of Yi Zhiqiu and Chen Feng. Lord Juzi, shall we proceed with the operation as planned?" Juzi paused in silence, a glint of icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Yi Zhiqiu's conjectures about the madness may very well be a deliberate smokescreen intended to alert us. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is the mention of the 7 genes in his video, which represent a crucial missing link in our project. The woman in black pondered, "Indeed. If we can unravel the suppression mechanism of the 7 genes, our plan will advance to the next stage. At that point, Chen Feng and his dog will merely become our experimental subjects and cloning resources." Juzi scoffed. Yi Zhiqiu and Chen Feng possess a modicum of cleverness, but it is hardly substantial. Should this mantis initiative succeed, they will come to understand that the true hunter does not lurk in the shadows, but has ensnared its prey within the confines of the game. The woman softly interjected, "I initially believed the video hinted at the mantis catching the cicada, with the yellow sparrow lying in wait, assuming that Yi Zhiqiu was merely using Chen Feng to pave the way for his own plans." "Using Chen Feng? In what manner?" Juzi scoffed disdainfully. "Follow me. Once you witness our mantis, you will realize that Yi Zhiqiu's strategy is likely a ploy instigated by that brother Chen Feng. A laughable and childish attempt to stir the waters." With that, Juzi rose and exited the laboratory, entering an elevator concealed within the wall. The woman in black promptly followed him. As the elevator descended for nearly 3 minutes, it halted in an eerie, chilling underground hall, permeated with the scent of blood. Upon exiting the elevator and passing through a heavy stone door, the woman in black was struck by a scene that left her heart racing with shock. In the distant depths of the hall, shrouded in swirling green mist and suffused with a sanguine aura, a specially designed glass cage stood nearly 10 meters tall, within which a genetically modified giant mantis moved slowly. Its body was adorned with a gleaming exoskeleton, and its forelimbs, sharp as size, emanated a chilling gleam. Even through the thick protective glass, a palpable aura of ancient terror sent shivers down one's spine. In the next moment, a pale blue arc of electricity flickered across the glass enclosure, revealing a shimmering electric portal in one section. Beyond the portal, a parallel elevator, resembling a caterpillar, glided forward, delivering a massive adult Siberian tiger into the chamber. Subsequently, the portal sealed shut, encasing the colossal cage in an ominous flicker of electric arcs. Within the cage, an enormous mantis immediately detected the scent of its prey, its razor-sharp forelimbs rising abruptly, producing an excruciatingly grating sound that was unbearable to both ears and heart alike. In an instant, the gargantuan mantis leapt, leaving behind a terrifying afterimage, its speed blindingly swift. In a heartbeat, the massive mantis landed upon the tiger's back, its formidable force pinning the creature to the ground. The tiger unleashed a ferocious roar, brimming with rage and fury, attempting to kick away the dreadful predator with its hind legs. However, the mantis's scythe-like forelimbs pierced with astonishing precision into the tiger's back, the velocity of its assault almost imperceptible to the human eye. Blood gushed from the tiger's wound, staining the interior of the glass enclosure. In the next moment, the mantis's fangs plunged into the tiger's neck. The tiger's attempt to retaliate faltered, its body convulsing as its head soon drooped lifelessly. With a powerful toss, the mantis flung the tiger's body against the ground, causing a violent tremor that splattered blood and flesh in all directions. The mantis then began to ravenously devour the tiger's carcass. The entire confrontation lasted less than 10 seconds. And from the onset of the battle to the tiger being completely consumed, no more than 3 minutes had elapsed. The scene fell into a hushed silence, with numerous researchers clad in white and blue lab coats gazing fervently, their expressions wild as they watched the spectacle unfold. Some researchers trembled uncontrollably, their faces contorted with a desire to extract the mantis's genetic material and infuse it into their own bodies. The woman in the black robe narrowed her eyes, her body trembling slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The mantis's relative cast her a fleeting glance before coldly stating, "This mantis is merely a preliminary experimental subject. The true predator remains in the midst of evolution. Thus, acquiring that dog's genes would signify the potential to graft the mantis's abilities into our own bodies. At present, the method of grafting lacks a complete technological foundation, with a failure rate exceeding 999%. Essentially, a success rate of less than 1 in 10 million. Sacrifice is of little consequence. Our dilemma lies in the scarcity of sufficient samples to justify such sacrifices, hence the necessity to enhance our odds." The mantis's relative continued, "Having entered here, the insignia of the bat shall now belong to you. Henceforth, you shall be the new generation of the bat, and your mission will be to target the dog. I shall instruct Chen Feng to select one from among the dog, Su Yun, and Chen Xiao, determining who shall survive. Thank you, esteemed relative, she replied. The woman clad in black displayed a hint of surprise on her face, mingled with a touch of trepidation. I understand your concerns. The figure known as Ji pondered momentarily before continuing. Rest assured, we have our people at Bureau 749. When the time comes, arrangements will be made for Qinlan and Ying to undertake their tasks, perfectly aligning to allow for the protection of Su Yun to be circumvented. As for the fates of Qinlan and Ying, I urge you to contemplate further. The woman in black began to deliberate earnestly, and after a while, she stated with conviction, these two must not be touched, nor should they even be confronted. Whether they are gravely injured or slain, it would undoubtedly draw significant attention, ultimately jeopardizing our plans. Our sole objective is to acquire that dog as a specimen. Beyond that, we should strive to remain as inconspicuous as possible. All else can be disregarded. The absence of the 7 gene data we seek, as well as our focus on Qinlan and Ying, represent a deviation from our true aim, a misstep in our plan. Upon hearing this, Ji's gaze softened with appreciation. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Bat. Bat, I pay my respects to Master Ji, the woman in black responded, her body trembling with a mix of joy and excitement. This was a moment of triumph. Meanwhile, in the Yi Zhiqiu laboratory, the morning swiftly passed. In relation to the research on tardigrades, Chen Feng proposed a hypothesis of quantum interaction, redirecting Yi Zhiqiu back from a deviation into the realm of the virtual world. Unfortunately, due to inadequate equipment and Yi Zhiqiu's insufficient mental fortitude, certain research conclusions remained elusive. I believe you should invest more thought into the M-bias strip and the 232 attoseconds. Additionally, you could explore the 23 minutes and 20 seconds related to SCHR Dinger's cat in greater depth. I sense that these two areas may provide a viable path forward and are crucial to addressing your issues with multiple personalities. Qinlan mentioned your situation to me this morning. Chen Feng shared insights about the circumstances surrounding Bureau 749, revealing that Qinlan had intended for him to assume the role of a one-star inspector, which he declined. He ultimately abandoned the research, which became stagnant at the stage of quantum derivation. However, this aspect bore similarities to certain characteristics of stellar soul bodies. Pursuing it would be tantamount to a significant technological leap, an advancement of 2 to 3 generations. Thus, this research was not timely. Based on this research, Chen Feng developed a novel concept regarding the integration of tardigrade genes. He envisioned a method to re-edit genes, potentially merging the capabilities of tardigrades with the networking model of stellar souls, thereby constructing a mental world akin to a mother nest or insect nest. Nonetheless, such experiments would require substantial time and considerable mental energy, necessitating a gradual approach. As for his guidance to Yi Zhiqiu, it stemmed from a sincere place. Chen Feng was indifferent to whether Yi Zhiqiu comprehended the insights, as long as her other personality did. That persona was the true master of the illumination, a realization Chen Feng had thoroughly grasped. All right, I admit my foolishness. It seems that genius merely presents a threshold to be crossed. Yi Zhiqiu encountered repeated setbacks and came to a genuine realization of the deficiencies in core technology and capabilities regarding research progress, as well as the lack of robust mental support. Therefore, he decided to refrain from overthinking for the time being. Accepting this reality with a certain calmness, he remarked, "There's no rush, we have ample time. Or perhaps, with one moment of enlightenment, you could instantly resume your research. Such matters are unpredictable." Chen Feng offered words of consolation. Yi Zhiqiu, undeterred by disappointment, responded, "Brother, the items you requested have arrived. There are only 6 metal plates. The remaining 3 were exchanged for special materials with the Heavenly Court organization and cannot be retrieved. These were personally delivered by the leader of the Dawn water bottle and are placed in the laboratory for studying the lighthouse jellyfish." Chen Feng nodded and followed Yi Zhiqiu to the laboratory. There, Chen Feng meticulously examined the various versions of the Tao Te Ching along with their accompanying images. After thorough comparison, his brow furrowed in dismay. Subsequently, he attempted to activate the symbols inscribed on the metal plates. Although these symbols bore resemblance to 2 he had previously encountered, they exhibited significant differences. Crucially, these symbols were decidedly uncooperative when he attempted to sense them. They emanated an air of arrogance and superiority, as if they existed on a divine plane. Were it not for Yi Zhiqiu's presence and the faintly abnormal traces on the metal plates, Chen Feng would have unleashed his inherent collapse ability to shatter them on the spot. In contemplation, Chen Feng forcibly noted these symbols and compared them with the contents of the Tao Te Ching, striving to uncover any connections. As time passed, he discerned that these symbols did not align perfectly with any version of the text, not even a single phrase. Was there another version yet to be discovered? Or were these symbols truly resistant to being deciphered? Did they require the weight of his esteemed identity to coax them into willingly providing feedback? Chen Feng silently furrowed his brow. Chapter 35, the Tao Te Ching's 6 mysterious metal plates, each sourced from the ancient city ruins on the far side of the moon, were collected as separate samples. Furthermore, the abnormal traces on these plates evidently underwent some special testing, resulting in damage to the integrity of the mysterious symbols, thereby complicating Chen Feng's efforts to decode them. Yi Zhiqiu, have you reported the fact that the lighthouse jellyfish's fluid can activate the metal plates? Look at the traces on these plates. This is sheer barbarism and utter waste. Chen Feng cast a glance at Yi Zhiqiu, who was observing the lighthouse jellyfish and attempting to interpret its light. Some of them are research enthusiasts, lacking the mental acuity to sense or clearly perceive these symbols. They would require multiple experiments to comprehend them. If it weren't for you, Brother Feng, persuading that fellow from the Dawn water bottle to deliver these items, those madmen would have continued their violent testing. For them, these items are not deemed precious. A trip to the far side of the moon would yield as many as they desire. The difficulty of reaching the moon's far side is not particularly great. It is merely our preference for discretion. By the way, Feng, do you wish to go? There exists a specialized spacesuit, along with a genetic serum currently being developed in conjunction with the survival mechanisms of tardigrades. Once injected, it allows one to traverse the lunar surface with minimal pressure. If you wish to embark on this journey, I shall accompany you. The base over there has already commenced construction, progressing far beyond our expectations. Yi Zhiqiu set aside his research, approaching with keen interest and anticipation. Chen Feng felt a stir within him and cast a knowing glance at Yi Zhiqiu, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Is it you who wishes to go? Not so fast. Here. Give this a try and see what you can decipher. He glanced at the metallic plate in his hand before extending it towards Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu stared at the enigmatic metallic plate with a face full of skepticism. At that moment, he envisioned a scene, a teacher, brimming with expectation, urging a middle school student, come on, you can take down the highly reliable one. Yi Zhiqiu's lips twitched, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. My dear brother, do you truly hold such high regard for me? Is this something I can comprehend? I have been researching for half a year without any progress. Chen Feng disregarded Yi Zhiqiu's reluctance and spoke slowly. You are familiar with the theory of information entropy, are you not? This theory posits that the essence of the universe is information, and the degree of chaos within that information determines the trajectory of the universe's evolution. Information entropy. Yi Zhiqiu murmured, are you suggesting that the arrangement of these symbols adheres to some law of information entropy? As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Brother, allow me to give it a try and see if I can read the light in this manner. Excitement coursed through Yi Zhiqiu as he promptly extracted 6 drops of liquid from a lighthouse jellyfish and applied them to 6 metallic plates. As the plates emanated a deep azure luminescence, revealing a myriad of strange and wondrous symbols, Yi Zhiqiu began to emit a peculiar rhythmic sound. With the ability to read light, and under Chen Feng's mindful guidance, Yi Zhiqiu concentrated on the structure and arrangement of the symbols themselves. Meanwhile, Chen Feng silently activated his transcendent vision, observing quietly. Before long, Chen Feng realized that Yi Zhiqiu seemed to enter a remarkable state, his consciousness merging with the symbols, feeling the flow of energy and the exchange of information between them. The fluctuations of these symbols appeared to follow a fractal-like structure in Chen Feng's perception. Each symbol resembled a node within a fractal framework, interconnected and mutually influential. The self-similarity of the fractals and the combinations of these symbols compelled Chen Feng to replicate such symbols within his own mental realm, rearranging them. Each combination of these dispersed symbols drained a considerable amount of mental energy. Finally, after countless attempts at various combinations, the symbols within Chen Feng's mental world suddenly radiated a brilliant light, swiftly coalescing into a novel and intricate pattern. This pattern transcended mere assemblage of symbols. It resembled a fragmented celestial map imbued with the mysteries of the universe. In the fragmented star map, countless celestial bodies shimmered and nebulas swirled, as if a miniature universe unfolded before Chen Feng. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind, threatening to overwhelm his consciousness. This influx contained the origins of the cosmos, the mysteries of life, and certain profoundly forbidden knowledge. Rather than succumb to this deluge, Chen Feng instinctively severed his transcendent vision at that moment and activated a fleeting inner retreat to maintain his mental equilibrium, regardless of what transpired within his spiritual realm. As long as he could achieve this retreat and collapse inward, energy conservation would prevail, ensuring his safety. Indeed, within a breath, he returned to his normal state. With no anomalies occurring, the vast memories in the enigmatic star map left him with little to retain. Casting a glance at Yi Zhiqiu, who remained engrossed in his comprehension of the light. Chen Feng chose not to disturb him. Redirecting his gaze, he once more scrutinized the 6 metallic plates, aglow with mesmerizing azure luminescence. This time, the unusual markings upon them were dispelled by the blue light. Chen Feng was not entirely familiar with the capabilities of the celestial organization or the peculiar entities within the 749 Bureau, but he knew he could not directly employ his trump card to confront the anomalous presence on the plates. After meticulously probing with his transcendent vision, he found no hidden surveillance remaining on the metallic surfaces, which put him at ease. The symbols on the 6 plates exuded a haunting radiance reminiscent of the most splendid auroras, their shimmering hues enigmatic and oppressive, akin to an ancient curse. The more he gazed, the more unsettling the sight became. Slowly, Chen Feng placed his hand upon one of the metallic plates, attuning himself to the ethereal essence emanating from its symbols. The symbols resisted his touch, their divine authority and rebellious force palpable, as if they sought to invade the depths of his psyche and obliterate him entirely. Intransigent and audacious, Chen Feng's eyes glinted with a cold resolve. He tightened his grip on the plate, reigniting his transcendent vision, and his inner retreat erupted in a moment of explosive intensity. Boom! Chen Feng's formidable mental force surged forth like a tempest, akin to a solar flare, ruthlessly compressing and overwhelming those mysterious symbols. In the next instant, the defiant symbols began to flicker violently, their azure glow oscillating as if engaged in a peculiar struggle, but gradually they faltered. Nevertheless, the life force embedded within those symbols exhibited no signs of capitulation, embodying the essence of a supreme warrior who would rather perish standing than live on their knees. Contemplating this, Chen Feng found himself compelled to once again emulate the external quantum derivatives of a tardigrade, revealing his unique capabilities while simultaneously manifesting the zenith of his mental aptitude, a mental strength of 129, 600 at the metaconference level. In a moment when Chen Feng transcended into an ultimate state of dimensional elevation, revealing the innate talents and abilities derived from the quantum fabric of the outer cosmos, a faint resonance echoed deep within his psyche. This sound seemed to emanate from the distant heavens, akin to whispers from the primordial abyss. Chen Feng listened intently, yet the words eluded his comprehension. Frowning slightly, he soon found these murmurs fading away, as the symbols, resembling the gentlest of sprites, gradually coalesced into a vague, enigmatic silhouette that enveloped him in a refreshing aura. The apparition endeavored to solidify into human form but faltered, nearly disintegrating on several occasions. Subsequently, Chen Feng sensed a profound sense of guilt emanating from the will represented by those symbols, as they reverently bowed before him, trembling in apology, rather than harboring resentment. He felt a surge of compassion, akin to a sovereign addressing a kneeling prisoner, poised for execution, saying, "Let us forego your punishment. Let us converse respectfully." In that moment, an indescribable joy and gratitude, akin to a second chance at life, filled Chen Feng's heart. For an instant, he believed himself to be an omnipotent deity. Simultaneously, the shimmering light from the mysterious symbols flickered for what felt like an eternity, as if finally forming a phrase comprehensible to Chen Feng. He sensed that these symbols strained against their dimensional limitations to convey meaning to him, the effort of which was truly heart-rending. Silently, Chen Feng absorbed this. Then, a sequence of intricate words, imbued with ancient and mystical rhythms, appeared within his mind. This text bore an elusive connection to the verses of Laozi, yet it distinctly belonged to a more primordial version. The way is boundless, born from the primordial. The way is formless, hidden in the beginning. It returns to the earth. The way is vast, yet its application does not overflow. It is profound, like the root of all things. The way can be both ample and humble. I am the way, beginning and ending well. I am the root of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. Those who unify shall attain longevity. Those who follow the way may transcend. The grand form has no corners, the great vessel is fully realized, the great sound is but a whisper. The heavenly phenomena are formless. The formless is without form, the way manifest is formless. The great form is hidden, the great sound is but a whisper. The formless is the heavenly way, the nameless is the human way. The way begins in the void and culminates in the formless. The bearer of symbols must traverse the path of the formless to perceive the hidden name. These few lines profoundly stirred Chen Feng's spirit. It felt as though his consciousness had been abruptly drawn into an expansive realm, an infinite void, rich with the mysterious forces of destruction and rebirth intertwined. Resembling the Tai Chi emblem formed upon a mystical portal, these symbols transcended mere versions of Laozi. They were not confined by the conventional understanding of his texts. They appeared to fundamentally surpass the limitations of language, embodying a form of life's essence. Yet, the question remained, why did they evoke such a potent divine presence? These phrases indeed related to the thoughts of Laozi, yet they did not belong to any known iteration. One might say that these entities exist independently of human culture, resembling a form of lost knowledge that transcends time and even race. In my exploration of science, it appears I have inadvertently ventured into a realm akin to metaphysics, not metaphysics per se, but rather a higher dimensional information that eludes my comprehension. Chen Feng slightly calmed his spirit, feeling a sense of wistfulness. The Tao, as articulated by Laozi, ultimately pertains to transcending the web of spirits. Chen Feng settled his mind, beginning to ponder the meanings of these phrases repeatedly. The enigmatic symbols had been presented to him, forcefully revealing another dimension and height of the Tao within the text of Laozi. Yet, it is indeed a formidable challenge for the three-dimensional perspective to grasp the rules of a higher dimension. The Tao is boundless, born from the great beginning. The Tao is formless, concealed in the primordial. This statement aligns with the study of the M bias strip, signifying that the starting point and endpoint are one and the same. The primordial possessing the Tao implies that transcending the web of spirits can be both a starting point and an endpoint of annihilation. The Tao can be both overflowing and humble. This reflects the desire of these charming entities for my spiritual frequency to be less tumultuous and more gentle. They are merely advising kindness through a subtle lowering of frequency, embodying a humble spirit that, while cloaked in awe and trepidation, conveys the essence of the greatest path. Before my rebirth, my understanding of this was indeed profound. The invisible elephant, the sound of great music, Chen Feng mused. This phrase hints that the essence of the Tao is not overt but rather concealed within the formless, transcending the realm of sensory perception and belonging to a higher plane of existence. The formless is the heavenly Tao, the nameless is the human Tao. Chen Feng contemplated the implications of this statement, feeling a chill within. It seems to delineate the boundaries between the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. The heavenly Tao is formless and transcends all, while the human Tao, though carried by names, cannot touch the essence of the heavenly Tao. Is this an indication that the web of spirits should not be overstepped? The Tao begins from nothingness and culminates in annihilation. This suggests that both the beginning and end of the Tao return to the void. Annihilation is not merely extinction, but rather a state that transcends all tangible existence. Chen Feng's consciousness submerged in the contemplation of this inscription, gradually entering a peculiar mental state where he perceived countless symbols dancing before his eyes, intertwining and colliding to form flowing images. In these visions, he beheld a figure with flowing white hair, slowly traversing the boundless expanse of the cosmos. The figure bore an ancient bamboo scroll, and the path beneath was composed of myriad twinkling points of light, each corresponding to a symbol. Was that beyond the mysterious gateway of light? Chen Feng's heart surged with astonishment. The white-haired figure neither paused nor looked back. Yet each step seemed to contain a profound rhythm, causing the entire cosmos to tremble with every movement. With each stride, countless stars began to extinguish, yet simultaneously, new stars were birthed from the void. It was a cycle that surpassed human understanding, an eternal reincarnation. The figure appeared to demonstrate what it means for the Tao to begin from nothingness and culminate in annihilation. I seem to comprehend it now. Chen Feng's gaze deepened, gradually emerging from his reverie. Before him, the once vibrant symbols emanating a cerulean luminescence now swayed gently, only to succumb to silence in the next fleeting moment. In Chen Feng's mind, the only remnants were the final whispers of information conveyed by these symbols. The bearer of the characters shall traverse the path of the deceased and encounter the concealed name. Chapter 36, Radiant Light. Does this imply that we, the inhabitants of this earthly prison, can transcend our confines? Is the path of the deceased akin to that of a guide? Chen Feng remained silent for an extended period. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the 6 metal plates, now hushed and marred by dark brown rust, his emotions tumultuous. Brother, my reading has been interrupted. But I have indeed made significant gains. Just wait. Yujichio suddenly awakened, his expression brimming with excitement. He then dashed toward the nearby array of equipment, rummaging through it. And moments later, he produced an infrared spectrometer. Brother, take a look. Do you think these symbols merely exist on the surface of the metal plates? I have a feeling they represent a layered structure. As Yujichio spoke, he aimed the spectrometer at the metal plate. The red light of the spectrometer illuminated the surface, and upon magnification, a series of intricate waveforms swiftly emerged on the spectral display. During my reading, I witnessed scenes that rival the grandeur of myth and legend. It was as if the ancients had crafted a film, utterly astonishing and surreal. The ancients were truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Thus, I have come to believe that these symbols are not merely etched onto the metal. They embody a certain form of energy, akin to what is mentioned in the Tao Te Ching. the nameless beginning of heaven and earth, the mother of all things. These symbols may represent some nameless manifestation, while the metal plate serves solely as their vessel. Yi Zhiqiu's tone was infused with an exhilarating fervor, a level of enthusiasm he had not even displayed when he personally encountered ghostly particles. A nameless manifestation? Chen Feng pondered thoughtfully. Yi Zhiqiu's premise was not without merit. Indeed, the physical manifestation of energy and the phenomena of quantum entanglement and interaction are, in many respects, quite similar. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. One could indeed interpret it thus. These symbols may originate from a realm beyond our comprehension, while the Tao Te Ching merely reflects humanity's vague perception of such an existence. The true quandary lies in how we communicate with these symbols. Your method of reading, while one approach, seems rather unconventional. Communicating through reading, Yi Zhiqiu mused earnestly, striving to recall what he had previously perceived during his reading. However, after a moment of deep contemplation, he found himself utterly befuddled and at a loss. This is utterly infuriating. Damn it, Yi Zhiqiu cursed. His face darkened with frustration. Brother, I've forgotten again. I'm losing my mind. I distinctly remember the information I retrieved being extraordinary and unbelievable, yet now, upon speaking to you, it has all slipped away. As he spoke, he tugged at his hair vigorously, once, twice, thrice. When Chen Feng looked at him, he was left with a handful of hair, his demeanor somewhat dazed and foolish. Do not tug at your hair anymore. I have mentioned that this is a form of high-dimensional information, a mental intensity that, at this height, is beyond retention. To glimpse even a fragment of the iceberg is no small feat. We must recognize our own civilizational and spiritual level. Chen Feng gently patted Yi Zhiqiu on the shoulder, his mental energy vibrating slightly, pulling him from the brink of madness. Indeed, scientists oscillate repetitively between genius and insanity. Yi Zhiqiu jolted, awakening from his stupor, revealing a grimace, the blood from his head now trickling down to his forehead. He wiped his face, smearing it with blood, then, as if recalling something, offered Chen Feng an awkward, sheepish smile. Go tend to your wounds. I do not find you disgraceful, nor do I think your actions are shameful. Abandon the notion of wanting my esteem. It is unnecessary. Chen Feng spoke with a tone imbued with sincerity. This fool, always attempting to show off in my presence. Why emulate that pretentious Taoist Zhang Dowling? The crux of the matter is, Yi Zhiqiu, I am quite aware of your capabilities from my previous life. Brother, I have overstepped my bounds. Unaware of my own limitations, I constantly seek your recognition and admiration. Yet each time I attempt to impress, I end up appearing foolish. This mindset is truly detrimental, Yi Zhiqiu reflected. However, Chen Feng understood that although Yi Zhiqiu articulated such sentiments, he would undoubtedly continue to seek opportunities to flaunt himself. His current humility was merely a temporary acknowledgement of reality after facing its harsh truths. Chen Feng nodded, refraining from further commentary. Yi Zhiqiu possessed numerous formidable abilities, and his light reading capability alone was astonishing, providing substantial assistance to Chen Feng. After his self-reflection, Yi Zhiqiu hissed, clutching his head as he made his way to the infirmary adjacent to the laboratory to treat his wounds. Meanwhile, Chen Feng silently recited the rhythmic incantations of light reading, his gaze falling upon the 6 metallic plates beside the silk manuscript of Laozi. I recall Yi Zhiqiu previously mentioning keys and doors. Thus, the symbols, conveying information in accordance with their true intentions, should represent keys to dimensional communication. With this thought, Chen Feng reopened the manuscript, perusing the bamboo slips and ultra-clear photographs. After an exhaustive search, his attention ultimately fixated on a particular phrase within the photographs of the Chu slips. The celestial phenomena lose their form. The Tao is honored without a name. Chen Feng contemplated the significance of this line, correlating it with the star map and the series of experiences involving that white-haired figure, attempting to extend his light-reading abilities for further resonance. In that moment, the sense of dissonance vanished entirely. Chen Feng distinctly sensed that this phrase bore an uncanny resemblance to the aura emitted by one of the symbols on the metallic plates. The celestial phenomena lose their form. Lose their form, he repeated, his spirit soaring rapidly, breaking through the confines of the insightful realm and entering a new dimension. At that instant, both body and spirit felt as if they were truly in harmony with the cosmos, embodying the principle of natural law. In the realm of martial arts, the second stage is known as the insightful realm, followed by the third, the radiant realm. Radiance signifies the light of the jade pool, embodying boundless illumination and representing the awakening and awareness of a quantum-like consciousness on a spiritual level. It serves as a pivotal marker within the spiritual domain of the martial artist's journey. Before the rebirth, in July 2028, the commencement of universal cultivation would mark those who could ascend to the radiant realm as the authentic new humanity, recognized as true higher beings. a consensus that has nearly been reached on a global scale. The martial arts practitioner begins their journey through compulsory education, progressing through various stages, from elementary to advanced levels. However, the genuine strength and the essence of the new humanity commence from the first stage, the hidden elemental realm. The radiant realm serves as a threshold, akin to the divine proclamation of "Let there be light." This light, universally defined, is indeed the radiant light. It symbolizes the exquisite illumination of boundless awareness, the blossoming of life commencing from the radiant realm. At present, Chen Feng had never contemplated a breakthrough. Yet, he found himself elevated by the meanings and spirituality encapsulated in those symbols, and in a manner that was profoundly respectful. This transformation was even more extraordinary and surreal than a natural evolution that flows seamlessly. Chen Feng experienced an illusion of being revered alongside radiance. In this state, his awareness deepened significantly. Symbols he had previously recognized now bore a more profound understanding. The dissolution of form does not equate to the disappearance of shape. Rather, it transcends the limitations of the material world. The true significance of these symbols lies not in their outward appearances, but in the rules that lie concealed beneath them, which reflect the authentic laws of higher dimensions. With this contemplation, Chen Feng directly employed his mental energy to touch the metallic plate, which had long been dimmed, now once again blossoming with beautiful fluorescence. This luminescence resembled exquisite jade, resplendent in its efforts to showcase the most beautiful and vibrant colors from the essence of its life for Chen Feng. Not far off, Yi Zhiqiu returned, his head wrapped, gazing in utter bewilderment. Subsequently, he slapped himself twice, ensuring he was not dreaming, overwhelmed by a surreal sense of absurdity. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? Chen Feng paid no heed to Yi Zhiqiu. He adjusted his breathing slightly, focusing his mind, allowing his mental energy to permeate and envelop the radiant light on the metallic plates. The radiant light gently undulated, dreamlike and mysterious, akin to a jellyfish lighthouse gliding over the metallic surface, embodying an ethereal quality. At that moment, even Yi Zhiqiu widened his eyes in astonishment, suddenly lifting his wrist to activate a device upon it. A faint buzzing sound emanated from the instrument. Goodness, have so many neutrinos disturbed the neutrino nest? Yi Zhiqiu thought, astonished, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, primarily out of concern that it might disrupt Chen Feng's spiritual communication. Indeed, some of Chen Feng's movements and the soft, rhythmic murmurs he emitted indicated that he had advanced significantly in his ability to read light. Indeed, the waves of Honghu Lake crash relentlessly, each stronger than the last, and the mighty force of Brother Feng has left Yi Zhiqiu utterly defeated upon the shore. A profound sentiment welled within Yi Zhiqiu. Though he struggled to comprehend the spectacle before him, the convergence of numerous neutrinos into mystical symbols, manifesting as a ghostly lighthouse jellyfish, was nothing short of breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Even more alarming was the revelation from his instruments, which detected Chen Feng's current state, an exalted realm known as the Yaoguang realm. This was beyond anything imaginable, as if the heavens themselves were kneeling to feed Brother Feng. Yi Zhiqiu's thoughts wandered to the denizens of the heavenly court. How might they react if they were to discover that Chen Feng's metamorphosis was so effortless? Those misguided souls, engaged in myriad biochemical experiments and extracting the spinal fluids of prodigies to concoct genetic serums, indulging in grotesque hybrids. Yet so few had managed to even approach the threshold of the Yaoguang realm. The innate enlightenment of such beings was astonishing. How could it be so extraordinary? At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu felt almost compelled to kneel, yearning to exclaim, "Brother Chi Feng, come forth and witness divinity." But amidst his fervor, a voice from deep within, tinged with a melancholic resonance, interrupted him. Clearly, the high-dimensional essence of the Cancer constellation was losing its composure. Yi Zhiqiu murmured, "Oh." Chapter 37. The otherworldly. The Tao is formless, impermanent, without end, and without beginning. The ethereal and dreamlike form of the lighthouse jellyfish was striving to convey a profound high-dimensional rule, yet this information transcended human language and comprehension. Chen Feng could acutely sense the magnitude of the information contained within this rule, yet he struggled to fully grasp it. It felt akin to attempting to fit a mammoth into a diminutive refrigerator. Even if ground to a pulp, it could not be contained. And if it were somehow crammed inside, could it still be considered a living mammoth? Would the refrigerator comprehend how the mammoth survived and hunted? Similarly, the rules of space could not be supported by mere flat dimensions, not even in the slightest. Chen Feng realized that he was indeed placing an undue burden upon these delightful beings, without achieving a true transcendence into higher dimensions. The mystical symbols could never be fully understood. However, he could utilize portions of this knowledge, and even fragments of scales and claws would be immensely beneficial. Upon this realization, The devoted offerings from these delightful beings finally manifested as fluctuations in information. Subsequently, amidst their tearful gratitude, a surge of imagery from the depths of consciousness abruptly severed, and Chen Feng's spirit jolted back from that enigmatic and wondrous state, returning to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he found his forehead drenched in an unbidden sweat, the toll on his spirit far exceeding its limits. Yet strangely, he felt no discomfort. Around him, a multitude of neutrinos coalesced, materializing into fantastical and ethereal ghostly lighthouse jellyfish, emanating a soft blue luminescence that continually penetrated his brow, replenishing his mental energy. Soon, Chen Feng's mental energy was fully restored, and a sense of unprecedented clarity and enlightenment blossomed within him. At this moment, the spectral lighthouse jellyfish began to gradually fade in color, transforming into formless and colorless neutrinos, capable of traversing the void at will. Brother, Earth is not suited for you. Return to Mars. Stop pretending. Let us be frank. You're an alien, an observer, right? Yujichio cautiously approached, her large eyes darting with curiosity, as if she wished to see through Chen Feng entirely. Her gaze was filled with an unimaginable blend of anticipation and fervor. She yearned for Chen Feng to confess, yet feared that such a revelation might shatter her entire worldview. What a delightful yet painful contradiction it was. With a swift motion, Chen Feng slapped Yujichio on the forehead, causing the white bandage covering the area where he had pulled out a clump of hair to turn slightly red. However, this action dispersed some of the blood clotted in the wound, providing Yujichio with a surprising sense of relief. Oh, she exclaimed, as if she harbored a peculiar penchant for masochism. What are you thinking? Aliens? Observers? Are extraterrestrials really enduring the cycle of suffering from desires and ignorance here in our earthly prison? Did you not mention that, according to the research report from Bureau 749, Earth is merely a place where higher dimensional beings are punished for their transgressions? Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words regarding Yujichio's whimsical notions. True enough, he conceded, but your earlier demeanor was quite intense. Worry not, all data has been erased, and the records were merely incidental, leaving no trace. This instrument is experimental. It has yet to be mass-produced, and I have not published it yet. It is the most advanced research from Chen Feng. Yujichio quickly clarified. Of no consequence. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. What he had displayed was merely a trivial fraction of his true capabilities. His genuine gain lay in the significance embodied by those symbols. Although he had only grasped a mere fragment of their essence, it was sufficient to support 3 additional pillars of spiritual light. This indicated that his mental fortitude could ascend another 4 levels. It signified that he could undergo a remarkable evolution 4 times over, by merging with the genes of tardigrades. Powerful ants, mantises, and lighthouse jellyfish. After 4 evolutions, Chen Feng would be equipped to elevate his power to an exceedingly terrifying pinnacle. Moreover, the difficulty of these 4 evolutions would approach infinitesimal, ensuring that whether through gene grafting or induced mutations, the results would be nothing short of perfection. He was truly embarking on a path of divine evolution, a perfect evolutionary journey that he had longed for in his past life, even in his dreams. As thoughts flashed through Chen Feng's mind, his gaze deepened. In that moment, he began to vaguely comprehend the profound meaning of the symbols held by the bearer. As he traversed the path of the departed and glimpsed the hidden name. Brother, have you gleaned any insights from these metal plates? What do those symbols signify? And what of the reading of light? Yujichio gazed at Chen Feng with eyes brimming with anticipation. Chen Feng turned his head, his gaze meeting the depths of Yujichio's pupils, where he discerned a similar yearning emanating from the persona of Chen Feng Juki. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Feng slowly began to speak. Indeed, my understanding merely scratches the surface of the true higher dimensions. It is something that can be sensed but not articulated. However, if I were to expound upon the fundamental tenets of Laozi's philosophy, I believe you might grasp some of its essence. Upon hearing this, Yujichio's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy, and she respectfully urged, Brother, please do share. I, Xiao Qiuhua, am all ears. After a prolonged pause, Chen Feng finally articulated, the Tao mentioned by Laozi represents the fundamental essence of the universe, a projection of higher dimensional information within our realm. This, in fact, is the very source of all things. The Tao is formless, nameless, yet omnipresent, governing the operational laws of the cosmos. The symbols inscribed on the metallic plate, once activated by the reverse life mechanism of the lighthouse jellyfish, aim to convey a metaphysical existence that transcends language and thought. The principle of non-action gives rise to all things. While action creates the heavens and the earth, these 2 concepts are inherently complementary. Non-action forms the foundation, while action serves as the means. Thus, You should now comprehend the essence of the reverse is the movement of the Tao. The weak is the application of the Tao. The operation of the heavenly Tao is boundless. The human Tao emulates, returning all things to their source. These are but fragments of meaning expressed by those symbols, which are not mere words or images. They represent a higher dimensional mode of expression within the universe. This form of expression possesses a life of its own, transcending any linguistic system while directly influencing the realm of consciousness, conveying a significance far more intricate and profound than human thought. You must have felt this during your experience of enlightenment, correct? Upon finishing his discourse, Chen Feng observed that Yi Zhiqiu had also fallen into a profound contemplation. This state of reflection was not merely a multitasking of thoughts, but rather the awakening of several independent personas within Yi Zhiqiu, each listening intently and reverently to Chen Feng's teachings. This Tao signifies the path of ascension, the singular route leading to an elevated state of being, transcending the entrapment of the spiritual net that Laozi has imparted. Chen Feng deeply sensed the respect and reverence emanating from Yi Zhiqiu, perceiving 5 distinct fields of mental energy, indicative of the awakening of her 5 independent personas, each existing in a state of complete neutrality. It appeared that in her pursuit of enlightenment, she had garnered significant insights. The inability to retain such knowledge did not signify a lack of understanding, but rather the incapacity of a lower dimensional vessel to accommodate higher dimensional information. Chen Feng's heart had already found its answer. He patiently awaited as Yi Zhiqiu's gaze transitioned from emptiness to bewilderment, then to astonishment and rapture, before finally returning to a state of clarity. Even in this renewed state, where her comprehension was minimal, she expressed her gratitude with utmost sincerity. Brother, what you have shared is truly astonishing. The overall experience feels profoundly mystical. I cannot fathom how you have unraveled the language of these dimensions. Chen Feng chuckled, saying, it cannot truly be termed a breakthrough. One might rather describe it as a fortuitous coincidence. Simultaneously, my mental aptitude is somewhat elevated, perhaps even approaching a higher dimension. As he spoke, he gently patted Yi Zhiqiu on the shoulder, adding, well then, let us consider this matter concluded. The metal plates have all succumbed to rust, and the symbols upon them can no longer attract neutrinos. They have become ineffective. Yi Zhiqiu hesitated and inquired, then, do you still require such plates, brother? There are 3 that have fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Court organization, but it seems there might be a chance to procure 1 or 2. Chen Feng shook his head, replying, no need. It is best to know when to stop. I must also return now. May we meet again by fate. After finishing his words, Chen Feng turned and exited the laboratory. Upon returning to his room, he showered and donned the outfit that Su Yun had purchased for him. At that moment, Ubin returned after thoroughly cleaning the little treasure and resumed his rounds. Hold on, brother phone. Yi Zhiqiu hurried over, holding a jet-black phone that resembled one clad in armor. Brother phone, take this. It contains accumulated data from the 749 Bureau, along with information on some peculiar creatures, monsters, as I refer to them, created by the Heavenly Court organization through various gene editing and interspecies hybridization experiments. Also, this badge and this small blue booklet were left for you by the leader of the Dawn water bottle. Possessing them will exempt you from many minor troubles and grant you certain special privileges. Yi Zhiqiu presented these items with both hands, eager to avoid any rejection from Chen Feng. He glanced at the 3 items, feeling a subtle stir in his heart. These possessions were reserved for individuals under special consideration, representing a form of unique freedom, akin to the status of an external senior researcher at the 749 Bureau. One need not bear any responsibilities, yet could enjoy substantial benefits. It seemed that Chi Feng Cancer held a significant position within the 749 Bureau. Surely, my importance has been duly noted, he mused. The sincerity displayed was indeed commendable, and the attitude was quite agreeable. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Feng naturally accepted the items, even considering the goodwill from Chi Feng Cancer and the Dawn water bottle, as well as the 6 completely corroded mysterious metal plates. It was unreasonable for him to refuse. Witnessing Chen Feng's acceptance, Yi Zhiqiu's face lit up with joy once more. Brother, look at this. Yi Zhiqiu leaned closer, lowering his voice as he activated the armored phone, revealing a recording with a blood-red title. The footage depicted a terrifyingly large mantis, its eyes menacing and fierce, with arms sharp as scythes. Its wings quivered slightly, emanating an eerie bluish-purple glow. The mantis exuded an exceptionally dreadful aura. Chen Feng, upon seeing this creature, felt a chill run through him. This horrifying mutated mantis, a monster born from genetic contamination, was the origin of the impending genetic disaster. It had been cultivated as early as November 2024. Chapter 38, Contamination on the black phone screen. The phantoms flickered, wavering uncertainly. The sufficiently realistic naked eye 3D technology vividly manifests within the interplay of light and shadow on this black armored phone. The mantis, cloaked in a deep emerald hue reminiscent of the most extreme aftermath of nuclear contamination, sends a chill coursing through Chen Feng's heart at merely a glance. Within this eerily unsettling green glow, a faint shimmer of heavy metal radiance betrays an undercurrent of brutality, ferocity, and a menacing aura that seems poised to erupt at any moment. Its scythe-like forelimbs are not only razor-sharp, but are also adorned with serrated spikes that intermittently glint with a cold, ghostly light. The wings, resembling skeletal appendages, quiver gently, casting terrifying afterimages, while the ethereal blue luminescence resembles arcs of electricity, sending shivers down one's spine. This aberration has unleashed Pandora's box, serving as one of the roots of the global ecological collapse and genetic catastrophes that plagued the past. Chen Feng mused, his pupils constricting slightly, deeply moved. Memories of the data he had acquired in his former life in 2032 regarding this anomalous mantis flooded his mind. Dubbed the Predator, the mantis was one of the finest creations of the Tianting organization's experimental endeavors, having been engineered through the hybridization of certain genetic traits from rhinoceros beetles, lighthouse jellyfish, and bloodthirsty ants, combined with gene-active regions extracted from human embryos. As Chen Feng scrutinized the projection of the mantis, he discerned that although it had not yet attained the extreme variant, it was perilously close. In fact, upon closer examination, this mantis was not inherently terrifying. Even if it was a genetically contaminated variant nearing the extreme form, the true horror lay within the mantis itself, harboring parasitic nematodes and the exceedingly dreadful alien ova within the nematodes. Some of these ova appeared relatively normal, yet others contained biochemical gene viruses capable of catastrophic devastation. By 2049, the population of Huaqing, within the Interstellar Federation of the Huagua, plummeted from 1.4 billion in 2024 to a mere 400 million. Chen Feng had no desire to reminisce about the calamities that transpired during that time. The disaster precipitated by genetic contamination was far beyond the scope of mere ordinary viral outbreaks. Astonishing, isn't it? This data, my friend, warrants your utmost caution. This entity was conceived by the madmen of the mysterious organization Tianting, classified as one of their most secretive projects, codenamed Predator. They amalgamated the mantis's genetic material with various other species through gene editing and interspecies hybridization techniques, birthing this monstrosity. Yi Zhiqiu gathered his thoughts, his expression becoming solemn. After a moment's contemplation, he adjusted his persona, adopting a demeanor of heightened seriousness and rationality, akin to that of a composed and sagacious scientist. He extended his slender, delicate fingers towards the screen, pointing at the mantis's scythe-like forelimbs. Its limbs can effortlessly slice through steel, moving with a velocity that eludes the naked eye. Even more ominously, its genetic sequence is fundamentally flawed, possessing fragmented data of the anti-aging gene while still having been successfully cultivated. This endows it with the capability of genetic pollution, capable of dismantling the genetic locks of humanity, leading to genetic collapse and mutations. The genetic lock, as Yu Zhiqiu solemnly elucidated, serves as a mechanism that restricts human genetic expression and evolutionary trajectory. It functions akin to a lock, securing humanity's genetic potential and preventing our evolution into uncontrollable monstrosities. However, the genetic pollution from the hunters can compromise this lock, unleashing the primal instincts hidden within human genes and resulting in unpredictable mutations. He paused, the weight of his words deepening. Once the genetic lock is breached, humanity will confront the peril of genetic collapse, potentially transforming into creatures akin to the hunters themselves. Chen Feng nodded, casting a contemplative glance at Yi Zhiqiu before descending into introspection. He surmised Yi Zhiqiu's intentions, or rather, the objectives of the chief Feng cancer, and chose not to articulate them overtly. As for the concept of the genetic lock, he had become acquainted with it in his previous life. Initially, this notion mirrored popular consensus, shaped by collective imagination and ultimately defined in a similar vein. What truly mattered was that Yu Zhiqiu's discourse evoked memories of the catastrophic aftermath of the genetic disaster in his former existence. Those who suffered from genetic collapse transformed into grotesque monstrosities. Some lost their sanity, becoming bloodthirsty, frenzied beasts, neither zombies nor the undead, but far more terrifying. Chen Feng inhaled deeply, his countenance grave. If the capacity to destroy the genetic lock exists, leading to human genetic collapse and mutations, once it spirals out of control, it could herald an epic catastrophe. Will you simply allow this to transpire? Chen Feng's emotions were complex, to be candid. He felt a tinge of disappointment towards the series of actions taken by the 749 Bureau. Yet he understood a fundamental truth. Not everyone within such an organization harbors the desire for a better world. There may exist entities with an innate, perverse thirst for destruction. Chen Feng had always believed that genetic pollution began after the nationwide cultivation in July 2028. In his previous life, the information he obtained was markedly outdated compared to the present. It is worth noting that prior to his rebirth, he was already far from an ordinary individual. Tragically, often, what ordinary people perceive is precisely what the powerful wish them to see. Reflecting on the catastrophic genetic pollution disaster that led to a global population extinction in his former future, he envisioned mountains of corpses, rivers of blood converging like lakes and seas, and the nauseating stench of severely mutated bodies that pervaded the air. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, a torrent of discomfort rising within him. Despite his formidable experiences, his seemingly invincible mental fortitude, and his steady, mature disposition, he nearly succumbed to the remnants of that profoundly negative state from his past. With a sigh, Chen Feng exhaled the lingering tension, seeking to alleviate his spirit and recalibrate his state of mind, uttering no further words. Yujiqiu sighed deeply, revealing a trace of bitter helplessness. Brother, the organization in the heavenly realm is not only shrouded in mystery, but also possesses formidable and terrifying power. It is not that we do not wish to intervene. Even if the 749 Bureau were to exert its full strength, we would be unable to halt their advances. Moreover, the information we have infiltrated is precarious. Should we choose to intervene further, we risk exposing our allies who have already penetrated their ranks. If they are discovered, their fates would be dire. Merely becoming subjects for dissection in their research would be the best outcome we could hope for. As for the intelligence we have acquired, if we can obtain it, surely they are aware as well. Their audacity in the face of potential chaos indicates they possess a certain level of confidence. Although reports from our operatives suggest their control is somewhat strained, we can only adopt an optimistic perspective regarding these matters. To be honest, there have been numerous failures in the experiments conducted within the heavenly realm in recent years, resulting in escalating resource and personnel depletion. They may believe that this mutated mantis, regardless of its threat level, will not significantly alter the overall situation. Yujiqiu elaborated extensively on the mysterious organization of the heavenly realm but omitted the true reason behind the 749 Bureau's inability to contend with them, as well as his own ulterior motives for this discussion. Chen Feng remained silent, not uttering a word. By 2049, the United Interstellar Federation of Huagua had grown immensely powerful, and the 749 Bureau was equally formidable, consolidating nearly all available authority. Yet, even then, the 36 celestial generals of the heavenly realm remained elusive, with little success in rooting them out entirely. The members of the heavenly realm did not resemble ordinary humans in any respect. In his past life, in October 2049, Chen Feng had already ascended to the rank of a 3-star senior researcher within the 749 Bureau, a position among the elite. This status, combined with the eminent capability of transcending dimensions, only allowed them a superficial understanding of the code names of the 36 celestial generals when the 749 Bureau endeavored to assess the members of the heavenly realm. Indeed, they merely grasped the code names of their adversaries and nothing more. However, those code names were not something just anyone could bear. The 36 celestial generals are categorized into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, each comprising 12 generals. The upper 12 generals include Codename 1 Hongjun, Codename 2 Yuqing, Codename 3 Shaoqing, Codename 4 Taiqing, Codename 5 Relai, Codename 6 Pangu, Codename 7 Fuxi, Codename 8 Bodhi, Codename 9 Yu Wang, Codename 10 Wangmu, Codename 11 Guanyi, and Codename 12 Yukong. The middle 12 generals are Codename 13 Jin Yuan, Codename 14 Luya, Codename 15 Dimu, Codename 16 Dimu, Codename 17 Gonggong, Codename 18 Zhurong, Codename 19 Xingtian, Codename 20 Quafu, Codename 21 Zuan, Codename 22 Hui, Codename 23 Tianpeng, and Codename 24 Chang'e. The lower 12 generals comprise Codename 25 Ao Bing, Codename 26 Daji, Codename 27 Taowu, Codename 28 Xiongqi, Codename 29 Taodai, Codename 30 Bifang, Codename 31 Zhuyin, Codename 32 Baizhe, Codename 33 Bayan, Codename 34 Zhulong, Codename 35 Yazi, and Codename 36 Zhiji. Upon reflecting on the code names and characteristics of certain members associated with the Celestial Court, Chen Feng realized that he deemed the so-called Zhiji, namely Wang Zhan, to be rather weak, someone he could easily crush. Yet, for the 749 Bureau, dealing with such a figure was an arduous challenge. The current iteration of the 749 Bureau was not the same as the one belonging to the Huagua Interstellar Federation. The Bureau truly underwent a momentous transformation following the era of universal cultivation. It was during that time that a plethora of formidable, Gifted cultivators and genetically modified individuals began to join its ranks. Now, how could the 749 Bureau possibly contend with the ancient and enigmatic organization of the Celestial Court? This line of thought led Chen Feng to empathize with Yi Zhiqiu's predicament. At that moment, noticing the complexity of Chen Feng's expression, Yi Zhiqiu felt a pang of guilt and apprehension. Brother, the concept of the gene lock was initially proposed by the Celestial Court. They perceive the gene lock as a shackle hindering human evolution, and they have sought to dismantle this chain through genetic modification, aspiring to create a more powerful breed of humanity. However, Brother Chen Feng has long been aware that these madmen have gone too far. He understands that the hunters not only can destroy gene locks, but also taint the genetic makeup of other organisms, resulting in irreversible mutations. Brother Chen Feng has mentioned that perhaps their original intention was indeed to facilitate human evolution, but now it appears they are driven more by their perverse desires, seeking to engender chaos and panic. Alas, this world is bound to undergo a transformation. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng cast a calm glance at Yi Zhiqiu and replied serenely, "It is not as dire as it seems. On one hand, the genes of tardigrades counteract these threats effectively. They are a dimensional strike. Hasn't the 749 Bureau already unraveled the survival mechanisms of tardigrades? On the other hand, according to your assertions, the missing 7 gene sequences of the alien praying mantis hunters were just recently published as research findings. Therefore, the actions of the 749 Bureau precisely signify their acknowledgement of the Celestial Court's research and their willingness to collaborate. Otherwise, why would such significant news be disseminated so broadly? The 749 Bureau certainly does not wish for the general public to be privy to this information. Yet they lack the ability to engage in genuine dialogue with the higher echelons of the Celestial Court, thus resorting to this approach." Chen Feng's words left Yi Zhiqiu feeling rather embarrassed. He continued, "You provided me with something that represents privilege. Had I declined it, you would not have spoken of these matters. However, you would have cautioned me to be vigilant against potential attacks, hunts, or even genetic contamination from the alien praying mantis. If I accept, then you would be laying your cards on the table. Ultimately, there are 2 objectives behind this. You refrain from mentioning it, fearing to offend me. Yet you cannot remain silent, so you must guide me to deduce it." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Brother," this he said, lowering his head in shame. Chen Feng patted Yi Zhiqiu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "If there is anything to discuss, please speak candidly. When I am with friends, I prefer not to ponder or scheme. However, with my mental aptitude and intelligence, you cannot conceal anything from me. I acknowledge that your revelations have indeed stirred my emotions, awakening my youthful patriotism and empathy. You harbor doubts regarding my mental transformation, believing that I have conducted extensive research on tardigrades at home and achieved remarkable breakthroughs, yet have chosen to conceal them, correct? And the study of the lighthouse jellyfish has revealed to you the key to deciphering the 7 genetic codes, has it not? Do you suppose that if I were to present these findings, you would possess leverage in negotiations with the celestial realm? Such notions are rather naive. At present, the 749 Bureau holds no bargaining chips for discussions with the celestial organization." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "Regarding Yi Zhiqiu's research on tardigrades, you have frequently taken the initiative, but amidst the numerous interruptions, you must understand that my reluctance to teach is not due to unwillingness, but rather stems from your insufficient mental capacity. My enlightenment and success are a result of my inherent mental aptitude, akin to my studies of the lighthouse jellyfish and enigmatic symbols, which can only be realized under the condition of a heightened mental threshold, rather than a reversal of priorities. However, should any ingenious ideas arise that align with your research, I shall not keep them hidden. You must comprehend that any decision I make, grounded in my level of understanding, is undoubtedly the most suitable for this era." Chen Feng spoke with earnestness. Yi Zhiqiu replied with a bitter smile, "Alas, brother, you perceive matters with such clarity, yet the Bureau's approach has always involved a degree of probing, various choices, and corresponding plans. It is rather embarrassing." Chen Feng responded, "Enough. Having spent these days together, I have come to understand your nature. Speaking candidly, I will not hold it against you. Moreover, from a broader perspective, your intentions ultimately serve humanity, thus it is not a grave matter. In the future, whether in research, development, or the handling of anomalous events, when the time comes for me to act, I shall do so with utmost diligence, without the need for probing or unnecessary convolutions that waste everyone's time." As Chen Feng spoke, his gaze returned to the armored phone. "Brother, I was mistaken. I feared you might think we coveted your research achievements and abilities, and I worried you would misinterpret our intentions. It is our own narrow-mindedness that led to this misunderstanding, Yi Zhiqiu repeatedly apologized with a forced smile. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, took no offense and did not dwell on it. Having interacted with such individuals in both past and present lives, Chen Feng possessed a profound understanding of their motives. Their actions stemmed from a desire to avoid misunderstanding and resentment. Though he had not anticipated that it would have the opposite effect, Chen Feng collected his thoughts, reached for the phone, and began to manipulate the projection of the exotic mantis, making appropriate adjustments while also drawing closer. At that moment, the background of the image became noticeably clearer. It appeared to be some sort of enclosed experimental facility, its walls adorned with an array of peculiar warning signs and symbols, while the air was thick with a dark crimson mist, interspersed with tendrils reminiscent of the spores released by moldy mushrooms. Even through the projection, Chen Feng could sense the aura of blood and decay. Contemplating the location, Chen Feng, after comparing it to the memories in his mind, activated his transcendent vision for a closer look. In that fleeting moment, Chen Feng discerned something extraordinary about the identity of the individual who brought back the video. His transcendent vision piercing through the veil. The infiltrator within the Heavenly Court organization was, astonishingly, her. Chapter 39, Restraint within the earlier transcendent vision, Chen Feng, akin to a divine observer, beheld the distinctive and familiar silhouette of the videographer. It was none other than Han Yan, a legendary figure etched in Chen Feng's memory. Prior to his rebirth, as a senior researcher at the 749 Bureau, Chen Feng had meticulously compiled her dossier after her sacrifice. Han Yan was not only the most exceptional and youthful genius researcher within the 749 Bureau, but also one of the foremost genetic warriors among its specialized forces. Moreover, she was the first volunteer for gene contamination experiments. Her additional concealed identity was that of the Libra constellation envoy, known as Twilight. In the war against the Heavenly Court organization in 2049, Han Yan selflessly detonated an entire genetic experimentation zone to safeguard the retreat of her research team, perishing alongside countless aberrations. At that time, the entire area was reduced to ruins, leaving behind no trace of her existence. She led a solitary life, devoid of friends or family, and her origins remained an enigma. Before his rebirth, Chen Feng and Han Yan shared many small stories, yet their interactions were limited. Their two notable encounters included one where Han Yan halted his ascension and issued a stern warning, and another during the retreat of the research team. At that moment, Chen Feng was among the group, and the look she cast upon him was imbued with a complexity of emotions, as if harboring a secret too profound to articulate. This left an indelible mark on Chen Feng's heart, making it difficult for him to forget Han Yan. He had not anticipated that within the video featuring the aberrant mantis, upon activating his transcendent vision, he would uncover Han Yan's presence. It is worth noting that at this juncture, Han Yan was merely 16 years old, 2 years his junior. Although she had already graduated from the prestigious Youth Genius program at Huaka Institute and obtained dual postdoctoral degrees. Had she truly infiltrated the malevolent and twisted organization of the Heavenly Court at such a tender age? Brother, what troubles you? Yi Zhiqiu observed Chen Feng's pensive demeanor and could not help but inquire. Chen Feng hesitated before responding. In the unique dimensional perspective of his transcendent vision, the slender yet bloodied figure of Han Yan evoked a profound sense of compassion within him for the fate of this young girl. A sorrow that stemmed from the depths of his spirit, akin to a profound empathy for the plight of others. In his previous life, following Su Yun's disappearance and the onset of the genetic catastrophe, Chen Feng had succumbed to an absolute darkness within his mental realm, ensnared by negative emotions. After that period of recovery, he had nearly lost his smile entirely. In 2035, after stepping down from his position as a 2-star commander at the 749 Bureau, he was absorbed into the Internal Research Institute, rising to the rank of a 1-star senior researcher. At this moment, 27-year-old Han Yan epitomized beauty at its zenith. Being the youngest, most distinguished, and exceptionally gifted researcher, she had become the ideal partner for numerous members within Bureau 749. Chen Feng, a paragon of both aesthetic appeal and formidable talent as an extraordinarily accomplished genetic sequencer, was repeatedly urged by Dawn Waterbottle to establish a family with Han Yan and to nurture offspring together. However, Chen Feng had never entertained this notion. Later, after Han Yan's sacrifice, he vividly recalled the pain and despondency etched on Dawn Waterbottle's face when he laid flowers at her tomb. Perhaps it was time for a change. Someone had to step forward. Why must it be her, and not me? My life has been one of gains. The bearer of the sigil, when crossing the path of death, sees the hidden name. Chen Feng's mindset underwent a transformation. Whether it was the profoundly complex gaze of Han Yan in her final moments, or the anguish and despair of his elder brother, Dawn Waterbottle, he realized he had not, as he presumed, completely relinquished the past with its demise. Why was there a rebirth? What attributes, virtues, and capabilities must a truly transcendent high-dimensional existence possess? Have I reached such a height, and can I achieve a moral alignment with my status? For the first time, Chen Feng began to introspect. Brother, are you worried? Despite the significant threat posed by the Mantis variant, the celestial organization was surely not naive. They must be capable of managing the situation. Yi Zhiqiu suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, prompting him to voice his concerns once more. His visage was laden with genuine worry. After all, should such a youthful prodigy develop grievances against the nation or Bureau 749, the consequences could be dire. Thus, in a spirit of conciliation, both Qingfeng Cancer and Dawn Water Bottle exerted every effort to protect Chen Feng, unwilling to allow him any slight or to resort to harsh measures. As an executor, Yi Zhiqiu, through his interactions with Chen Feng, had come to profoundly recognize the formidable potential that lay within him, even when he believed he had adequately esteemed Chen Feng. Each encounter revealed that he had consistently underestimated him. Under such circumstances, it was indeed worth honoring Chen Feng as a revered figure. Yi Zhiqiu felt a twinge of trepidation, not outright fear, but a sense of foreboding that warranted attention. Chen Feng's response alleviated Yi Zhiqiu's concerns. He was neither angered nor displeased, which was reassuring. Chen Feng suppressed his swirling emotions and continued to observe the video footage. The mantis creature within the frame exhibited an unsettling vitality, its scythe-like forelimbs slicing through the air, effortlessly carving distorted rifts of energy. The experimental scene revealed several indistinct outlines, and Chen Feng utilized his hyperdimensional vision to enhance his observation, confirming that most of these forms were genetically edited aberrant human tissue, remnants of failed experiments, intended as sustenance for various iterations of the experimental subjects. Chen Feng tightly grasped his armored phone and spoke in a low voice. Zhiqiu, who possesses a clearer understanding of the source and content of this video. Is there any specific information? Yi Zhiqiu hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice. Brother, this video was transmitted back by a senior intelligence officer we infiltrated. According to Brother Chen Feng's analysis, this officer paid a considerable price for this footage. But he does not have specific details, as the confidentiality measures in this regard must be executed to perfection. Otherwise, if exposed to the Heavenly Court organization, it would spell disaster. What actions have you taken regarding this matter? Chen Feng's tone grew slightly somber. Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Brother Chen Feng has personally initiated several plans to address the potential genetic contamination that the hunters may cause. However, our bureau is severely lacking in high-end combat power. All we can do is manage from the periphery, avoiding direct conflict. Furthermore, the current situation is fraught with tension, and if it escalates online, it could easily incite public unrest and panic, which would be detrimental. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. Yi Zhiqiu continued, Brother, within that special phone, the Black Warrior, there is a wealth of genetic-related information. Brother Chen Feng and Chief Li Ming believe that you are destined to oversee the research institute in the future, becoming a top-tier researcher of unparalleled stature. Hence, we haven't concealed any of this from you. However, while utilizing this information, please ensure utmost confidentiality. Of course, with your capabilities, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Just be aware to avoid potential dangers. The Heavenly Court organization will undoubtedly target you and Xiao Bao for capture or even suppression, and we cannot guarantee anything. We are no match for the Heavenly Court organization. So there are limits to what we can do. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng patted Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder. We are friends. My brother, there is no need for such humility. He concluded, All right, I understand all of this. I'm leaving now. Chen Feng turned off the phone projection, placed his belongings into his backpack, and found that Ah Bin had already parked the Maybach at the villa entrance. He lifted the spirited Xiao Bao in his arms and departed amidst Yi Zhiqiu's reluctant gaze. Upon returning home, Chen Feng immediately utilized his transcendent vision to conduct a meticulous inspection, ensuring that no one had entered to investigate or secretly concealed surveillance equipment. After glancing outside at the clouds through the window and finding nothing amiss, he finally felt at ease. After tidying up the room, Chen Feng examined the water bears cultivated in the petri dish. After a thorough observation, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He then proceeded to the bedroom, opened the black armored phone, completed various bindings and authentications, and promptly accessed the files contained within. Chen Feng had used such phones for many years. Although this version was somewhat outdated, it did not hinder his ability to operate it freely. After thoroughly deciphering the intelligence within the phone, Chen Feng's brows furrowed even deeper. According to the analytical report provided by the undercover agent Han Yin within the 749 Bureau, the scale of the Hunter Project far exceeds his imagination. It is not merely a single alien species of mantis, but rather an extensive genetic legion comprising dozens of hybrid species based on the mantis. These organisms have been endowed with various combat functions. Some excel in high-speed hunting, others in stealth and camouflage, while a few have been engineered as genetic bombs, capable of causing widespread genetic contamination upon release. What deeply moved Chen Feng was the revelation that the core control mechanism of these alien species is intriguingly related to the reverse genetic mechanism of the lighthouse jellyfish. In other words, the Heavenly Court organization is attempting to exploit the immortal characteristics of the lighthouse jellyfish to create a nearly indestructible genetic mutant army. Is it already at this stage? It seems that during my previous life, I lived on the fringes for an extended period. Nevertheless, even if we consider the developmental trends of my past life, the situation does not appear particularly dire. There must have been someone intervening to halt this progress. The extreme abyss version of the mantis has yet to emerge, so it remains within a controllable scope. Contemplating this, Chen Feng turned off his phone and returned to the petri dish. This time, he garnered significant insights from Yi Zhiqiu. On one hand, the incomplete star map he had noted possesses unparalleled mystical capabilities, containing an unimaginable potential for him to explore. On the other hand, along with the 2 symbols he previously mastered, he had now grasped the fundamental imagery of 8 symbols. Mystical symbol. The phenomena of heaven and earth are without punishment. Great vessels are not easily formed. Mystical symbol. Great sound, great voice. The shape that perishes, the heavenly path. The nameless, the human path. The bearer of hidden symbols shall traverse the path of demise, revealing the concealed names. The remaining 6 symbols correspond to 6 grand images, which can merge into 3 spiritual pillars, elevating his consciousness to an entirely new height. Chen Feng approached the petri dish once more, retrieved some tardigrades, and prepared them into an injection, initiating a new round of genetic grafting and fusion. This time, within the transcendent vision he had opened, the fusion process was notably more seamless. The integration of the tardigrade's genetic sequence into the cells encountered no rejection whatsoever. Previously, Chen Feng's genetic chains would experience certain disruptions, with fragments misaligning and breaking, leading to dysfunction in some cellular activities. However, on this occasion, not only was there no abnormality throughout the process, but previously misaligned genetic fragments and broken chains were also restored, with the new genetic sequences being guided imperceptibly in the correct direction. The entire process, which once took several hours, was now completed in approximately 30 minutes. Upon completion of the fusion, Chen Feng felt as though his pineal gland had been unblocked in all its facets. At that moment, he distinctly sensed that his pineal gland could directly absorb the free neutrinos from the cosmos and merge with them in a remarkably natural manner. Slowly, Chen Feng opened his eyes, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. He felt an extraordinary vitality coursing through his cells, his skin becoming more resilient and taut, while his body's capacity to withstand pressure and its regenerative abilities were significantly enhanced. Next, he could construct 3 additional pillars of spiritual light. Once successful, he would first eliminate the treacherous Wangxin, and then eradicate the alien mantis, destroying its genetic essence. In Chen Feng's mind, a clear target had already emerged. At that moment, however, the black-armored phone suddenly emitted 3 faint vibrations. Without glancing at it, Chen Feng activated his transcendent vision for a brief inspection, and a complex hue flickered in his eyes. It seemed that the Dawn water bottle had prematurely introduced me to her. Chen Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, his entire being resonating, naturally shattering the impurities within him, dispersing them into the void. Subsequently, he approached the black-armored phone, taking a moment to observe the device. The phone's projection screen instantly manifested information data akin to neutrinos, embedding itself within Chen Feng's pupils. This was a method of encryption designed to prevent eavesdropping on their communication. A specialized Type 3 scenario chat room materialized, within which the avatar of the Twilight Scales, namely Han Yen, began to pulse with energy. Her avatar depicted a feminine Libra symbol, rendered in a delightful shade of pink, exuding an adorable charm. Chen Feng, I am the Twilight Scales. From now on, I will relay information from the Celestial Court directly to you. Our exchanges must remain undisclosed to anyone, including the Dawn water bottle Han Yen sent as her first message. Chen Feng meticulously sensed this version of the black-armored phone, finding no subtle vulnerabilities to exploit, and thus responded with a simple acknowledgement. Twilight Scales, Han Yen, this is the genetic development plan and direction of the Celestial Court organization. Pay attention to it. And you can also research in advance what you might need. Just consult Yi Zhiqiu or Qin Lan for assistance. In your leisure time, focus on your studies and pursue romantic interests without any hindrance. Twilight Scales has sent an encrypted file, with the unlocking method requiring a 1000 frequency mental power field eye recognition. Upon receiving the file, Chen Feng promptly unlocked it. He then beheld a comprehensive array of details regarding genetic branch research and editing, information he had only acquired in his previous life in 2035. Although the documents from that time were more detailed, receiving them then had ultimately been of little use. Celestial Court Genetic Fusion Plan Defensive Branch, Fusion Organisms, Tortoises, Pangolins, certain insects with hard exoskeletons. Abilities, exceptional defensive strength, regenerative capability, impact resistance. Characteristics, serve as a solid shield within the organization, protecting allies. Speed branch, fusion organisms, cheetahs, peregrine falcons, certain rapidly moving insects. Abilities, ultra-high-speed movement, rapid reflexes, dynamic vision. Characteristics, function as scouts and assassins within the organization, executing special missions. Strength branch, fusion organisms, elephants, rhinoceroses, certain powerful insects such as bloodthirsty ants. Abilities, extraordinary strength, destructive power, impact resistance. Characteristics, to become the main force within the organization, responsible for direct combat. Special branch, hybrid organisms, electric eels, chameleons, and certain creatures endowed with extraordinary abilities. Abilities, electrocution, invisibility, toxic attacks, among others. Features, possessing unique tactical value. Capable of adapting to various situations and performing different roles accordingly. Mental control branch key indicators, hybrid organisms, tardigrades, lantern jellyfish, mantises, octopuses, and certain entities with mental control capabilities. Abilities, mental domination, telepathy, illusion generation, and hypnosis. Features, possessing formidable control abilities, yet easily detectable by spirit nets, presenting a significant risk, thus, one must exercise caution. A minute later. Twilight Scales, have you finished reading? Remember it. Chen Feng, yes, I have read and remembered it. Twilight Scales, good. The document will self-destruct in 10 seconds, leaving no trace. For any matters, please contact Qinlan. Do not reach out to me. I will contact you directly if necessary. That is all. Chen Feng, hold on. Tardigrades can withstand genetic contamination. Remember to cultivate 12 blue tardigrades and extract some of their tissues to inject into your third eye. This method can only be tolerated by your unique mental talent, and you alone can utilize it. Do not disclose this. Additionally, take good care of yourself. In this world, you are neither alone nor fighting by yourself. On the other end of the phone, the chat room remained illuminated for a prolonged moment, yet there was no response from Han Yin. Finally, before the screen dimmed, Han Yin offered a simple a rare display of restraint from the 16-year-old girl. Twilight Scales, Chapter 40. Abyss in the depths of the Heavenly Court Organization's branch at the Abyss base, within the boundary-breaking zone. A laboratory filled with cold light and experimental apparatuses came into view. Han Yan's figure appeared slender and delicate. She pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes weary yet still luminous. At that moment, she gently caressed the human-like tissue on her wrist, the faint glow gradually dissipating. In the fleeting second before the light extinguished, she instinctively typed a quick on the virtual keyboard. At that moment, an inexplicable warmth surged within her heart, fortifying her resolve as if it had grown stronger. Chen Feng, she murmured internally, her gaze slightly distant, a blend of anticipation and bittersweetness flickering within. After a brief moment, the human-like tissue on her wrist returned to normal, and Han Yin regained her composure. Under the cold light, the projection screen on the nearby experimental table displayed the latest progress of the Hunter program, indicating that the Mandish genetic experiment had reached the final fusion stage. With the specimen numbered Abyss 002 now endowed with preliminary self-learning capabilities. Time is of the essence. I must disseminate more information before the next round of experiments concludes. However, after a moment of contemplation, Han Yin approached the sleek, mirror-like alloy wall nearby, gazing down at several complex gene analyzers. Her fingertips grazed the screen as she rapidly input a series of codes. The screen illuminated with the latest data regarding the Abyss 002 specimen of the Hunter project. Codename Abyss 002, gene chain completion, 97. The Predator Abyss 002 has successfully completed the high-risk trial phase and has now entered the battlefield deployment stage. Han Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. The crimson warning displayed on the screen stirred a profound unease within her. Simultaneously, the eerie blue-green light emanating from the experimental subject evoked an unsettling sensation beneath her skin, as if a layer of unusual goosebumps had arisen beneath her uniquely human exterior. Only one step remained. But what of Abyss 001? Han Yin murmured, a newfound determination glinting in her eyes. In the next moment, she decisively pressed the pause button and strode into another laboratory. This space was even larger and more complex, encased in a thick layer of transparent, blast-resistant glass. Upon entering the observation chamber of the experimental area, Han Yin peered through the transparent glass dome at the colossal incubation chamber housing the alien mantis, Abyss 001. The creature radiated an uncanny emerald glow, its wings quivering gently as the mysterious particles in the surrounding air vibrated in response. The evolutionary contamination had annihilated the gene lock. Han Yin contemplated, yet her expression remained tranquil, her gaze as sharp as a blade. As the youngest observer in the Celestial Gene Laboratory and a member of the 12 Divine Stars, she was compelled to exhibit unwavering calmness and professionalism, leaving no room for complacency. Otherwise, her identity could be compromised at any moment. At that juncture, the operators beside the experimental table approached one after another, reporting the data with utmost reverence. Lady Baize, the Predator Abyss 001 has completed its 7th gene optimization, maintaining a survival rate of 92. Though its aggressiveness has markedly increased. Currently, experimental number 001 has demonstrated remarkable adaptability, particularly in high-speed cutting and optical camouflage, exceeding original theoretical projections. Han Yan's expression remained impassive as she coldly inquired, "What are the test results regarding the gene lock contamination capability? Have they met expectations?" In response to Lady Baize, "The test results have surpassed the anticipated targets," a researcher replied. Its gene contamination index reached 48 within a short period. If released into human cities, it could trigger a chain reaction of gene collapse within 3 days, with over 80 of the population falling into chaos due to gene lock destruction, potentially resulting in large-scale genetic mutations. And what of the remaining 20? Han Yin pressed further. Among those 20 humans, there exists a possibility of entirely unknown evolutionary mutations. But the success rate is less than 1. The rest would essentially equate to death. Han Yin fell silent for a moment, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Continue to elevate the contamination rate, ensuring it exceeds 99. If that is unfeasible, abandon this version and focus on extreme cultivation for Abyss 002. The Celestial Plan allows for no failures. With that, Han Yin disregarded the group of researchers and turned to leave the laboratory. Just then, a heavy, resonating sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the laboratory. Upon hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, Han Yin swiftly adjusted her demeanor, concealing her subtle expressions, and calmly returned to her previous observation post. The laboratory door creaked open, and a man clad in a crimson robe entered. Adorning his face were blood-red framed glasses, intricately engraved with the relief of a sanguine 5-clawed golden dragon. His complexion was cold, and his gaze sharp, exuding an air of formidable and aloof superiority. "Lord Ao Bing." Han Yin slightly bowed her head, her tone indifferent. "Baize, what is the progress?" Ao Bing's voice was deep, imbued with unquestionable authority. "We are currently conducting the final genetic stability test on the Hunter Abyss, but some data is still deviating, requiring additional time," Han Yin replied with a calm voice, her intonation unwavering. Ao Bing narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing her for a few seconds before coldly stating, "Remember, your task is to ensure the project proceeds as planned. Do not disappoint me." "Understood." Han Yin nodded slightly, masking the chill within her heart. Ao Bing, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the surroundings and exhibited a trace of satisfaction. "Lord Ao Bing, Lord Baize." At this moment, Wang Jun approached from outside the laboratory, slightly bowing in greeting. Han Yin cast a glance at him, her gaze deepening with contemplation. "What has transpired?" Ao Bing inquired. "My lord," Wang Jun began, "we have received reports from our internal informants that the 749 Bureau seems to be aware of our experiments. The informants also mentioned that their objective is to utilize the reverse-aging genetic mechanisms of tardigrades and the lantern jellyfish, as well as a mysterious symbol derived from a metal plate excavated from the far side of the moon, to counteract or even sabotage our plans. This symbol carries uncertain information, possibly involving higher dimensional data, which likely originates from the deciphering of that innate enlightened one, Chen Feng." Ao Bing scoffed, a look of utter disdain in his eyes. "Higher dimensional information? It seems intriguing matters are about to surface. However, how could those inferior humans comprehend the essence of dimensional transcendence? Let them struggle. They are but a swarm of ants. In the end, they will merely provide us with a source of spiritual elevation and sustenance." He paused, his tone turning cold. "Enhance the surveillance of the experimental subjects, particularly the mental core of the Hunter Abyss. Should any signs of instability arise, immediately initiate the destruction protocol. We cannot tolerate any failures. The The current genetic contamination is unsuitable and must not be allowed to manifest, as those resources have yet to begin their growth and must be afforded time for the domesticated pigs to develop. Yes, Han Yin and Wang Zhun responded in succession, while a group of researchers fervently echoed their agreement. However, at that moment, the Hunter Abyss 001 within the cultivation chamber suddenly began to thrash violently. Boom. Roar. The side-like forelimbs of Hunter Abyss 001 abruptly pierced through the glass of the cultivation chamber, unleashing a deafening roar. What on earth is happening? A researcher exclaimed in terror. Report, my lord. The genetic sequence of the experimental subject is undergoing abnormal changes, and the mental fluctuation index has exceeded the critical threshold. The experimental subject, Extreme Abyss 001, has spiraled out of control. A researcher, pale and incredulous, expressed his shock. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, his gaze widened suddenly. His once pitch-black pupils transformed into brilliant stars, deep as an abyss. His icy stare fixed intently on the agitated alien mantis within the incubation chamber. After a brief pause, his gaze returned to normal. The energy consumption was considerable. He pondered sending those 5 young girls inside to satiate its hunger. Yes, live offerings would enhance the flavor for the experimental subject. Additionally, you too, oblivious to the fact that the subject was in a state of extreme hunger, should also serve as nourishment. Ao Bing withdrew his gaze, casting a cold glance at the 2 middle-aged researchers clad in white lab coats. The researchers exhibited no fear, as if suddenly hypnotized, their faces radiating a fervent zeal, akin to fanatics basking in glory. With a crunching sound, the 2 researchers willingly stepped into the massive incubation chamber, only to be instantly bisected by the mantis's scythe-like appendages. The gruesome and bloody scene unfolded like an absurd banquet. Subsequently, 5 youthful maidens, expressionless and vacant-eyed, were apprehended and thrown into the enormous chamber. The moment they entered, their hollow gazes abruptly returned to normal, only to be struck down in an instant by the lightning-fast pincers of the giant mantis, severed in twain. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, flesh and bone scattered. The sudden cessation of their anguished cries intertwined with the chilling sounds of crunching, gradually resonating in the air. In the midst of this horror, Han Yin pressed her lips together, revealing no change in emotion. Wang Zhun, however, exhibited a flickering red glow in his eyes. His blood boiled with excitement, as if he longed to partake in the carnage and consume the raw flesh. Baize, these girls are of a similar age to you. Their genes remarkably pure and excellent, yet they pale in comparison to the appetizing allure of your own genetic makeup. Ao Bing observed this scene quietly, then raised his hand with a gentle wave. Moments later, a female researcher in a white lab coat approached, holding a transparent goblet filled with bright red blood. Drawn from one of the 5 maidens, Ao Bing elegantly tilted his head back and took a sip, revealing his exquisitely delicate and alabaster neck. Whether that skin, as smooth as cream, was human or something else entirely remained a mystery. Within the celestial organization, the identity of the Tian gang was a taboo. Members refrained from probing into such secrets and instead monitored one another to prevent any leaks. Thus, when Han Yin glanced at Ao Bing's neck, she silently averted her gaze. Her expression remained consistently calm, unfazed by the horrific spectacle before her. Beside her, the creature, Zhu, fixated on Ao Bing's neck several times. Han Yin sensed that Zhu might be contemplating a strike against that pristine neck to let blood flow, indulging in a few refreshing sips for sheer delight. Once this notion took root, she immediately extinguished it, for in such organizations, intense emotional fluctuations can easily unveil one's vulnerabilities. It was as if she faintly sensed a certain thought emanating from the creature. Come, drink a sip. Suddenly, Ao Bing lifted a goblet and extended it to Wang Zhun. Startled, Wang Zhun instinctively bowed slightly. His subordinates dared not intervene. His voice trembled slightly. Yet, Ao Bing forcefully thrust the wine cup into Wang Zhun's hands, which, to his dismay, was devoid of blood. At that moment, Ao Bing swiftly reached for his waist, and in a flash, his hand darted towards Wang Zhun's neck. With a sudden jolt, Wang Zhun felt a numbing sensation in his throat, unable to react in time as a fountain of blood erupted from the wound. Ao Bing nonchalantly caught a cup of blood. He then wiped his small dagger clean on the creature before sheathing it away, gently caressing Wang Zhun's neck twice. Here is your full cup. Drink up, relish it, for soon, you may find such pleasures elusive. Ao Bing shoved the goblet back into Wang Zhun's grasp and walked away with a hearty laugh. Wang Zhun's expression was complex, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and terror. Ao Bing would not slay him. The wound on his neck was not deep or fatal. It was merely a release of blood. The bleeding had already been staunched by Ao Bing, and recovery with a special gene serum would be quite straightforward. Yet, Ao Bing's words implied that the heavenly court had determined through some judgment that he, Wang Zhen, was destined to die. Who seeks to take my life? Who could possibly succeed? A chill coursed through Wang Zhen as he gripped the goblet of red wine, his hand trembling slightly. Lord Base. Ao Bing's implication is that a special entity aims to kill me. If it is from the 749 Bureau, I am willing to act as bait to orchestrate a grand counterattack. Wang Zhen turned, his gaze pleadingly directed towards Base. Han Yin concealed her face beneath a human mask, her pale visage betraying no emotion. She too donned a pair of spectacles, adorned with the motif of the divine beast Base. That is unfeasible. The judgments of the heavenly court are nearly infallible. This is the true reason the organization has remained unyielding over the years. I am powerless to assist. Han Yin calmly declined. She then cast a lingering glance at the mantis, which was still consuming its meal. Its muscular tissue occasionally twitched. The young women had perished. Yet certain tissues and nerves within their bodies retained a semblance of vitality, causing slight convulsions during the act of being consumed. In her research, Han Yin had witnessed countless such scenes. Many subjects, though deceased or resigned to their fate, still fought desperately within their bodies, striving for a glimmer of life, refusing to relinquish their struggle for salvation, even in death. Lord Bei's Wang Zhen attempted to speak further, yet Han Yin had already averted her gaze, disregarding him entirely as she turned and exited the laboratory. In this hellish realm, she could scarcely endure a single second, yet bound by duty and obligation. She pressed on with heavy burdens. After Han Yin's departure, Wang Zhen gripped his wine glass tightly. In the next moment, he tilted his head back and drained every drop of blood within. If it must be so, then do not blame me. A hint of madness flickered in Wang Zhen's eyes as he fixated on the control panel of the laboratory, locked in a gaze at the myriad shackles. A grotesquely distorted thought spiraling wildly within his mind. Chapter 41. Spread with a resounding crash, Wang Zhen forcefully hurled the empty cup to the ground, the last drop of blood trickling down the rim and seeping into the still healing wound on his neck. The crimson blood appeared almost enchanting under the laboratory's harsh white light. The moment the blood splattered onto the mirror-like floor, Wang Zhen's expression darkened completely, his eyes brimming with resentment and madness. That cup of his own blood ignited the wild desires that had long simmered within him. Baise, Ao Bing, and that arrogant host of self-proclaimed deities, those celestial miscreants. How dare you regard me with such disdain? Wang Zhen roared within the confines of his mind. Gradually, he straightened his posture, raising a hand to touch the lingering pain in his neck, his visage contorting into a grimace as his pent-up fury grew like rampant weeds, uncontainable. I, Wang Zhen, a mere pawn, may indeed be a piece on the board, but I am not just any piece to be trampled upon, merely a failed experiment of a hunter. Yet I refuse to accept this. He inhaled deeply, a low, rumbling growl emanating from his throat, laden with long-suppressed anger. Coldly, he cast a glance at the praying mantis mutant within the incubation chamber before turning towards the laboratory's exit. As he took 2 steps forward, his peripheral vision caught the slender figure of Baise behind the glass enclosure. Baise's silhouette was both lean and resilient, her frigid demeanor akin to the ice and snow atop distant mountains, unwavering in its arrogance. Wang Zhen's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fingers. Do not presume you can remain forever above me. One day, I will personally tear away your mask, shatter your arrogance, and force you to grovel at my feet. Begging for mercy, anger and madness surged within him, yet he quickly suppressed these tumultuous emotions. Gradually regaining his composure, he could not dispel the lingering shadow within his heart. Ao Bing's warnings were not unfounded. The predictions of the celestial organization had never been erroneous. However, the mere thought of death ignited a fierce rebellion within Wang Zhen. As if a volcano had erupted, his blood boiling with renewed vigor. A pawn destined for death? Huh. Ao Bing, by what right do you declare my demise? By the celestial organization's nonsensical prophecies? Such drivel is merely the borrowed wisdom of fools. Wang Zhen's thoughts surged, a cruel and mocking self-derision bubbling to the surface. I, the Evernight Scorpion, have attained my current stature solely through my own prowess. Perhaps my strength and abilities are insufficient to challenge the heavens. But I am certainly not fodder to be recklessly slaughtered. Die. All of you, just die. Wang Zhen screamed in a frenzy, teetering on the brink of madness. His blood still boiled, yet an uncontrollable chill surged from the depths of his heart. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that since joining the celestial court, based on his observations, this enigmatic organization had never erred once in its predictions, a fact well known among all the celestial warriors. If Baise refused to assist me, so be it. Wang Zhen took a deep breath, pressing his palm firmly against his wound, allowing the searing pain to radiate throughout his body. The celestial court disregarded my existence. A.O. Bing looked down upon me, and even that wretched experimental subject dared to glare at me with disdain. They gazed down upon me from their lofty heights, coldly watching as I treaded the path to death. It is not solely the abyss that can evolve through those potions. I, too, am capable of it. Wang Zhen's blood-red gaze fell upon the cultivation chamber within the laboratory, where the imprisoned Abyss 001 was still gnawing on its last morsel of flesh. Its ghostly green form appeared sinister and savage under the light. He diverted his attention from the experimental subject, Abyss 001, to the array of bottles and shimmering test tubes on the adjacent workbench. The potions within the test tubes shimmered in vibrant, enchanting hues, akin to a deadly poison that ensnares the soul. Wang Zhen swallowed hard and stepped closer. Han Yan's footsteps quickened slightly, her delicate white research boots producing crisp sounds on the metallic floor. Her striking profile was reflected against the smooth glass wall, exuding an aura of cold beauty. In the corridor, the echo of her footsteps resonated sharply. The air was thick with the mingling odors of formaldehyde and the acrid scent of blood, inducing a sense of nausea. After traversing the corridor, Han Yin immediately tightened her grip on her sleeve, appearing calm. Yet internally, she grappled with a crushing sense of oppression, pain, and an unbearable weight that threatened to plunge her into a state of psychological collapse. In her ears, A.O. Bing's last words echoed, "By Zay. These young women are of a similar age to you, yet their genes pale in comparison." From A.O. Bing's brief remarks, Han Yin discerned that the core experiments of the Celestial Court had seemingly entered a critical phase. The emergence of the experimental subject Abyss 002 signified that the threat of genetic contamination was perilously close to the critical threshold. Time was of the essence. What was she to do? Just as the confusion within Han Yin began to surface, she forcefully dispelled it. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened and became resolute. As an undercover agent in Bureau 749, she had to identify the slightest flaws within this nearly flawless surveillance system to relay the core secrets of the Abyss. However, each transmission of information was fraught with immense risk. Should she be discovered, she would not only face unimaginable torment, but also find herself in a predicament where survival was impossible, and even the core secrets of Bureau 749 might be fully exposed. Yet, the greatest pressure on Han Yin stemmed from A.O. Bing's demeanor during this incident. Had he sensed something? Various speculations raced through her mind. A.O. Bing's methods were both cunning and brutal, and his intelligence and acuity were impossible to overlook. Nonetheless, he should not dare to act against me lightly. Han Yin pondered deeply, uncertain of the extent of the relationship between herself and that esteemed individual. It was precisely this ambiguity that had allowed her to navigate the Celestial Court thus far. However, this was hardly a sustainable strategy. In truth, she was merely wielding borrowed authority, with no genuine ties to that figure. After a brief pause, Han Yin composed herself and gracefully passed through several security gates, ultimately pushing open a metallic door marked as the Experimental Subject Deployment Preparation Area. This chamber served as one of the data core zones for monitoring the entire Abyssal Plan. It also housed the core research facility for the Abyssal 002 variant of the Mantis. Within the room, several senior researchers from the Celestial Organization busily engaged with complex streams of data displayed on their screens. Han Yin lifted her gaze, observing another Abyssal 002 Mantis quietly suspended in green cultivation fluid, its body radiating an eerie blue luminescence that rendered it even more savage and terrifying. "Lord Bays," one of the researchers exclaimed upon noticing her entrance, immediately bowing in respect. "The data for the current experimental subject has stabilized. Its genetic chain fusion rate has reached 993, and it possesses the capability models of all branches of the Predator program. This specimen is the most perfect entity among all our experimental subjects." Without diverting her attention from the cultivation chamber, Han Yin coldly inquired, "What are the results of the contamination index tests?" The contamination index for this specimen cannot be determined at present, but it is speculated that its genetic contamination capacity may reach unprecedented heights. Once released, its core genetic chain will obliterate all gene locks of contact targets within 24 hours, potentially overwhelming the entire area, the researcher fervently responded. Han Yin nodded, her voice steady. "Excellent. Proceed." "Yes, Lord Bays," the researcher replied with a mix of reverence and enthusiasm, returning to their tasks. Han Yin, her expression impassive, turned and exited the preparation area, returning to the observation platform before the initial experimental subject cultivation tanks. Both 002 and 001 had already exceeded controllable limits, if left unchecked. They would inevitably become sources of genetic contamination, incapable of being contained even by the defenses of the 749 Bureau. Indeed, they would be utterly defenseless. Han Yin silently calculated, her slender fingers swiftly tapping on the terminal device at the observation platform. The screen flickered with a series of experimental data, ultimately freezing on a red warning box. Warning: genetic lock destruction index has reached critical value. Contamination range is unpredictable. Another impending disaster, Han Yin murmured inwardly. Her fingers hesitated momentarily before she gently pressed her wrist downwards, a faint glow of skin-toned luminescence emanating from her wrist. This bioluminescence quickly copied all data into her wrist device, subsequently cloaking it with a layer of viral programming. This is as far as I can go, she thought. Inhaling deeply and raising her head to gaze at the final line of information on the screen. Core experimental subject Abyssal 002 is in a critical awakening state. Please operate with caution. After a brief silence, Han Yin entered a temporary command. This command, once executed, would self-eradicate within a remarkably short span of time. Release experiment subject Extreme Abyss 001. Inside the cultivation chamber, Extreme Abyss 001 quietly hovered amidst the shattered confines, its ethereal green form emanating an unsettling chill. Its sickle-like forelimbs intertwined delicately, each movement stirring visible ripples in the air. However, in the next instant, all lights in the laboratory abruptly extinguished. Beep beep, a piercing alarm blared. Experiment subject Extreme Abyss 001 status abnormal. Warning. Status abnormal. The researchers behind the glass wall panicked, rushing towards the control panel, only to find all commands intercepted by an unknown virus, rendering them powerless to regain control. What is happening? Who tampered with the control system? The researchers' cries escalated, while Extreme Abyss 001 had fully opened its crimson eyes. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated throughout the entire experimental base. Subsequently, the forelimbs of the aberrant Manus, Extreme Abyss 001, tightened and lifted, then swung down with ferocity. Boom. In that instant of descent, the air seemed to tear apart, and the transparent glass wall shattered into countless tiny fragments. The massive form of the aberrant Manus surged forth, transforming into a blur as it darted towards the control panel. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous researchers were cleaved in half, their piercing screams echoing as blood and flesh scattered in chaotic disarray. In the observation area, Bai Han Yin stood at the control console, coldly observing the flashing alarm messages on the screen. Her fingertips danced across the keyboard, swiftly inputting the code for the destruction protocol, but she hesitated at the final step. It cannot be destroyed. Her gaze wavered slightly, at least not now. Lord Bai. A researcher stumbled forth, terror etched across his face. Extreme Abyss 001 has gone rogue and is advancing towards the breach zone. I know, Han Yin replied coldly. Swiftly turning to leave. You all continue to maintain the base operations. I will handle this matter personally. As she exited the control room, Han Yin subtly brushed her wrist, swiftly accessing the hidden communication channel within her wrist device. Her fingers inadvertently tapped in a special code. Dawn Bureau, Water Bottle 749, receive instructions. Extreme Abyss 001. Genetic Contamination Index 67. Self-learning capability surpassing 99. Critical target confirmed. Extreme Abyss 002. Genetic Contamination Index exceeding 70. Specifics unknown. Gene chain fusion degree has reached 993. Catastrophic critical target confirmed. All aberrant mantis subjects of Extreme Abyss version are out of control, on the verge of rampage. Please initiate extermination protocol immediately. Morning dawned clear and bright, the air still imbued with the moist scent of earth and a hint of osmanthus fragrance. Chen Feng inhaled the fresh air, his powerful mental faculties attuned to the myriad hues of life surrounding him. This return to the simplicity of ordinary life brought him immense ease and contentment. As he traversed the familiar streets towards the Emaus steamed bun shop, the scenes along the way seemed to be veiled in a temporal filter, both familiar and alien. Within the steamy warmth of the bun shop, Su Yun's figure stood out with exceptional clarity. She remained clad in a blue and white school uniform, her long black hair tied into a ponytail, revealing her fair neck. Upon seeing Chen Feng, a smile flickered in Su Yun's clear apricot-shaped eyes as she waved her hand, calling out, Chen Feng, over here. Chen Feng responded with a radiant smile. Bathed in sunlight, the youthful charm of his handsome grin exuded a spirited vitality, deepening the sweetness of happiness reflected in Su Yun's gaze. Suddenly, a gentle vibration emanated from the Black Knight armor phone nestled in his pocket. Chen Feng chose not to retrieve the device, opting instead to activate his transcendent vision, casting a glance from an elevated perspective. Just a fleeting glance was sufficient to freeze his smile in place. Within the transcendent vision, several lines of vibrant red characters pulsated against the shimmering backdrop of the Black Knight, striking deeply at his heart. Supreme Directive from Bureau 749 issued, receiving members, senior researchers of 3 stars core leadership, 12 Zodiac inspectors, special external authority holders. Prohibited mission, extreme abyss variant out of control. Mission level, crisis assessment, genetic contamination has spread, target experiment subjects extreme abyss 001 and 002 confirmed rampant. Directive, act swiftly, completely eradicate target experiment subjects to prevent further contamination. Actions, air raid alerts, military drills, rapid containment. Area, abandoned zone of Southern Industrial Park, Jiang City. In Chapter 42, Shared Fate, Chen Feng extended his transcendent vision for a comprehensive observation. After a brief moment, he withdrew his gaze. Based on his memories from a previous life and the projected trajectory of future developments revealed by his transcendent vision, it became clear that the 4 senior figures from Bureau 749 had intervened to resolve the situation, albeit at a substantial cost, with 2 suffering unfortunate fates. Their remains appropriated for experimentation. Though Han Yin would not be exposed, she would likely face suspicion, and the price for her vindication would be exorbitant. In the end, they had unwittingly become pawns, completely ensnared in a grand scheme. The Celestial Court organization had merely retained data on the extreme abyss variants, with no intention of genuinely advancing genetic contamination or exterminating the global population. In truth, they were in the execution phase of their pig farming plan, requiring a vast number of individuals to serve as experimental subjects for various interspecies hybridizations and genetic mutations. Thus, even if Bureau 749 refrained from intervening this time, these variant manuses would still be obliterated by the Celestial Court. Ironically, Bureau 749's involvement had fully exposed their trump cards and placed their finest elders in peril. Contemplating this, Chen Feng activated his transcendent vision once more, engaging in further reflection and deduction. Moments later, an unusual glimmer and understanding flashed in his eyes, which quickly reverted to tranquility. As a privileged external member, his role was not to immerse himself in the fray but to observe from a distance, providing timely insights to alter the course of events when the moment called for it. Positioning himself as an observer grounded in a higher dimensional perspective to witness the broader picture and its transformations. Chen Feng? Su Yun's voice, laced with curiosity, gently interrupted his reverie. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, then slightly adjusted himself to restore a natural expression. He turned his head, a subtle smile returning to his face. "Ah, I'm here. I was just a bit lost in thought. Chen Feng, you mustn't zone out so often. Fortunately, there are not many vehicles around here. Otherwise, it could be quite dangerous. Come quickly, the red oil beef buns you adore have just come out of the oven. They smell divine." Su Yun playfully winked at him. Chen Feng approached and took a seat, whereupon Su Yun attentively and gently fed him the buns. This scene unfolded almost daily. Each time, Chen Feng could feel the envious and even jealous gazes from the crowd surrounding them. "Here, Yun Yun, you should eat too." Chen Feng picked up a bun and tenderly placed it in Su Yun's mouth. After finishing, she licked her lips instinctively, gazing eagerly at Chen Feng. He offered her another bun, and she reciprocated by feeding him one of her own. Their breakfast unfolded joyfully, while those nearby consumed their meals with a sense of melancholy. Having had their fill of dog food so early in the day, suddenly the Black Knight terminal vibrated softly, delivering a higher-level directive. Directive upgrade, Extreme Abyss 001. Extreme Abyss 002 have breached the blockade. The pollution index in the target area is rising rapidly and is expected to reach an uncontrollable state within 3 hours. Chen Feng, however, did not glance at the Black Knight phone, yet his transcendent vision allowed him to perceive everything more clearly and comprehensively. It was as if he were being led by the nose, yet, who was the predator, who the prey, and who the hunter lurking behind the scenes was not so simple to discern. The outcome of this contest remained uncertain. Chen Feng chose not to dwell on those forbidden secrets, instead taking Su Yun's hand as they strolled into the campus. By the playground, a group of youthful basketball players engaged in a lively exchange. The sound of the ball colliding with the ground harmonizing with their exuberant shouts to create a cheerful morning melody. In front of the bulletin board, a plump classmate named Su Fan, poring over the latest announcements, turned her head upon seeing Chen Feng. Her cherubic face flushed slightly, yet she boldly adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and continued to gaze intently at him. Clad in the blue and white school uniform with her hair tousled by the morning breeze, her bold yet bashful smile radiated a pure charm. "Chen Feng, you're here," Su Fan called out affectionately, but upon noticing Su Yun beside him, her smile faltered, becoming somewhat forced and rigid. "Yes, I'm here," Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile that took Su Fan by surprise, filling her with joy and satisfaction. Instantly dispelling any sense of disappointment, she thought to herself, today is yet another vibrant day. in the classroom of Class 2 of the third year. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the desks by the window. Most of the students in the front rows were engrossed in their studies. Some flipped through textbooks. Others scribbled furiously, while a few whispered about the difficult questions on their papers, taking advantage of the teacher's absence. Meanwhile, the students in the back rows, both boys and girls, were engaged in animated chatter. As Chen Feng approached, he overheard a group of individuals engrossed in a discussion about the reports on tardigrades and the immortality mechanism of the immortal jellyfish featured in the news and videos. Do you really believe that tardigrades are so formidable? Can they truly survive in outer space? It must be true. It was reported on the news broadcast. Surely there can be no deception. If only we could be like tardigrades, fearless and capable of surviving in the cosmos. I think the immortal jellyfish is even more impressive, immortal, rejuvenating. Scientists say they have unraveled the secrets of anti-aging genes. It was even aired on the news last night. Rejuvenation. What use is survival capability if it cannot be matched by a beautiful life? Just imagine being 99, yet possessing the physique of an 18-year-old. Able to appreciate art and enjoy delightful experiences repeatedly. It sounds utterly blissful. Have you seen that video about the mantis? A 250 centimeters mantis versus a Siberian tiger is quite a matchup. I believe that if a mantis were truly that large, it could easily overpower a tiger. Laughter ensued. Do you think the mantis would perform a sliding tackle? It seems you lack understanding of a tiger's ferocity, especially the Siberian tiger, the king of beasts. With its incredible leaps and the power of its claws, those slender limbs of the mantis would be easily crushed. The youthful boys and girls, brimming with passion for their respective viewpoints, argued fervently, eager to use reason to sway one another to their side. Their debate continued until the class monitor, He entered, bringing a momentary calm. He scanned the room, and, upon seeing Chen Feng seated, he sighed in relief. Classmates, with mid-November upon us, the midterm examinations are approaching. This upcoming test is a citywide assessment, and it holds significant weight. He began his discourse while Chen Feng retrieved his exam papers and mathematics textbook from his desk, flipping through them before commencing his writing. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, casting dappled light through the verdant trees, while the occasional chirping of birds filled the air with cheerful melodies. The laughter of students engaged in physical education classes wafted in, embodying the vitality of youth. The atmosphere brimmed with warmth and the essence of youthful exuberance as time flowed serenely. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Heavenly Court's organization, within the extreme abyss base, alarms blared piercingly in the experimental chamber. The red lights on the walls pulsated like blood, enveloping the entire facility in chaos and dread. The rampaging extreme abyss 001 wreaked havoc within the control zone, its once emerald form now resembling a specter of hellfire. Each swing of its scythe like appendages was accompanied by the resounding crash of shattering walls and the splatter of blood. The air was filled with screams, a haunting dirge of despair. This was a ruthless slaughter, a one-sided massacre, and a brutal, sanguinary feast. Quick, initiate the destruction protocol. A researcher clad in a deep blue lab coat shouted, trembling as his hands pounded frantically on the control panel. The program has been intercepted. It cannot be initiated. Another cried, nearly collapsing. All systems have been breached by an unknown virus. We have lost control of the subject. Meanwhile, at the other end of the cultivation chamber, the fluid surrounding Extreme Abyss 002 churned violently. The body of the anomalous mantis began to flicker with an unstable azure glow, reminiscent of an impending energy core detonation. Han Yin stood before the observation platform, quietly observing the chaos unfold. In the next moment, she sensed a shift. With a subtle motion, she brushed her sleeve, her wrist deftly adjusting to summon a clandestine communication interface. Dawn Aqueduct is requesting connection, request approved. Soon, a special encrypted message arrived. Twilight Libra. Your report has been conveyed, and we are currently assessing. However, the precise annihilation of Abyss 001 and Abyss 002 necessitates more detailed internal intelligence. You must provide additional data. Han Yin swiftly transmitted her response. There is no time to await your assessment. The awakening speed of these two specimens far exceeds expectations, and the range of genetic contamination could reach catastrophic levels at any moment. You must execute the extermination plan immediately. The communication on the other end fell silent. After a brief pause, a response came through. The extermination plan has been approved, but it must be executed in coordination with internal guides to ensure the target is neutralized within the smallest possible perimeter, and all related specimens and experimental data are thoroughly eradicated. Han Yin raised her gaze to the projection on the screen, where the two specimens had completely gone berserk, and replied with an encrypted message. I will guide them toward the core area of the Abyss base's threshold breach as much as possible. The specific data has been sent. The rest is for you to resolve. At the base, Abyss 001 had now entered a state of total rampage. Its scythe-like forelimbs swung through the air, each strike cleaving one or two frenzied researchers in half, followed by the sickening crunch of flesh and bone being devoured. The ground was soaked in blood. Mechanical equipment lay shattered, and exposed wiring occasionally erupted in arcs of electricity, with some lines igniting in a fiery short circuit. The alarm blared incessantly, unceasingly. Meanwhile, within another vast incubation chamber, Abyss 002 began to awaken. Its azure eyes slowly opened, revealing a chilling, ferocious gaze that radiated a brutal and sanguinary light. Activate the high-pressure isolation walls. Han Yin commanded coldly to a nearby researcher after a prolonged silence. The high-pressure isolation walls activated, but could only maintain their function for 30 minutes. The researcher at the control panel trembled. Lord Baizé, what shall we do? These specimens have gone completely berserk, and we can no longer contact Lord Ao Bing. Continue to act according to my directives, Han Yin replied, her voice low and frigid. All senior researchers are to evacuate, regardless of the injured or deceased. With that, Han Yin swiftly departed, heading toward the threshold breach area, where she decisively opened the high-level isolation door. This zone was a confined space within the base specifically designed for extreme experimentation. Once entered, external support would become exceedingly difficult, and everything inside would similarly become trapped, akin to a fish in a barrel. Jiancheng Experimental High School, Senior Year Division. As the bell for the intermission rang, Zenin ceased his explanation of the mathematics paper, ensuring that he did not prolong the class. The students surged out in a fervent rush. Yin, you go ahead. I shall join you shortly, Chen Feng said to Su Yun, who remained seated, awaiting his arrival. All right, I'll head to the playground first, Su Yun replied, gathering her papers. After organizing them, she cast a lingering glance at Chen Feng, her eyes brimming with tenderness, before reluctantly departing the classroom. The classroom soon emptied. Chen Feng quietly extracted his Black Knight armor phone, simultaneously correlating it with the events unfolding in his transcendent vision. After 37 seconds, much like the future he had glimpsed in his transcendent sight, a faint halo appeared on the screen of his Black Knight armor phone. Upon unlocking it, he found a message from Han Yin in the private communication channel. Twilight Libra, this is a portion of the core data regarding the recently decrypted genetic bioalien mantis, Abyss. Twilight Libra, Files Abyss 001, Files Abyss 002, Twilight Libra. Memorize them thoroughly after reviewing and make an effort to recall them multiple times. Once you have completely committed them to memory, return the files, which will trigger their automatic destruction. Twilight Libra, Chen Feng, thank you. If I do not contact you again tonight, or if this communication channel disappears before then, you must exercise caution. For messages, precisely as Chen Feng had seen in his transcendent vision, were delivered without a millisecond delay or a single typographical error. Yet, at that moment, the final message in the restarted transcendent vision abruptly vanished. The future he envisioned seemed to have undergone a subtle alteration. Perhaps, certain decisions I have made directly influenced the course of events. However, those two elders should not be subjected to persecution this time. Whether such persecution is genuine or merely a guise for obtaining a new identity, some matters should unfold under my observation. Chapter 43. Hope after waiting for approximately 10 seconds. Chen Feng indeed witnessed the last message from the Black Knight phone, expressing gratitude, being retracted, along with the erasure of any trace of its sending. This was a glimpse into the future provided by his transcendent vision. The high-dimensional capabilities of the transcendent sight had become increasingly precise, aligning more closely with the trajectory of reality, provided that Chen Feng refrained from making personal interferences. This phenomenon mirrored the results of the double-slit interference experiment. Chen Feng responded with a simple acknowledgement, aiming to minimize the prominence of his reaction to Han Yan's messages, even though her situation was quite chaotic, and few would notice such nuances. Subsequently, Chen Feng opened the files Abyss 001 and Abyss 002. His gaze swiftly perused the information, which rapidly formed a mental representation, being absorbed into his memory palace. He then promptly returned both files, alongside Han Yan's other two messages. Abyss 001, Abyss 002. Chen Feng contemplated quietly, his eyes gently closing as he summoned the information from the documents in his mind using the mental projection technique, magnifying the data until it became crystal clear. Self-learning? Mental amplification? The complete collapse of the genetic lock? Indeed, these were capabilities of the alien mantis variant, yet not in its perfected form. They were mere prototypes, essentially uncontrollable. The variant of the gene-polluted mantis from 4 years hence was, however, controllable. The lunatics of the Heavenly Court organization were evidently still endeavoring, to push the hunter program to its limits. As I surmised, these were indeed bait released into the wild. Their objective had already been achieved, and they were now merely utilizing 749 to clean up the aftermath, while simultaneously hunting down the 4 elders to seize top-tier research materials. That foolish girl Han Yin, much like during the previous sacrifice, had once again entangled herself with those mutants, inviting the annihilation of the entire base through her own positioning. Seemingly intent on achieving a mutual destruction, Chen Feng assessed the situation swiftly. After a moment of reflection, he transmitted a message. This message exploited a subtle flaw in the Black Knight's system, leaving no trace on Han Yin's end. Once the information reached Han Yin's retina and was processed, it would naturally dissipate. This message was imbued with a portion of Chen Feng's mental energy, projected directly into Han Yan's mind through the Black Knight's unique medium. Utilizing the capabilities of higher dimensional vision and the effects of quantum interaction and derived mental abilities. With a faint pulse, the skin tissue on Han Yan's wrist quivered slightly. She glanced subtly, and in the next instant, her pupils constricted, plunging her into a brief stupor. Subsequently, a flicker of uncontrollable emotion crossed her cool visage. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of information flooded her mind, akin to a sudden epiphany, illuminating her understanding and revealing an intricate, vast, profound, and enigmatic tapestry of knowledge. Han Yin, I'm Chen Feng, communicating with you through the high-dimensional transmission of the Black Knight's information system. There is no need for surprise, caution, or concern. Now, heed my words carefully. The loosening of the spirit capture net is insufficient, and the overall elevation of civilization remains lacking. Thus, the Heavenly Court organization will not allow the catastrophic outbreak of the gene pollution from the alien Mantis variant. While they indeed disregard the lives of ordinary people, this region is precisely the so-called Dragon Vein, one of the most suitable places for dimensional elevation. Therefore, it is prudent to hold back and let the 4 elders refrain from action. The moment they do, they will be thoroughly exposed and harvested as experimental resources. Everything here has long been a sacrificial piece, as superior data has already been derived and most experimental validations completed, with data backups securely established. The truly exceptional data they have backed up is from the Mantis Hunter Abyss 003, while the data I am about to provide you is from the Mantis Hunter Abyss 004, which is even more remarkable. This is the reliable data I have derived, capable of serving as your declaration of allegiance. Furthermore, after my calculations, the actual outbreak of genetic contamination will mature in 4 years. In this span of 4 years, the slackening of the spirit-catching net will be nearly complete, allowing for a more effortless escape of the ethereal beings. At that time, a significant number of ordinary individuals could potentially become the most suitable experimental subjects for the celestial organization. Thus, every ordinary life lost now is a missed opportunity for their future selection of experimental subjects. Therefore, ordinary people have 4 more years. For years of tranquility. For years of silence and balance. What you must do now is to utilize these discarded pieces to realize your utmost value. Preserve this abandoned data with all your might. Displaying a mentality of mutual destruction, demonstrating a strategy of self-sacrifice that aligns your fate with that of the base. Use the superior evolutionary data from Mantis Hunter Abyss 004 that I have provided to secure a genuine elevation in status within the celestial hierarchy, rather than destroying the data and falling entirely into their machinations. After preserving the data, you should report it to the Xian Nu within the celestial organization. Along with your declaration of allegiance, she is the one who looks after you. This way, Ao Bing, who is fixated on you, will realize his error in judgment and will be unable to target you. Remember, while safeguarding the data, exert every effort to protect those genetic potions. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate the treacherous Wang Jin, the cunning villain, as the sword-bearer of the prophecy. With this identity as the sword-bearer, you will possess the celestial organization's authority for a time. Additionally, I have inscribed the information regarding the 2 vulnerabilities of the Black Knight, the directions for the upgraded version, and the perfect method for creating the anti-genetic contamination potion into a mysterious symbol. After this incident, take good care of yourself. And in your dreams, contemplate that symbol. Dreams are the state of lucid dreaming. At that time, the symbol representing me will guide you diligently until you master this knowledge completely. You must remember, you have come from nowhere and are heading towards nothing. From now on, learn to discern your true self and understand that you and I share a spirit as you pursue the happiness of human civilization throughout your life, unaware that you are, in essence, happiness itself. The elevation of human spiritual civilization has never been your ultimate goal. Rather, it is the entire process of life for you, me, and everyone. Therefore, in these 4 years, let go of what you must, allow everything to unfold, and simply enjoy life. After Han Yin read this information, she was utterly bewildered. In that moment, she trembled violently, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, nearly brought to tears. Yet she held firm, her expression remaining unchanged, as cold as ice. However, the heavy feeling of precariously walking a tightrope beside an abyss, struggling at the edge of death, finally dissipated. Chen Feng, has your mental acuity truly reached this height? Can it truly be that we can transmit information in higher dimensions? We genuinely have hope, Han Yin murmured to herself, her solitary and reclusive heart stirred by a ripple of poignant sweetness. For the first time, she felt the essence of hope and the warmth of happiness. That gentle bliss blossomed within her like a water lily, delicate and shy in the cool breeze. In this moment, Han Yin's gaze brightened with renewed brilliance, dispelling all hesitation and trepidation. Casually, she raised her wrist to caress the skin upon it, simultaneously conveying an entirely new message. Link command, Dawn water bottle. Lincoln, link through. Dusk Libra, a significant upheaval. Zhang Lao, Hu Lao, Tao Lao, and Mao Lao must be excluded. They must not intervene and should cease all actions. Dawn water bottle. Dusk, to see the non-self as self is to witness the Tathgata. Dusk Libra, no self, no individual, no sentient beings, no lifespan. The Tathgata is not the Tathgata. This is the name of the Tathgata. And the Tathgata is the true self. Dawn water bottle. Understood. We will continue the feigned assault and will not rescind the command. But the four elders will stand down. You must ensure your safety on your end, if necessary. Dusk Libra. The greater mission takes precedence. Sacrificing the self is a necessity. I have seen the true self. I am the Tathgata. Han Yin severed the communication and swiftly edited a command, erasing all traces of information through the loophole of the Black Knight. A subtle smile played upon her lips, and she felt an extraordinary lightness envelop her. Even amidst the chaos of the mutated mantises, even as the base was completely sealed, and even with the imminent threat of irreversible peril, she still felt enveloped in happiness. In the abandoned zone of Jiaqing Industrial Park, on the highest floor of a modern skyscraper, stood Ao Bing, hands clasped behind him, gazing down at the desolate expanse below. Bai Zhe must have already made her move. He mused with a quiet, cold chuckle, a terrifying aura reminiscent of the alien mantis slowly emanating from him. Behind him stood a woman of enchanting grace, her form accentuated by a form-fitting pink cheongsam that highlighted her exquisite curves. Her breathtakingly beautiful features and alluring presence making her resemble an extraordinarily captivating fox. Lord Ao Bing, should we continue to track Bai Zhe's movements? The woman's voice was laced with an innate charm and seductive timbre. No need. Ao Bing waved his hand dismissively, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Although Bai Zhe believes she conceals herself well, all her actions remain under our control. Rather than questioning her potential as an undercover agent, it is more accurate to say she is the bait we have placed. At his words, the woman slightly lifted her head, her phoenix-like eyes reflecting thoughtful intrigue, a hint of alluring curiosity gracing her brow. Are you suggesting? Turning to face her, Ao Bing's gaze held a touch of mockery and defiance. Do you know? The genetic locks of Extreme Abyss 001 and 002 have been deliberately relaxed. We must observe the true extent of their uncontrollable gene contamination capabilities on ordinary soldiers, as well as the intensity of genetic pollution affecting the personnel of Bureau 749. Furthermore, once the experiment concludes, these complications will be left for Bureau 749 to manage, allowing us to probe their depths, diminish their strength, and deplete their vital resources, an endeavor that yields numerous advantages. Thus, although it is possible that Bai Zhe acted covertly to unleash the Extreme Abyss, this is precisely the outcome we anticipated. The real hunting game is only just beginning. Those 9 old men must deploy at least 4 of their own to maintain stability. Our demands are modest. Eliminate at least 2 of them to acquire various organ samples, thereby providing new research materials and rendering the direction of cloning and gene-induced mutations more controllable. He gently raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across his wrist, conjuring a translucent projection of data. The image displayed a complex table marking the core members of Bureau 749 along with their abilities in combat analysis. Daji, tell me, should we confirm Bai Zhe's aberrant behavior? What fate awaits her? I find myself intrigued by the prospect of conducting an experiment with her cerebral tissue, which I imagine would be quite fascinating. A cruel glint appeared on Ao Bing's face, a twisted and malevolent smile, as his pupils resembled the cold, ruthless compound eyes of a mantis. Deep within the Extreme Abyss base lies the boundary-breaking zone. Following the complete lockdown of the base, Han Yin meticulously backed up all data as per Chen Feng's instructions and proactively transmitted it using the internal communication devices of the Celestial Court to the esteemed Lady Xian Nu. Codenamed Number 21. Lady Xian Nu, We have successfully replicated and secured the core data of our laboratory, and I have lowered the high-level isolation gate. The experimental area has been infiltrated by Bureau 749. I have confirmed that the infiltrator is a certain G, who has proceeded to the genetic potion area, attempting to steal the core information and gene potions of Extreme Abyss. However, the precious genetic potions have already been secured in advance, and I will not allow any loss, nor permit G to pilfer them and let Bureau 749 lay claim to them. The lowering of the high-dimensional isolation gate eliminates any possibility of information leakage. Even if this place is razed to the ground, they shall not obtain any information or resources. In a decisive act, Han Yin betrayed Wang Zhen. She was already well aware of Ji's ferocity, insidiousness, and cruelty. Upon discovering that he was Wang Zhen, a 2-star commander of Bureau 749, she recognized that his heart had been thoroughly corrupted. Such a person could not be her ally, but was a true enemy, deserving of death to atone for the lives he had ruthlessly taken. In this moment, Han Yan's unwavering resolve to protect and her heartfelt loyalty were truly a testament to her resilience in the face of death. Moreover, she further demonstrated her own value. My lord, after profound contemplation and exhaustive analysis of data, I have discerned the final evolutionary direction of the Abyss. Following extensive infiltration of the 749 Bureau, a promising path has emerged. This trajectory can be meticulously aligned with the genetic editing principles of the tardigrade, the giant squid, and the lantern jellyfish. The method of integration can draw upon the concepts of the M-bias strip, the Klein bottle, the crosscap, and the Boy surface, enabling us to traverse otherwise insurmountable points with ease. Han Yin has offered her loyalty. This is the data plan for the Hunter Abyss 004, as referenced by Chen Feng. Its intrinsic value far surpasses that of the Hunter Abyss 003, being both superior and exquisite. Setting aside loyalty, it is the value that holds paramount importance within any organization. Baize's demonstrated allegiance is of little concern to the Celestial Court. However, the formidable research potential exhibited by Baize warrants her significant privileges. This is akin to Chen Feng's remarkable feat of obliterating the Taiji Pulse No. 2 instrument, which granted him external-level authority. Indeed, after a brief silence, Zuin responded, "Your research direction is commendable, even approaching perfection. Your performance has exceeded expectations. It is no wonder I have chosen you as my trusted aide. Meanwhile, it is time to address Ao Bing's unscrupulous intentions." Clearly, Zuin expressed great satisfaction with Baize's performance. "My lord, this is my duty. I vow to coexist with the Celestial Court," Han Yin declared, though her heart remained unperturbed. "Indeed, your efforts will be worthwhile. A valuable member of the Tiangang will never be overlooked. At the high-ranking gates, there exists a unique entrance, which you must activate. Inside, there lies a special sword for you to wield. Should that wretched descendant desire to consume the genetic elixir, permit him to indulge. Once he is finished and has slaughtered all the aberrant manuses, you may swiftly deliver a fatal blow, rending him in two, allowing him to perish in unimaginable agony." Zuin responded once more. Subsequently, the light from the communicator dimmed. Chapter 44. Poisoning deep within the Abyss base, following the brutal destruction of power lines by aberrant mantises. Most areas were engulfed in darkness. The atmosphere resembled the depths of the ocean, thick with a pungent metallic scent of blood, rendering the experimental zone even more sinister. The metallic walls reflected faint light, while the subtle hum of electricity, along with the occasional mechanical whir and the crunching sounds of manuses gnawing on bones, echoed through the air. Han Yin stood before a high-density isolation door, her gaze calm yet profound, though her heart surged with tumult. She had just completed the most critical step of retaining all core data and, as instructed by Chen Feng, submitted this data along with her declaration of loyalty to Lady Zuin. As Chen Feng anticipated, she garnered the favor of Lady Zuin, securing her survival and even paving the way for further advancement. Next, it was time to confront the descendant King Zhen, whom Chen Feng commanded her to slay personally, thus becoming the sword-bearer of the prophecy. The Lady Xian once remarked that after consuming the gene elixir, Wang Zhen would possess the power to vanquish all foreign mantises. Could it be that such formidable strength is bestowed upon him simply by ingesting the gene elixir? Perhaps this is yet another test from Lady Xian, allowing the enemy to grow formidable before striking them down. Should he be hunted in return, it would be a fitting fate. Thus, even if the gene elixir is to be administered to Wang Zhen, it must be enhanced with additional elements. Han Yin cast a glance at the high-security isolation door, refraining from immediately activating the hidden door within as instructed by Lady Xian. Instead, she glanced at the time displayed on her wrist, noting that there were less than 20 minutes until the automatic deactivation of the high-pressure isolation wall. In the laboratory, there should still be a supply of mycotoxin. This substance is colorless, odorless, and heat-resistant, yet highly toxic, primarily targeting vital organs such as the liver, brain, and kidneys. A mere milligram can prove fatal, with a latent period of 30 minutes to 12 hours post-exposure. Initial symptoms of poisoning manifest as nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, dizziness, and weakness, with severe cases presenting headaches. Muscle spasms, jaundice, liver enlargement, subcutaneous bleeding, hematemesis, hematuria, confusion, agitation, shock, and even death. Given the potential enhancement effects of the gene elixir and Wang Zhen's physique, he would require an additional 3 to 5 milligrams. However, prior to this, he must first be administered a standard dose of the gene elixir to allow him to experience the might of evolution. With these thoughts in mind, Han Yin swiftly darted out to commence a series of actions. The dark atmosphere, imbued with the scent of blood, the crackling of electrical surges, and the crunch of mantises devouring bones, formed an optimal natural barrier at that moment. After 5 minutes, Han Yin evaded Wang Zhen, who was frantically searching for the gene elixir, and returned to the high-density isolation door area. By this time, the surroundings had nearly transformed into ruins. Not far off, the glass of the experimental chamber had shattered, the air thick with the stench of blood mingled with the acrid odor of burnt circuitry and charred corpses. Han Yin pushed aside the debris of the fractured wall and beheld the high-density isolation door, largely unscathed. Utilizing the faint light, she located a specific spot on the wall and placed her palm upon it, gently caressing the surface. As she gradually sensed a series of responses, Han Yin swiftly inscribed the symbols imparted by Lady Xin onto the surface. A hum resonated as the wall trembled, and the high-security isolation door emanated a subtle blue glow. After the blue light flickered, the door, appearing entirely seamless and unremarkable, unexpectedly began to retract, revealing a secret entrance. The passage was narrow, barely accommodating a single person. Without hesitation, Han Yin stepped inside, the corridor deep and frigid, its walls etched with peculiar symbols that emitted a soft phosphorescence. After traversing approximately 4 to 5 meters, she reached the end of the passage. There, in a space measuring less than 20 square meters, stood an array of technologically advanced surveillance equipment. Each device was powered, operating with remarkable efficiency. Han Yin paid them little heed, her attention captured by an object resembling a metallic box atop a storage platform. Han Yin approached, her gaze fixed upon the box, which measured 40 centimeters in width and nearly 150 centimeters in length. The surface of the box was adorned with peculiar symbols, ones with which Han Yin was quite familiar. These markings represented a specialized encryption used within the Heavenly Court organization, comprehensible solely to mid-level and senior members who possessed the knowledge to decipher them. Following the information provided by the mystical maiden, Han Yin skillfully inputted a series of passwords onto the box and then pressed a concealed button. A soft click resonated from within the box, and the lid sprang open automatically. Instantaneously, a wave of chilling, terrifying, and maddening energy surged forth. Inside the box lay an ancient longsword, its form archaic and entirely black, reminiscent of the 7 Stars Long Yuan sword. The 7 Stars Long Yuan sword was forged through the collaboration of the renowned swordsmiths Ouyangzi and Ganjiang. Its blade inlaid with 7 golden and silver stars, capable of aligning with the Big Dipper. Over time, this sword passed through various hands until it reached Li Yuan, who, due to superstitions, renamed it the Longquan sword. The sword before her was crafted precisely in the image of the 7 Stars Long Yuan sword, even maintaining the same proportions. However, this sword was intricately etched with a multitude of complicated and esoteric symbols, the connections between which resembled an odd circuit diagram. Upon closer inspection, Han Yin discerned that the blade bore evident signs of advanced modern technology, possibly concealing potent scientific capabilities within. Contemplating this revelation, Han Yin reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword. In that instant, an icy chill surged through her, penetrating to the very depths of her soul. She shuddered as clarity washed over her mind, her consciousness becoming remarkably lucid. The moment she clasped the hilt, she realized that the symbols on it could be activated through the strength of her hand, thereby unleashing certain functionalities of the sword. Han Yin lifted the sword, drawing it from its sheath, and a blinding cold light nearly dazzled her eyes. She blinked rapidly, a sense of awe washing over her. The blade gleamed like a silver mirror, faint arcs of electricity coursing along its surface, upon which 4 ancient characters flowed: Tian Gang Ji Yuan. This weapon was a rare artifact reserved for those who had attained a rank among the 12 heavenly gangs of the 36 heavenly gangs, specifically designated for high-ranking members of the Heavenly Court. Even Ao Bing, the foremost among the lower 12 heavenly gangs, would not be deemed worthy to possess it. A flicker of understanding crossed Han Yin's mind. This sword's presence here was likely intended for the assassination of the 4 elders of the 749 Bureau. Now, It had transformed into a lethal weapon aimed at Wang Zhen's demise. With this sword, a single strike would suffice to end Wang Zhen's life. Yet, despite its formidable nature, she understood the necessity of caution. Han Yin murmured to herself, a complex light glimmering in her eyes. In truth, even if she were the first to acquire this sword, she would not hesitate to strike first with poison, leaving no opportunity for her enemy to retaliate. As she pondered, Han Yin closed the sword's sheath and stood quietly within this extraordinary space, choosing not to venture out. According to the mystical maiden and Chen Feng, all she needed to do was wait patiently for the opportune moment, anticipating the mutual destruction of Wang Zhen and the experimental subject. During this tumultuous episode, Han Yin meticulously monitored the depths of the base through surveillance in this peculiar zone. Outside, a crimson glow intertwined with the cacophony of alarms, as carnage and devouring continued unabated, resembling a hellish realm. In the experimental capsule sector, the ferocity of Extreme Abyss 001 and 2 Extreme Abyss 002 entities surged uncontrollably, their forms enveloped in eerie green and blue luminescence, conspicuously radiant in the surrounding darkness. Deep within the Extreme Abyss base, inside the boundary-breaking zone, the biochemical core laboratory was in disarray. Wang Zhen, in a frenzied and swift manner, darted about, searching with urgency. His breath came in gasps, his eyes reddened, and he emitted low growls akin to a wild beast. The experimental subjects had spiraled into chaos, with rampaging mutant menaces wreaking havoc, while the high-pressure containment walls severed all avenues of retreat. In this moment, his singular focus was to locate the batch of genetic serums, aiming to facilitate his own genetic transcendence and seize the formidable power of the Extreme Abyss, thereby securing a greater bargaining chip for himself. Soon, he arrived at the storage area for the genetic serums. This was a quarantine section sealed by heavy metallic doors, the defenses at the entrance clearly damaged. Evidently a result of the rampaging menaces, Wang Zhen wielded a fire axe to smash through the battered door, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on a row of cultivation racks at the center of the storage chamber. On these racks, 3 transparent vials quietly rested, filled with a hauntingly blue liquid that emitted a disquieting glow. A greedy smile crept across Wang Zhen's lips. He had finally found them. He swiftly approached, grasping one of the vials, scrutinizing it with eyes that sparkled with exhilaration and madness. For many researchers under the auspices of the Heavenly Court Organization, these genetic serums were mere experimental substances, yet for him, they were the key to ascending to greatness. With the absorption of these serums, combined with his inherently formidable prowess, he could once again surpass his physical limits, reaching the terrifying realms of martial enlightenment or even the Yao Guang level. At that point, he would completely shed his identity as a Manus and could usurp positions held by Bai Zhe or Ao Bing, becoming a new core figure within the Heavenly Court Organization. They lacked the courage and capacity to endure the backlash of genetic contamination, but he, born with strength and a perfect genetic sequence, harbored no fears. Moreover, having already injected the gene serum from tardigrades for resistance against genetic pollution back at 749, this presented a definitive opportunity for his rise. How could the likes of Bai Zhe and Ao Bing possibly contend with him? Once he eliminated them, he would extract their cerebrospinal fluid and excise their neurons to cultivate even more potent genetic serums, further enhancing his evolution. Wang Zhen chuckled softly, then swiftly ingested the genetic serum. The azure liquid coursed down his throat, and in an instant, a torrent of searing energy surged through his limbs. His muscles expanded instantaneously. As if magma flowed through his veins, an unprecedented sense of power rapidly engulfing his entire being. Though the entire process was somewhat painful, it proved to be far easier and more fluid than Wang Zhen had anticipated. He erupted into a raucous laugh, his eyes reddening as he felt the surging power within him, his expression brimming with exhilaration. The agony accompanying this transformation deepened slightly, yet Wang Zhen merely furrowed his brow, paying it no mind. His bodily contours began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. His nails elongated, and the bulging musculature took on an increasingly unnatural appearance, with hints of insect-like features beginning to emerge. The evolution unfolded swiftly, the period of discomfort fleeting, leaving Wang Zhen with an unprecedented sense of triumph and strength. His gaze then fell upon a vial containing a unique genetic serum, labeled as Extreme Abyss 003, which was still in an unstable phase. Wang Zhen was aware of this information from early on, so he hesitated before refraining from consuming it. Nevertheless, he procured a syringe and drew the serum into it. Subsequently, he exited the enclosed isolation zone, making his way to the observation area of several cultivation chambers in search of Bai Zhe. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he found no trace of her. A twinge of regret stirred within him. Perhaps she had met her demise at the jaws of the alien Manus in the abyss? It was indeed a pity that such an exquisite woman could not be thoroughly ravaged. Leaving behind at least a more complete corpse to unveil her true identity hidden beneath the mask, Wang Jun sighed softly, then raised his eyes to the specialized monitoring device on the observation platform. The surveillance apparatus was firmly locked onto Extreme Abyss 001 and Extreme Abyss 002, allowing for a clear view of their actions. At that moment, within the boundary-breaking zone, Extreme Abyss 001 emitted a deafening shriek, its massive form nearly filling the entire experimental corridor. Its side-like forelimbs swung violently, causing the walls to collapse instantaneously, and the few researchers attempting to flee were instantly dismembered. Thick blood splattered through the air, creating a scene of carnage. Meanwhile, Extreme Abyss 002 had fully unfurled its compound eyes, its deep blue pupils resembling swirling abysses, with strange arcs of light flickering, seemingly capable of emitting faint currents. With a thunderous roar, the alien mantis's wings trembled, propelling its form like lightning. As the ground shook, the disordered equipment surrounding it was sent crashing outward, shattering in midair. After watching for a moment, the monitoring device suddenly emitted a crackling sound, and the screen turned a blinding white as the signal was interrupted. Soon after, the observation platform's power cut out, activating emergency lights that bathed the area in a dim, eerie glow. A cold smirk crept across Wang Jun's face as he directly activated the backup power beneath the observation platform. Once the equipment powered up, he swiftly input a command. In no time, a 2-meter-high, half-meter-wide, and half-meter-deep storage compartment opened in the wall adjacent to the observation platform. In the storage room, there lay a suit of pitch-black armor, flickering with a ghostly crimson glow. Wang Jun approached and activated the program. The armor immediately radiated a dark red light. Inputting commands, he extracted the armor and donned it. In an instant, the armor conformed closely to his body, resembling an exoskeletal alloy suit. The armor shimmered with a dark golden radiance, and its outer layer was adorned with thumb-sized dark red metallic spines, giving him the appearance of a malevolent deity. Wang Jun carefully assessed his newfound strength while contrasting it with the combat capabilities of the extraordinary mantis, Extreme Abyss, displayed on the monitor. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved a syringe, having witnessed the formidable power of the elite mutant mantis outside. Recalling Ao Bing's ominous prediction of death, Wang Jun grew increasingly composed and vigilant. He realized he could not afford to remain passive. He must escape swiftly, lest this place be reduced to ruins. Suddenly inspired, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes, banishing any lingering indecision. With a steely resolve, Wang Jun plunged the syringe's needle into the back of his hand and forcefully injected the entire gene serum. Chapter 45. Eyes closed this time, the reaction was extraordinarily intense and violent. Upon completing the injection, Wang Jun trembled violently, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Veins bulged grotesquely on his face, writhing like agitated earthworms, rendering him particularly fearsome. As the gene serum surged through his veins like wildfire, it felt as though his very body had ignited. With a piercing scream, Wang Jun clung desperately to the armor, tearing at his own hair in a futile struggle. In the next moment, his body convulsed violently, his eyes burning crimson, as if his limbs were being mercilessly torn apart. An agonizing sting assaulted his brain, as if he were undergoing a slow and torturous execution. His pitiful wails faded into silence, his throat twisted beyond utterance. In mere seconds, his muscles began to swell dramatically, a hard shell seemingly forming over his skin, his strength multiplying exponentially. His body and the armor appeared to meld together, as muscle tissue seeped into the suit. The armor was entirely expanded, the external dark red glow intertwining with his flesh and blood, creating a grotesque and brutal spectacle, terrifying and uncanny. After enduring unprecedented agony, Wang Jun emerged with an unparalleled calmness and clarity. He gradually straightened, his gaze radiating a pride that transcended all, as a ferocious and violent aura awakened within him, akin to a slumbering beast stirring to life. The sensation of the gene lock being released was overwhelmingly potent. The Extreme Abyss number 003 gene serum was indeed flawless. Extending his hand, he grasped gently. Boom. The air within his palm seemed to explode, emitting a low, thunderous sound. 3 extraordinary mantises, come forth. Let me witness whether you will slay me, or if I shall shatter you. Wang Jun's deep, resonant roar had already captivated the attention of the rampaging mutated mantises. With heavy steps, he boldly entered the slaughter zone of the mantises. Such a forceful and frenzied action immediately aroused the vigilance of the Abyss 001 mantis. It abruptly turned, its sickle-like forelimbs pointed menacingly at Wang Jun, its bizarre compound eyes gleaming with a savage, bloodthirsty light. The 2 Abyss 002 mantises instantly sensed Wang Jun's presence and followed suit, emitting a fierce growl. In an instant, The two mantises transformed into shadows, lunging at Wang Jun. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Meanwhile, Han Yin, situated in a special area, calmly observed everything through internal surveillance, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Wang Jun had evidently underestimated the terrifying power of these three experimental subjects. Despite the transformative leap his body had undergone from the dual gene serums, akin to unlocking a genetic vault, the Abyss 001 and 002 were not mere mutants. Their speed and strength far exceeded Wang Jun's expectations. Bang! Wang Jun, unable to keep pace with the Mantis' speed, was struck by the forelimb of Abyss 001 and sent crashing against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He revealed a deep gash in his chest armor, exposing the writhing flesh beneath. Damn beast! Wang Jun gritted his teeth and rose, forcefully slamming his hands against the ground. Metallic patterns materialized in the surrounding air, a manifestation of the armor's concealed protective skill, the particle barrier. Die. Wang Jun activated his exoskeleton, delivering a powerful blow toward the oncoming mantis's scythe-like forelimb. The impact was akin to striking alloy steel, producing a blinding spark. In the moment one mantis was forced back, the other two sides viciously aimed for Wang Jun's head. Should they connect, his skull would surely be pierced as if it were a watermelon. Boom. Wang Jun dodged repeatedly, attempting to use the particle barrier to fend off the mantis's assault, but it was utterly ineffective. At that moment, he deeply comprehended the principle that speed conquers all martial arts. Regrettably, he was being completely overpowered, unable to retaliate. Not only was he outmatched, but he began to feel a dull pain in his liver and kidneys, the nauseating sensation in his gut intensifying, severely hampering his performance. The imagined scene of Wang Jun ferociously punching the mantis and trampling upon the likes of Ao Bing and Bai Zhe had not materialized. Instead, he found himself being mercilessly overwhelmed by the mantis's shadow-like speed and terrifying strength. Were it not for the robustness of his armor and the mechanically enhanced exoskeleton, he would have undoubtedly been cleaved in two, becoming a meal for the mutated mantises. Meanwhile, Han Yin observed coldly, silently activating the central control console within the mysterious area. It's about time, she murmured softly, her fingers deftly maneuvering over the console. She concentrated the already activated high-pressure energy field of the core area, transforming and locking onto Wang Jun and the three mutated mantises in close proximity. A low, ominous buzzing filled the air as the floor of the entire area suddenly illuminated with countless luminous patterns. An energy field enveloped Wang Jun, Extreme Abyss 001, and two Extreme Abyss 002 entities resembling an intricate net. The three experimental subjects were struck by a sudden arc of electricity, their movements halted as they emitted agonizing shrieks. Wang Jun, too, was not spared. Though his armor shielded him from some of the impact, the high-voltage energy still dealt a fatal blow to his body. He let out a wretched roar, his eyes bloodshot as he scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking the source of the attack. Damn it! It must be Ao Bing and Bai Zhe. It has to be. Wang Jun bellowed, his rage boiling over as he felt his vision narrow with fury. Han Yin coldly observed the scene before her, then concentrated the high-pressure energy field, ramping up the output to its utmost limit. A terrifying burst of energy instantly struck the three mantises. They trembled violently, their bodies crackling with a sound reminiscent of a human ensnared within an array of high-voltage photovoltaic cables, an explosion of flames and violent electric shocks that left Wang Jun's vision narrowing and his pupils constricting. In mere moments, the three colossal mutated mantises were utterly vaporized, right before his eyes. Damn it! Wang Jun roared, instinctively charging towards the elevated isolation door, desperate to flee. However, just as he was about to reach it, his body suddenly stiffened, his heart feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Overwhelming suffocation washing over him. His complexion turned an alarming shade of pale. With a thud, Wang Jun collapsed to his knees, struggling to maintain his balance. What is happening? Why is my body failing? He gazed in horror at his hands, watching in disbelief as his muscles began to crack and decay at a visible pace. Black blood seeped from his pores. Upon witnessing this, Han Yin clenched her sword tightly. Gene serum? The gene serum stored here cannot be administered casually. Who consumes it but serves as a mere experimental subject, contributing to the organization? Moreover, I have already poisoned those serums. How could I allow you to grow strong enough to possess the terrifying power to hunt the mutated mantises? Furthermore, my authority in the heavenly court surpasses yours. If such a boon existed, it certainly would not fall to you, a mere pawn. With this thought, Han Yin calmly departed the peculiar area. Holding the Heavenly Gang Extreme Abyss sword, she moved like a specter through the darkness, soon appearing at the doorway of the observation platform. Wang Jun, it is time for you to embark on your journey. Han Yin stood atop the observation platform, looking down at the kneeling Wang Zhan. Her voice icy and devoid of any pretense, revealing a palpable intent to kill. Wang Zhan abruptly lifted his head. Upon recognizing Bai Zhe, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face, quickly replaced by a grotesque, frenzied expression. Bai Zhe, I never imagined you would uncover my plans, that you would orchestrate this. But what of it? Do you believe I have reached the end of my road, devoid of any means to retaliate? Wang Zhan articulated each word with unwavering intensity, simultaneously expelling a torrent of black blood. Yet, kneeling before his adversary, he abruptly summoned the strength to rise. The atmosphere thickened with the metallic scent of blood emanating from his armor, while the bone spikes adorning his attire glimmered with a sinister crimson luminescence. Even in death, I shall ensure you experience the essence of manhood. I will crush your skull and drink your spinal fluid. Wang Zhan's voice resonated with a raspy growl, as a ferocious rage, infused with a terrifying venom, seemed to unleash the final vestiges of his life force. I have unlocked the genetic seal and completed the genetic leap. My ascension is unstoppable. Wang Zhan felt a power surging within him like molten lava, roaring as he charged towards Bai Zhe. In the next moment, Han Yin tightened her grip on the Heavenly Gang Extreme Abyss sword, focusing her spirit upon the blade, as instructed by Xian Nu. With a sharp sound, the sword was drawn, its radiance flashing like a bolt of lightning. The sword sliced through the air, tracing a black arc. And the temperature of the entire observation platform plummeted dramatically. Wang Zhan was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming chill, as if he were frozen in place, his movements becoming sluggish. Yet, there was no time for recognition. In an instant, that black light surged forth, accompanied by a fierce gust of cold wind. Wang Zhan felt as though a piercing coldness had sliced through him from neck to chest. With a splatter of blood, his body was cleaved in two, hurtling backward. He struggled to rise, but that frigid sensation had invaded his very core, severing all vitality within him. It felt as if a terrifying current were ravaging his cells, threatening to annihilate every part of his being. Wang Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Zhe. How is this possible? I cannot accept this. Before he could finish his lament, his body shattered violently, his armor exploding into countless fragments. His severed head rolled out from the remnants of the destroyed armor, his eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. As the brilliance in his gaze began to fade, the last flicker of thought in his mind transcended. As if crossing dimensions, he envisioned the demise of the bat, the subsequent entry of his nephew onto the prophetic death list of the Tue Bei II, where Ao Bing had orchestrated his downfall, casting him as a pawn. He also glimpsed a higher dimensional void, where Chen Feng stood upon the fragmented star map. His cold gaze fixated upon him as he witnessed his own death unfold. At that moment, the final vestige of consciousness dissipated entirely, and despite his reluctance, his spirit succumbed to eternal oblivion. Wang Zhan was no more. The malevolent and cunning figure of Wang Zhan, who harbored profound depths of ambition, met an untimely demise at the hands of Han Yin before he could truly commence his nefarious deeds. From the moment he cast his ambitions toward Chen Feng, it was as if Chen Feng had seized the very throat of his fate, subtly steering him toward his own death. Han Yin, wielding the bloodstained Tian Gang Ji Yuan sword, stood quietly upon the observation platform, her gaze like a bolt of lightning sweeping across the ravaged battlefield below. Amidst the remnants of shattered walls, the air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh and the repugnant odor of decay, an olfactory assault that was nearly suffocating. Wang Zhan's body lay in disarray, utterly unrecognizable. The blood-soaked ground resembled a crimson canvas, stark against the backdrop of flames and the shadows of destruction, exuding an eerie and grotesque aura. After a moment of silent observation, a hint of weariness crept onto Han Yin's otherwise serene and exquisite visage, her eyes betraying a complex swirl of emotions. Exhaling a heavy breath, she sheathed the Tian Gang Ji Yuan sword, her expression darkening with gravity. In the fleeting moments before Wang Zhan's demise, Han Yin had concentrated her mind, capturing a fleeting glimpse of something profoundly strange within his gaze, an unsettling calm that transcended mere anger and resentment, akin to an unfulfilled prophecy, one that seemed to bear a connection to Chen Feng. Regrettably, the vision remained obscured, leaving her unable to discern its deeper meaning before it was abruptly severed. Had Wang Zhan glimpsed something in his final moments? Had he unraveled a certain secret pertaining to the celestial realm's taboos? Han Yin replayed the events in her mind, striving for clarity, yet she found herself at an impasse. After a moment's contemplation, she retreated to the high-level isolation chamber and activated the self-destruction protocol within. The cold mechanical voice announced the initiation of the core self-destruction sequence, commencing a 15-minute countdown. The walls around her flashed with red emergency lights. Without hesitation, Han Yin turned and swiftly made her way to the hidden exit designated for the equipment. Emerging from the facility, She boarded the external high-speed elevator and soon found herself in a basement of the abandoned sector of the industrial park. Exiting through a concealed door in the thick walls of the basement, she stepped into the dilapidated ruins above and was greeted by the long-lost rays of the sun. At that moment, the piercing sound of air raid sirens echoed through the sky. Accompanied by the howling wind, swarms of drones flew in tightly coordinated formations at low altitudes, effectively sealing off certain entrances to the abandoned area. Han Yin cast a glance and promptly returned to the basement, opting for a hasty retreat through the underground sewage system. 10 minutes later, she emerged from a sewer outlet beneath a towering skyscraper. As she crawled out, she was met by two figures who had evidently been waiting for her arrival. These individuals were none other than Ao Bing and Deji. Bai, you should not have interfered with my plans, Deji remarked, her voice laced with enchantment as she prepared to connect a microbrain interface to Han Yan's mind, while Ao Bing issued commands to the alluring woman beside him. Chapter 46. Fishing. As Han Yan emerged from the manhole, her senses were heightened, attuned to any anomalies in her surroundings. After confirming the area was clear, she cautiously climbed out, only to be intercepted by Ao Bing and Deji. Ao Bing held the esteemed position of the first among the 12 celestial generals beneath the 36 heavenly spirits, designated as sequence code 25. Deji, the second of the 12 celestial generals, bore sequence code 26. In the celestial hierarchy, each sequence represented a distinct rank, and the structure was exceedingly rigid. As sequence code 32, Bai, Han Yin discreetly stepped back while tightening her grip on the hilt of the Tiangang Ji Yuan sword. Bai, Deji suddenly spoke, her voice soft and beguiling, leaving an intoxicating impression that lingered in the air. The moment Han Yin contemplated her words, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, causing her eyelids to feel as heavy as lead. At that instant, she sensed a powerful gaze upon her. A feeling that sent chills down her spine, yet simultaneously ignited her instinctive alertness. Han Yin abruptly lifted her head, her eyes snapping open wide. In that moment of regained clarity, she fixed her unwavering and steely gaze upon Deji. Deji, clad in a form-fitting purple qipao, exuded an allure that was undeniably captivating, even to Han Yan's discerning eyes. A mysterious smile adorned Deji's breathtakingly beautiful face, her eyes sparkling like a cunning fox, both lively and enchantingly seductive. Under the weight of Deji's tender and affectionate gaze, Han Yin felt an intense discomfort, as if she were being consumed whole. This sensation surged within her, akin to the feeling of being pinned down by an unseen force in the realm of nightmares, rendering her unable to struggle. Your voice enchants, drawing you to gaze into my eyes, little girl. You have successfully illustrated what it means to overreach. Yet, you, with your youthful innocence and pure spirit, are utterly delectable. Deji's voice grew even more seductive. To Han Yin, it was as though someone whispered tenderly in her ear, straddling the line between dreams and reality. In Deji's eyes, a mysterious vortex seemed to beckon, irresistibly drawing Han Yin into its depths. A strange laughter echoed in her ears, akin to a haunting melody reverberating through a hollow valley, ethereal yet soul-stirring. It was over. Han Yan's heart sank, plummeting into despair. On the playground, the calisthenics had concluded. Groups of students chatted merrily as they returned to their classrooms. Chen Feng observed silently through the transcendent vista, a bright and sunny smile illuminating his face. Though the genetic pollution catastrophe of his past life had been contained, the 749 Bureau had suffered severe losses, with 2 elders becoming tragic research subjects for the celestial realm. In this life, the genetic pollution disaster was similarly curtailed. A catastrophe capable of annihilating the entire Jiang city within 3 days had been quelled, allowing the 749 Bureau to avert significant losses. All of this transpired within a mere 20 minutes. The students, engaged in their spirited exercises, remained blissfully unaware that they had undergone an invisible trial of life and death. Time continued its serene passage. Suddenly, Chen Feng's countenance was graced with a hint of astonishment, as if caught off guard by the sight of a large fish. Yet, he soon regained his composure. In literature, the great Confucius faced adversity in Chen Bang. Similarly, the unparalleled martial prowess of Taigong was displayed as he fished by the Wei River. To his surprise, an unassuming bait had ensnared a formidable star soul leader. However, to whom would you choose to administer hypnosis? Hypnotizing Han Yin was indeed a curious coincidence. The symbol of the elephant punishment bore the weight of celestial judgment, a severe penalty that this star soul leader would have to endure, promising a remarkable and exhilarating experience. A smile tugged at the corners of Chen Feng's lips as he nonchalantly closed his transcendent vision. He savored the unique pleasure of Taigong's fishing prowess and began to comprehend the torturous significance of the mysterious symbol, recalling his initial encounter with the elephant punishment symbol. The bizarre, sensational, and shocking imagery remained vivid in his mind. To the left of the symbol lay a vast river, beside which a figure was engaged in fishing. To the right, a colossal hand from the heavens reached downward towards a massive house, within which individuals were depicted. Their ribs exposed while their necks were suspended by crimson threads, as if all were enduring torment. Beneath the abode blazed an inferno, roasting and incinerating those trapped inside. Presently, within his transcendent vision, Chen Feng observed Daji's mental invasion of Bai Zhe, coincidentally striking this very hook. He understood that in the next moment, Daji would become a prisoner within Han Yan's mental realm, stripped of her skin, leaving only her ribs suspended by her neck, subjected to excruciating torture. The flames below symbolized the agony of her spirit being consumed, as the elephant punishment pointed towards the tortures of a hellish inferno. Above, the suspended neck and the crushing hand represented the tortures of tongue extraction and stone pressing in hell, signifying the oppressive force that shrouded the individual, preventing any escape from their mental shackles. The angler beside the scene undoubtedly represented Chen Feng himself, for the bait was cast by his own hand. Akin to Jiang Taigong's fishing technique, the original intent was merely to facilitate Chen Feng's descent into a lower dimension after transcending, allowing him to convey crucial information to Han Yan and offer her a degree of protection against Star Soul invasion. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently unearthed the true application of these enigmatic symbols. This revelation almost opened a gateway to a new world, showcasing the astonishing and unparalleled potency of these mysterious symbols. Truly absurd. Even Chen Feng felt compelled to exclaim, "It has begun, I concede." At this moment, he found little reason to concern himself with Han Yan. Nothing could surpass her current state of elation. Chen Feng even felt a twinge of sympathy for Daji, the unfortunate little fox. How did she find herself in such dire straits? Namaste, Amitabha. May the blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign be upon you. Chen Feng, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to see the little fox Daji suffer, and silently offered her a few words of transcendence in his heart. Meanwhile, Han Yan's feelings of resentment surged violently within her. She absolutely refused to succumb to such a fate, to be hypnotized by Daji with such terrifying and burdensome consequences. However, no matter how fervently she wished to resist, she felt as if she were ensnared in the mire of a deep abyss, her struggles only drawing her deeper into despair. She desired to bite her tongue fiercely to force herself awake, yet found herself utterly powerless, unable to control her own body. Suddenly, a foreboding intuition arose within Han Yan. She vaguely perceived a strange red light flickering in Daji's eyes, followed by an invisible force rushing into her mind. This time, the intangible power felt like a cold hand, pressing deep into her psyche, as if it sought to seize complete dominion over her consciousness and devour her whole. Han Yan struggled violently, desperately attempting to resist, but sorrowfully discovered that this unseen force was overwhelmingly tyrannical and invincible. Before her spiritual strength could coalesce, it was instantly crushed by the chilling and terrifying presence of her adversary. White Zhe, cease your struggles, Daji's voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of mockery. Submit willingly. It will be far easier and far more pleasurable for you. Han Yan's body gradually stiffened, her vision blurred, and the brilliance in her eyes began to fade. She sensed her consciousness being devoured piece by piece, enveloped by the encroaching cold, slowly contracting around her, just as her awareness teetered on the brink of complete oblivion. A peculiar symbol, a remnant left by Chen Feng, materialized deep within her consciousness. The symbol pulsed with a frequency identical to her spirit, resembling an inconsequential droplet of water, quietly floating in place. As Han Yan's spirit retreated to this sanctuary, clarity suddenly surged within her. At that moment, Daji's chilling essence advanced further, flooding into the droplet of water. Boom! Han Yan's spirit jolted, her vision abruptly elevating from a narrow, hazy, dreamlike state to a divine perspective. It was as if she had opened her celestial eye, granting her a godlike view, rendering the world vividly multidimensional. The terrifying sensation of transitioning from hell to heaven engulfed her entire being. What? Han Yan's heart raced in astonishment, and before she could ponder further, she sensed a pair of colossal, icy eyes looming above, obscuring the sky. They descended from a void like ancient gods, surveying the world below. In stark contrast, Daji, her form coalescing into a vibrant blue spirit, trembled violently beneath. Boom! In the next instant, a crimson line pierced the heavens, akin to blood-colored lightning striking down. Puff! At the forefront of the red line was a straight, crystalline needle, glistening with clarity. This needle hung suspended on the lightning-like red line before instantaneously piercing Daji's mouth, penetrating her tongue. A cry of despair escaped Daji's lips as she, the master strategist, prepared to replicate and absorb the essence of Bai's, while simultaneously connecting with the Star Soul Alliance. Little did she anticipate that, in an instant, she would be ensnared. A terrifying thread yanked sharply, and Daji felt as though she were subjected to a torturous punishment, caught in the void like a fish on a line. The sharp needle of the crimson thread pierced her tongue, stretching it out to an alarming length of half a meter, wrapping around her neck 3 times before hoisting her head aloft. Suddenly, beneath the void, a twisted flame of spiritual torment emerged, distorting Daji's worldview, boiling with scalding oil. The oppressive heat surged upward, and with a tormented cry, Daji's ethereal form was reduced to nothing but bones, her ribs starkly protruding. In a moment of sheer desperation, she yearned to flee, to retract the immense spiritual force of her star soul body. Yet, at that instant, a colossal hand appeared in the sky, pressing down with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, the hand loomed like a mountain, blocking every possible escape route for Daji. The bizarre and brutal torment nearly shattered her psyche, threatening to bring about her immediate demise. Upon closer inspection, the sight of numerous mysterious and forbidden symbols chilled her heart, leaving her spirit utterly numb. What kind of monstrosity have I encountered? Baze, you wretched being, with such formidable spiritual prowess, a clearly exalted existence descended from a higher dimension. Why do you not ascend to the ranks of the 12 celestial generals, and instead choose to torment a mere star soul commander like me, Ao Bing? You are an utter fool. Daji nearly wept in frustration. How ironic it is to hunt geese only to be blinded by them. Daji was engulfed in despair, lamenting her fate. As this thought emerged, all torturous illusions around her vanished. In the next moment, the sky was clear, and the world was devoid of clouds. Baze's entire spiritual realm appeared pristine and transparent, as if that enigmatic droplet of water had naturally retreated into seclusion. Daji, feeling as though she had received a reprieve, vowed repeatedly, then, overwhelmed by terror, swiftly retreated. In a moment of resolve, she severed a strand of her star soul essence, leaving it within Baze's spiritual realm as a form of atonement. Awakening with a tumult of resentment and fear, Daji cast a furious glare at Ao Bing. With that glance, a powerful wave of spiritual energy struck Ao Bing's consciousness like a hammer, causing him to tremble, confusion washing over his eyes. Within the grip of that terrifying and mysterious spiritual fluctuation, Ao Bing was momentarily confronted by a multitude of horrific illusions, witnessing ancient and cruel punishments unfold before him, shattering his composure and chilling his very soul. Consequently, Ao Bing emitted a muffled groan of agony, succumbing to a brief state of dazed disorientation, his mind blank. Before succumbing to a trance, he clearly sensed that something was amiss with Daji. In her frustration, this foolish woman pulled him into an experience of mental backlash. Yet, you absolute imbecile, to unleash a psychic assault on me, Ao Bing, at such a critical juncture, are you trying to get me pummeled by that Baze? Ao Bing was struck with horror, immediately yearning to break free from this terrifying mental onslaught. At that very moment, Han Yin jolted awake. Shock and dread coursed through her, as she profoundly recognized the terrifying brilliance of the prodigious youth, Chen Feng. It would be an understatement to call him a genius, for even the threshold to encounter Chen Feng was far beyond her reach. It felt as if everything was under Chen Feng's control. In that instant, a more dreadful thought flickered through Han Yan's mind. Was it possible that while transmitting information to her, Chen Feng had already calculated that she would be hypnotized by Daji, leading to a mental invasion? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ao Bing's muffled groan instantly captured Han Yan's attention. A splendid opportunity. Witnessing Daji suffer a powerful backlash from the mysterious psychic symbol left by Chen Feng, Han Yan seized the moment to strike at Ao Bing. Whether to establish her own authority or to dismantle the formidable powers within the heavenly court, this was an extraordinary chance. In an instant, with the Tiangang Ji Yuan's sword in hand, a murderous intent surged within Han Yan. Whoosh! Concentrating her physical strength and mental prowess, she took advantage of Ao Bing's momentary bewilderment, slicing through the air with her sword, conjuring a fierce black luminescent flow aimed directly at Ao Bing's head. Chapter 47. The Shaking Spine Jiangxing Experimental High School. After the recess exercises, Chen Feng returned to the classroom. Before he could settle in, the chubby girl Su Fan approached him. Chen Feng, Mister, he wants to see you in his office, she said, her voice sweet, as if imbued with all her tenderness. Behind her thick glasses, her eyes sparkled as they roamed over Chen Feng's face, seemingly wishing to leap forward and nibble at him. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement, offering a radiant smile before standing up and exiting the classroom. It wasn't that Chen Feng lacked a sense of boundaries. Rather, many ordinary individuals like Su Fan had limited time left to live. They bore no blame. Yet many would unknowingly become lost to the world in the genetic pollution catastrophe 4 years hence, never to be seen again. Contemplating this, Chen Feng arrived at the door of He Zinen's office. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Feng rapped on the door and politely called out, Mr. He. Yes, come in. He Zenon replied. Chen Feng, take a seat. After sipping his strong tea, He Zenon set down his transparent vacuum flask. Once Chen Feng settled beside his desk, He Zenon continued. It is regarding the process initiated by Huawei University of Science and Technology. They require us to follow certain protocols for your and Su Yun's direct admission. Ordinarily, applicants submit a request for direct admission, which is then reviewed, publicized, and assessed. After that, Huawei University will announce the results before proceeding with the admission procedures. The intention here is to first seek your opinion. While the school aims to simplify the process by directly coordinating with Huazhong University of Science and Technology, allowing you and Su Yun to obtain the notice directly. Chen Feng. Although your and Su Yun's performances are quite stable and there are no significant issues with the examinations, there will inevitably be some uncertain factors. I believe you should first secure the notice and the corresponding scholarship, allowing you to approach the college entrance examination with a sense of ease. Viewing it as a form of personal growth, I inquired about Su Yun's stance, and she mentioned that she would follow your decision. What do you think? He Nan's complexion appeared somewhat pale, with an abundance of oil on his face reflecting under the office's white fluorescent lights. The nose pads of his glasses had absorbed oil, developing patches of verdigris, giving them a rather unkempt appearance. However, his eyes remained bright and clear. Despite the yellowing of the sclera, the sincerity and concern within them were palpable. Mr. He, let us proceed according to your suggested process. For the assessment, let us use this midterm examination as the basis. Achieving a score of 749 out of 750 should suffice. Chen Feng responded with a smile. 749 points? Given the difficulty of this citywide examination, especially in mathematics and comprehensive science, scoring 670 should not be too challenging, although exceeding 700 is uncertain. If you achieve 670, you will undoubtedly rank among the top 10 in the city, easily qualifying for the recommendation. He Zenon could sense the confidence in Chen Feng's tone, which brought a smile to his face. In his eyes, Chen Feng was a reserved and grounded young man. Such boldness indicated considerable self-assurance. Suddenly, He Zenon's eyes brightened, and he speculated that perhaps Chen Feng had been concealing his true abilities, aiming to maintain scores close to Su Yun's 700. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Chen Feng, you rascal, you haven't been hiding your light under a bushel, have you? He Zenon exclaimed, excitement illuminating his oil-stained face. Indeed. I may have concealed my abilities just a tad, Chen Feng chuckled. Well done. If you agree, Su Yun will certainly have no objections. However, I will still need to consult her opinion later. As for your matters, the teacher will not interfere. You both are still young, and your studies must take precedence, understood? He Zenon, resembling a caring father, began to inquire into Chen Feng's personal life. After chatting with He Zenon for a while, Chen Feng carefully observed his mentor's expression. Mr. He, how do you perceive my current complexion and spirit? He asked. Your complexion has improved significantly, in terms of spirit. You appear radiant and full of vitality, He Zenon remarked after scrutinizing Chen Feng. He was genuinely astonished, while Chen Feng had always been commendable. The depth of his demeanor and the overall transformation were striking, akin to a phoenix reborn. He Zenon's primary concern remained the well-being of these two exemplary students. And how could he not notice Chen Feng's remarkable change? He believed that these two children exemplified the adage that the sharpest sword is forged through hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. They truly embodied the perfect paradigm of youthful scholars, although their interactions occasionally strayed into overly intimate territory, which could be deemed somewhat inappropriate. Their consistent placement among the top 10 in citywide examinations was enough to compel the teachers to overlook such transgressions. Teacher He, my recent changes are somewhat related to this. I've noticed you often perspire, and your skin tends to be oily. According to Master Zhang's observations, this indicates that your liver may not be in optimal condition. If the liver is compromised, oiliness may manifest on the bridge of the nose. Your complexion may appear pallid. Wounds may heal slowly, and the scars left behind can be persistent. Additionally, symptoms such as insomnia, vivid dreams, night sweats, and occasional headaches may arise. Chen Feng candidly conveyed He Zenon's condition, his tone imbued with sincerity. Indeed, these symptoms immediately captured He Zenon's attention. He acknowledged their presence but dismissed them as minor issues, attributing them to the pressures of teaching. You know I'm handling 2 classes. Class 2 is manageable, but Class 8 is particularly challenging and quite exhausting. With a hint of sympathy, He Zenon sighed slightly. This issue can be resolved. Please hand me your phone so I can help you follow someone on a video platform. In your spare time, you might find it beneficial to watch this channel and practice along, Chen Feng suggested with a smile. Without hesitation, He Zenon retrieved his Huawei phone. unlocked it using facial recognition, and passed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened the video platform, subscribed to a creator named Zhang Daoling, and found a tutorial titled Shaking the Spine. He then returned the phone to He. Teacher He. This shaking the spine technique involves gently swaying the upper body to clear blockages in the body's qi and blood flow, thereby relaxing the muscles and joints and allowing vital energies to circulate freely. Once the qi and blood become invigorated, the body's meridians will be activated, facilitating normal detoxification by the liver, ultimately leading to improved health. As metabolism normalizes, vitality will flourish, complexion will revive, and all health issues will be resolved. Chen Feng offered a brief explanation. He was an exceptional teacher, dedicating his time to tutoring students outside of school for free. This kind and noble educator deserved to be treated gently by the world. Chen Feng respected the fates of others, but did not hesitate to lend a helping hand when deemed appropriate. After examining the video attentively, He sent it to his WeChat file assistant. He was not one to easily heed advice, yet when it came from Chen Feng, he would humbly accept it. Thank you, Chen Feng. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Rest assured, even for the sake of my beloved students, I will take good care of myself. Once I have a moment, I will thoroughly review the video and practice diligently. In a short while, I shall attend class in the 8th grade, so I will cease our conversation for now. I first need to arrange matters concerning Su Yun, and then I will report your decisions to Principal Zhang, explained He. Chen Feng nodded and replied, Teacher He, please attend to your duties. I shall return to my lessons as well. At noon, after school, He returned to his office following lunch. While still feeling relatively alert before fatigue set in, he took out his mobile phone and began to browse through videos featuring Zhang Daoling, the master of Zheng Yitong, focusing on the art of shaking the spine. As he watched, He couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of Zhang Daoling, whose movements resembled an octopus swimming in water, and with his tall physique, he appeared rather flamboyant while twisting about. After viewing the video, He remained silent, resolutely affirming to himself that no matter how unwell or impulsive he felt, he would never engage in such practices. Contemplating this, He scrolled through another of Zhang Daoling's videos, which discussed meditation and breathing techniques. As he listened to the explanations and mimicked them appropriately, he found them quite intriguing and genuinely beneficial. Observing the densely packed barrage of comments on the screen, He instinctively clicked into the comments section and began to read attentively. Most loved Zhang Daoling. Following your method of focused meditation at night, Master. While concentrating on my breath, the brightness atop my head shone like the blazing sun. I envisioned the luminous spheres of the upper and lower dantians converging in the middle dantian, and unexpectedly, the result was a brilliant flash that erupted, as radiant as a nuclear explosion, which left me unable to rest soundly all night. However, it seems that my memory and mental state were particularly sharp in the morning. Wooling Fisherman Wayne Ya. I am quite curious, Master Zhang Daoling. How do you define the purity or impurity of the heart? In the vast world, where can one find purity? Or are you as pristine as you claim to be? Zheng Yitong Taoist Zhang Daoling. Wooling Fisherman Wayne Ya. Thus, genuine cultivation is indeed arduous. The world is rife with distractions. Can one truly refine their character to attain the ideal? I merely wish to convey that some matters cannot be resolved solely through profound knowledge. Nonetheless, knowledge is undoubtedly significant. Complimentary Jade. Most loved Zhang Daoling, indeed. And it is even possible to conduct nuclear fusion within the dantian. Fanstar 008. Is this the pineal gland being activated? Madman's younger brother. Come. Allow me to activate your pineal gland and open your celestial eye, granting you the ability to see through illusions and behold the beauty of the world. Weasel God. Madman's younger brother. Won't that suffocate you? Life discussions. Fanstar 008. Not all luminescence originates from the pineal gland, and not all emitted light is visible. Auras exist and have been corroborated by modern science's human bioglow. Fanstar 008. Life discussions. This could indeed be plausible. However, humanity may not have evolved in that direction. Perhaps other beings have evolved thus, which we have yet to discover. Life discussions. Fanstar 008. Humanity is not devoid of this. It exists in reality. The biological field is a form of informational wave. Neural conduction and biological electrical impulses represent merely the microscopic structure, while research into wave states remains distant. Delving into quantum structures could potentially elucidate numerous enigmas. Shenyao, your intelligence is laughable. Life musings. Shenyao, would you kindly showcase the limits of your intellect? Life musings. Complimentary Jade. Do not dismiss this lightly. Scientifically speaking, both meditation and dreaming serve as simulations and plans orchestrated by the cerebral cortex concerning the present, past, or future. Much like awakening from a nightmare, yet still feeling fatigued. Many individuals in life occasionally experience a sense of déjà vu, which can be attributed to having previously meditated or dreamt about the current situation. Complementary Jade, Life Musings. Why does meditation and dreaming lead to psychological fatigue? I have indeed studied Master Zhang's meditation, and it is particularly exhausting. Perhaps it's the effort of stretching? Life Musings. Complementary Jade. The subconscious self-reflection consumes energy, revealing the body's truest state. Thus, you are genuinely fatigued and in need of rest. When dreaming of emotionally fragile matters, one may feel even more drained than while awake. In waking life, one can bury feelings of sadness or joy, but in dreams, one might cry openly, as it is the most authentic form of expression and a release of emotions, thereby indicating the profound effectiveness of meditation. Nan found himself increasingly intrigued by these concepts, particularly by the comments beneath the video, which often inadvertently resolved many of his psychological confusions. With this in mind, Nan subconsciously revisited the spine-shaking video. As he watched, a sense of curiosity welled within him, prompting him to give it a try. Cautiously glancing around like a thief, he noted that his private office was devoid of others at that moment. Why not give it a shot? Contemplating Chen Feng's earnest advice, along with Chen Feng's strikingly handsome visage and his aura of transcendence, a warmth surged within Nan, solidifying his resolve. Heeding the counsel of others leads to fulfillment, especially when it comes from my most accomplished student, Chen Feng. Even if someone were to discover me, perceiving me, an aging man, as frivolous in my office, I would accept it without regret. With a determined bite of his lip, Nan began to sway his neck and spine in accordance with the method demonstrated in the video. Given his age, his body felt particularly stiff, resulting in a rather awkward imitation. Moreover, as he swayed, his bones emitted sharp cracking sounds that were somewhat discomforting. Therefore, his movements became exaggerated, appearing rather flamboyant. Chapter 48. Wielding the sword after swaying his spine once, the sensation of physical and mental relief was strikingly vivid, invigorating Nan immensely. Gradually, a hint of revitalization began to surge within him. Splendid. Nan's spirits soared, his waist no longer ached, and his legs regained vigor. Thus, he continued to sway, unable to cease. The more exaggerated the motions, the more pronounced the effects, the more flamboyant the movements, the greater the comfort. As Principal Zhang Taicheng passed by, he nearly stumbled in fright, mistakenly believing that Nan was under immense pressure and had gone mad. He hurried over to offer his support to the sweat-drenched, radiant Nan, who wore a charming yet awkward expression. However, upon sensing a surge of energy coursing through his body, akin to having opened the meridians, Nan cast aside his embarrassment. A sudden inspiration struck him, prompting the initiation of his plan to expand his team. Uncle Zhang, do not worry. Allow me to show you this practice. I assure you, once you engage in it, you will feel invigorated. Nan, ever the enthusiastic individual, eagerly pulled Principal Zhang Taicheng to practice the shaking technique. Although Zhang Taicheng held the esteemed position of principal, he was also a distant relative of Nan, having known him since childhood. From primary to middle school, Zhang Taicheng had been Nan's teacher. Given this relationship, Nan felt no need for formality, and they began to shake together, dispelling any lingering awkwardness. What era are we in? Engaging in such superstitions? Have you truly lost your mind, Nan? Zhang Taicheng exclaimed, perplexed, as the wrinkles on his face trembled with disbelief. At my age, as a principal, to partake in this? It's more embarrassing than anything else. I would rather die than engage in such folly. Firmly dismissive, Zhang Taicheng refused to participate. Half an hour later, Zhang Taicheng suddenly grabbed Nan, who was on his way to class. Nan, this Zhang Dowling truly possesses some skill. Practicing this really does invigorate me. My old back no longer aches. Come, let us practice for another 10 minutes. What class? Let them study on their own. They are mature enough. Being seniors in high school, in the outskirts of the Jiacheng Industrial Park, within the underground parking lot of a modern skyscraper. The piercing light of the Jingtian Extreme Abyss sword struck with lethal intent, awakening Ao Bing from his stupor. In that critical moment, Ao Bing's spirit surged forth, breaking free from the terrifying psychic backlash inflicted by Daji. With a low growl, Ao Bing turned his head sharply, emitting a deep, resonant roar that carried the essence of an exotic mantis. At that moment, the razor-sharp light of the Extreme Abyss sword sliced through the air, striking Ao Bing's chest with brutal force. Blood erupted as the special dermal tissue on Ao Bing was cleaved open, activating a particle barrier that radiated a brilliant blue light, forcefully repelling the sword away. As the Extreme Abyss sword was violently deflected, Han Yin staggered back, finding her footing only after 4 or 5 steps. Her grip on the sword hilt caused her palm to split open, blood streaming forth and staining the hilt crimson. Han Yin was horrified under such a surprise attack, especially from the formidable Jingtian Extreme Abyss sword. She could hardly comprehend how it failed to cleave Ao Bing's head in two. Base. Ao Bing regained his composure, wiping the blood from his forehead. His gaze fell upon his chest, now torn open and gushing with blood, and his expression twisted into one of increasing ferocity. He roared furiously, tearing apart his tattered robe and the peculiar human skin tissue, staunching the flow of blood from his wound. His eyes ignited with an uncontainable, frenzied crimson flame, fixating intensely on Bai Zhe. The fact that Bai Zhe, ranked 32 in the lower 12 celestial generals of the Heavenly Court, had wounded him, who was ranked 25, was an unforgivable crime deserving of death. You have done well. Not only have you disrupted my plans, but you have also severed my access to prime materials. Thus, you shall be offered as a sacrifice. Albing enunciated each word with a chilling murderous intent, akin to a tempest about to unleash its fury. Suddenly, Albing's entire being trembled, his veins bulging ominously beneath his skin, and his muscular form swelled like writhing masses of worms, rapidly expanding. In that moment, it was as though Albing had awakened a terrifying beast dormant within him, poised to utterly shred Bai Zhe and consume him voraciously. Concurrently, Daji emerged completely from her mental backlash, only to witness Albing's frenzied and savage demeanor. A wave of dread washed over Daji, twisting her once beautiful face, reminiscent of a flower hidden from the moonlight, into a mask of terror. Did this fool dare to strike? Was he intent on leading her to her demise? Alarmed, Daji unhesitatingly summoned her unique psychic power derived from her star soul body, casting it forcefully towards Albing. Boom! Albing's body jolted, and upon sensing Daji's mental assault, his eyes widened in rage. The fury and distortion stemming from genetic corruption completely obscured his vision, causing him to gradually lose his sanity, teetering on the brink of utter madness. Stop! At that moment, an icy, piercing voice, resonant and commanding as a mountain, suddenly pierced the air, echoing in the hearts of the three present. Han Yin was poised to unleash the celestial extreme abyss sword once more, aiming to slay Albing amidst his madness, wishing for his death to be akin to that of the mighty Wang Zhun. Yet, with the arrival of this chilling voice, both Han Yan's sword and her murderous intent fell away simultaneously. In the next heartbeat, a vast ocean of mental pressure descended from above, crushing down upon Albing and Daji like Mount Tai. This terrifying psychic force caused Albing and Daji to tremble violently, their faces paling as they fell to their knees with a thud. Instantly, they were jolted back to clarity, their bodies shaking, and even their breathing became labored. They looked up in horror to see a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty ethereal and her demeanor regal, standing serenely at the far end of the garage, regarding them with the indifference of a goddess. Lady Xianxian. Albing's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Yet ultimately, he had to accept the harsh reality that Lady Xianxian truly was Bai Zhe's protector. Upon closer inspection of the sword in Bai Zhe's grasp, Albing's pupils constricted, and his facial muscles twitched. That was the celestial extreme abyss sword, a special weapon he was unworthy to wield, a symbol of authority reserved for true upper echelons. Only those who reached the mid-tier celestial general rank, along with significant contributions, had the privilege to wield such a sword. You two possess quite the audacity. Daring to lay hands on my people? The voice of Xian Nu resonated with a chilling sharpness, her gaze sweeping over Ao Bing and Daji like a flash of lightning. My subordinates have erred. I beseech your forgiveness, my lord. Under the overwhelming mental pressure exerted by Xian Nu, Ao Bing and Daji struggled to speak, their voices trembling, hearts brimming with trepidation and unease. Xian Nu let out a cold snort and slowly descended the steps, casting a condescending glance at the pair, her expression utterly devoid of warmth. Considering this is your first offense and your ignorance, as well as your dedication to the heavenly court, I shall spare you this time. However, should there be a next time, death awaits. Upon hearing her words, Ao Bing and Daji felt as if a great reprieve had befallen them, and they immediately expressed their gratitude. Disregarding the two, Xian Nu retracted her icy gaze and turned her attention to Bai Zhe, instantly altering her demeanor. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, unreserved admiration shining through as she spoke gently. Bai Zhe, you have performed admirably. You not only resisted Daji's mental seduction but also provoked her spiritual backlash, demonstrating your exceptional mental prowess and steadfast character. Moreover, your ability to seize critical moments and strike with sufficient ruthlessness reveals remarkable determination and execution, qualities that are essential for the finest members of the heavenly court. However, in the context of a surprise attack, your failure to behead Ao Bing with the Tiangang Jiyuan sword is indeed somewhat lacking. Thus, I suggest you utilize the forthcoming 4-year quiet period to diligently enhance your personal strength. Your tasks will be entirely delegated to the new subordinate, the Bat, recruited by the former subordinate. Upon hearing this, Han Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. Yet, being favored by Xin Nu, combined with the background of the newly arrived female Bat, made her realize that this was precisely the arrangement set in place for the new undercover agent to take over her responsibilities after her sacrifice. Unexpectedly, this female Bat had directly assumed the rank of the new subordinate S-12th Tiangang, designated as code number 36. This was indeed a double blessing. Now, even if she maintained close communication with the new subordinate, it would pose no significant issues. Both security and confidentiality had vastly improved. With this thought, Han Yan's spirits lifted considerably. Thank you, Lady Xin Nu, for your recognition of your subordinate. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty. Han Yan's voice brimmed with excitement and fervor, reflecting genuine emotion that resonated with Bai Zai's sentiments. You too. Have you not yet apologized to Bai Zai? Do you not understand that while death may be averted, the consequences of living cannot be escaped? Sensing Bai Zai's gratitude and loyalty, Xin Nu's mood brightened further, and she immediately reprimanded Ao Bing and Deji. My lord, I apologize. Ao Bing, Deji, acknowledges her wrongdoing and seeks your forgiveness. Ao Bing's vision blurred in frustration, nearly stifled by his own indignation, yet he dared not act out in front of Xin Nu and thus restrained himself. Deji, on the other hand, was quite sincere. She understood that a wise person adapts to circumstances, and she no longer wished to entertain any thoughts of enmity towards Bai Zai. To her, Bai Zai was merely a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, shrewd and dark-hearted, someone to be avoided rather than provoked. Thus, the apology was indeed sincere. Nevertheless, everyone is merely functioning on behalf of the celestial organization, and I am simply striving to survive, compelled to retaliate out of desperation. Han Yin understands the virtue of moderation, knowing when to withdraw, and thus chose to extend forgiveness. Observing this, the Xin Nu felt an increased satisfaction with Bai Zai's demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, Han Yin had not the slightest concern for Ao Bing and Deji. Her thoughts were solely consumed with the desire to meet Chen Feng without delay. She was profoundly intrigued by this extraordinarily talented youth, whose innate enlightenment overshadowed both ancient and modern eras, and she harbored genuine respect and gratitude towards him. In the outskirts of Jiangcheng, deep within the Lianwu mountain range, lies the Fog Mountain Laboratory of Bureau 749. The dense clouds obscured the moonlight, rendering the entire mountain eerily ominous. Several heavy trucks ventured into the depths of the subterranean tunnel, coming to a halt within a vast underground cavern. Numerous researchers clad in protective gear swiftly disembarked and commenced the arrangement of the testing grounds. Within a metallic cage at the center of the cargo area, a colossal mantis creature lay quietly, its blue-violet wings occasionally quivering, emitting a low, resonant hum. The experimental subject is stable. We shall begin the injection of the awakening genes, a researcher murmured. As a vial of crimson reagent was gradually infused into the cage, the previously tranquil mantis abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of abyss-like compound eyes that glimmered with a disquieting blue-green radiance. Release it, commanded another individual. At the instant the cage was unlatched, the mantis emitted a piercing shriek, its scythe-like forelimbs striking down with ferocity, shredding the cage into fragments. The robust steel scattered violently, crashing against the truck's rear door, producing a jarring explosion. The surrounding researchers' expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately scattered in panic. The mantis leapt with sudden ferocity, its wings transforming into a blue-violet blur as it lunged towards the nearest researcher. Bang! The deep, beastly roar of a gunshot shattered the night silence. The mantis's movements were abruptly halted, a green mist emanating from its back as it writhed violently, seemingly an agonizing struggle. After a brief pause, the mantis unleashed a furious roar and charged mercilessly toward the shooter. Just waiting for you. The figure clad in tight black leather, with an alluringly voluptuous form, known as Dawn's twin fish, sneered, her silhouette accelerating abruptly. In her rapid motion, she deftly evaded the mantis's assault, seamlessly transitioning from firearm to short blade, the edge shimmering with a pale blue luminescence. With a swift sidestep, Dawn's twin fish evaded the mantis's scythe, the blade piercing accurately into its abdomen. In a cacophony of piercing screams, the blue light spread along the blade, swiftly eroding the mantis's genetic sequence. Within mere seconds, the once violent mantis began to convulse violently, its form disintegrating at a visible rate, ultimately dissolving into a pool of viscous green liquid. It can be confirmed that the special blue light, derived from the tardigrade's genetic sequence, indeed possesses formidable counteractive effects against genetic contamination. Simultaneously, the destructive power of genetic pollution and its assault on genetic locks far exceeds the realms of expectation. This experiment can indeed be continued, but with heightened caution. The controllability must also be enhanced. Dawn Pisces, wielding a short blade, observed the blue glow upon the blade swiftly extinguish, issuing commands in rapid succession. Chapter 49. Violation. In response to Dawn Pisces' orders, a group of researchers hastily extracted a vial of pale blue potion, consuming it without hesitation, and immediately commenced testing with their instruments, diligently recording their findings. Dawn Pisces cast a lingering glance at the pool of liquid formed from the fallen mantis, feeling a twinge of regret. Alas, if only the manid had brought me along, the crimson armor within the boundary-breaking zone and its corresponding production technology could have been procured. Or perhaps, had that bat perished sooner, allowing me to take its place, I might have secured the gene evolution potion of Extreme Abyss 002. Nonetheless, this endeavor was not without merit. Our research on the Extreme Abyss mantis is nearing completion, despite the uncertainty surrounding the formidable entity that obliterated the entire Extreme Abyss base, dismantling the boundary-breaking zone and intercepting the Four Elders. This time, I find myself poised to temporarily assume the position of the manid Celestial General. Although a probationary period remains, I am, to my knowledge, the singular individual to have successfully penetrated the celestial ranks. A confident smile graced Dawn Pisces' face. Chen Feng. I underestimated my opponent last time, succumbing unexpectedly to a significant setback. However, I have made remarkable progress this time. My status has risen considerably, and I have undergone evolutionary transformation. If you possess any insight, hurry and join me in bed, serve me well, and spare yourself 2 decades of detours. Dawn Pisces, having healed from her previous wounds, found her thoughts wandering once more to that enticing dog. If only its genes could be extracted and integrated into my own genetic sequence, the potential for growth would be unimaginably perfect. To acquire that dog, it seems I must first win over Chen Feng. This charming young man is akin to a spirited wolf. My proactive approach would yield no loss, only gains. I refuse to believe he can escape the unparalleled allure of Dawn Pisces. The smile at the corner of Dawn Pisces' mouth transformed into a captivating and enchanting smirk as she gently twirled the hilt of her blade. The residual mantis fluid dripping from the edge, emanating a faint green glow. Meanwhile, the researchers behind her busily cleared the remnants of the experiment. In a moment of contemplation, Dawn Pisces felt a slight tremor in her wrist. Intrigued, she discreetly caressed her wrist. Simultaneously, she silently stepped beyond the cavernous area, finding a narrow corner where she gently touched the skin on her wrist once more. Buzz! In the next instant, the skin on her wrist illuminated with a radiant hue, revealing a design blueprint for a uniquely structured crimson armor. Regrettably, this armor had been destroyed by the mantid, yet with this blueprint in hand, the creation of a new set of crimson armor is feasible. It is unfortunate that the details of this design cannot yet be disclosed to Bureau 749. Dawn Pisces pondered, a glimmer of ambition flickering in her eyes. Report, Lord Dawn, the state of the experimental subject has been successfully disintegrated, and preparations for the next phase of testing are complete. The voice of a researcher interrupted Dawn Pisces' contemplation. She cast a brief glance at the researcher, who appeared quite ordinary, his voice imbued with a profound weariness, yet the exuberance and excitement on his face seemed somewhat exaggerated. In that moment, Dawn Pisces instinctively surveyed the surroundings, where the instruments flickered ominously with crimson light, casting an eerie ambience over the subterranean laboratory. She slowly withdrew her gaze, nodding indifferently, and remarked, "Postpone the testing for the time being. Stability requires enhancement." As she spoke, her eyes fell upon the puddle of green liquid on the floor, a hint of hesitation surfacing within her. At present, the performance of the genetic sequence surpassed expectations. Thus, our next generation of experimental subjects may warrant the injection of double particle oscillation liquid. Perhaps we shall soon create the flawless Extreme Abyss 003 hybrid mantis. Upon hearing this, the researchers' faces lit up with fervor. Lord Dawn, once we succeed, the formidable Extreme Abyss gene serum can be mass-produced. Humanity will embark on a new era of evolution, stepping into a fresh chapter of human civilization, exclaimed a researcher clad in blue and white attire, his eyes gleaming with an intense fervor for the future of a new humanity and the evolution of life. Dawn Pisces inhaled deeply, her heart wavering as she contemplated. The Dawn water bottle and the gentle wind crab have prohibited this research and called for a halt. Yet all data on my side is complete and flawless. I cannot abandon this endeavor. If I succeed, I shall rise to greatness, become a queen, and bestow a token of gratitude upon Chen Feng, who will undoubtedly fall at my feet in reverence. With this thought, Dawn Pisces seemed to resolve herself with newfound determination. Esteemed researchers, I have decided to initiate a new line of research. There shall be no delays. I, Dawn Pisces, will lead the charge. Please, let us exert ourselves further and strive with all our might. Let us propel our 749 towards a new evolutionary world and usher in a new era of human evolution. Dawn Pisces immediately issued the command, which received unanimous support from the research team. Subsequently, she led the team to transport the recently disintegrated extreme abyss mantis liquid sample to the core analysis chamber. Within the chamber, the liquid gradually separated into various invisible microparticles under the influence of a multidimensional ion oscillator. Each of these particles emanated an intense life force, subtly glowing as if imbued with a mysterious consciousness. Just as I suspected, these microparticles are the key to the evolution of the hybrid mantis. Dawn Pisces gazed intently at the particles suspended within the chamber, her eyes growing increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, the researchers beside her rapidly recorded every data point, each of them remarkably busy yet filled with an invigorating spirit and passion. In the experimental zone, the instruments emitted a continuous series of beeping sounds, signaling a rapid advancement in research. Groups of researchers engaged in animated discussions, some becoming so fervent that their faces flushed with excitement, nearly resorting to physical altercations. Preparations were underway for the gene rewriting apparatus, poised to inject these particles into new carrier cells. After meticulous observation and comparative analysis, Dawn Pisces issued a directive. Which set of carrier cells shall we select? Inquired the head of biological data management within the research team, exercising caution. Dawn Pisces pondered for a moment, her gaze skimming over a series of selectable biological models displayed on the screen. Ultimately, her finger hovered over the document labeled Extreme Abyss 003. Yet she hesitated to confirm her choice. Utilizing the residual bodily tissues of the creature, she intended to focus her research on detecting anomalies in its genetic sequence. Despite having ingested 2 types of gene serums to eliminate any potential toxicity effects, the biological tissues still held significant research value. After contemplation, she refrained from immediately executing the biological model of Extreme Abyss 003. As she approached this pivotal decision, it dawned on her that her extreme and radical actions had already transgressed established protocols. Even if subsequent genetic research experiments were to be conducted, it was imperative to consult with the Dawn organization, a subordinate of Bureau 749, rather than act unilaterally. At that moment, the atmosphere within the experimental chamber grew tense. The evolution of the alien mantis was on the verge of commencement. No, I cannot act impulsively. I must remain composed. She recalled the cautionary advice previously imparted by Dusk Libra regarding certain entities in the heavenly realm possessing formidable mental hypnosis abilities, subtle suggestions that left no trace and could ensnare one without awareness. The creature had succumbed to the influences of A.O. Bing's subtle manipulations. While she was confident in her own clarity and composure, she could not afford any missteps. Having recently assumed the identity of the new creature and been appointed by Xian Nu, publicly acknowledged by the heavenly court, she was indeed susceptible to unforeseen influences. Moreover, the data in question had been acquired through unknown channels by Dusk Libra, consisting of top-secret taboo information. Should she utilize it without caution, the undercover agents linked to Dusk Libra within the heavenly court would be plunged into irretrievable peril. In this critical moment, Dawn Pisces resolutely suppressed the overwhelming ambition surging within her, regaining her utmost composure. Consequently, she decisively called for a pause. Simultaneously, she activated a special communication device, retreating into an isolated chamber deep within the laboratory to establish a private communication link with Dawn Water Bottle and Gentle Breeze Cancer. Linking to communicate with Dawn Water Bottle and Gentle Breeze Cancer. Linking. Connection to Dawn Water Bottle successful. Linking to Gentle Breeze Cancer. Linking failed. 30 seconds later. Connection to Gentle Breeze Cancer successful. Dawn Pisces, requesting access to the Gentle Breeze database. Seeking to connect with the top-tier Nuwa or secondary Chang'e for the simulation and analysis of the alien mantis experiment, Extreme Abyss 003. Gentle Breeze Cancer. Denied. Should you make such a request again, the Gentle Breeze database will permanently blacklist you. You fool. Dawn Water Bottle. Light, you are misguided. This line of research is indeed taboo. The severity of genetic contamination far exceeds your imagination. Even though our current genetic serum has successfully extracted and integrated the gene sequences of tardigrades, yielding commendable results, it is still far from being suitable for widespread application. The contamination data from Extreme Abyss 003 exceeds 80. And its self-learning capability surpasses 995, indicating that it is beyond our control, utterly unmanageable. Its independence and formidable aggression, coupled with its high intelligence, render ordinary individuals as inconsequential as ants before it. Such entities, even if they are successfully researched, must be immediately destroyed. The Celestial Court has already intervened. How can we continue? Can we truly compare ourselves to the Celestial Court organization? Light dual fish. I can manage it. I have already secured the Tian Gang sequence number 36. I possess a deeper understanding of Extreme Abyss 003 than any of you, as this matter has now fallen under my jurisdiction within the Celestial Court organization. Coincidentally, I am also responsible for these matters in Bureau 749. Breeze Giant Crab. The mind is a valuable asset, yet you appear to be missing a piece. Have you ever considered that your ability to infiltrate is precisely due to your foolishness, making you easier to control? Light dual fish. Breeze. Are you seeking death? Breeze Giant Crab. Just wait. I'll have Yi Jiqiu break into your house. He has been researching the Aegeodrum lately, and is particularly keen on skinning. I'm not joking. Dawn Water Bottle. Cease this bickering. The information resources of this communication channel are exceedingly precious. Do not squander them on such trivial matters. Light. Genetic evolution is the overarching goal. I understand your urgency, but you must remain patient. We are considering initiating a nationwide cultivation program, followed by special vaccination protocols for virus prevention. At that time, we will promote the first batch of genetic serum to the public, implementing it with the intent of reversing aging. Fortunately, we have already disseminated the latest research outcomes on anti-aging. Your current task is to collaborate with Zhang Daoling to develop a unique physical training technique for the human body. Whether it be ancient martial arts, gymnastics, meditation, or any form of Taoist seal, as long as the results are sufficiently effective and immediate, it will be a valuable asset worthy of nationwide promotion. By combining this with the genetic serum, we aim to fortify our citizens against the catastrophic impacts of genetic contamination. With these conditions in place, our research can truly proceed with confidence. Otherwise, should the alien mantis from Extreme Abyss spiral out of control, it could lead to catastrophic destruction of cities and nations. Even though the probability is minimal, it is entirely unacceptable. Experiments are crucial, evolution is vital, and dimensional elevation is even more paramount. However, the well-being of the people is of utmost importance. The ruler is secondary, and the state is of lesser concern. This is an eternal truth. Light. Do not allow your mind to be clouded. Do not let the allure of evolution ensnare your thoughts. Your current impulsiveness and ambition lead me to suspect that your genes may have been contaminated without your awareness. It would be prudent to undergo a thorough examination. Complacency is not an option. Understand this. Even if the Extreme Abyss experimental subjects are destroyed, the contamination will permeate and proliferate. It will not vanish with their demise. Dawn Water Bottle's words instilled a sense of solemnity in Light Dual Fish, rendering them more lucid than before. In a moment, she instinctively raised her hand, gazing at the pale palm that grasped the short blade. Within that palm, a faint, eerie green glow ebbed and flowed. The luminescence flickered subtly, hardly perceptible unless one observed closely. At that instant, the expression on Dawn Pisces' face turned grave. Meanwhile, after Dawn Pisces exited the chat room, Dawn Water Bottle and Chen Feng Cancer remained. Dawn Water Bottle, Chen Feng, prepare for action. Brace for the worst. Surround the Lotus Mist Mountains, deploy small unmanned bombers, and ensure the anti-contamination solutions and operational drones are ready to disperse the medication. Chen Feng Cancer. The 5 senior professors outside the experimental zone must be evacuated. The 2 senior researchers may be beyond saving. Dawn Water Bottle, act immediately. If the 5 seniors can evacuate in time, do so. If not, we must be prepared for sacrifice. Chapter 50. Catastrophe. Dawn Pisces stepped out of the private chamber, her mind focused, her eyes instinctively scrutinizing the researchers within the base. At a glance, she noted the faint green glow that clung to each of them, casting an ominous pall over the dimly lit laboratory. Damn it! What have I done? Why is this happening? Dawn Pisces' heart plummeted. Silently adjusting her glasses, she activated the light and shadow focusing function of the lenses, meticulously scanning the researchers around her. The elusive green light swirling about each individual was undeniably real, not an illusion. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the rising tide of anxiety. Piecing together the warning from Dawn Water Bottle, the current situation, and the foreboding premonition she had felt earlier, an inexplicable sense of urgency surged within her. Everyone, heed my command. Cease all operations immediately. Right now. Halt. No longer hesitating, Dawn Pisces gathered her resolve and issued the order with a voice sharp and commanding. Her words reverberated through the shadowy lab with undeniable authority. The research team froze, their expressions of excitement and exhilaration abruptly stilled. While some researchers were baffled and anxious to expedite their work, They instinctively complied with Dawn Pisces' directive. Yet, the bewilderment in their eyes, coupled with the sudden loss of their fervor, rendered them eerie. Lady Dawn, one researcher began to inquire, but was silenced by her piercing gaze. Having just conferred with higher authorities, and based on information from the Chen Feng database, the contamination potential of the abyssal gene far exceeded our expectations. Everyone present must line up in an orderly fashion for a full-body gene scan. No panicking. This matter is serious. I must ensure that no signs of genetic contamination are overlooked and that we handle this appropriately. Dawn Pisces' tone was stern, her expression grave. Yes, the researchers swiftly mobilized, operating the equipment to conduct tests on themselves and their colleagues. Dawn Pisces stood resolutely, her gaze fixed upon the screen of the scanner. As the first report materialized, her fingers clenched tightly. The report clearly indicated traces of low-concentration gene contamination, with a diffusion rate of 0.02 per hour. A slow sweep of her eyes traversed each researcher within the laboratory, beads of cold sweat trickling down her temples. The contamination had begun to spread, and the most terrifying aspect was that, despite its sluggish diffusion, once it reached a critical threshold, the consequences would be irrevocable. The initial slowness was merely a harbinger. Once the critical value was surpassed, the ensuing outbreak would herald a true catastrophe. If left unchecked, everything here would face utter obliteration to ensure survival. And if the annihilation was delayed, it could even spread beyond control. A profound desolation enveloped Dawn Pisces. At this moment, she harbored an ominous premonition, having already envisioned the direst outcomes. The remorse within her was like a searing flame, igniting a deep loathing for herself. After painstakingly infiltrating the Celestial Court organization, acquiring the Tiangang sequence, and even commandeering the core mission of gene evolution, she had unwittingly unleashed Pandora's box through her reckless ambition, jeopardizing the entire core research base of the 749 Bureau, the Misty Mountain Experimental Base. Contemplating this, Dawn Pisces was on the verge of issuing orders to sacrifice those researchers contaminated by the genes. Suddenly, the alarm in the laboratory blared, a piercing sound that made everyone look up in terror. Alarm! Alarm! The experimental subject, the abyssal mantis gene liquid, has undergone a mutation. The particle oscillator has detected signs of unknown life, and the contamination index is surging. The mechanical alarm repeated incessantly, rendering the faces of all researchers pale. Yet among them, some exhibited reddened eyes, their expressions fervent, their spirits exceedingly heightened, as if they were wildly anticipating something. The particle oscillator was still operational. Dawn Pisces whirled around, her gaze fixated on the flashing red lights at the control panel, her voice shrill as she screamed, "Who altered the program without authorization?" No one responded. The laboratory fell into a suffocating silence, the low hum of the oscillator growing ever more intense. Shut it down. Shut it down immediately. Dawn Pisces drew a dagger and charged toward the oscillator. However, just as she approached, a powerful wave of psychic energy surged toward her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Who? Dawn Pisces spun around, her expression a tempest of fury and madness as she scanned her surroundings, her hand poised to destroy the oscillator. Why must Lord Dawn stop? Do you not wish for the birth of this entirely new life form and its perfect ultimate evolution? A hoarse, deep voice resonated in her ear, echoing within her mind. Dawn Pisces could scarcely discern it. The voice seemed to be both spoken and a low hum emitted by some otherworldly creature. The language was not entirely human, yet she understood it with startling clarity. Dawn Pisces felt a sudden jolt in her heart, followed by a profound sinking sensation. She quickly realized that a faction of researchers had either been contaminated or were being manipulated by some unknown force, their consciousness under control. Imagine, even she, a high-ranking official, had succumbed to an overwhelming desire that led her to violate protocols and forcibly advance the experiment. Many of these researchers were ordinary individuals, merely possessing high intelligence and exceptional expertise in their fields, having undergone specific training. How could such individuals withstand such a potent genetic contamination? How could they endure the perfect mental control exerted by the alien Mantis Extreme Abyss number 003? With this realization, Dawn Pisces abruptly harnessed her mental fortitude, breaking free from the terrifying psychic assault, and rushed towards the main control console of the experimental area. Boom. This time, she shielded herself from any external influences. Her fingers flew across the control panel as she swiftly input a sequence of commands, sealing off the entrance to the entire experimental chamber and initiating the emergency sterilization protocol. Click, click. The massive metal doors gradually closed, attempting to isolate the danger within the experimental zone. However, at that moment, the researchers, now corroded by the green light, became frenzied. They emitted low, guttural roars, moving with the agility of beasts, and madly charged towards the isolation window of the control room. Some researchers even brandished fire axes, fiercely striking the isolation window. Bang, bang, bang. Those who had previously lacked much strength were now smashing the reinforced glass, creating spiderweb-like cracks with the axes. Others, their eyes bloodshot, resorted to bare-handed punches, causing the isolation window to reverberate ominously with cracks forming. Dawn Pisces' gaze hardened. A short blade glinted coldly in her hand, rapidly enveloped in a layer of blue luminescence. With a swift motion, she deftly severed the arms of several contaminated researchers, halting their assault on the isolation window. All untainted personnel, evacuate immediately. Infected individuals are to be considered enemies. Eliminate without hesitation, she shouted as she fought, racing towards a forbidden area within the main control room. Desperate to retrieve the pulse weaponry, the untainted researchers were understandably panicked, yet most managed to maintain a semblance of calm as they chose their escape routes. However, despite their good intentions, Dawn Pisces' advance towards the armory was swiftly obstructed by a throng of contaminated researchers. With no choice left, she had to confront these adversaries. Each strike of her blade cleanly severed the necks of the contaminated researchers, her actions precise and devoid of hesitation. Yet, as the carnage unfolded, Dawn Pisces discovered that these severely contaminated researchers were not merely out of control. Their movements exhibited remarkable coordination, even hinting at a strategic awareness. Had they already fallen under the mental dominion of the alien Manus? How could it be so exaggerated? Dawn Pisces felt a wave of horror wash over her, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The short blade in her hand trembled slightly, the blue light on its edge flickering like fireflies in a haze. However, the substantial depletion of her mental and physical stamina began to take its toll. She charged frantically towards the firearms area, yet was fiercely obstructed by swarms of severely contaminated researchers. More terrifyingly, some researchers frantically combined various potions, unleashing a series of human explosions. Dawn's Pisces dodged repeatedly, yet was still pushed back several times by these living bombs. A few conscious researchers attempted to rush forward to assist, but were almost instantly met with a one-sided massacre. Some extreme researchers, their bodies turning a sickly green, had plugged in batteries to themselves and ignited them, resulting in immediate explosions. In this confined space, the detonation of these batteries and the toxic fumes from the potions swiftly enveloped the entire experimental zone in a thick haze. The alarm blared thunderously, and amidst the chaos, Dawn's Pisces completely abandoned the notion of rushing towards the firearms area, realizing that such an act could not only prevent her from acquiring weapons but also trigger an explosion in the sealed miniature ammunition depot, leading to a catastrophic detonation. Damn it! Despair began to wash over her. In her furious roar, she inadvertently inhaled a small amount of the toxic gas. A heaviness settled in her chest, and her mind momentarily clouded. She could not afford to stop. Stay alert, awaken quickly. Dawn's Pisces forced herself to concentrate, positioning the short blade horizontally across her chest while activating the weapon's special energy shield to fend off the encroaching genetic contamination. Just when she felt herself on the verge of collapse, a muffled rumble resonated from somewhere within the experimental zone. Suddenly, a figure clad in red and black armor charged in swiftly, wielding a heavy pulse gun that shimmered with radiant light, revealing thick, azure arcs of electricity swirling within. Though late, it was not too late. The man's voice was deep yet imbued with a reassuring quality. Dawn's leader. Dawn's Pisces exclaimed in surprise, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. Enough chatter. Focus on clearing the contaminants. Leave the rest to me. The expression on Dawn's water bottle was grave, his tone cold and serious. No sooner had he spoken than the pulse gun in his hand unleashed a terrifying torrent of high-pressure electricity, sending several contaminated researchers hurtling backwards, their bodies exploding upon impact. Meanwhile, the figure of Clear Wind Cancer darted in like a ghost, clad in what appeared to be a biohazard suit, wielding a seemingly inconspicuous pulse gun that resembled a water pistol. However, each strike unleashed a powerful, invisible electric current that swiftly dismantled the frantic state of the mad researchers, rendering them powerless and collapsing to the ground. The battle was nearing its conclusion when suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from a distance. The entire experimental zone began to tremble violently. Oh no, it's the main core of the abyssal particle. Those researchers are attempting to breach the confines of the experimental chamber, seeking to expand outward. Dawn's water bottle's expression darkened considerably. Did you allow the conscious researchers to escape on their own? Among them are severely polluted individuals, merely feigning clarity. To label you as foolish is truly an understatement. A complete imbecile. Chen Feng Cancer cast a cold glance at Dawn Pisces, his tone laced with disdain. Yes, I apologize for my ignorance. I deserve the gravest of punishments for the demise of so many researchers. Dawn Pisces' eyes reddened, a torrent of blood and tears intertwining, engulfed by despair. Especially during those moments when Don Aquarius relentlessly obliterated several researchers with gunfire, reducing them to mere flesh and blood, both he and Don Pisces wore expressions of profound discomfort, guilt evident in their eyes. Time is running out. We must initiate the self-destruct sequence and relinquish everything here, Don Aquarius declared solemnly. Don Pisces gritted her teeth in agreement but hesitated at the last moment. What about those researchers who have not evacuated, those who remain largely untainted? And the few elderly professors outside the research area? Don Aquarius shot her a cold glance. You must learn to make choices, Dawn. A shiver coursed through Don Pisces' body, her complexion paling. Unbeknownst to anyone, among those elderly professors was her father, a highly esteemed biologist. But there is no but. Ultimately, under the protection of Don Aquarius and Chen Feng Cancer, Don Pisces trembled as she pressed the button to initiate the self-destruction sequence. The entire research facility erupted in alarms, the countdown commencing. Immediately, take these 2 vials of gene serum to counteract the spread of genetic contamination. Don Aquarius handed 2 vials to Don Pisces, then promptly turned to leave. Chen Feng Cancer cast a fleeting glance at her and coldly remarked, if one's virtue does not match their position, one should learn some high-dimensional thinking from Chen Feng. If you cannot even reach a mental height of 600, who else could possibly fail? With that, Chen Feng Cancer ignored Don Pisces and swiftly departed. Don Pisces' gaze dimmed, no longer brimming with defiance. She clutched the 2 vials of gene serum tightly, silently calculating the distance to the elderly professors in the research area, ultimately forced to make the excruciating choice to abandon them. While hastily following Don Aquarius, she consumed the 2 vials of gene serum. Tears and blood streamed down her cheeks. The exhaustion and various injuries from battle surged forth, causing her immense discomfort. Listen carefully to Chen Feng's words. In terms of mental force fields, Chen Feng can be considered the foremost among us in Bureau 749, aside from the 9 elders. According to Chen Feng's assessment, in conjunction with the unanimous views of the 9 elders, Chen Feng is currently the individual I know of who possesses the highest energy magnetic field, without exception. Ahead, Don Aquarius's voice was heavy, his emotions complex. Go and absorb this influence. Even merely tapping into the mental magnetic field will be infinitely beneficial. This belongs to humanity's restoration. Chen Feng's mental magnetic field can provide you with ample cleansing and nourishment. If you do not understand, seek out the foul priest Zhang Daoling to learn. Your fragile mental state, easily shattered by a few words from Yi Zhiqiu, is no different from that of an ant. If this continues, you will only be a hindrance rather than a help. Moreover, although nearly 200 researchers perished this time, some among them were not without their own issues, with a few serving as spies or operatives. Thus, there is no need to feel overwhelming pressure. The cold voice of QNGF in J11 unexpectedly stirred the heart of SH Guing Shuingyi, enveloping her in a silent warmth that soothed the suffocating guilt and regret she felt. LM Ing Shuping then spoke again. QNGF Ing's words are not mere consolation, but rather a fact. Additionally, you must understand the Hawkins mental energy scale. If you continue to dwell in the torment of pain, guilt, and regret, your mental energy field will remain diminished, and the Tianying sequence you have acquired will soon slip away. Upon hearing this, SH Guing Shuingyi felt a profound tremor within her and immediately broke free from the clutches of regret, despair, and guilt. LM Ing, QNGF Ing. I shall endeavor to perform well, and from now on, I will strive to do my utmost in every task at hand. SH Guing Shuingyi bit her lip firmly, her tone resolute. 5 minutes later, the invaluable WSHN experimental base was utterly annihilated amidst a colossal explosion, reduced to mere ruins. Such a scale of destruction severely impacted the entirely NW mountain range, leveling vast areas deep within. Waves of flames ravaged the surroundings as swarms of drones frantically sprayed anti-gene contamination agents, a process that persisted from day into night. This catastrophe resulted in the loss of 178 junior researchers and 2 senior researchers. On the surface, the losses incurred by the entire Bureau 749 were staggering and immeasurable. The only silver lining was that when SH Guing Shuingyi reported her request, QNGF in J11 had preemptively arranged for the evacuation of 5 senior professors, thus averting unnecessary sacrifices. Otherwise, the toll would have been even more devastating. Chapter 51. Invincible. The evening breeze was exceptionally gentle. CHNF quietly closed his transcendent vision. He was already aware of the events transpiring deep within the Li NW mountain range at the WSHN experimental base. His transcendent vision had only glimpsed a minuscule portion of this disaster. After all, the transcendent vision primarily revolves around his own future for a limited time. rarely presenting anything outside of his immediate observation unless he actively sought it. Moreover, observing the external through transcendent vision incurs significant energy expenditure, as, strictly speaking, those events held no inherent connection to him. The occurrences at the Li NW mountain range can only be attributed to Sh Guing Shu Ingyi's unworthiness for her position. She remains too young and reckless. Hubris invites calamity, and unmerited positions lead to disaster. If Sh Guing Shu Ingyi learns from this experience, it would be fortunate. Otherwise, upon entering the heavenly realm, she may find herself serving as a new ZZH, facing a fate even worse than that of ZZHW ZHN. As for the losses at the WSHN experimental base, CHN was well aware of this information. Thanks to the precise details provided by HNYN, Han Yin has now come to regard him almost as a superior, fervently eager to convey any information she deems significant. Absurdly, the Dawn water bottle from the 749 Bureau has acquiesced to this arrangement. Even more astonishing is the fact that Han Yan's words are laden with subtle hints, expressing a strong desire to meet Chen Feng in person and convey her gratitude directly. Were the Dawn water bottle to be aware of this, it would surely raise both hands and feet in enthusiastic approval, even offering to facilitate the introduction. However, Chen Feng has yet to acquiesce to this in the past few days, as he requires time to fully comprehend the enigmatic runes and exhaust his 4 opportunities for evolution, seeking a comprehensive transformation and enhancement for himself. At this moment, Chen Feng turned off his Black Warrior phone, disregarding the incessant chatter of the girl, who has transformed into someone much more open and expressive. He exhaled a deep breath and retreated to his room. There, he activated the microscope, beginning to examine the newly cultivated, genetically induced mutant tardigrades. Under the lens, the mutated tardigrades wriggled gently, embodying a rhythm of life entirely different from before. Their essence was more perfect, more vivid, and undeniably captivating. The mutation of the blue tardigrades remained within controllable parameters. Thus, he proceeded to extract genetic samples for comparison. Deep in thought, Chen Feng retrieved a specially designed genetic syringe and activated his superdimensional vision. The extracted genetic samples magnified 1,000-fold under the microscope, revealing the clear processes of molecular chain fractures and recompositions. As he analyzed and compared, he executed the necessary procedures. The equipment on the experimental table emitted a low, resonant hum as the experiment entered a critical phase, with the data on the instrument screen gradually stabilizing. The genetic sequences of the tardigrades began to resonate with Chen Feng's mental field. Fully focused, he precisely infused his mental energy into the mix. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickered in the petri dish, as if an additional protective membrane of azure radiance had formed around the nucleus of the tardigrade. Witnessing this, Chen Feng felt a stirring within, reminiscent of a scene that would not reappear until August 2037 by sheer chance. Before his rebirth, the year 2037 was vividly etched in his memory. In May, Chen Tua achieved enlightenment and conducted consciousness upload experiments. In June, he, alongside Wang Zhen and others, ventured into the mysterious giant gate beneath the Antarctic glaciers, with all but Wang Zhen perishing. In July, Lu Min was slain, enduring a staggering 1,800 mental assaults, after which Chen Xiao vanished. In August, Chen Feng unexpectedly discovered the blue light within the tardigrade's nuclear membrane, precisely mirroring the current scene. It was evident that this experiment was proceeding more smoothly, yielding greater rewards. With practiced ease, Chen Feng prepared the blue tardigrade into his first injection. Minutes later, as the solution stabilized, he resolutely raised his hand and pierced the needle into his forehead. At the moment the injection was administered, a faint sting was swiftly followed by an intense wave of heat radiating from the injection site. Chen Feng suddenly felt as if countless tiny points of light were exploding within his mind, and the activity of his pineal gland began to surge at an astonishing rate. Gradually, the burning sensation subsided, replaced by a warm, invigorating energy that began to spread from the center of his brow, swiftly enveloping the pineal gland and then radiating throughout his entire being. Deep within, the pineal gland seemed to activate further, and the sensation of opening up to new realms became increasingly pronounced. This time, it felt as if he was not merely awakening 7 portals, but 9. It was as though a channel had been opened between heaven and earth, allowing him to absorb the mysterious energies of the universe, invoking a profound sense of connection akin to the awakening of 9 spiritual portals. With his eyes closed, Chen Feng immersed himself in this experience. At that moment, in conjunction with the sensations from his pineal gland, he felt a fleeting illusion of perceiving the emptiness of all 5 aggregates. His mind's eye was illuminated by countless twinkling stars. The fragmented star map he had previously memorized began to coalesce and gradually take shape amidst the shimmering celestial bodies. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration surged within him, prompting him to interrupt this assembly, for the star map he had obtained was incomplete. An imperfect star map could not facilitate the visualization of the true celestial expanse. Yet, despite this limitation, the overwhelming awe and power of that moment were enough to stir his very soul. The effects of integrating tardigrade genes left him astounded. While the enhancement derived from the essence of life was even more exaggerated and beyond imagination, it felt as though his body had transcended certain taboos and limitations. Every cell brimmed with newfound vitality, imbued with an enigmatic and unknown authority that stemmed from his spirit. After a considerable pause, Chen Feng attempted to inject the tardigrade gene solution once more, but this time there was no effect. He then tried the method of gene grafting, yet to no avail. After a period of contemplation, he began to absorb the genes of cultivated worker ants, inducing a process of genetic mutation. This time, the mutation proceeded smoothly, resulting in astonishing transformations in both strength and physique. Next, Chen Feng attempted to graft the genes of the lantern jellyfish, but at the moment of initiation, an unsettling sensation of palpitations arose. He promptly abandoned the grafting of the lantern jellyfish genes and activated his transcendent vision for further observation. After careful scrutiny, he decided against further gene fusion and mutation. Instead, he began constructing a memory palace and continued to forge columns of mental light. He had successfully created 4 out of the 12 intended mental columns, with 8 remaining. However, due to his limited understanding of the mysterious symbols, he refrained from constructing the remaining columns. Currently, under the observation of his transcendent vision, Chen Feng recognized the necessity of completing this construction. He resolved to engrave the additional columns onto the light pillars once he had mastered more mysterious symbols, ensuring that the process would not be compromised. Should the 12 columns of mental light be established, the potential for hidden collapse could very well transcend the thresholds of minor accomplishments, reaching an entirely new pinnacle. Upon contemplating this, Chen Feng ceased his hesitation. He returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the construction of a new spiritual light pillar. Prior to this, Chen Feng meticulously envisioned the imagery of the 8 symbols, recollecting the rhythmic experience of reading light and the profound meanings these symbols endeavored to convey. A series of intricate symbols began to intertwine and amalgamate within his mind, coalescing into powerful streams of spiritual energy. Chen Feng endeavored to gather this spiritual imagery, harnessing its efficacy to erect resplendent spiritual light pillars within his mental realm. Thus, despite the absence of new mystical symbols, the intensity of the constructed light pillars was nonetheless formidable. Silently, he contemplated the imagery of the symbols, Xiang, Mian, Zhi, Wang, Xing, Wu, Ming, Yin. His spiritual power surged, propelling his consciousness into an entirely new dimension where he glimpsed the mysteries of the universe's birth and demise in a fleeting instant, and perceived the quintessence of life's ultimate sublimation. In this moment, Chen Feng completely disregarded the enigmatic light gate. It seemed inconsequential, overshadowed by his revelations. However, this sensation was ephemeral. At that juncture, the mysterious symbol of Yin resonated in a profound synchronicity with the essence of his unique ability, establishing a shared special dimension. Consequently, his mind echoed with the arcane high-dimensional language of the symbol bearers, immersed in its depths, unable to extricate himself. As time inexorably flowed, Chen Feng's spiritual force field grew increasingly robust. 8 new spiritual light pillars gradually arose in his mental sphere, standing resolute, harmonizing with the previous 4 pillars to create an extraordinary tableau reminiscent of 12 celestial columns. These 12 columns evoked in Chen Feng a semblance of divine encapsulation, as if with a mere thought he could define them as the 12 celestial constellations. Remarkable, this spiritual realm transformed into a chaotic void, supported by the 12 towering pillars, leaving uncertain what form it might take or the direction it would pursue. Startled by this thought, Chen Feng abruptly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the dawn breaking on the horizon. It was already the following morning. Attuning himself to his spiritual power, he discerned that its intensity had reached an impressive level, having attained the pinnacle of the Yaoguang realm. Moreover, should he actively strive to ascend further, penetrating the Kaiyang realm would pose no substantial challenge. In terms of physical strength, his enhancement was modest, barely reaching the mid to late stages of the Yaoguang realm. The metamorphosis within this realm, concerning physical prowess, remained exceedingly arduous. Reflecting on this, Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. With a mere thought, his formidable spiritual power combined with the ability of Yin Xingdun could deliver a dimensional strike against others at any moment. This strength was beyond human comprehension. The realm of the spirit, in my view, seemed but a mere fade. Even though my mental strength is of the same realm as others in the Yaoguang domain, If their mental intensity and explosive power resemble that of a conventional engine, mine can be likened to nuclear fusion. The disparity is truly profound. Presently, my consciousness can ascend dimensionally at will through a superdimensional perspective, then descend again via a process akin to spontaneous collapse, unleashing a devastating strike reminiscent of a two-dimensional foil. This is invincibility in its truest form. Moreover, I seem to harbor no fear whatsoever towards the spirit capture net or the observer, not even the slightest trepidation. Chen Feng fell into silence. The fundamental reason for this transformation was not due to his arrogance, but rather the fact that he had finally embarked on the correct path in this life. Previously, after a period of cultivation, metamorphosis, or even a brief dimensional ascension, Chen Feng often felt an impulse to meticulously assess his abilities and strength, or a desire to test his limits. At that time, he yearned for invincibility, aspiring to transcend into higher dimensions of existence and striving towards that goal. Yet, the moment such thoughts arose, they inherently negated his own invincibility and higher dimensionality. However, this time, after the emergence of the 12 mental light pillars and the glimpse of the cosmic mysteries and the essence of life, Chen Feng found himself devoid of any inclination for self-assessment or validation. It was as if he had always been invincible, a higher dimensional being, momentarily diminished due to certain circumstances, now freely ascending in consciousness and evolving in life, returning to his original state of invincibility in higher dimension. With a single thought, the universe reversed. As the motion of the Tao reflected in reality, Chen Feng stood up, stretched lazily, dispelling the dense gathering of neutrinos around him. No longer concerned with the notion of invincibility, he retrieved a large bag of dog food and made his way to the balcony, generously feeding the nutrient-rich sustenance to his beloved pet, Xiaobao. Last night's training exceeded expectations, consuming the entire night, resulting in Xiaobao missing out on his meal. As Xiaobao was undergoing evolution, his nutritional demands were exceedingly high. Yet the provisions Chen Feng prepared were ample and sufficient for Xiaobao's intelligence to allow him to feed himself. Nevertheless, Xiaobao, being both clever and obedient, refrained from making a sound, understanding that Chen Feng was engrossed in meditation and training, thus causing him no disturbance. How could Chen Feng not treat such a loyal companion with kindness? Just as he finished feeding Xiaobao and indulged in some affectionate petting, the Black Knight's phone vibrated gently. Chen Feng activated his superdimensional perspective to glance at the screen. In that instant, he not only saw the message from the Black Knight but also witnessed the scene of him being intercepted by Ao Bing and Deji. Are you truly unafraid of death? Had you arrived just a day earlier, I might have considered it a slight inconvenience, but now you come to deliver yourselves. Chen Feng mused, somewhat at a loss for words. Undoubtedly, the message from the Black Knight was still sent by Han Yan, precisely warning Chen Feng of the potential threat posed by Ao Bing and Deji, advising him to exercise caution. Han Yan's assessment was merely a possibility, a conjecture rather than a certainty. Chen Feng's ability to perceive superdimensionally had also made astonishing leaps alongside the establishment of the 12 mental light pillars, reaching an almost ludicrous level of enhancement. Not only can one glimpse into the future, but also discern the intricacies of its trajectory with remarkable clarity, truly a solid affirmation. Nevertheless, let us engage in a heartfelt conversation, while perhaps collecting a few flattering words along the way. That would suffice. Coincidentally, I could send Ao Bing to retrieve my companion from a past life, the nine-tailed fox, Ling Ling. This would also allow Daji, the astral entity, to directly present to me the astral entity number 03 that invaded Su Yun's consciousness, granting it the chance to transcend to blissful afterlife. Chen Feng contemplated, his resolve crystallizing within. With this in mind, he glanced once more at the outcomes revealed by the hyperdimensional vision. Indeed, everything was proceeding smoothly, albeit with considerable expenditure of resources. Moreover, he would need to temper his strength somewhat, lest he frighten Ao Bing and Daji into a state of alarm.